showcase the world's best longboarders. That wave can be, 40 seconds to a minute long on a big day where it's breaking all the way out the back and you find that inside connection. So it gives a lot of opportunity to add that variety into each wave.
Almost too much.
Almost too much. We'll get to kind of track with how the shortboard contingency goes this week at a wave that also offers that much length.
Yeah, and for the judges, they have a replay camera on every surfer. So they've got 4 cameras, 4 surfers in the water ordinarily. This is a 3-person heat to start the day, but ordinarily all 4-person heats, and they have a camera tracking every surfer. So at El Sunzal, you will see every surfer's ride. There's a potential to watch that. We'll be commentating this, but you'll be able to see the action. Here we go, Red, having a look at this for Brazil.
All right, surfer in red, Rafael, up and riding into the opening wave for La Bocana for the boys under 18s round this morning, into a second hook underneath the lip. Decent sized wave. It's nice for us to be able to take this in as well to see what the conditions are really going to be like throughout today. And unfortunately gets a little hung up on that final maneuver, but clean surfing up until that point. Keikoa gets the opportunity on that second wave of the set representing Germany. And it looks like Peter now sitting out the back with that priority next to his name for Netherlands. He'll be waiting out that next set.
Yeah, great start for Brazil, though. As you said, unfortunate right at the end there. He got stuck up in that white water and just got tangled up in it and lost his forward momentum. Didn't complete it in that sense, but the work that was done before that will be valuable. And that'll be the first score of consequence that will set the scale for this heat and really for the day ahead as well.
So nice way to kick things off. 20 minutes on the clock. There is a 25 wave maximum per surfer out in the lineup today. Unlikely that we're going to see that many waves ridden, but you never know with a quick turnaround and a little bit of energy from the Groms, the under 18s. We could see quite a few ridden per heat.
That would make the judges' life so complicated. That would mean 4 surfers, 25 races, the potential for 100 waves in a 20-minute heat. I don't see that happening, but it definitely means that what it does in that sense, and even if it was 15 waves, 25 is quite extreme, but it gives you the opportunity to throw it, and if you fall and blow it, then that's so be it. You've got another 24 chances to try. So, that's obviously not possible with a wave a minute for the whole 20-minute heat. So we won't be seeing that many waves ridden, but it definitely means that it's a type of rule that allows performance surfing because you're allowed to ride as many waves as you need to get those scores. Here we go.
Into that first hook as we take a look at the opening wave for Rafael. What are your thoughts?
A couple of flatter turns. This is the money turn. Waits, holds it, beautiful snap out of the top, comes in late onto the last one and just gets caught there for a moment at the top. Gets tangled in the white water. Judges can be quite critical about the completions.
As we take a look now at live action with Peter up and riding on his first wave, setting it up for this first turn. He had to kind of navigate that closeout section at the beginning without being able to capitalize until that final maneuver.
Oh.
Now Rafael up and riding again. And from what we have on our screen, no priority established at that stage. Though Rafael was on the outside of the shoulder, Keiko was on the inside. That's going to be an interesting scenario, Barton, especially talking about where the priority zone kind of starts. At what stage are they deep enough to gain priority, and what happens before a moment like that?
Yeah, I suppose in that particular situation, he was so deep he was never making the wave. There was no hindrance of scoring potential. So in my mind, that would not be an interference. It was definitely a mistake, though, by Rafael. And you leave that door for Brazil. You leave that door open for the judges to interpret the situation. So not ideal, but I think he'll get away with that, given the fact that there was no scoring potential interfered with.
Well, let's take a look at some replays here because Green got into the action a little earlier.
Nice. Frontside turn, only the one. Wave selection, it was a little busy. Here he goes in the white water and you can see takes off. He falls off in shock. It's this moment like, oh no, he's on the inside.
What have I done?
What have I done? And just tumbled off. Here he goes again. Here it is from the front on. And you can see Green was never getting around that. He did make a plea to the judges like, hey, what's going on here? But in the replay of Pieta comes through the inside here, takes a lot of time to get that first maneuver in, gets into the lip, it closes out quick, he jumps off quickly, and not really a score of consequence as we wait for the judges to set the scale.
Well, we've got scores to drop through for all 3 surfers out in the lineup. Most of our heats throughout today will have 4 surfers in them for this division specifically, as it's nearly completely full. 32 heats in total for the opening rounds for every single division, but for some of those divisions that have a few less surfers in them, we'll get some of these 3 surfer heats a little bit more consistently throughout the round. That'll be happening, I think, a lot today through the under 16 girls division at Sunzal, which you're welcome to click over at ISAsurf.org, where you're watching this broadcast right now. You'll see that there's the option to click on Labocana or El Sunzal, Podium 1 or Podium 2, to be able to follow the broadcast on that side. Listen as well to the beach announcers. You really get that experience of being able to hear exactly what the surfers are hearing, that communication, and what it's like to be competing at this level of an event.
Oh, that's great to know that you can listen to the beach commentary and get taken through the action that way, while those replay cameras capture every wave of every surfer so that the judges don't miss anything. And they're the shots that you'll be seeing from El Sunzal. Blue having a look.
We've got some scores that have dropped in. Pieter now looking for his second wave. He opened just with a 2.0 and a little bit of a softer opening turn, kind of sets him up now down the line, looking for a little tail slide as he gets into that frothy section where those air pockets can exist on the surface of the wave. Now, Barton, we're down to 8 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and we've got a solid score in for the opener of red. Rafael was a 5.83 as we take another look at this one.
Yeah, that 5.83 was clearly the best wave, and we can see from the Netherlands biding his time through to the inside. Don't see this wave matching that 5.83 going anywhere near it with the fall on the inside there, and a lot of sort of downtime waiting for it to stand up in front of him. The judges would prefer to see you just straight off the bottom, straight off the top, straight off the bottom, straight off the top, seamlessly from one maneuver into the next. That's where the big points come from. Second score, best scoring rider of the heat, the 3.33 for Kekoa, has him in the second place. So really a single wave of consequence in this heat for Brazil. And some points left on the board otherwise, and some early nerves. Young men out here at the moment. Under 18s also have an under 16s division for both the men and the women. There's the potential for 12 surfers in a team. 3 boys and 3 girls in the under 16s and the same in the under 18s. So we know El Salvador, the host nation, has a full team, which is amazing to see the development of surfing in this tiny surf-soaked nation. Surf-soaked and surf-stoked nation.
Both things for sure. Even though it's a little bit smaller today, there's so much scoring potential, and even taking a look for us to be able to see these first waves ridden overhead on the takeoffs. And even though, it kind of has that smaller tendency within the forecast, it's really like playful. There's a lot of scoring potential, and we'll see how that consistency kind of plays out through the day as well. As we see those tides change, as that high tide comes up through the day, it'll drop out again towards the end of the day. So it'll be interesting to kind of get a look at how it's going to unfold today. And like you said, feeling that pressure for these surfers, being the first heats of the event.
Yes.
There's a lot of kind of riding on the shoulders of finding that positioning for the first time as well, without a few hundred of your friends in the lineup for those warm-up surfs. It's been wild to look at these breaks the last couple days, because there's been so many surfers out there, not just Groms that are getting ready to try and win a gold medal here, but also this is a thriving surf region. There's a lot of people that come here to travel. There's surf camps, there's coaching happening behind the scenes. There's some kind of in that learn to surf, not quite in the foamy still learning to surf, but that real beginner to intermediate stage where there's a lot of people in the lineup here. And so it's been probably challenging for a lot of these surfers to get a good feeling of what it looks like without anybody else out there.
Without 440 of your best friends from around the world, frothing like you are. Here we go, set approaching the lineup, 5 minutes and 20 seconds. So all of these surfers would be anxious to get going.
And it's our surfer in second with second priority. Off the foam for that first maneuver. Throws the tail out on the second. Won't be able to hold on to that control, but putting it all out there.
Knows he can ride 25 waves, so he figures he may as well have a go.
There you go. You got some time, some space to be able to make a couple of mistakes. Pieter also just goes down, unfortunately, behind the section on that one. So he's only chasing, though, a 1.84. Still very small requirements across the board, as the only wave of consequence really being that 4.40 at the moment. But having said that, as we're down to, 4.5 minutes on the clock, having a 3, having a 2 on the board could be keeper scores. You're just looking potentially for one more to be able to really solidify that top advancing position and to avoid the repecharge rounds. As we take a look there at Rafael for Team Brazil, nice combination on his backhand to start off with, and just the 2 turns needed.
Yeah, looking into the coaching staff, hoping that they're jumping up and down and looking excited. He had to sit out the set there with first priority, and he did. It would have been easy to have bit on one of those earlier rides, but none of them were the ones that he would have wanted. He ended up on a late takeoff and jumped to his feet at the bottom, as we'll see in the replay. But the way he managed that showed great commitment to weight. Here we go, live action.
Up and riding the Netherlands into the first opening carve on his forehand. Loving the look of this right so far. 2 turns connected together into the third. This is going to be a wave that's really important towards his campaign. Took him a few waves to get that opportunity, but he's only chasing a 2.94.
Definitely his best ride, definitely. And that was a confidence boost. There's still time for another ride with 3.5 minutes. But Brazil will get their second score. Here's that late takeoff, jumps to his feet at the bottom, drives into the lip, hooks it. But this last turn, nicely timed. It was critical. It was a 2-turn combination. Sometimes you don't need more than that. Obviously, it would seem that the more the merrier. But as long as those turns are of consequence, that's the important thing. Nice snap there for Denmark. Under the inside, catches a little rail, slips the tail there, and gets caught up in the white water. But all of the good work was done already. And if you're going to fall, you may as well fall once the good part of the wave is over.
That's right. Where, capitalizing on those early sections involves a lot of risk. If you fall early, you're losing all the scoring potential in the rest of that wave.
And that's why those early maneuvers score better, because you're taking the risk of losing the rest of the potential of the wave. From the Netherlands, I should say.
So 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And Pieter from the Netherlands waiting for a score to drop. He only needs a 2.94 on the board to be able to take that spot away from Keikoa out of Germany, who's currently sitting in second. And we do have the elimination rounds, or the repecharge rounds, that run throughout all ISA events. We'll be running through a whole lot of heats this week because of that. It gives every surfer 2 opportunities, so the bottom surfer in these heats will not be eliminated. They will be heading into a repecharge round to be surfed later in the week, and they'll have the opportunity, even losing out or coming in that 3rd or that 4th place position outside the top 2 in the opening round, Barton, those surfers still have the opportunity to fight all the way back into that grand final by the end of the week.
And win the event. We've seen that happen before. So, I suppose at ISA, the International Surfing Association, it's all about the development and the fostering of the sport and the talent coming through, and that's why that repecharge round is so important, because there's nations and surfers here of a vast array of talent levels. Here we go.
Keikoa up and riding, looking to improve on just a 1.6 to put some more pressure on his competitor in that 3rd place position. Finds that first maneuver, goes down on the second wave in a row where he's tried to go really big on that second opportunity, that second turn.
And that's what's keeping the door open for the Netherlands, that tiny bit. 287, the last in for Pieter, and that's going to be that's a score, his best wave, so it's going to build confidence and head things in the right direction. The 2.57 for the last of green, so he's had the 0.5, the 1.6 and a 2.57 after that 3.3, and not had another opportunity to improve on the 3.3. And in the perfect world, every wave you would ride would be better than the last, and you would be building momentum, building pressure, and building those scores towards a victory. 5.5 comes through for the Brazilian, solidifying his lead, and he's safe as houses, as they would say.
Yeah, he's in a great looking position with only 20 seconds on the clock. Out of that last exchange, Pieter for the Netherlands did get the slightly higher score, but it wasn't quite enough to take him into second. He's now chasing a 3.04, and the 2.57 for last of Keikoa did keep that requirement on our surfer in 3rd in that 3-point range.
And you would imagine without that little stumble and fall at the end of the 287, there's a chance that, maybe it goes to a flat 3, but there's a chance you get the 3.5 and end up with that score he needed. So a couple of critical falls there for the Netherlands.
Well, first heat finished with Rafael Barbosa taking away the win for Team Brazil. Keikoa Hummel of Germany advancing through in second, and our third place surfer heading into the repechage rounds, Pieter Bos Bocke from the Netherlands. We've got more action to come when we return.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's a big week ahead of us, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 days of competition, something like that to get us to those gold medal matches. And these surfers are prepared. They've been working hard behind the scenes. They've been putting everything in to get themselves qualified for their national teams first off, and now in preparation mode to win a gold medal. As we take a look at the opening wave for our surfer in the next heat, on the screen there, you can see those results from our previous heat as we're waiting to count over. And it will be our surfer from New Zealand, Taimana Marupo from New Zealand, that'll be wearing that red jersey in our second heat of the day. And we've got a lot of action to get underway here, Barton.
Yeah, first heat was a little slow. Always great opportunity to sit and watch the first heat, see how things play out and get a proper understanding of what exists out there, because when there's 50 kids, boys and girls just frothing out there, you see so many waves ridden, you think, oh, there's a lot of opportunity. But ordinarily, once that siren goes and surfers start to select waves, because the quality of the wave that you catch determines the quality of the performance you're able to output. And so wave selection critically important, as we see a little cat and mouse in the bottom of the screen there between green and blue, trying to control the start. Red in a good position.
Now, I've just received news from the crew at Labocana that this is actually the same heat. So heat number 1, our timing was off a little bit just on our broadcast. So heat number 1 is still underway. Rafael still sitting out in that leading position. From what we can see, Keikoa and Peter battling for that second place position.
And interesting to see second and third, going to it and working at each other. No surprises there. Thought when we saw red jump up, I thought, geez, it looks like the surfer in the first heat, and it sure was.
And it looks like that will be the finish of this heat. We got surfers in the second heat now in the lineup, and we will be getting that heat underway in just a moment. As you can see, surfers from that first heat just sort of getting themselves out of that situation. As soon as you see someone take off on a wave and not pop up to their feet, but
yes,
ride in that prone position, you know that they're just trying to get themselves out.
They're making their way back to the beach and not wanting to stand up and confuse the judges. We see a panoramic shot down the coastline there. This beautiful El Salvadorian coast. Waves everywhere. We're at Labocana today as we see red coming in. And as Shannon suggested, staying in the prone position. 4 people in this heat coming up.
New Zealand, Canada, Switzerland, and Trinidad and Tobago. Heading out into the lineup right now with Taimana Marupo, Shea Breweiler, Antoine Habashi, and Aiden Albada. Top 2 surfers advancing through in the main round. Bottom 2 surfers will be heading to repechage. And now second heat of the morning, paddling out into the lineup, getting things underway. They'll have more than that 15 minutes remaining on the clock. They'll be just underneath that 20-minute mark, as it seems like our clock is just off by about maybe 3 to 4 minutes from what's happening on that side of things. So we'll get that sorted out in just a moment, but we will be able to see these surfers starting to get themselves in position for their opening exchange.
Yep, and Aiden Albeida representing Trinidad Tobago. We've seen quite a lot of him. Powerful natural footer, big kid for his age, and he's put in some great performances at this event before. For Canada, they are quickly becoming a super nation in surfing. Some great work done behind the scenes by the management team there of Surfing Canada, and Shea Bruweiler, a experienced surfing family. And then we've got Switzerland and New Zealand. Well, the Kiwis, they do they're such a enjoyed part of this event when they get up and they do their haka at the opening ceremony and show their country's true colours. It's an amazing experience to visit New Zealand, one of those beautiful parts of the world, such a rich indigenous culture that they embrace. And here goes Red having a look at this one, decides not to go.
Has a paddle, and he'll let that wave go unridden for the start, opting to paddle out there with a surf cap on, with a surf hat on, which is a smart decision given how bright that sun shines here in El Salvador. It is so challenging, sometimes even just being in the ocean with how warm the water is, with the humidity in the air and the brightness of the sun, to even really be able to keep your eyes open.
Yeah, and in a heat, especially when you do, the intensity goes up those couple of levels and you're really pushing and paddling hard and surfing hard, as Shea for Canada is right here.
Nice snap to start on his forehand, setting himself up for the second. Just places it well to finish off. As we can see our surfer in white, Aiden up and riding, but deep behind the section, and won't be able to make it out into that open face.
Yeah, that was a wave selection issue. Really got to look at the wall of the wave and understand the pace at which it's going to break and make sure that you can match that pace. If the wave breaks too quickly and you can't get in front of it, you lose your priority. You go down that priority roster and for no reason, and it can be really damaging in these short, fast heats.
So true. For Aiden and for, we'll kind of start to get a feeling of how many of our surfers in the draw this week are doing the same thing. He's only 15 years old, and he'll be surfing between both divisions. He's going to have a lot of heats to get through this week, which is exciting. It gives him that extra opportunity to learn. Means that for his team, for Trinidad and Tobago, that they weren't able to field a full team, and so he's going to be doing some of that heavy lifting between both divisions, which is going to give him an opportunity to get to know both of the waves here in competition this week really well.
Yeah, the more heats you surf, the quicker you're going to learn, and so the opportunity to do double duty, U16s and U18s is a great thing. I would have loved to have done that because, it's great in the early stages, but once it gets towards the back end and you're running between two banks and you're trying to, focus and manage both opportunities, it can become really complicated at that point. But in its basic sense that you get to surf twice as many heats, and he's, as you said, he's in the under 16s, and so this is really, if you do well in the 18s, it's such a great confidence boost, and because you go into it without the expectation, you go, well, I'm a few years younger, there's all these kids who are my seniors and I'm matching them, and it can be a real powerful boost for your confidence.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. Maybe taking on the under 16s, because you'll only have surfers that are in the under 16s that can surf up. Obviously no one from under 18s could surf down a division.
Exactly, yeah.
And so those surfers going, all right, maybe putting it all in both sides of things, but having that kind of expectation on them in their actual age bracket, and that learning opportunity as they head into surfers that are just a little bit older, that they're going to have long careers competing against as well.
Mm-hmm. Scores are in for the first exchange, 3.33 as you can see there for Canada, 0.50 for the closeout for Aiden Albeida. That wasn't such a great wave, and we were talking to the importance of wave selection and really knowing that what you catch is going to give you the potential for at least two big turns. If there was what we call a ramp and you can fly into the ramp and get one big air, that could get you an excellent score. Ordinarily, you'd need two good turns on the wave face to head towards that. They were great turns. You could go excellent with 2. But out here at La Bocana, you know, there's the opportunity for 3 or 4 on a wave. And you get 3 or 4 big ones, then you're kind of pushing towards the excellent more often than not.
Good looking set approaching. No priority established yet between red and green because they haven't taken off on a wave yet. That does mean that they have first priority ahead of the other 2 surfers in the lineup. As Taimana sets himself up off a great looking bottom turn into that opening wrap, speeding down the line looking for that next section. As he drives back through it, sets himself up here for a clean finish, and a great style coming through from the young Kiwi.
Was really nicely surfed. Aiden Albeida.
Up and riding now on his second wave. He's got that 0.5. This is going to help his situation greatly as he finds that combination.
And that's going to be an interesting comparison between red and white's wave, because we were just talking to the quantity versus quality of maneuvers. Aiden Albeida did that, what we were talking about, with 2 big turns. A lot more time spent on the wave face for the Kiwi, but there wasn't that much scoring potential while he was on that wave. So it's going to be interesting to see where the scores come in. Feels like Trinidad and Tobago may have got the better of that exchange, and that 2-turn combination may be the best scoring wave of the heat so far.
Well, just over about 15 minutes remaining in this heat in the lineup, but let's go down to the beach now to check in with Rachel Tilley with the winner of our first heat for this year's ISA World Junior Championships.
Congratulations. It is day 1, heat 1 of the event, and a heat win for you. How does that feel?
O início do evento, bateria 1, como é que você está se sentindo?
Sim, eu estou bem feliz de poder ter passado essa primeira bateria. Estou feliz em poder representar meu país, o Brasil, aqui no Mundial ISA Games. E é isso, quero mandar um beijo para minha família que está me assistindo, torcendo por mim, todos os meus patrocinadores. E é isso, quero passar a bateria e vamos para a próxima já.
He's happy to be representing Brazil, to make his first hit. Big kiss for family in home, and he wanted to make hit by hit and make a good result here.
And you're here representing Team Brazil, as we've just said. How is the team dynamic?
Você representando o time Brasil, como você se sente? Como está o time Brasil?
Eu me sinto muito feliz. Em 2022 eu já competi o ISA Games aqui em El Salvador também. E esse ano eu estou tendo o prazer de competir e representar meu país aqui de novo. E eu estou muito feliz por isso.
He's happy. He competed here in 2022 with Team Brazil. And now he's back, another opportunity, and he's very happy to be Team Brazil and compete again here.
Anything you'd like to say to home?
O que você quer dizer para casa?
Quero mandar um abração para minha família, todo mundo que está na torcida. E é isso, tamo junto, galera. Valeu, Brasil!
Thanks. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Rafael. Impressive opening heat with those couple of 5-point rides. As we take a look now at Antoine out of Switzerland and up and riding on his first wave of this heat. So it's taking him a little bit longer than the rest of the pack. But that weight could be worth it with a score to drop after those that combination of major maneuvers.
Yeah, I agree. The 5.83 came through for Albeida. That was a great score, 2 turns. The judges still considering the Kiwis ride, long and hard, making sure, looking at the replays and making sure they keep the scale and get that score where it needs to be. Antoine Habashi, that was a good ride for him, and had a nice wall. He looked confident, good energy. Perhaps it'll eclipse the 3.33. We'll see when the judges' scores come through, but somewhere in and around that range. And besides the 5.83, things are pretty tight out there.
Very tight amongst the pack. Let's take a look at some replays here for this first wave of Taimana.
See how the shoulder went a little flat at the bottom there? It was like double overhead, and it was a great looking wave, and then it just went flat on the face. This is that sort of downtime in the middle that I spoke to, and there's the final turn. Nice, clean, lovely style, great connection, and even in the downtime, he still looked engaged.
As we take a look now at the 5.83 from Aiden.
Oh, on that second turn. First turn was vertical and nice. The second closeout turn was a beauty.
And we're still waiting for the score to drop in for Antoine.
Nice first speeding carve out of the top into the wrap. And here's where things get a little sleepy. His energy doesn't, though. Keeps pumping and driving into that last section. Gets the turn in, feels good about it, dives over the back. And I feel like that might be the second best scoring wave of the heat so far, perhaps. He's up again.
already up, throws the tail out for that finishing maneuver, won't hold on to it as we see the style master, Taimana, on his backhand. And like you said, you know, taking another look at that first wave, that wave just softened out at him so much. Had it really stood up and offered something critical, we could have seen a really kind of exceptional score maybe coming through. We're still waiting for his first score, though, from the channel.
Long wait, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really long wait. The first when he dropped down, he was at the bottom of that wave. It just looked so perfect. And it was like, oh, his wave selection spot on. And then, you know, how do you know what it's going to do in the future? Nobody knows what it's going to do in the future. So you've got to really try and read the wall, and it's the experience in the conditions that's going to help you understand, you know, the potential of each wave as you're sitting out the back looking at them. Surfers having a look at this one.
Antoine. Oh, nope, sorry. Aiden. On his backhand, just drives through that first turn, but he'll kick out, wanting to hold himself maybe in a better priority position.
And I could see the urgency to back up the first score. There's urgency to get a second score and take the pressure off and put the pressure on your opponents. Take it off yourself and put it on your opponents.
Chenzing Wang from China will be paddling out in the next heat. We've got France, Costa Rica, and Uruguay as well that'll be joining him. Big day of surfing ahead of us as we've got 27 heats per round that we're going to be running through for opening day. That will likely finish us after that 4 o'clock kind of zone. It'll be a huge day of competitive surfing. It'll be a big day for everyone to just kick things off and get this kind of steam engine moving.
Yes, the ISA steam engine moving towards finals day on the 12th of May, up and riding.
He dropped a 4-point ride for his first wave. Antoine up and riding again and connects with that lip line for the first section. Holds it together with that kind of lip line finish as well. And Aiden on his backhand, staying low and compressed in that small-sized wave. So at the moment, Aiden's holding on to that leading position. He's looking to improve Barton on a 2.17 to keep the requirement a little bit higher. Taimana has moved himself up into that second place position with a 3.33 and a 2.87. And for Antoine, he will now need a 2.2 to take away second, and Shea only needing a 2.88, so it's really tight for that second place position. Yeah,
Antoine's going to get that score for sure. 2 big turns on the front side. His last wave did come in better than the opening 3.33 of blue. Red got the same score, 3.33 for that opening ride of the Kiwi. That took a long time to come in, but that scale as it's set feels perfect to me. The 4 felt like a better wave than the 3.3s, both of them. Here's some live action.
Shea now representing Canada, up and riding. Extends through that first turn, looking down the line, timing it well for the second, and just behind Antoine as he paddles over that wave.
Oh,
puts on a great looking finish.
Yeah, drifts the tail. Look at Red.
Red now up and riding. Great section in front of him as he connects with the lip for that first maneuver into the second, and just kind of airdrops down off the lip line. Puts that little stall on for a moment as he times out the finish. He's looking for a 4.68, and there you can see those boulders starting to pick up.
Yeah, they're all around him.
They're everywhere.
As that water draws out, he needs to get on the board and use that draw out to you know, draw him out off those rocks as the incoming whitewater pushes you back onto them. But it's, you know, it's not, you know, where the wave ends, it's not that shallow that it's really what you would consider dangerous. And, you know, like you said, they're the round sort of river stones and rocks rather than coral reef. So that's an advantage as well. Interesting heat, great exchange, great surfing. I feel like the last of the Kiwis might be the best wave of the heat so far. Massive turns on the inside sections, great length of ride. Here it is on the replay. Waits for it to stand up. It's a little uncomfortable off the bottom turn there. This is where the big points start. Beautiful turn out of the top. Look at the size of this section in front of him. Floats that with great timing. Comes around another snap. Really, really classy style from this young guy. And there he is, just controlling it perfectly, leaning onto the tail, letting the whitewater, you know, rise up underneath him so he doesn't hit the rocks. Great ride for New Zealand there. Judges considering scores for all 4 surfers right now, Shannon.
Few minutes remaining on the clock. Remember, we do have a slight delay from our clock to what's happening on the podium at La Bocana. So I believe there's still about 6 minutes remaining in real time, where we've got 3 on our board. As we've got Aiden now up and riding. He's still holding on to that leading position. Wants to improve on the 217 to put more pressure on the field. 2-turn combo so far, looking for that finishing maneuver. And maybe one more to squeeze in, maybe even another. A wave that I thought would have 2 turns now is looking like it might have 6 by the time he finishes off on the inside. And well selected.
Yeah, we can say bye-bye to that 217. You know that for sure. He's got a couple of scores to be considered, but that was a beauty. Relying on the backhand. Some nice corners. The backhand wedges up, the lefts wedge up and come back at you, and you get to snap in the pocket like he did there. Kind of getting caught up a little bit on some of those at the top of them, but this is where he really started to get the rhythm, and just one after the other, rock right in front of him. Gets the final little turn, completes it. Beautifully surfed wave for Aiden Albaida.
So waiting for a score to drop in for last of Aiden. And we've got a 5-8-3 on the board now for Antoine out of Switzerland. He's jumped himself into that leading position. So we're seeing a little change up as scores are starting to drop. And the pressure is on now for Shea, looking for a 3-8-8, but we know there's another score to drop in for Aiden as well. Shea doing a great job with this wave as he comes through the inside, but just slips off the wax for the finish.
We will call that the commentator's curse.
Unfortunate. I am so sorry today.
Oh, but he needs a wave right now. 4-1-3 for the one before it. So really a couple of lower scores, the 4s and under. You really wouldn't want to keep those 5 and above. You can tolerate, and anything above 6 is a great wave.
Paddle now for Antoine, representing Switzerland. Tries to get into it, can't quite get there. He actually lives in France, in Cabreton, lives pretty close to Hossegor, gets to surf there, gets to surf at Seignos on the daily. Loves those powerful French beach breaks. And we've got a situation change. So Antoine still sitting in second, but Taimana has jumped himself into the leading position with a 7.17 for his last wave. Barton, you called it, as it would be the biggest score of the heat.
Yeah, it was big, beautiful long right-hander. There's something about those right-handers that the wall of them just looks so attractive, and you want to surf it. And when a judge wants to surf the wave you're surfing, the scores tend to be higher, especially if you maximise the potential of that wave, as Taimana did on that one. 717 takes him into the lead, and Aiden Albaida was in 3rd place, but he's just dropped the 4.23. He was in the lead for the whole heat, and then right towards the end got dropped into 3rd, but clawed it out with that last 6-turn effort, 4.23, but it speaks to the quantity versus quality subject that we had. And although he did those 6 turns, still a lower score than the 5.83s that we saw early for 2-turn combinations. So the judges quite clear on that. They want big faces, big turns, and you can do a lot of work and still get a good score, but if the turns on the big sections don't maximise the potential, you're not going to get the score that you would want. And here's the 717 on the replay. Money down the inside. Look at this next one. Big section in front, floats it beautifully. Great control of the board. That was a stylish little carve. Hits the white water. And watch the way here he just leans back, holds the board, sees all that dry rock in front of him, and just handles it perfectly. Looks so calm, casual, beautiful stance. The way he throws and uses the arms and the upper body is perfect. I can see a big future ahead for this young Cuzzy Brew from New Zealand.
From a full family of surfers, as we take a look now at the last wave of Aiden.
See that little catch at the top that we talked about? And here's another kind of little catch at the top. He's got to get rid of those and be able to do what he did down the inside here, where he comes out of the turn with as much speed or more than he went into it. If you go into the turn with speed and then come out of it slowly, it's kind of an indication to the judges that something went wrong. A rail was caught, your timing was off, and you lose scoring potential because of that.
Well, on the clock at La Bocana, there's still over 2 minutes remaining within this heat. And we're looking to resolve the issue with our, the scores that we have showing for our live broadcast. But this wave will be counting. And for Antoine, he's got a lot of work done so far. He's looking to just tie it together at the finish. He will be chasing a 4.23 to take himself into second. And Shea, with a couple minutes remaining on the clock, needs a 5.64 himself in the blue to get up into that second place position.
There's every chance he gets that score. It was a well-surfed wave. Can't wait to see it on the replay. Well, I thought Well, you can see that one went a little flat on the face too. So well left for New Zealand, the heat leader. He left that one. He was in position to catch it, but decided when you're in the lead, you don't really need to surf another wave. You just need to make sure that your opponents don't. Here he goes.
Up and riding, now looking to improve on his backup score. Throws the full tail out, drifts it around a little bit for that opening maneuver. Dynamic and cool looking turn to start things off with. Now connects the dots for the finish. And he's feeling comfortable. You can see it really start to change in the back half of this heat part.
Yeah, 3.3 is what he's looking to improve on. There's a chance he will add to his total of best 2 rides. You can ride, as you said, up to 25 rides, but your best 2 are what count. And this has been an incredible heat, and it shows that the surfers in the water learnt from heat 1. They had the opportunity to watch heat 1, and in this heat there's been a lot more waves surfed, and it really proves that we're going to have an action-packed day, and that the surfers and the coaching staff, everybody watches that first heat to see what happens and to learn the lessons of it. And the surfers in heat 2, their performances went up to another level. Congratulations to all those guys.
Well, we've got about 45 seconds remaining in the heat here at La Bocana, and we'll see if anyone else is able to get a piece of the action. And here we go with our surfer in blue, Shea, with one more opportunity. He's chasing down a 5.64. And he'll kind of recognize that that's not going to give him the scoring potential that he needed. And Antoine as well. Antoine still with his last score to drop through. He would be chasing down a 4.23 for his previous wave to get himself into that spot. So we have got scores now. As the buzzer is likely to be sounding, you can see those surfers moving their way in. Taimana's in the lead with a score to drop. We've got a 1.33 on the board for last of Shea, so that's not enough. And we've got a 5.27 that's dropped in for the second to last of Antoine. That jumps him into the lead momentarily. Taimana down into second for New Zealand is now chasing a 3.93 for his last wave that we're waiting on the score to drop for, Barton, to see if he'll regain that lead.
But either way, Aiden Albeida, early lead, drops down into third place as the heat transpires, bounces between second and third, didn't get enough. He and Shea Bruweiler from Canada will go through to the repechage round, so they're not lost yet, and they could still come through that repechage round and go all the way through and win.
Well, on the buzzer, the final score drops. It's a 5.67 for Taimana. Marupo out of New Zealand, he takes away the lead. Antoine Habashi for Switzerland with second. Aiden Albada and Shea Bruweiler will be heading into the repechage round. We've got more action to come when we return for the under-18 boys here at La Bocana. The under-16 girls continuing to surf at El Sunzal. And we will have Paul Evans joining me on the call when we return.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to day one here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We got a big week ahead of us, and we're now into Heat 3 for our under 18 boys round number 1 with France, Costa Rica, Uruguay, and China in the lineup. And to join me, Shannon Hughes in the booth to call the action for the next couple of heats. We've got Paul Evans. Paul, it's great to have you on the team here with the ISA this year and to be in the mix with so many juniors in the water this week.
Yeah, thanks. Absolutely delighted to be here. Loving what I've seen so far. So many cool talking points from here, but just loving the whole team's energy as well. That real cosmopolitan field, different nations that you don't normally see, and this looks like it's going to be a really, really cool event.
Pretty unreal. We've got 54 nations represented. The team gold medalist from last year's World Junior Championships, Team Brazil, they started out with a pretty good run this morning.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, I mean, what a chance as well on day one to kind of put that statement down as well, right? You know, a lot of people will be feeling kind of nervous on this stage, and some people will really be looking to step up. And, you know, you get a good performance early on, get that team mojo going, a bit of noise in the camp, and big things come from that.
Yeah, we'll be hearing plenty of that. Everyone, you know, wearing those team colors as well as we take a look at China up and riding for Chenzing Wang on his opening wave and a big, powerful forehand hack.
Yeah, nice hit into that section, a bit of authority on it too. It does seem like plenty of ways and options out there, different ways of getting scores, right? From what we've seen so far this morning, there's not like a real obvious kind of tactic in terms of your positioning and actually tactic on the wave as well. So it does seem to be sort of a democratized lineup in terms of how you're going to get scores done, and that's really cool to see.
As we take a look at some live action here with Ethan Hollander out of Costa Rica. It just goes down on that, or kicks out on that final turn. We got a couple scores on the board, and we do have more than that 12 minutes remaining. We'll continue to keep you updated with that 3-minute delay as we go. But in the last heat, taking advantage of that opportunity, it was Taimana Maripo of New Zealand who walked away with the win.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Ty. Congratulations. A 717 as your highest single wave score. That was the right that just kept giving. Talk to me about that wave.
I don't know. It just happened. I don't know. Like, it was the guy took off on the first one, and I was just hoping for another one out the back, and then it gave me some good sections on it.
Well, and you actually needed a score at the very end to go from second back into first, and you were able to make that situation change happen. How important was it getting the heat win in this first heat of the event?
Yeah, it's important.
And well, you're here with Team New Zealand. They're all around us behind the camera right now. How is it with the team atmosphere around you?
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I like it. Well, I don't know.
Well, congratulations, good luck, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much, Rachel, and great to hear from the young surfers, the Groms, you know, learning how to do a post-heat interview, keeping it kind of hidden and close to the chest as well.
Yeah, he's letting his surfing, doing the talking for the time being. I think post-heat interviews are something that maybe comes on with the career, the competitive career, but I mean, he's definitely got the surfing. He looks like a really cool customer. I dig that hat as well. But like we just touched on earlier, I love that squad energy, and that's something really unique. And already at this event, you can feel those vibes coming through. Even picking him up there with the energy in the interview, right? He's not giving much in his answers, and the squad's coming in, giving him a big hug. It's epic.
Well, let's take a look at some replays out in the water. Inigo Medina for France.
Yeah, this is the Frenchman, Medina, out of the Pays Basque, comes from the border town, actually, right down on the border of Spain, Irún. And he's a really, really good, powerful surfer from that region with a bunch of talent. The backhand attack, that sort of softer section for Ethan. So early on, just gives it a little hit, and he sets up for this. So a bit more steepness on the inside and gives it a little bit more of a full-blooded treatment to finish.
He's got a 4-point ride as his high score on the board for his opener, a 227 to back it up. Outside of that, we got a 317 on the board for Inigo. For his opening ride, that sets himself up with that second place position. And now for Mateo Paulier from Uruguay and for Chenzing Wang out of China. They're both sitting there with, you know, those opportunities to try and build in those score lines as we go through. We've got about a 3-minute delay on our clock to what's happening actually at La Bocana, and so they've still got about 13 minutes remaining on the clock, which is great to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's fast and furious, and it's almost like watching a horse race in some ways. You're used to a lot of surf heats, and things kind of settle down, you wait for action, but already from what we've seen this morning, from the way this swell's coming through. 4 surfers in the water, they're just going at it all the time. And 20-minute heats, I mean, it's all about, like we talk about, getting that proverbial strong start always in surf heats, but particularly out here today. And that energy from the youngsters, that's what we expect them to bring. And they're going to need it here. And it's ultimately, if you're going to go deep into this competition, it's going to take a little bit of everything, particularly loads of energy.
It's going to take some of that natural Red Bull already happening inside, especially for an under 18 surfer, as we see Ethan on his backhand setting himself up, hook under the lip, and he'll eject. That opening turn was looking really nice as we take a look at Inigo out the back behind. So flurry of action, plenty of waves to be ridden. Like you were saying, Paul, 20 minutes on the clock is not a long time, especially with 4 surfers in the water, but thankfully we got that consistency to our favor.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it sounds obvious. A fairly key ingredient to surf competition is having the waves. And I mean, this just looks great on screen. It looks even better when you look out live in 3D and look out on the ocean. But these long South Pacific lines coming in and just blessing this coast, really. Looking through the forecast, it just doesn't stop. It seems like even the smaller days are pretty solid by the context of a lot of places. And consistency is what we want to give everyone an opportunity. And we don't want to see surfers go out without having a chance to ride enough waves. Doesn't look like that's happening today.
Up and riding now, Mateo for Uruguay. Coming out of this region of the world, not too far from home right now. Has had the opportunity to travel to El Salvador in the past. Gets a bit of work done on that first wave. And he'll have another score to drop as we take a look at Chen Zheng. Opening up on a great looking forehand drive, sets himself up for the second, throws that tail around, and an incredible 2-turn combination.
Yeah, really nicely done. Good timing on the bottom as well. And if he's been part of that Chinese surf development program in Hainan at Wanning, I imagine he's pretty well used to a running left-hander in very warm water indeed. Pretty similar, really, climatically, this part of the world to over there. And that has been a real success story for China in terms of getting their surfers from that region. It's really cool to see this ISA pathway and to see China represented here. And a little bit of a paddle battle, we always like that. It's warm for paddle battling though. Don't want to do too much. They've got to save your energy for the surfing.
Yeah, it is. It really takes it out of you here. The water temperature, 85 degrees every day. The air temperature is going to fluctuate between about 82 degrees and maybe 88 degrees, occasionally into those 90s, as we take another look at this last wave.
Yeah, just timing for me. I just love the way he waited at the bottom. Didn't want to force it. It can be, a bit of a tendency to try and squeeze too many maneuvers in. Don't need to do that to get great scores. And I think the style's great, the polish, opening up with the rail and the power and then into the lip, but just liberating the fins, a little bit of slide, gives a little bit of visual jeopardy to things, and he's good enough to get it done. And just, speaking about those temperatures as well, the other thing, feels like maybe the air is more humid than the water because it's sticky, Shannon.
It is. Oh, man, you walk out of any kind of air conditioning in any way, even the rooms inside are humid if the aircon is off. And then you walk outside and glasses are fogging up immediately. I've got to take mine off before I exit the booth because there's no way that I can see where I'm going when I get out of here. And you just never really dry off when you're here in El Salvador.
Ethan Hollander looked like he got shot out of a cannon then, just went flying over the falls, didn't quite commit to his duck dive enough, a little bit of a shallow one, and then he just disappeared sort of stage south. So he'll be making his way back out as we see more sets filling in.
All right, good looking set approaching. This wave has a lot of power, specifically at La Bocana, but El Salvador, the waves pack a bit of punch. And we've heard the world's greatest, like a John Florence, mention that during the World Surfing Games, that you really can just get caught out because of how much power these waves have. As we take a look now at our surfer from China on his forehand. So we're still waiting for his last score to drop. He's looking to back that up now. Wave looking a little bit more challenging to kind of read as he throws to the air on the inside. We'll go to Inigo on the outside as well. This is a great matchup, well matched across the board. Everyone really coming out with that high energy for this opening heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Quality surfing as well, you have to say, particularly the likes of Inigo, but also Chen Zheng, what we saw from him. He had to be a bit more patient on that. Wasn't the wave, was it? And he sort of reflected that on the inside. He was trying to kind of force something, went for the air on the inside because he knew there wasn't a lot of energy prior to that. But that kind of surfing from Inigo there, just relentless, really, keeping that rail cutting through the water throughout. And of course, if you do that with the speed. So this is what happened with Chen Zheng. Just slopey outside, wasn't it? And he knew that here. So just snaps himself back to put him behind a section. And then another sort of abbreviated. And he thinks, you know what? Maybe a ramp here. Why not? And then right behind him, a marked contrast, a lot more steepness on the face. So that board speed, relentless throughout. And the little whip from the tail makes it look cool for a finish. He seems like a confident guy, and surfing like this will just add to that confidence as we watch Medina just kind of laying into that. And that little head flick as well for a couple of style points, why not?
He's got a couple threes on the board right now, but we are waiting for that last score to drop. At the moment, it's Costa Rica's Ethan Hollander who's sitting in that leading position with a couple of fours. He's also got that second priority next to his name. Leading that priority roster is Mateo for Uruguay. He's sitting chasing a 4.07 to get himself out of that rapid charge conversation for those 3rd and 4th place surfers. Now, taking a look at the clock, we still do have about 6 to 7 minutes remaining, not that 3.5 minutes. So there's still plenty of time for maybe 2 more waves per surfers potentially. And we can see the scores now starting to drop for that last exchange between Inigo and between Chen Zheng. Now, Chen Zheng has dropped in a 5.67 for that surfing for his last wave, sets himself, sorry, his second to last wave, sets himself up into that 2nd place position, and we will have 1 more score to drop for him as we wait for the last of Inigo as well.
Yeah, well worthy of that number as well. Really nice polish to it. I loved, as I mentioned, I like the timing, but just the sort of calmness as well. It's like that mental calmness almost between the maneuvers to not kind of panic and rush things, don't make those unforced mistakes that you don't need to. And those are the kind of things, really. I guess, I mean, Barton will be able to speak to this. It's quite hard to coach that sort of stuff. It's just something that some surfers really seem to be able to do it and be able to keep that kind of mental space on the wave between the maneuvers, not panic, not rush things. He looks very calm. It's very impressive.
Yeah, it's really one of those things that kind of just seems to be embedded inside of a surfer. Maybe something that can be learned, but could take a very long time to learn. And you'd really need to be working with the right person to even be able to kind of explain some of those things. Wherever you're tuning in, thank you so much for joining us online at ISAsurfing. And be sure to use the hashtags and to tag at ISAsurfing wherever you're at on Instagram. Great to see that Inigo Medina has been posting some things, and we've got Surfing France, of course, behind the scenes with the great French team here. Team France, over all ISA events, has been one of those really winning teams. They seem to be able to just get the job done. They have really worked out the format, the kind of the long-winded nature of an ISA event and what it means to have that team behind a surfer to really carry them all the way and to walk into those team championships. China's a team that would love to be able to come through with that strength as we see this next wave from our surfer in white. And we've got Inigo with an opportunity as well. So a little battle here as we take a look at the backhand attack from Inigo. Just ditches those fins.
Yeah, super vertical, shorter wave. Not sure if it will threaten this top 2, but he's definitely decided to keep catching waves, take opportunities. As he rode a wave in the previous set, his priority wouldn't have been as up the order as his adversary, so he saw a little opportunity and thought, why not? You can see as this line fills in, a bit of size on it, and that energy you mentioned, the power as well. It really does kind of open up in terms of maneuvers. Here's Mateo live.
Up and riding, little check on his backhand, sets himself up for a bigger maneuver as he connects with that finishing section. He's currently chasing a 6.5, and that's because we have had some other scores dropping in, Paul, for the rest of the field. So it's gaining in that kind of that pressure situation for both 3rd and 4th. Inigo has dropped in a 5.5 for his second to last wave, sets him up in 2nd, where Chen Zheng has dropped in a 3.23 to take himself up into lead. So at the moment, China in 1st, France in 2nd, and decent requirements on 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Mateo, just on that wave, it's just a bit sluggish, wasn't it? It's your kind of first impression. You're watching the wave, you can't help but look at the speed, or in that particular case, kind of lack of it relatively compared to some of those bigger numbers, those 5s that we've seen coming through. He's going to want to try and find something with a bit of pace, and he won't have ages to go about doing that. But we talk about how consistent this place is. You see that shot there, just multiple stacked lines to the horizon. The Southern Hemisphere winter, that South Pacific firing us energy throughout. You were here for longboards a couple of weeks ago, and it's really big throughout that event, right? I mean, generally speaking, not generally looking for big waves in the longboard events, but just absolutely pumping throughout. It's so consistent. It's so hard to think somewhere where else in the world right now is providing more quality, consistent surf than this.
It's an incredible place, especially for events, because when we're at an ISA event and we get like a 3 to 5 foot day that shows up on our forecast, we're like, oh man, it's so small. Anywhere else in the world, you're like, 3 to 5 foot, it's firing, we're frothing. But usually we're looking at, 5 to 7, sometimes up to those 10-foot faces. And we're looking for that swell to even be increasing next week. We had some of those bigger swells, not as big as we've seen during the longboard event last week, but it was pretty solid. And at Sunzal, we were getting, minute-long waves as the regular. So there was a lot of, those long paddles, those really long rides. We're going to see some of that as the, the forecast continues to build for us this week. We've still got plenty of time remaining on the clock. Remember, there is a bit of a delay, so we've still got more time remaining to finish out this heat, as we've currently got China increasing that leading position. A 4.37 has dropped in for last of Wang, and he's currently sitting in that first place position. Starting out really well for Team China. Of course, we have all heard the kind of global name of Zixi Yang, who qualified herself for the Olympics at just 14 years old at the World Surfing Games about 2 months ago. And now she'll be here competing between the under 16s and the under 18s division. Her teammate, just the two of them representing China here, currently sitting in that leading position, and one of those nations that we've really seen embrace the idea that surfing has hit the Olympic stage and put in all the effort to make sure they're getting there.
Absolutely. I mean, that story is absolutely incredible from her point of view. How cool is that to represent the country? But I mean, imagine 10 years ago you said, okay, we're going to have the Olympics, it's going to be at Teahupo'o, we're going to have a 14-year-old Chinese girl in it. It sounded kind of crazy, and that is, it really is just the development and that, like you said, the Olympics, that's countries like China, a huge global powerhouse on the sporting stage, on the Olympic stage, and that's exactly why that investment has come from them. Not just investment in terms of money, but a real commitment to finding talent and to develop them, to bring in coaches and bearing fruit. She's going to be surfing in the Paralympics in Tahiti. How cool is that?
Absolutely insane. I mean, one of the coolest stories that we've seen coming out of that ISA conversation for a long time, though there are many of them, because we got 48 qualified Olympians heading to Paris, or heading to Tahiti specifically. And we've got a paddle here looking to kind of finish out this heat with his priority, Inigo, up and riding, and finds a two-turn combination, looking for an explosive finish. Just needs a 4.5 to take himself in that red jersey into that winning position to secure that post-heat interview and to keep Team France on top for the opening of this heat. Mateo looks like he had a little bit of a stumble coming out of that first turn, and unfortunately just gets ahead of himself on the next section as well, as we take a look at Chen Zheng on his forehand, and he'll go down without being able to complete that end section. So a little battle here on the finish to see who's going to walk away with that leading position, and if there's going to be the potential for that second place to be in danger in any way. We'll take a look at Ethan. It looks like that buzzer would have sounded, and I will think that this heat will be over now out in the lineup, and it will be the battle for first.
Yeah, Inigo, just a lot of spark in his surf, and the commitment to the rail, even between the maneuvers, he's looked really, really crisp throughout. I think it was as a 4-4 was he chasing to get back into first at the end there. Couple of nice turns from him, a lot of spark, bit of authority. He's throwing spray, he's looking quick. Let's see where that goes with the panel as we watch our surfer Chen Zheng out of China bring this in, and he'll bring it in a little carefully here. There's those cobblestones popping up. You want to look after the board, make sure the fins stay intact. Take your time, no rush to come in and either get your interview or hear the good news that you've got through in second. But we reckon it's those two. And you just looking at performances, even without diving too much into the scoreboards, they were the quality surfers in that heat, Shannon.
Yeah, they certainly were the standouts. We're waiting for that last score of Inigo to drop in. Last of Mateo comes through at a 2.33. He'll stay in that fourth place position. Ethan will stay in third, And with a 6.07 on the last wave of Inigo Medina, he will take away that leading position for Team France, and it will be Chen Zheng Wang out of China with a solid second place performance.
Yeah, I like it. I like the score. He was the best surfer in the heat for sure. I thought he caught the best waves. He looked great throughout and just looked like having that real authority and confidence, and yeah, good effort.
Well, a great way to continue on day one for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We've got more action to come when we return.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the action here for day one of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. 441 of the world's best juniors here to compete this week, representing 54 nations. And we got a long week ahead of us with opening day underway, Paul.
Yeah, and what a way to kick things off. Bright sunshine. We talked about how warm and delightful it is. The key ingredient, the wave. They showed up. It's a little bit of wind, a slight amount of texture out there. It's not affecting things adversely at all. Good scores coming through. And really, really enjoying the show so far. Can't wait to see how the rest of the day unfolds.
Now into heat number 4 of the morning for our under 18 boys. Round number 1. Top 2 will be heading through the main round, bottom 2 into the rapid charge, as we have Spain, South Africa, Chinese Taipei, and Guatemala in the lineup. Alfonso Suarez, Simon Winter, John Chan, and Jose Emilio Paz, looking to keep themselves in the main rounds moving forward, which means slightly less surfing by the end of the week. An important thing, especially for some of those surfers that are doing kind of double time, that are in that under 16 category still, but maybe their team isn't completely filled out with 3 in the under 18s for their division, and they're surfing up as well. So staying in the main rounds certainly helps keep it to slightly less surfing.
Yeah, definitely. And if you were doing double duty, you definitely want to be managing the energy levels as well, because it takes a bit out of you at any time, kind of emotionally and physically, surfing the heat, doing all the prep, particularly when it's as warm as it is here. But we like the exuberance of the youngsters, and we like the action already from this guy, Suarez.
He's already dropped in a 4.83 for his opening wave, up and riding on his second, and really throwing it all out there on the tail work for that finishing maneuver. He'll be sitting with 2 scores on the board. We've got another set just approaching here. Like you said, that wind and that texture is just starting to pick up a little bit more. Tends to happen here, especially if it's a clear day. You can see there's not much cloud cover and just bright and shiny with the sun. That wind starts to really pick up as that air temperature, as that land temperature starts to heat up as well. Jose with a quick in and out on the inside section.
Yeah, just a quick wave for Jose Emilio. But this was the Spaniard Suarez. Yeah, putting a bit into this. Going off the bottom turn into a softer lip section at a Gijón in Asturias, which in my opinion is the very finest part of the Kingdom of Spain. I absolutely love that coastline. Beautiful place, green. Like they get a bit of rainfall there. You got the mountains behind, beautiful waves. Some really well-known waves, some lesser known, and Gijón is a great town with a really strong cider scene as well. So if you like your natural cider, Gijón's your place.
What kind of waves have they got there? A bit of variety, more beach breaks.
Yeah, there's quite well known that the kind of mini Mundaka, Rodillas, which is nearby, which is a beautiful spot, and then punchy beach breaks, some wedgy ones. And then a couple of slightly sort of quieter waves around, but it's a really, really cool spot. It's on the pilgrimage route, right? So a lot of people going back millennia walk that route. So they're really used to welcoming people just passing through, and the people, I feel like they're really kind of quite open and welcoming people, and it's just a really cool part of the world to spend time.
What an amazing place for someone like Alfonso to grow up and to spend his days learning how to surf and now competing at the world stage. We're down to 14 minutes remaining on the clock, and that last heat was really exciting. We saw France come out with a big win, and we got Rachel Tilley on the side.
Thanks, guys. Wow, a buzzer beater at the end to take the lead. Talk to me about how important it was to get the win in that first heat.
J'ai eu un peu de pression parce que pour moi, il fallait vraiment que je passe cette première série. C'était compliqué d'entrer dans une compétition importante comme ça, et je me sens super bien d'avoir passé ma série.
Voilà. There was a lot of pressure coming into that heat, but it meant a lot to win it and get through to the next round.
And you have a silver medal here previously in 2022, so you're familiar with this wave. How is your confidence competing back at La Bocana and El Sunzal?
C'est forcément très frustrant. Non, pas frustrant, voilà, je bégaye. Oh shit. Non, vas-y, je sais pas quoi dire, mec, j'en peux plus. Je me suis senti j'avais un peu de stress au début de la série parce que j'ai eu une silver medal il y a 2 ans, et je pense que je peux arriver en finale cette année, donc forcément il y a eu du stress dans cette première série. Voilà.
It means a lot to him to win this heat. There was a bit of pressure coming into it, but he feels like he can get into finals day and hopefully do better than 2 years ago.
Anything you'd like to say back to France and at home?
Sorry?
Anything you'd like to say to France?
Merci à toute ma famille, tous ceux qui sont derrière moi. Gros bisous à mes parents et Nico, Lola et Pierrot. Gros cœur.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Inigo. He took out the silver medal here at this Wave La Bocana 2022 World Junior Championship. So one better means going for gold.
Yeah, he said he wanted to improve on it. I like it. I think it's Jay Phipps there doing the translation as well. Yeah, so he grew up in Seignos. He's competing in the French team. His dad's a really well-known shaper from Australia, based in France. His mum's from Wales, Christine. But yeah, I think that's Jay on the translations, which I like.
I like that.
And another really cool interview. At one point, he's like, you know what? I don't know what to say. he's just being honest. Love that.
So good. It's great to have you on the team as well, Paul. You got a little bit of French in your, kind of repertoire of languages that you could be throwing out this week, spending the last 20 years.
Yeah,
on the French coast?
Yeah, it's I went there, just put my stuff in my car, and I'm still there. I sort of went on a surf trip, and
just never got away
it's
again.
Still happening. Yeah, it sort of does still feel like a bit like a surf trip as well. So it's a beautiful place to live. Obviously, really well known for the surf scene, but there's lots of other cool things about the place. And sometimes after a little while, you start to appreciate some of the other things. But if you just want to go and surf, what a spot.
What an incredible place. I mean, the entire coast of, Europe, like you were talking about with where Alfonso comes out of that coastline in Spain, just incredibly, a great variety of waves, a great culture, a place to be able to really have a good time traveling if you're not from the area. As we take a look at a paddle here now from the South African, from Simon Winter out of Kolmaki in Cape Town. And some very cold water that he's used to competing in. Great little left-hander off of Kolmaki, off the reefs there, but also some punchy beach breaks and some of the heaviest kind of beach breaks along the coast of South Africa in his home.
And speaking about like beautiful towns, I mean, how nice is that coast? It's absolutely incredible. So much on offer there. But yeah, you got to be prepared to throw quite a bit of wetsuit on, even in summer, right? What's
it's
there?
freezing.
Almost was colder in summer.
You got the divide there of the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean as well, just kind of around the Cape, and you can get a big water degree kind of difference in temperatures on either ocean on any day, with about a 30-minute drive between the two. As we take a look now at John Chan out of Chinese Taipei, he's a surfer that has really had some exceptional performances here at the ISA World Juniors. It's been exciting to see him kind of grow in some of that confidence, really looking for that first breakout result for him still, but putting together a lot of solid effort along the way.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the spring in his step. He was just coiling, waiting to hit that thing, and it never really cooperated. It was always just a little bit wobbly for him. You can see he was ready to go. Like all the way to the end, he was just like really wanted to drive out of that bottom turn into the lip, but on that particular occasion, it didn't happen for him. But get that guy a wave, and he's going to give it the treatment.
Alfonso now up and riding a 6.17 as his high score so far, looking to build in the 4.83 into the second turn now.
Ooh.
Nice combination between those first two. Goes a little knock knee just to hold on to his balance for the finish, but gets the job done.
I like it. He does that I almost didn't make that kind of thing. And just to show us, maybe to underline how tricky a section that was to hit. I like the commitment. I haven't seen really any safety surfing from anybody so far this morning. You could understand if people were, you know, two surfers going through trying to play safe. I love the commitment to the turns.
Up and riding now, Jose. He's been a little bit quieter throughout this heat, now starting to find some more rhythm as we're down to the back half of it. Throws it up into the lip line to finish. That was going to be challenging to kind of take those steps all the way down.
Yeah, just a little late, wasn't he, getting up there? But again, underlining the commitment. He tried to hit that one as hard as he possibly could, but just a little bit off from the beginning. By contrast, some of the surfers we've seen getting more legit numbers. This is the work of Alfonso Suarez as he commits. And really, you saw fins there. You saw the tail go through that pitching lip. And that power does its best to bounce him off. He says, nope, I'm going to hang on. He goes the Safa, Simon Winter. And just tried to squeeze in that last maneuver and did it, got it done. And he'll be happy to get the completion.
John now up and riding, originally from Taipei, Chinese Taipei, but living in Encinitas, California. And there we go, finding that rhythm finally. That first wave, like you said, he was kind of coiled up and ready to go. That second one able to get a little bit more of that work done. As we take a look at Simon on his forehand, so staying nice and busy. First priority now sitting with Alfonso Suarez out of Spain, around 7 minutes remaining on the clock, and Alfonso out in the leading position with a 7.5. Now that battle for seconds really open because there's a big combination requirement on that second place takeaway third, meaning that that surfer in second needs 2 new scores on the board to even get to the heat total of our leading surfer. And it could be kind of at this stage, you could see that combination broken out of, or you could see that battle for second really unfolding.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about that textbook strong start. Suarez just belting it. 7.5. That's a big, big number, and his confidence will go from strength to strength, and he'll keep surfing.
Alfonso now up and riding, heat leader. Goes big on his opening turn, puts all that risk on the line.
Yeah, I mean, it won't pan out to be a big number, but just squeezing the extra juice. First turn, super aggressive, goes up so steep and blows that tail out the back. It just looks really cool, the degree of difficulty, the risk, and it's just dynamic. It's just something different than kind of stock surfing and looking down the line for your next maneuver. Just putting so much into that, and that's why he's already got big, big numbers on the board. And those backhand turns from him in this one and in the last heat as well, Inigo. Judges really enjoying them, able to go up really vertical on the backhand on these lefts and get good scores.
Scores to drop now for last of red and last of blue. Last of green is in as a 4.23, so that betters his situation, but let's take another look at this for last of red.
I mean, he didn't really blow out the tail. He blew the midsection of the board as well through the lip. Just gives it so much extra spice. Really cool to see. And even if that doesn't threaten his top two, just the extra confidence as well from doing those kind of maneuvers. And just sort of showing you got an extra gear. You got a little bit more spark. All of those things key, obviously, to getting good numbers. But just feeling good about yourself and trying to find that kind of holy grail headspace of where you feel like you're free surfing when you're actually competing for, well, if he goes further, a medal in the ISA World Juniors. Really cool.
Yeah, really cool. There's a lot on the line this week. It'll be fun to be able to hear from more of these surfers as they're taking out those heat wins, to be able to kind of hear a little bit more about that mindset, that approach coming into things.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, you're potentially a long, long way from home. You're representing your country, which could go a couple of ways, right? It could add a bit more pressure to you. It's like I'm literally representing the whole land of where I come from. Or you vibe off that team thing and you just enjoy the fact that, you know what, this isn't, surfing is such an individual sport and competition, but so unique about this is that squad energy. And you use that really just to support each other. And who knows what can happen.
So exciting. 54 nations in the running this week with quite a few former medalists that are in the draw. Out of those 441 surfers, you know, we've got surfers like Hans Odriozola, who took out that gold medal at the U16s just last year in Brazil, only about 6 months ago. So not a lot of time wasted in between the ISA, getting a couple ISA World Juniors connected together. So a lot of these surfers will still be kind of buzzing off that energy even from that event. As we take a look at Simon Winter, he goes down on that final turn, but got that opening ride underway. He's also bumped himself back up into second. John down into third, comes in for that first turn under the lip and has a little bit of that kind of frothy nature on the face of the wave that he's had to fight with throughout that last one. Chasing a 3.69 on the board. And for Jose Emilio Paz out of Guatemala, kind of the quieter surfer in the draw right now. He's chasing a 6.07, proudly representing his country of Guatemala, with hopes to one day, you know, become that professional surfer, to compete on the WSL Tour side. And one of the great things about this event for the World Junior Surfing Championships with the ISA is that we have so many of those World Tour competitors that have gone through this event. Specifically, the reigning world champions in Caroline Marks and Felipe Toledo for the WSL, they are former gold medalists here at the World Junior Championships with the ISA, which is a great opportunity for so many of these Groms to come in and go, one day I could be that world champion. The journey starts right here, winning a gold medal.
Yeah, absolutely. What a really cool story. And surfers dreaming of big, big careers. And he talked about those little stepping stones, the little milestones that you need to make on the way. This is a great way to really make a name for yourself and measure yourself as well. Thinking, am I good enough? They're still in that stage of their career where it's like, okay, can I do this? I think I'm good. I've done well when I was really young in local events. And now you're starting to go up against some of the very best from all around the world. And you get a good sense of that. And what a cool way to, yeah, just bring in new experience to competing as well. Maybe with some of that edge taken off of the individual events or thinking about qualifying and that sort of thing and representing your country. It's a really good way of doing it differently. We saw that last wave of John Chan there. A little bit frantic for him. He needs to just settle down. He doesn't need to panic. Don't get too caught up in the fact there's really big numbers for Alfonso, right? Second place is all you've really got to aim at as well. So don't need to really worry too much about numbers of first. He doesn't need a big number to go into second. Simon Winter, the South African, didn't add significantly, fell on his last wave as well. I'd like to see John. He looks like a great surfer, but he's not caught good-looking waves. That one was foamy, it was slopey. He needs to find himself a little bit of quality.
Yeah, really being able to kind of make that good decision in wave selection can make or break a heat, especially when it's down to those smaller requirements. A slightly cleaner wave is going to give that opportunity for 1-2 good turns, which could equal, you know, that less than 4-point ride and requirement on the board. There you can see John trying desperately to paddle away from Simon, though. We've kind of lost their colors in the glare, but those two that are paddling away from the other two, John's on the outside position, Simon's on the inside. Simon has higher priority than John at the moment, so he's doing well to try and control his advancing position.
Yeah, absolutely. And those tactical decisions and moves that you have to make in competitive surfing, it can only do so much, particularly though if multiple waves in the set come through. It will at some point, if that happens, have to make a decision. But right now you can just stay close physically. You can breathe down your adversary's neck, put a bit of pressure on and say, hey buddy, I'm here, and you still need a score.
30 seconds remaining on the clock. And a little bit of a line coming through. Jose on the inside position. He might be able to get into this one. He's looking to put himself into position if this wave will break in time. Strong paddle. And the Guatemalan now up and riding. Looking to improve on a couple of small scores, will need a 6.07 to give himself that advancing position. But even just being able to unleash, to get a couple turns together, it's going to build in that confidence moving forward in the rapid charge side of things.
Yeah, definitely found himself a wave. That's what he needed to do. That was the first part of the task. Not sure we saw a score of the magnitude of the 6 that he requires, but he did the right thing in terms of scratching himself onto that. And he'll bring that one onto the inside as we watch this paddle out the back.
And it looks like that timer is now accurate on the board. Times out, surfers riding into that prone position. And a great way for Alfonso Suarez out of Gion in Spain to kick off his campaign with a 7.5 and a 6.17. Solid heat total to be advancing through into the next round. Simon Winter of South Africa will take away that second place position. John Chan just falls out in third, very close between second and third within that heat, and Jose Emilio Paz in fourth. Third and fourth heading to the rapid charge round. More action to come when we return. Paul Evans alongside Barton Lynch to call it all.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And a very warm welcome back to beautiful El Salvador. It is a lovely sunny morning to kick things off in competition. ISA World Juniors in the water, under 18 boys. Let's check out Kai Kushner of the USA, Jack Young from Puerto Rico, Mario Gutierrez from Ecuador, Isael Brito from Dominica. I'm Paul Evans, and I'm absolutely delighted to say I'm joined by the 88 world champ, the man, the myth, the legend, BL. How you doing, mate?
Good to work with you, mate.
How good's this?
Time together.
We're having fun, aren't we?
Yeah, we're having fun, mate. El Salvador's a great place to be. It's balmy, hot out there, steamy, and the conditions are great. Lots of waves on hand, lefts, rights. La Bacana is a really great competitive venue because there's, like I heard you say in the previous heats, there's a lot of sets that come through. They go both ways, so it's a perfect competitive place to be.
Absolutely loving the vibes as well that we've seen already. Just some of the interviews that we're seeing and that squad energy and the fact that people over here representing their countries. We had a little package from you in one of the breaks. I just got a bit emotional, mate, talking about how good surfing is and it can change the world. Yeah. Let's do it. Starts here.
I mean, it's just such a wonderful mission, isn't it, to make the world a better place through surfing.
All right, live action here on the backhand. We'll check out Isael. Giving it some treatment, a smaller wave, but a bit of steepness to it. A nice spice from him. And a little bit of swag in the kick out too. And he'll open his account here in this heat. 20 minutes, not a lot of time, mate, to get things going. And starting strong, always important, but 20 minutes is going to go super quick.
Yeah, it's the type of conditions, 4 people heats. You just don't want to get, you want to own the start is always my idea. If you can own the start, get the best of that opening exchange, you set yourself up, you take the pressure off. If your first couple of rides, waves that you ride do not score, then the pressure starts to mount. So the opening exchange is always super important. We can see a competitive moment here.
Oh, here we go. Jack Young goes right. It was Kushner having a look. That's a nice turn with a little release on a softer section. Just a little tweak out of the tail from Jack Young. But yeah, Kai was having a sniff at that one as well. And it's that elbows out kind of start to a heat. Make a bit of room from yourself. And again, wow, that was nice. Opening up the body is Sale again. So we saw a quick left from him and put a bit more welly into that one.
Yeah, he's a big, tall, strong kid. Looks like a grown-up on a wave. That's always, you know, that can be a differentiating fact here in the juniors. You know, size and power really presents itself well. He's had 2 rides now. Judges are going to be considering those and see where those opening exchanges go. Jack Young with Kai Kushner, that was an interesting moment. He got a little chip in at the top above Kai and just jumped to his feet so quickly and held the American off that one. I've done a little bit of coaching quite a long time, a couple of years ago with Kai Kushner. Goofy footer, great young surfer.
Bit of a bomb set, just capping out the back. Surfers getting their positioning and trying to put themselves in the spot as we see them paddle to the right of your screen, just trying to find position on this peak. And no priority, of course, at the beginning of heat, so it's putting yourself on the right part of the peak. Kushner there. He's had a little tentative paddle for that one, realised he was never going to get on, so unable to open up as yet. Let's have another look at this Spartan.
Oh, I see that little chip. He just was up so fast. Youthful exuberance. Just could, you know, that was a competitive mode. Look at that. He gets that little chip above him and gets the moment in. It was a better left. I think it's fair to say that was a better left. Got the one turn in, it was a nice turn, and you'd feel good about his competitive prowess and the ability to take that wave off Kai, but I think the left was most probably going to be a better scoring option.
And how much of a psychological blow is that? I mean, it wasn't a massively significant scoring wave, but just signs of like maybe a rival that you're sizing up against, and you just kind of get the nod in that first little, even a paddling exchange. Does that help?
Well, I mean, at this point in time with the 317 and the 2.67, nothing really of consequence. If Kai Kushner now, you know, uses his priority situation with Mario Gutierrez from Ecuador, and they both get better scores, the 317 and the 267, then you don't mind waiting. But if you don't come in, you know, significantly higher than those couple of threes that we see there, you know, high 2s, low 3s, those scores aren't something they're going to want to keep anyway.
And again, some concerted paddle efforts, no ride there, as we'll just pick up live here, and we're watching Burrito again, just sticking to that backhand. And let's go down and hear from the winner at last heat. Alfonso Suarez is with Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, congratulations, Alfonso. You looked really confident out there. Talk to me about how that heat win felt.
Yeah, the waves are so good. I start the heat really quickly with 2 solid scores, and then wait for the big ones for take a big score. So yeah, really happy to make the heat and ready for the next.
Well, you looked confident in your wave selection, as you were just saying. What did your preparation out there look like in the lead up to this event?
Well, in the free surfings, there are some people and you can't take the good ones. So I have to stay patient in the point to catch the big waves and do my best.
And your team spirit here, representing Spain. Talk to me about how it is with your team.
Yeah, the team is incredible. The vibes are so good, and yeah, I stay with Alejo and Hans. Hans is the current world champion, and it's a pleasure to stay with him in the team because I have to learn a lot with.
Well, it looks like it's paying off out there. You looked fantastic. Is there anything you'd like to say to your family and to Spain back home?
Bueno, familia, amigos, gracias por apoyarme desde casa y espero seguir a tope en Surfaliana Bocana.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Great stuff. Thanks, Rachel. Big smile from him. What a great surfer. And a bit of authority and confidence coming through. A good number as well. Got that 7 in that one. And he's full of spark. Why wouldn't you be? He's having a great time.
You know, the Spanish team, we see generationally, you know, the 70s was the time of the Hawaiians, the 80s was the Australians, the 90s was the momentum generation. Then we had sort of Mick Fanning, Joel Parko for a while. Andy Irons had his time there as well with Kelly Slater. Here we go.
Representing Puerto Rico and sitting down, Jack Young. Got good flow to the start of that ride and good amplitude to the turn, but didn't have the legs to pull that one. That's a nice looking wave. But
so what I'm seeing is that the Spanish and the European nations, their time is coming. We see them, you know, Hans Odriozola, Kai Odriozola is at the Challenger Series at Snapper Rocks and on that tour now progressed up there. And so we can see the Spanish team really preparing for the future. Here's Kai Kushner.
Oh, wow, so loose off the bottom. Look at the style and the flow from him as he cuts one with a snap down with speed. Really nice, just stings it. Wow, great combo on the end. Love that. Really good surfing.
So that answers the question, doesn't it? He waited half the heat, the opening half of the heat, call it, thereabouts, and will get the highest scoring wave. The other waves now become inconsequential, and the wait was worth it. It just felt good to watch him surf. Such flow and style, as well as some beautiful moves. It didn't look nervous, didn't look like the weight had affected him in any way, shape or form. Came out firing. That's going to be the best wave so far, without question.
Cool as a cucumber.
Yes.
So polished as well. We've seen kind of numbers come on sort of steeper waves. The surface going really vert. That one was more down the line. He just made it look so good. And he knew kind of when to put a little extra in.
Yeah.
Let's see where that goes numbers-wise. Here's a paddle from Gutierrez on the backhand. Right-hander tucks the back knee in and gives it a little flick down on an opening section. This one's steeper, doesn't give it loads, but crucially, gets to completion. And he'll open his account. We've already lost 10 minutes in this. Where does time go in a 20-minute heat?
It flies by, as they say, when you're under pressure. It goes even faster. And I think that Mario Gutierrez's wave there for Ecuador, that may be the second best wave of the heat. So we're going to see those guys who took their time really get the benefit.
All right, what's Jack Young got for us here? Nice looking section from him. This will go a little slope in. We'll just kind of skid through to an inside, tagging it on the backhand. Still looking to milk this thing. If it stands up, he'll give it a little whack.
Oh, nice.
Which he does. And not overly forcing that, just realizing what kind of potential's there from the wave and matching essentially the energy of the wave to his surfing. That's the name of the game, Barton.
That's dancing with your dance partner and not stepping on their toes and letting the wave lead and help, you know, creating flow that way. I feel like Jack's got a beautiful style. Looks familiar to me to certain elements of Andy Irons, Bruce Irons, that kind of natural footed approach. Kai Kushner, first turn into a beautiful snap. This is where I watched your face kind of go, oh, this kid's good. Into the third and the final turn on the inside. Beautiful wave. I feel like it's a 7-point ride in contrast to what we've seen as well. Nice float there. As you said, nothing too radical, but everything was fast, sharp, and stylish. And as you said, his tempo matched the tempo of the wave absolutely perfectly, and that was beautiful surfing. Here we go. Just a couple of snaps here. Pushing the board. You see how quickly the board was moving, rail to rail, little movements in the knees and the ankles to keep the board moving. Kind of got a little bit disconnected from that wave at times, but just with a calm, casual approach, was able to kind of surf his way back into rhythm with it.
All right, here we go on the backhand with a bit of meat on this one. Tons of speed, almost grabs the rail on the bottom turn and flicks off plenty of water. Another nice hit from him. A little hung up there. And that just shows the sort of subtleties of how hard you're going to hit it, making that decision. How much do you put your board up high? Don't want to get hung up, so not getting the completion there. We're still waiting for Kai's previous number to come through. And obviously, like we're looking at maneuvers here. But as soon as he got to his feet, the speed he got from the takeoff instantly, before he even started doing any turns, you instantly thought, okay, wow, I'm watching a surfer here.
Yeah, I'm watching a good surfer here. And all week we're going to be seeing those kids that the names that we will see on the Challenger Series, on the World Championship Tour, and in the Olympic Games above all else. And all four of these guys have had a good start. Isail has to, he's got the lead now, but it's on, 3-point rides as an average. He's really going to need to, I see that change. Here he goes. He's got his chance to up those threes into something more significant.
Right on cue, busts out the tail, almost disconnects the rail line completely. And as a result of that, just washes off a bit of speed. Not what he wanted to do, but the aggression from him is very much on point. And after going at it, hammer and tongs really in the opening couple of minutes. Right now, he's going to try and find himself a bit of quality. Bit of quality dropped in from Kushner.
Yeah.
6.83 from him. A solid, solid number, particularly in the context of the wave compared to some of the bombs we've seen come through. That one's slopey. That's a really good number for that kind of a wave.
Through the style, the technique, and as you said, the timing that he had with the wave was perfect. It was beautiful surfing. Thought it was a 7, so you know, my mind and the judges are on track this morning. I'm feeling what they're thinking. And it'd be interesting to see where Mario Gutierrez's wave comes in. 2 backhand turns. It was a bigger, wallier kind of wave. And you know, the backhand turns have been scoring really well at all levels of professional surfing. And here at the juniors, it'd be interesting to see when this score drops, how he goes. 3.5 for the last of Jack Young's. It was a longer ride, but it didn't have any real sections or moments of consequence. So that 3 is the score that dropped there.
Yeah, it's amazing the difference in the angle as well. When we watched the replay of that and we were looking into the wave, it looked a lot slopier, didn't it? A little softer. When we saw that tighter angle following him down the line, it looked so much crisper. And of course, our judges will be using all of those angles, all of that intelligence to making sure they nail these numbers.
Yeah, and they you know, obviously they watch it in real time, get an idea of what they think before they go to the replays. They try to stick to one angle of the replay, the front-on angle, so that they're consistent because, you know, those different angles, as you were alluding to, give you a different impression. And if you sort of watch too many different angles, as we see the flock of seabirds flying just outside the line up there, alive and with nature here in El Salvador, the jungle right behind us.
All right, Gutierrez off the bottom, patient off the bottom. Maybe didn't quite get as much as that as he would have hoped. He looked like he was setting up to really hit it. Maybe doubted himself a little bit as he was approaching the lip.
Yeah, and maybe if he'd heard his first score, he'd know where he was in the game and be a little more confident about things. Still waiting on that first score. So it's a really, you know, long time to wait. And when you hear the score, it can either, if it's a small, lower score than you would have imagined in your mind, it motivates you or it depletes your energy depending on how you respond in that situation. 3.73, dropped in for Kai Kushner's second, consolidating his first. Judges waiting with another score to drop for Kai, but still thinking on Ecuador's very first ride, and they need to get that to him. He's only 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, and he doesn't know what he's had yet. So what you have determines the strategies, it determines the moves. And because he doesn't know, and he's down the priority roster, he's up and riding now. That was the way to approach that section, though, right? He had to go for it. There was not going to be a score of any influence without having a proper dig, and he tried that. Get moving, mate. Time's ticking.
So trying to get the backhand reverse. Not a lot on offer there. He's just going to keep surfing right now. That's all he can do. Numbers coming in for him. There's our screen updated. A couple of 3s, 3.8303. As we'll pick up live, and another mistake from Jack Young. I don't know what happened there. He just disappeared at the bottom of the wave. He was looking down the line. It looked good, and that will be a little bit of frustration from his point of view. And he's made a couple of mistakes in this one. He looks like a great young surfer, but a couple of unforced errors here, really, Barton.
Drops. Oh, yeah, that and well, the head and the mind was ahead of the moment he was actually in, and you could see him contemplating what he was going to do, and the attention wasn't focused in what he was actually doing at that moment. The wave grabbed the nose of the board, and down he went.
Well, what you want when that happens is a chance to make amends immediately. It's what he's got here. He's got speed 2 off the bottom, really nice and vert as he pushes. Just the one turn. But what you don't want to do after you've made a mistake is sit out the back and just pickle and think about it for too
stew
long.
on it. Yeah.
So a chance to wash it off. Here goes Brito, winding in. Goes a little mid-face with that turn on his way to the lip. And then it all gets a little bit confused as he tries to attack again. His work still ahead of him in this heat. Couple of minutes on the clock, but it's pretty low scoring from second to fourth. This is anyone's, really.
Yeah, and the interesting thing for me is the 3.80 of Mario Gutierrez's was the second best wave of the heat so far. So of all the threes, you know, he was right there with that 3.8, and it's kind of, in that sense, got second out of that opening exchange.
Up again here. Nice bit of steepness on this left. And goes up almost in slow motion into the lip, recovers it well. and looks to get back on the tools on an inside section here. A little snap back to the white water. There's not loads of points on offer through this inside section. Second place position. It's a vulnerable one with those numbers right now.
Yeah, it sure is. And really, when you look at all of the other scores beyond the 6.83, we're trapped in that sort of 2.5 to 3, high 4, low 4, high 3. They're stuck in that range, and anything that gets to a 4 is going to really have an influence at this point in time.
Absolute bomb out the back. Look at this thing. Plenty of energy from this swell. Kushner's with priority. He's deep. He's on the other side. Here he is. He's on the right-hander here. And he's got himself a wave. Little pump. And then the coiled spring. Nice drift. Really well gathered. Straight with the speed. Doesn't get the second turn done. Jack Young, an important wave for him. Oh, kind of misses a section. And it's been a bit like that for him this heat. He's just got awkward sections and wobbles that have wobbled him off waves, basically. Here's Brito. What's he got for us? Well, aggressive snap that we've seen a few times from him. And then leaning in to try and go and throw some spray out of this backhand pocket. Nice little wiggle. He'll get one more done here. Putting plenty into this. Loads of energy. And that's what he needed to do, is ask a question. The requirement 367, multiple maneuvers.
The majority of the good stuff happened at the end of the wave when the wave was small, it was tapering down. But it feels like in relation to everything else that happened, there was some real throw of the tail and some aggression in those last rides. There's a chance that it could go to a flat 4. And that's what he's kind of going to need, We throw away, there's 5 judges scoring the ride. The high and the low are thrown away, and then divide the other 3. Is there a chance that that comes in at a 4-point ride? Judges still thinking about rides for blue, red and white.
Yeah, well, we know these guys think, yeah, that's the number. We're loving the support from the squads, the energy, that crew energy. It's not something you always see at surf competitions. Really unique about surfing in the ISAs, and really enjoyable encounters so far. This guy, real quality from him. Yeah. Everyone else in the field really just kind of left chasing, and when it's low scoring, it keeps it close, and we do get these dramatic finishes. What we got here is with the panel of judges right now, as they're checking out replays and crunching the numbers here. Let's see who'll advance in second place position alongside the American, and who's heading to repechage.
Dominican Republic, they look pretty happy with it. There was a lot of missed opportunity in that heat, thinking Kai Kushner, heat winner or leader, he fell on a few right-handers there that if he would have completed, it wouldn't have been so close. Here's the replay. There was that catch and loss of control that would affect things. Nice section here. Again, it was a little flat and didn't get up into the lip. This is where he started to really unwind and find his flow. Beautiful turn on the inside. Again, getting so powerful out of the bottom and out of the top. 3 on the inside there that were really beautiful turns. And what he was able to do as a big, tall guy, powerful young man on that inside was really valuable. This little loss of control, the outside is where the bigger points are going to come from. He completes it, but whether it was kind of missed opportunity on the outside and the inside wasn't good enough because of the size of the wave, the judges will tell us they're still thinking about it. But he did that inside so beautifully.
We'll go to break here. When we come back, find out who did advance from that heat. More live action, a beautiful opening day competition. More live action from El Salvador right after this.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And a very warm welcome back to the ISA World Junior Championship here in El Salvador. Sun's out, waves are pumping, enjoyable heats already. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through the action. Barton Lynch, mate. What a cool morning, we're loving this.
Yeah, we are. That was a really close heat, the last one. In the end, Isael Brito from Dominican Republic did not get enough on that last ride. It came in as a 2.93, consequence of the catches of rail on the outside and the missed opportunity on those first section. Fought really hard, but unfortunately, Jack Young, Puerto Rico, and Isael Brito through to the repechage round.
Coaches debrief, you'll be talking about those minor things, those little things you can do which will turn a heat from you. And, well, this is the 7th major event here in El Salvador. We've already talked about what a difference this event is doing. It's that really kind of mutually beneficial relationship, right? The ISA coming here, been incredible for this place, but what this place brings to this competition in terms of the natural beauty, the waves, the vibes as well, right? I mean, it's important to be somewhere where you feel loved and you feel everyone's stoked to see you.
Exactly, that's what you know here. People of El Salvador are really excited for their future. So we see a quote here from the President, Fernando Aguirre. It is undeniable that the support from the Salvadorian government for surfing is strengthening their nation, and we see that. This is my 2nd time here. I was here a year ago, and I see the improvements in the infrastructure and the environment around these great waves.
All right, live action here. Keo Chabrier, the Tahitian, the Goofy, getting work done. And just slicing on a bit of a choppy section, really. And he's done well to join up the dots there. There's all sorts going on that wave. There's a few bumps starting to go through now as that breeze kind of kicks into that left. A few little lumps getting into it. And he did well to keep that sharp and get that done. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, standing by with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Kai from USA. Congratulations. That was a dominant heat win. Talk to me about your heat strategy going into that.
Yeah, first heat, so kind of just kept it simple. Catch waves, have fun. Yeah, it was fun out there. A lot less crowded, so I was stoked.
Yeah, the crowd has been a big thing in preparation here at La Bocana and El Sunzal. How have you been preparing over the past few days as you've been here?
Definitely resting a lot, but yeah, just not taking it, not getting stressed, trying to get stressed with the crowd, but yeah, it's fun.
And you're here with Team USA. Talk to me a little bit. Tell everyone about the team dynamic that you guys have.
No, super stoked. We've been having a lot of fun. Good team, so I'm stoked.
Oh, well, awesome. Anything you'd like to say back to USA and back to your family and friends?
Oh yeah, what's up to my friends, family? Yeah, let's go. Stoked.
Awesome. Well, back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Rachel. Pick up live action here, the Norwegian, Siverensen, as he goes to try and attack into a lip, arriving a little late to that one. Won't get a completion there. Quick work done from Chabrier. Out of Tahiti, it's good enough for a 2.5. So relatively modest numbers so far in this. But another cosmopolitan field, and seeing a surfer from Tahiti taking on someone from Norway. We've got Peruvian in the water as well. Really, really cool to see Ollie Gould from the Channel Islands as well.
Yeah, that's the amazing thing. You know, every year we come 54 nations here at this year's World Junior Championships, a record for the ISA, and every year that we come to these events, the field just grows, the spread of nations that are embracing surfing grows. Obviously, Olympic inclusion having a big influence there, and governments investing in surfing as a byproduct of that Olympic qualification or participation for our sport. Great times ahead. The Olympics coming up this year at the craziest wave in the world in Tahiti itself.
Yeah, cannot wait for that. A lot of surfing yet to come here as well. And we've had a few surfers talk about crowds and in the free surf, and you know, we've got 400 odd competitors here. They're all out practicing. How did you deal with that, right? Your time, there was not a lot of people that were kind of like shy characters, let's say, in the water. There's a lot of ego and a lot of... How did you get your practice wave with those animals back in those days?
Well, you had to be one too, and you had to want them, you know, and it comes down to desire, doesn't it? You know, determined by how much you want it and how much it means to you is how far and how willing you are to go. We've seen some of the great competitors like Gabriel Medina in the modern time just push things as far as he is legally allowed and redefine the rules and have them have to change rules because of his application to those rules into the system.
Yeah.
And without people that really, really want it, the boundaries don't get pushed. And so in our generation, there were quite a few people pushing those boundaries, and you had to get in there. And, you know, I always use the reference. It was, you know, there wasn't a lot of money in the sport, and success, winning or losing, meant whether you got to the next event, how much you had to eat with. And so it was like being in a big family where there's not enough food at the table, and then, you know, mum says you can get in, and it's a brawl to get the food. You got to get in there and make it happen, and that's, you know, that's what we see still to this day. And, you know, 440 competitors. You have to try and surf before the event at both breaks because you don't know where you're going to surf. So you've got two places you've got to become familiar with. So you've got, call it 200 surfers out at each of those breaks. You've got to find your times. And here in El Salvador, I know that the teams get up super early, get out early and try and beat the crowd. That's a tough thing to do when everyone's on the same program.
As we see a set standing up here, it looks like Ollie Gould, Channel Islander. What's he got for us? As he looks down the line on a right-hander and doesn't get a full-blooded attack on the lip. And trying to open up his account here and get this fight. We've already lost 5 minutes in this one. Here goes Mariano Murguer, the Peruvian. Nice off the bottom. Really cool commitment to the rail. Wow. And then takes on the lip and wins. Very nice combo indeed, and a bit of authority, bit of strength. All right, here goes Keogh. And a cool swoop to snap from him. And again, whipping around on the rail. Deep bottom turn, another really good turn. Loving these combos, and a little clip to finish as well. He's got that wiry, lanky physique that he's using to really good effect. Here's the Norwegian, Severinsen. And
sorry about the response.
Howls of pain from Barton as he...
Oh, I get, you know, when you've been hurt in so many ways like I have, and that board was coming towards him as he fell towards the board. Looks like he you know, got away with that one. It was a difficult situation. I thought for sure that board had collected him, so that's a break for Norway. Small scores, as you said, but that last exchange from red and blue, definitely the best waves of the heat so far. I felt, you know, when you look at the 2.5 for the Tahitian on the first wave, it was quite a long ride, and I think in his mind he most probably thought he was going to get better than that.
Yeah.
And when he heard the score, that really put a firecracker in him, and on that next wave he just looks like a different surfer, and really sort of stood up to the challenge of the judges, where they went, oh, that was a little you know, you looked nervous, you were catching rails, it wasn't fluid. That wave was the complete opposite, so great surfing from both red and blue there.
Yeah, every turn was different as well, wasn't it? Both of those two really, really cool exchange. Let's see where this one goes, but definitely at the moment, those two showing us the quality. Of course, two surfers advance, and surfers in third and fourth position go to rapid charge. So that's the way that you do get two shots at this in this format of competition. And our old friend the Swell continuing to deliver as we see something of a bomb again filling in here. Priority is with the Norwegian. Almost came a cropper. They all got a bit wrong for him on the end of that last wave. He's fine, managed to avoid the board. He'll get himself a left there if he can spin and go. He's in position. It's a really good looking wave. Here goes Sigurds. What's he got for us? As he dips in and then off the bottom and commits to a carve and snap. Just kind of gets engulfed by that wave. It looked like he probably would have needed to get going and get some speed driving down the line. Nevertheless, having a go. That's what he's going to need to do here. As we'll check out Keogh, Chabrier, still waiting for his number and just swinging into the lip. He's so good at gathering the bottom turn and just instantly just kind of folding that body down, springing back up into the lip. Doesn't get anything like the kind of sections offering up on that one, though. That'll be a more modest number when it does eventually come through.
Yes. But again, it'll be second score, you'd imagine. I feel like that could beat the 2.5. First turn was nice, but I suppose the wave before it showed the judges what he's capable of, so they're always going to compare it to that.
Let's see where this one goes numbers-wise. Still plenty of time in this. 11.5 on the clock here. The Peruvian with that 3:17 at the moment. We reckon the number that will come in from him will be a significant improvement from that, as will previous to last for Chabrier, the Tahitian. And he's looking very sharp as well. Some of these sections, you can see there's a bit of power in the way, but there's also some sort of deeper water in between the maneuvers. It's not like you can kind of make up your minds when you get your feet. You have to sort of stay very alert and alive, and that's the key to unlocking here. This was good surfing.
The way those turns linked together and the way the wave stood up, there was none of what you were referring to. There was those flat sections, and the judges love it when the turns are seamlessly connected. Beautiful snap there. And into another wrap, looking so much faster and freer. That little fins free off the lip was beautiful. Nice little turn to finish up there. So interesting to see where the judges go with red and blue. They're still thinking about it, having a long deliberation here.
There goes Ollie Gould. What's he got on the backhand? Little snap from him and puts it up again. Trying to go vert and trying to get that combo, and the judges like the combos. Won't get the completion done on that particular final maneuver as he gives himself a little bit of an inhale as he emerges and thinks about going about his business. But he's staying in it. He's in rotation. He's catching waves. He's using his order in the priority. Just needs to improve score-wise a bit. Here goes Maguire. What's he got? Nice looking wave. Look how steep this thing is off the bottom. And then uses that upper body to torque it back to the juice again. Throwing in a bit of anger, a bit of a layback energy from him, opening up again with plenty of spray. Almost gets the head dip in recovery from that turn as he still looks to swing and squeeze the juice, milking that one for a finish. So the two goofies on these running lefts, the Peruvian and the Tahitian, looking good value so far, Barton.
They sure are, but the value for those scores, we're still waiting on the exchange before that. Judges really taking their time. And they've got the replays to look at, but that was a fantastic ride. Wave selection for Peru so far is just perfect. He's been picking the steep ones. The one before was shorter and more impactful. And 817 comes through for the two-turn combination. Judges, there is definitely that less is more concept in judging in the modern day, where two turns will quite often outpoint 4 or 5. Doesn't seem to make sense, but it's more about the quality of the turns, the size of the section, the size of the turns.
Really good numbers for Maguire and for Chabrier. Meanwhile, this is Ollie Gould here, dealing with some fatter sections and unable to really unleash the beast on that one, as he just has to be patient. But let's get caught up with these numbers. The 817 dropped in for Mariano. KO got a 723. So that real quality, that real injection of quality on those lefts. And I love the way this heat's shaping up.
Yeah, it's amazing. But I almost feel like the 723 with those calves and then the lost fin-free waft on the inside. I felt like the Blues wave, the Tahitians wave, might have been better. But again, maybe because of the
got a lot done,
didn't he? And the wraps were clear.
Every turn was different, variety.
Yeah.
There was no repetitive kind of machine-like stuff. It did feel kind of natural.
That was one of those moments where, as a coaching staff member, there's information there for you. And again, hitting the lip is going to be more valuable than wrapping around off a shoulder. And that's kind of what I take from that exchange right there. Both great scores, consolidating those two guys in first and second. They feel very comfortable in their positions right now.
Felt like that closeout hit, wasn't it, from Mariano? Just the way he took on that lip.
And I feel like the third ride of the Peruvian was better than the 817. So it's going to be interesting to see where that comes in. Here's a replay of the Tahitians. There's that wafting tail free turn and then a nice little snap out of the top. 723 here is from that front on judges angle. First turn was beautiful. Second turn really lovely as well. Great style. This turn to me was money, really. You know, there would have been nothing but fins out the back of that wave. Gets the final one, completes it cleanly. Here's the 817. Look at the wave. Look at that part of the wave. Beautiful bowling. Kind of controlled, a little almost conservative snap there on the first one. Controlled it into a really lovely closeout turn. So the 817 there for the 2, the 723 for the 4 turns, that is. Here's this last one. We're still waiting on the scores. Big wrap. Waits patiently. Good energy. Lays it back into an interesting little turn out of the top to add variety. Flares the tail there. Still keeps delivering. Gets the last turn in. And again, this will be, and then beautiful energy right at the end, but we've seen so far this morning that those last turns aren't rewarded anywhere as much as this outside section is.
Yeah, it does seem that's where the value is in terms of the points on this meaty section out the bat, and the rhythm from this guy, finding those good looking ways out the bat. As soon as he paddles into him, you can see him just kind of draining off those boulders and standing up. And instantly, you know what's coming. He's going to go in a bottom turn and just unleash. And it just sort of sets it up, really, from beautiful rhythm right from the get-go and doing damage early on. Is Ollie Gould. What's he got? As he looks a little bit fatigued on this one, actually. He's feeling the pressure. And he'll go down again. Even before he got into that section, he was having a little breathe on the wave. And just feeling it. It's warm out there, mate. It's a tough heat. There's people throwing down 8s all around you. I feel your pain.
Here's a 733 for the Peruvian on the last one. So again, staying true to the size of the section that the turn is done on. Not so much the shape of the wave and the surfing that's done when you're wrapping off the shoulder back into the pocket, but more about the contact with the lip. But that's a clear indication for coaching staff that you know, you could, as a free surfer with 5 minutes to go, you're looking for the taper, you're looking for the wall, you're looking for the one you can do 4 or 5 on.
Yeah.
You're not looking for the one that's a closeout, but just a big wall that gives you 2.
Yeah.
But as a competitor, the information over the past 5 years or more has been that a closeout, more or less, that gives you time for 2, but big 2, is going to be your quickest way to an excellent score.
How gets that confidence, Phil? His first round, first day of competition, 15-5 from him. He's thrown away a big number as well. It just will give him all sorts to come through, and that's going to be crucial here for these juniors.
Absolutely, and Keo Chabrier as well, 7.23.417, good, solid, you know, 2 wave heats total, 11.40, and both those goofy footers have looked sharp, confident, and, you know, they both got 3s more or less as opening scores, but since then they've continued to build on that and put a lot of pressure on Ollie and Sigurd. It's going to be to the repechage round. There's still 4 minutes. They're looking for, you know, big scores of 9.9, 11.4. Here he is up and riding.
Yeah, here's the Norwegian. A softer number on the inside from him, and unable to really get going on that one. The wave just kind of backed off as soon as he paddled into it, really. And he just want to stay busy here, build up some experience. We mentioned how busy it is in the free surfs. He will be back in repechage. Right now, there's not a lot of crew out there. He might as well get familiar with the wave, catch what he can, and think about coming back into that repechage round. Just keep catching them. Keep surfing with a smile on your face and enjoying yourself.
Yeah, nothing like a heat to actually get a real experience. You know, you could be free surfing out there as much as you want in the with all of the other competitors, but to go out there in a heat and have the pressure of wave selection really on your shoulders and your competitors paddling around you, and the whole experience is going to be great for both, you know, Channel Islands and Norway. They will benefit from this experience, and that's the great thing about this event, is that we have, you know, 54 nations from these superpowers of world surfing through to these developing nations like Norway and the Channel Islands, part of the United Kingdom. So they, you know, they get the experience, and we all understand that that's one of the beauties of the event, is that there's surfers of varying levels, but it's all about experiencing and developing the sport across those nations and globally, and giving everyone a chance. The repechage round will do that for Ollie and Sigurd.
Really enjoying the action here. We've seen the quality delivered from our surfer out of Peru, Mariano Maguire, and also Keo Chabrier from Tahiti. And yet another quite lithe and powerful goofy foot out of Tahiti. Mate, as a relatively skinny goofy foot surfer yourself,
that would be
where'd you get the power, mate? You're always throwing a lot of spray. How do you go about doing that when you're a wire? We see a lot of these that wire strength. Yeah, like the best kind of strength.
Like Tom Carroll and Mark Occhilupo.
So that's the other end of it.
Yeah, and you know, it's the old Bruce Lee, be like water. It's about how quickly the thing moves, not how much girth there is in it, you know, and got to have the reflexes. Things have got to move fast and got to have good technique. And I would imagine for Keo Chabrier that Carly Vast would be an inspiration to him. Goofy footer, he looks like a young Carly Vast in the way he approaches the waves here. Carly was incredible and got his Olympic qualification here last year.
Here's Ollie Gould. What's he got for us on the backhand? Nice little swing for him there. A nice flow down the line with some rhythm and a little hit on the inside as well. It just kind of styles his way out of that one. So good completion from him. Let's see where that goes with the panel. So far, the panel favouring the surfer of Mariano Maguire, who is the cousin of Alonso Correa, an outstanding surfer from Peru. Absolute ripper. We've really enjoyed watching him surfing over the last few years. And Mariano looks like some of that quality, whether it's genetic, whatever it is, he's got it too. And he's looking for very good value with a big, solid total in this.
And Alonso already qualified for the Olympics. He's going to be a danger. He's a threat at that barreling left in Tahiti.
All right, Sigurd. What nice, throwing some spray there. And again, little snap from the Norwegian as he tries to go for a third maneuver on the inside, which doesn't happen for him. 30 on the clock, bomb out the back. It looks like Chabrier. And he'll have a go here. Puts himself in position, has to give it an extra couple of paddles because it was wobbly. And here he goes, and that wobble almost gets the better of him. But the cat-like reflexes of the Tahitian, he keeps it under control. Now down to business, blows out the tail. And you never really want to see the board flip over the fin, sticking up someone kind of in a seated position. But I think he had enough distance between him and the equipment. And yeah, he'll just wash that one off and realise that's not going to go. And it's just sometimes from the beginning of a wave, even before he stood up, that wobble while he was paddling, it all just went a bit wrong from there.
Yeah, then on the drop, there was a catch of the rail. He nearly went over the handlebars. But for green and white, Ollie and Sigurd, their last waves were most probably their best too. So that was a confidence booster for those guys to take into the repechage round as they all make their way in.
A really enjoyable heat, and it's a little bit of notice served by surfers. Obviously, you know, you concentrate on your own heat, but you're watching what other people are doing as well. You maybe have some names you surfed against before, keeping an eye on people, seeing where their form is, and how good is it to get a bit of a statement going in the opening rounds.
Yeah, it's always, you know, you want to put yourself on that map early, and you know, sometimes you don't, and you're having a tough event, and then you just keep the faith that you're going to peak at the right time, because performance in a World Surfing Games with 54 nations, you're going to have to peak at the right time. All you need to do at this point in time is just keep advancing.
A great heat, really enjoyable quality out in the water, but keep it rolling here. More live action from El Salvador. We'll bring Shannon back in to join Barton for the call as well. Stay tuned.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, you know, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission, you know?
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Shannon Hughes, Barton Lynch here on the call for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and we're into heat number 7 for our under 18 boys round number 1. Out in the water, we've got 4 surfers, Hawaii, Mexico, Barbados, and Wales represented. Rylan Beavers, Ken Mateo Cadenas, Tommaso Layson and Elliot Barton, all looking for their opportunity to get a few good waves, to get those jitters out in the very first heat for them. Opening day of competition here, Barton with a lot on the line.
Yeah, a couple of scores in, 2.67 and a 0.67 for Ryland Beavers of Hawaii, so nothing of consequence there. Tommaso Layson is an incredible young surfer from Barbados, a fantastic style, so smooth, so clean, and I've watched him for a few years now, and he reminds me of a young Kelly Slater when he was a grommet. So this is a tough heat. Ryland Beavers from Hawaii is an amazing surfer, and this young goofy footer from Mexico is also, he's a powerhouse. We saw him at the World Juniors in Rio, and he had a great event over there.
Taking a look at a couple replays. This was the first of Ryland Beavers of Hawaii. So just a quick in and out for him with that 0.67. Waiting for Tommaso and Elliot to get their opening rides now. 16 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. And as we wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley and the winner of that last heat, Mariano out of Peru.
Thanks so much, guys. Congratulations. Posting an excellent heat total. Talk to me about that 8 that you got.
Yeah, the conditions are super hard today. It's a little bit windy, a little bit tricky, but I found an 8.17, 2-turn combo, a nice opening turn, and the end turning boom. And yeah, super sick.
Yeah, well, you're surfing so relaxed, and for the opening heat of this event, talk to me how important it was to come out with a bang like you just did.
Yeah, for sure. I just break the ice, you know. The first hit, like you take all the nerves, and yeah, super good to make this hit.
And you're the cousin of Alonso Carrera, who's just qualified for the Olympics. Has he been an inspiration to you getting ready for this event?
Yeah, for sure. We've been training a lot for this event, and yeah, my cousin, you know, yeah.
Well, it's clear that training, you've put your name on the map for as someone to look out for the rest of this event. Anything you'd like to say to Peru?
Sí, muchas gracias a todos los que están viendo el campeonato. Primer hit, un poquito de nervios, pero ahí vamos con todo, representando a Perú.
Gracias. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Rachel. Well done to Mariano, and running in the blood of the family, putting together a great score. As we take a look now at live action with Elliot Barton for Wales. Nice and smooth on his forehand attack for these opening couple maneuvers. Driving down the line, setting himself up for a little end section finish, and he'll get that first score underway on the board.
Beautiful calves. The way he used the body was just so pretty, effective. His priority being used.
Well, Ryland pulls out of that wave. Tommaso with a big backhand attack. In that situation, Ryland already on the priority board because he already has a score. So he would have had to give way to either, well, to Tommaso in that situation as the only surfer left having yet to catch wave.
Yeah, Tommaso, beautiful closeout turn. Showed that style I was referring to.
I remember you talking about that a lot in Brazil at the World Junior Championships in December.
I'm a big fan. You know, I'm a big fan of all these kids. I just love the opportunity to watch young people with dreams. And that's what this field of 441 surfers, they've all got dreams of using surfing to create a life and even just to have a good time with. And it's such a wonderful energy, and it's so great for us to be here and to be able to call the action, support the kids, support ISA in their mission to make the world a better place through surfing, and watch the most talented young surfers in the world.
It's amazing to be able to see, Barton, where you've come within your career. As we can see a little paddle there. We'll see if anyone's able to get into this wave. Both red and blue have a look, decide not to go. You know, from your early days to winning a world title to then coming back and kind of filtering in that coach or that commentator's position. And you've got a daughter that's a little bit older, you've got grandkids, and you've got a young son now. To be able to see them with a hope for something similar to this and that kind of drive, do you feel like it just brings that youthful energy still out of you even more?
Yeah, you know, I just love surfing. You know, you hear John say that, I just love surfing. I just love surfing, and it's been my life. It's given me my life. You know, my father passed away when I was 11 years old, and surfing was what I looked at to save my life, to give me a life. And so it's something that's so emotional to me, so powerful and so, effective in creating happiness in people. And, we live in a time where there's those issues of mental health with the youth. We hear about that a lot in the media, and surfing's one of the best ways to keep yourself mentally happy and healthy and physically as well. So it's been great for me. 61 this year. And still loving it, and so good to be here, a part of the commentary team and part of ISA's journey and part of Olympic surfing.
Yeah, it's amazing to be able to see where it's come, where it's taken you within your life, where it's going to take so many of these kids. And even for the ISA, now just having a look at your hat there that you're wearing, the 60th anniversary for the International Surfing Association this month, May of 2024, being that the very first event was run back in 1964, where we saw those first world champions crowned. Ryland Beavers now up and riding from Hawaii into that first section. He'll just have to get caught behind that next section, so he's going to have a second score to drop through. But a really special month this month for the International Surfing Association.
100%. North Narrabeen Board Riders in Sydney, Australia, also having its 60th anniversary as a board riders club this year.
Wow.
So those 60s, the early 60s, I was born in 1963, so I was 1 year old when that event was happening. Or, I was born in August, so I'm 6 months old or whatever, when that first World Surfing Championships happened at what became my home beach of Manly. It was something you were always aware of. The fact that Duke Kahanamoku came there and introduced surfing around the corner at Freshwater or Harbour. There's such a rich history there, and 60 years has flown by, but the fact that ISA has been there guiding the sport all of that time is an incredible achievement. And now the fact that we're an Olympic sport and we have 54 nations here celebrating surfing, the whole thing's a wonderful party for us this year.
Incredible. The ISA began as the International Surfing Federation, the ISF originally, now newly named the International Surfing Association, or has carried that name for quite a while. Incredible to kind of track with that journey and where it has now introduced surfing into that Olympic conversation. Of course, surfing was present for Tokyo 2020 Games, which was really exciting to see it get its first opportunity to showcase surfing to the world. Now in as a second time on the calendar for Paris 2024, and locked in as a core sport in the Olympic calendar, which means we're here to stay. Surfing is here to stay. Each of these kids in the lineup this week, these Groms looking for an ISA gold medal, they're going to be looking for Olympic gold medals in the future.
Absolutely. And imagine when the world, Tokyo was always going to be a dangerous introduction because we didn't know the sort of waves you would get in Japan. And as it turned out, we had a typhoon. You and I got to call the action. That was fantastic to be a part of the first Olympics surfing cycle. Now, we wait for Tiopo, and when they see that, it's going to blow people's minds. If it turns into what it potentially could be, people will really understand the potential of surfing.
Up and riding now, Kin, he's found himself in that third place position for Mexico. That was a wild looking backhand hit as he comes in for that good snap up into lip to finish. Two-turn combo. He's only chasing a 0.84 at the moment. We're down to halfway through this heat, less than 10 minutes on the clock. And Elliot Barton dropped a 3.5 for his opening wave. Ryland Beavers now up and riding. He's got to kind of get his campaign underway because he just had that 0.67. This is going to help that score line greatly. It's going to put him back into that conversation for taking away one of those top two positions. And a solid, fast, but powerful finish on the inside as well.
Yeah, he needed his wave selection to be prior to that. They were just bumpy, lumpy, kind of close-outy looking waves, and really needed to work on the wave selection. He did just that. Got a, it won't be a massive, big score, but it'll be a score that will match all the other scores in this heat and put him in a strong position. The 4.17 for Larson from Barbados was one turn. It was a beautiful closeout re-entry though. For the one turn, came as the best of the opening exchange. Has him in the first place. Elliot Barton's 3.47. There's a 3.47 for Ryland Beavers drop, which is a great, but the 3.5 for Elliot Barton from Wales was some beautiful wrapping turns. It was a smaller wave, so he really got every point that he could have out of that wave. It was most probably that 3.54 as a wave. He surfed it to its potential, got the score. Needs to get better waves and put that same performance on better waves.
Taking a look at the pathway to the Olympic Games, we've got a lot of surfers within the draw. that competed specifically at Tokyo 2020 who have previously participated in the World Junior Surfing Games, and a lot of them as well taking away those medals, those ISA World Junior medals, which is really incredible within that, you know, trajectory, within that that pathway for them as professional surfers, like a Caroline Marks, like a Felipe Toledo, who are currently our world champions. They've taken away those World Junior titles in the past as well.
Exactly. So it is the pathway. We've known that, and it's quite clear, but it's the pathway to the most dangerous wave, one of the most dangerous waves on the planet, Taupo, in Tahiti, and that's where the Olympic Games are going to be held, and the world's going to see surfing for what it really is. It's you know, when you go to venues like that, it's a dangerous sport. It's up there with the most dangerous sports in the world, and as people are, if it turns on, it's going to blow people's minds. Surfing in Tokyo was a great exhibition, a great show for our first Olympic cycle. This second one's going to be a beauty.
That's right. Tokyo was sort of that relatable nature. As surfers around the world, we all surf beach breaks. A lot of us have beach breaks as our home waves. It's what we've kind of probably learned how to surf in. It's where we spend a lot of our time then hunting for, all right, when can I get a trip to that perfect point break that I want to go to, or that big slabby, you know, reef break or something like that. Where for Tahiti, for Taupo, it is an entirely different world. Like you're saying, that danger game, it really will help to put into perspective for us how incredibly skilled and talented the world's best surfers are, that they're able to put themselves in those positions to ride waves that we'll see in Tahiti.
It's like Formula One car racing, where you're just going faster than you should, and anything can happen at that moment as you go into a corner.
Anyone can drive a car, but not anyone can drive a Formula One race.
Well, and not everyone can paddle into a wave like that at Tahiti. It's a wave for the absolute experts. It's something that terrifies me. I've surfed it a few times, only in that sort of 4 to 6 foot range, you know, faces call it. And at that size, it's dangerous. But once it gets bigger, and we're in prime swell season for the Olympic window, so anything can happen, and the world's it'll take their breath away. A 6.5 drops in for the Mexican, 2 backhand re-entries, great score.
Yeah, great score. 17 years old out of Sayulita. He says he's a simple person. He likes being in the ocean. He likes surfing, fishing, spearfishing, anything that just gets him in the water, connected to the water's edge. That's what life is about, and what a great position for a 17-year-old to be sitting in.
Yeah, just to have the ocean in your life, have surfing in your life, is one of those things that, you know, makes me feel happy for them and safe, puts them in my mind in a safe place, because surfing's a great educator. It's a great way to stay healthy. It's a great way to just that connection with nature. It gives you appreciation for all that life is. Elliot Barton up and riding.
Elliot now with an opportunity. He's down into 4th position. His first wave had a lot of that great rail work on a smaller set. Now he's into a wave that has a little more size to it. That outside section challenging, manages those 2 turns together, finds that in section as well, gets the work done. He's chasing down a 4.98 for the 17-year-old out of Swansea, and he is putting the work in. We'll see where that comes through, as we've got another set rolling through right now. Our current heat leader, Kin out of Mexico, up and riding, driving off that bottom turn into a snap for the first section. Times it well for the second turn, but can't hold on to the finish. Now thinking back to that last wave of Elliot Barton. Elliot Barton, actually.
Yeah,
his last
good name.
Is your first name.
I like the name. Yeah. I haven't met too many. I've met Bartons as surnames, but not too many as a first name. 4.2 comes in for the last of Elliot Barton. He was patient. He realised the mistakes of earlier. He put himself on a much better wave, and he surfed that wave well. Perhaps a little bit down on its potential, and maybe that was the power in the hits, and there was a little bit of time spent waiting for the last one, where there might have been enough time for 2 at the end there. So I can see the reasons why that went down a little bit. In my mind, I thought it might have been a little bit higher, but I can see where the points were left. But it was good wave selection and good strategic play from the surfer from Wales. We're waiting on, there's the 5-point ride for Ryland Beavers, so gets him up into second, the Hawaiian, the 347 and the 5, so building momentum.
Out of the island of Kauai from Kilauea, setting now in that second place position. It took him a while in this heat to really get things going. So coming down to those final maybe 8-9 minutes is where he's really started his campaign. Yes. He'll be wanting to get himself one more wave with 3 minutes remaining on the clock. And with this next score to drop, it's just a 2-2-3 for last of Careñas out of Mexico. So he doesn't improve his situation, which means at the moment, situation stays the same. Blue in first, red in second. 4-point rides across the board, first, second through fourth place surfers to be able to make a position change, as Ryland is now up and riding into that first section and finding a little bit of speed as he comes through the second, just drifts that tail around back into that rail work and that more horizontal turn as he sets it up here down the line. That wave's not going to give him much else to work with. He's chasing a 4.61.
Mexico have been one of the nations that we've just watched every year continue to improve, getting better and better. This young man's part of the future of his nation, looking to improve on the 3-1-0 and consolidate on his lead. Tommaso Layson quiet in this heat, only ridden the 2 waves in third place, the 4.17 and a 3.93. Really needs to find something that's more open.
Team Israel will be sending out a few surfers through today. We'll have Ido Hajjaj paddling out in the next heat. And we are still waiting for that last score of Ryland Beavers. We've got 1 minute 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Last of kin out of Mexico doesn't factor in. Ryland sitting on a 5 for his previous wave, now waiting for his last to drop in. And we'll see if that puts any more pressure on Tommaso. Now, Tommaso's in that priority position. Like you said, he's been pretty selective through this heat. Just 1 minute remaining. And he'll likely be trying to chase a score that's in that 5 to 6 point range. Even personally, I think, paddling into his next one, knowing that he's got that 4.5 point requirement on the board.
And all the other surfers have ridden 5 waves each. He's only ridden 2. He sort of was slow out of the start, ended up with the priority. So when you've got the priority, you feel obliged to wait for good ones. And then, you know, he finds himself at the back end with the priority, waiting for good ones. So it can be difficult. While the priority is a massive advantage, it comes at a cost. We can see surfers paddling now. Tommaso motoring towards this one. It's not much of a score, the 4.31, couple of turns. Will he get this? Will he get a chance?
Oh, he's not going to be able to get into it. We'll see if Kin was able to just down the line. He's up and riding, our heat leader, trying to solidify himself with that victory. Just a single decent turn on the board for him for that last one. And Ryland Beavers looks to put on a decent finish as well. So we're still waiting for the second to last wave of Ryland now as well. This new one, Elliott gets a piece of the action. Nice and squares it up off the bottom, vertical into the section for that outside turn. As he comes through to the inside, just putting a little bit more work in for the goofy foot as we lose sight of him, going far down the way. And we've got scores to come through across the board, except for that of Tommaso. From what we can see, he was unable to use his priority to get that last.
And interestingly enough, he had the priority, and we saw all 3 other surfers get waves. So some problems with positioning and rhythm there from our surfer from Barbados. But, you know, as I said at the start, he is an incredible young surfer, great style. He'll battle his way through that repechage round, it would seem.
Well, scores in for the second to last of Ryland Beavers, a 4.57 does increase his position in second. That moves the requirements on third and fourth into the 5 point range. We are waiting on an important score to drop for Elliott Barton, needing a 5.37 at least now. And scores for this, a 3.63, factors into Kin's top 2 waves and holds him into a decent position in the lead. Ryland Beavers to drop this score, he'll need a 5.14 on this wave to take himself into the win.
See him waiting patiently, pumping, driving, building speed, wants to do something spectacular. I thought we were going to see an air attempt there, but maybe there wasn't enough speed and enough vertical face in front of him to launch off. But another close heat. Elliott Barton, Tommaso Layson into the repechage round early.
Teams heading down the beach, going to meet their surfers at the water's edge. We got a 3.5 for the last wave of Ryland Beavers, doesn't improve his situation. And now waiting for the last of Elliott will need to be a 5.37 to get himself that second place position.
It was a big wave, the first big backhand re-entry, so it was on its way, but I feel like the wall flattened out pretty quickly after that first big turn, so it's a pretty big score in the context of this heat.
Top score within the heat being that 6.5 from Kin Cadenas of Mexico. Takes him into that leading position pretty early on within the heat as well. That was just his second wave. We got a 5 on the board for Ryland Beavers. So in the comparison to those two, it's like you said, the wave quality not facilitating the type of surfing that Elliott would need to do. And scores are in, just a 3.53 for last of Elliott Barton out of Wales. He'll fill out in 4th place. Tommaso Layson for Barbados in 3rd. It'll be Ryland Beavers of Hawaii holding on to 2nd, with Kin Cadenas out of Mexico holding on to that leading position for another stacked heat here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Cheers on the beach for 2nd place, Ryland Beavers. And we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more surfers hitting the lineup: Australia, Chile, Sweden, and Israel.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
We're here in Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and a paddle straight into it is Teddy Bill out of Sweden. On his backhand, having a look at this left to start off with, decent sized wave. Gets those first couple of turns with a lot of power as he comes through into this frothy section, throws heaps of spray off of his last 2 turns and connects through for a solid finish. Ido Hajjaj out of Israel, up and riding as well. He goes down in a heavy looking section after his opening maneuver, and we'll have scores to drop through for those two. In the water up against Eden Hassan, of Australia, and Tomas Garcia of Chile. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch to call the action, and that was a great way for Teddy to start things off.
Yeah, how was the work on the inside? I know that he spent a lot of time growing up in Bali and surfing the left-handers of the Bukit Peninsula, and I think we saw that on display there. He's a much bigger kid than the last time I saw him, maybe 4 years ago, when he was 13 years old. And to see the size of him now and the level of his performance that he's risen to on that very first ride is very promising for Sweden.
Scores to drop from the opening exchange. A 3.5 comes through for Tomas Garcia out of Chile. We haven't seen that wave yet, but he was able to get up quick off of the buzzer, get that first score on the board. He's also now sitting with first priority. Second priority sitting with Eden Hassan, as we take a look at some of the action that we missed off the buzzer.
Tomas Garcia here snaps out top. Big wall, nice face in front of him. Gets caught behind for a moment, but gets there in time to get the closeout turn for Chile.
3.5 to start things off with. This score is just dropped as a 5.5 for Eden.
He is an amazing young surfer. Been watching him for quite a few years now, since he was as well 13, 14 years old. And incredible talent, Eden Hassan.
Taking a look now at the first wave of Teddy out of Sweden. Haven't seen the score drop just yet.
First turn, the first turn was nice. Second turn, there was a little loss of rail, but here was when he settled in and really started driving off the tail of the board. 3-turn combination on the inside that, in my mind, was worth points enough. The outside work was good as well.
And Ito getting a piece of the action as well.
Gets to the inside turn and then just catches the rail. He looked a little bit the board was a little slow to react and it didn't get the acceleration it needed up into the lip. First turn there. See that tweak of the tail. So a couple of early rides for Israel, getting moving early. That would definitely be my idea as well. But you've got to make sure that what you catch is of a keepable nature. If the waves you catch are scores that you're not going to keep, it's a waste of time, actually. So you're better off not having something that you don't keep. You know what I mean? If you're catching waves that you don't keep, it's a waste of time. So, patience has a part to play, but you want to get going early. But in my mind, you would think that 4 would be the minimum. Anything under 4, you wouldn't want to catch. You would consider that time wasting. Anything over 4 would be something that may go into your account at the end and is worth catching and using to build momentum.
Especially important considering that we've already got scores bigger than that on the board. So a 6.83 was the opener of Teddy, a 5.5 the opener of Eden. So wanting to now make sure that for every one of these surfers, 3rd and 4th place for Ito and Thomas with those 3-point rides on the board to start out with. But even for Teddy and Eden, wanting to get at least that 4-point ride as their backup score, knowing that they need to put in a lot of work to be able to hold on to the leading positions. Really stacked heats that we have here at the World Junior Championships. Teddy on this one now just looking to get that quick backup to his name behind the 6.83. Maybe a mistake on that wave selection?
Yeah, but at the same time, I suppose you want to surf, you want to get your second score on the board. There was potential in that wave. It was almost like he judged himself along the ride, figured it wasn't that good and kind of surrendered at the end there. He needed to stay focused, not judge what he had done and finish that wave properly, and it would have been a 3+ that would have matched some of the other scores, and put you in a good position. So I can see why he went that wave. Off the 6.83, I'm happy to see that the judges appreciated the work towards the end, because that wave could have easily, don't you think?
Yes.
That wave could have easily have been less because of the outside work being a little bit, under-capitalised on what the outside had, and then he over-capitalised on the inside, and in the balance of things, I feel like that was a really good score. The judges showed that the volume of surfing that he did, or the quantity, didn't bring the score down because he finished so well, and they appreciated the finish work.
That's a really good point, because we've often seen, so far in today's surfing, we've seen some bigger scores being rewarded to those 2 turns out the back.
Yes.
Not so much for any more work down the line, which you've been talking about with Paul, especially over the last couple of heats and those exchanges you guys called.
Yes.
Now to be able to kind of see, okay, if the work is good enough on the inside, very important that it is good enough, not just any work's going to get rewarded.
Exactly.
The judges are going to find, you're going to find favor with the judges.
100%. I think that, you go, well, length of ride isn't a bad thing. It's only bad if you're not doing anything. But if you're really surfing up on the potential of the wave towards the end of it, you can drive your score towards the 7s, as Teddy Bill did right there. He really, up before the 3 last turns, the wave was a 3. Most probably, and then those 3 last turns, just bang, 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 really drove the score up, and it was such great surfing in tight, critical little sections that the judges had to reward it.
And when you see those turns, even if it's kind of a smaller sized wave, if the wave has good shape, critical nature to it, even though it's smaller, and a surfer is able to very seamlessly tag turn after turn after turn without those pumps, that bit of work in between, it's so nice to watch.
Yeah, it's great to see.
Difficult to do.
That the judges thought the same as you. They loved it too. 1.77 has it for his second.
As we see Thomas now up and riding for Chile. Sets himself on the rail after that first turn. Finds that way to kind of put the picture together on the second. He opened with a 3.5 on the board. Teddy has a look at that wave, decides not to go. Eden now up and riding. On his second wave, he had that 5.5 to start with. Throws it up into the section on the finish, and he's going to have a solid backup score.
Yeah, he's looking for a 197 to go into an advancing position. He gets that easy. That was, that was a completed ride. Wasn't a great wave, but it was great surfing. And he did everything he had to do to get a second score of consequence. He's going to go up into second place. It's going to make things difficult for Israel and Chile. Although that last ride, two-turn combination of Chile, depending on where that comes in, it's going to, we're at the halfway mark, so it's going to be, when these scores drop for blue and red, we'll really have a good idea of where this heat's at going into the final, or the back end, the back half. And the 1.77 is an interesting score, isn't it? Because it could have been a 3 quite easily in my mind, or a 3.5 or a 4 even, but the energy that he showed at the end really, in contrast to his opening ride.
As he's up and riding again, looking to improve on that 1.77, that will do it without a doubt.
That'll do it. That'll do it for sure.
But it was an interesting score in that last one.
Yeah, and two comparisons. 6.83, great energy at the end, drove the score up. 1.77, poor energy at the end, drove the score down.
Redeeming himself on that last two-turn combination that we just got to witness. Big size wave as well.
Yeah, 2 big turns, big set wave. That's the recipe for success in the modern day for sure.
Eden, not even back into that priority conversation yet. Swings to go on this wave, knowing that it was going to be maybe an opportunity. Took off really deep, though.
And he was coming from low on the priority roster, so he kind of figured I may as well have a go, but it was all a bit rushed.
He'll be right back out there again. Ito now up and riding.
Ooh.
Nice square up for that first turn. Just kind of positioning himself to line up for the finish. That's what we know of Labocana. Those end sections that get meaty, they offer a lot of consequence. Ito's just found that first big finish that we've seen here.
That's going to be a score that's going to match the 5.5, the 6.83, somewhere in that range. It's going to be a score for Israel that they'll be able to keep to the end of this heat. And with Thomas Garcia's to come too for his two-turn combination, this is going to be a really tight heat. 8 minutes to go, but great surfing from all 4. Teddy came out early, and everybody else has slowly but surely understood the recipe and delivered. Waiting on scores for all 4 surfers. I can't wait to see it drop, and just almost I hope nobody rides until they all drop so we can get a clear picture of who needs what going into the final minutes of the heat.
7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining on the clock. The 6.83 being the high mark so far. 5.5 from Eden. We'll see where this last score of Ito drops in. Let's take another look here.
Big tall wall in front, early bottom turn, beautiful first snap. Comes around the section again, another snap, but this last turn, big section. Floats it, times it nicely, hits it cleanly, gets the completion. Is that better than the 6.83? That's going to be an interesting situation, because the 6.83, the outside work wasn't so great, but the inside work was. That little wave, that big set wave didn't have any inside. It was just steep wall the whole way for 3 big turns. Feel like it could be the best wave of the heat so far. Edo Hagag sitting on a 3.87, 3.6. One of them's going to be bye-bye.
Scores to drop for all 4 surfers, but we can see on our scoreboard, Barton, that we've got an interference. That red triangle has shown up for Tomas Garcia out of Chile. Unfortunately, sitting in that first priority, we haven't seen anything for us here on the screen, but we don't also with catching live waves. Sometimes,
yeah, there's stuff happening everywhere.
There's so many things happening. There's 4 surfers in the lineup.
Yes.
Judges with a close eye on the situation. And so we're not entirely sure what would have happened there, but there is the potential that Thomas has that priority next to his name. He would be chasing a big score to get himself into an advancing position, and it could potentially even be off of a single score if it was a priority interference. We'll take a look. He would just be kind of hearing that information, I think, based off of that body language out in the lineup. As we now see Ito, we're still waiting for his last wave. He'll just kind of throw that one away and reset back into the water.
4.13 came through for the combination on the front side for the Chilean, 2 turns. But that interference sort of already predicting the outcome for Chile. Hard to get it through with one wave when your opponents have had 6.83s and 5.5s in front of you, and there's a big score to drop for for Israel as well. So the outcome would seem that Chile will be in that 4th place, even though there's still 5.5 minutes to go. One wave, big scores from your opponents. Going to make it difficult. 6-1-0. But Eden Hassan takes him straight to the lead.
5.5 minutes, and Ito up and riding.
Woo.
Squaring it up for those couple turns on a smaller size wave. We're still waiting for his previous score to drop.
Big, powerful kid.
Very powerful. Eden into that leading position, like you said, so he's broken through into those double-digit heat totals. And now Teddy chasing a 4.77, Ito chasing a 4.74 to make a difference.
He gets that, you would say, right? You'd say, you know, off what we saw, 3 big turns. Guaranteed he gets enough to go into second. And Teddy Bill for Sweden, he came out so confidently early and looked in control of this heat, but just recently lost a little bit of that momentum, although we're still waiting on the score for the big right hand of the 2 turns on that big facey right. So we imagine that's going to be a big score that will easily replace the 1.77 and increase the ask for Israel.
Ito up and riding again on the inside section, takes to the air.
Like to see that. It wasn't such a great wave.
Scores coming through for this last wave, though, which was a pretty great one. A 7.10 drops for that solid, bigger wave.
Yeah. Good scoring, good surfing. Definitely felt better than the 6.83, so the judges keeping that scale nicely, putting the priority on the big turns on the outside rather than that inside work of Teddy on the first wave. Fantastic work, but you know, on the cheaper part of the wave that isn't going to be valued as highly as the judges. You imagine if you do your turns on the outside, you're risking it all. If you fall on the outside, you've risked it all. If you fall on the inside, you've already capitalized on the outside. So that makes a lot of sense.
So 3.5 minutes remaining. Ito has previously found himself with a 7th place finish here at the World Junior Championships. So he's made it through. He's going to have that expectation kind of sitting on him in this event, and so far he's rising to that occasion. He's got the biggest single score of the heat. He's now backed it up, Martin, with a 4.8.
Yeah, amazing. Into the lead. Still in 4th, Chile with the interference that we referenced before. There's 1 score to drop, which was before a lot of the scores that have already dropped, but Teddy Bill needs this score. He needs to know where he sits. A 4.63 drops. He is still in 3rd place. But great for him to know that with 2 minutes 40 on the clock. He knows where he sits. He knows what he's got to do at this point in time. 3rd priority, though, might be a bit of a problem. But he's got some distance between he and the other surfers.
Up and riding now. Tomas driving off the bottom. Gets a little caught up on that opening turn. Goes in for a second. Big maneuver. And he's kind of on that inside section, just trying to stay busy. Unfortunately for Tomas, with that interference on the board, he is chasing a double-digit score, an 11.60, which means he won't be able to get himself into that advancing position unless there was maybe another interference on the board for one of those top 2 surfers. Anything can happen.
Anything can.
You have got to continue surfing. Exactly what Tomas is doing. He's doing the perfect job right now.
Yeah, that was so hopeful and positive of you. I like the way, and it's a reality though.
It's so
all
true.
It takes is another situation and
4
goes your way.
surfers, 20, like there's a lot that could happen in these quick heats, especially with so many surfers out in the water.
100%, and you never give up. You can't surrender your hope. You've got to keep that hope, keep pushing, keep trying regardless of your circumstance.
So at the moment, with 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock, situation remains as is, with white in the lead, red in second. Green chasing a 4.77. His last score, like you said, was the 4.63, just shy of the requirement. You can see arms waving there from the surfer in green, from Teddy. Representing Sweden, living in Indo, surfing some of the world's best waves. Well-rounded surfer as well. Surfing all types of craft.
Sorry, mate. No surprise there to see first priority, Eden Hassan. Hold on, here we go. Scores have dropped or changed in front of our eyes.
An interesting situation. It seems like at least from what we can see from the panel, maybe a change on that 7.1 of Ito. And we don't typically see that happen in events when the scores have already dropped and cleared to go out.
Yes, I've never seen that happen before. So we're a little uncertain as to the predicament of this heat with 30 seconds on the clock. Israel in third place, but they definitely had a score that isn't in the tabulation at this point in time. That 710 that came in didn't surprise us. It made a lot of sense to us, actually. So maybe there's a computer situation that we're experiencing here. Up and riding.
Up and riding. Ito, once again, just setting himself up down the line, looking maybe to go to the air, and he'll take to it on his backhand. All right, so likely just that computer kind of glitch for a moment. We've got that 710 back on the board for Ito, into that leading position for Israel. Eden down into second for Australia, and Teddy sitting in third place. The timer has run out, and we will have one final quick score, just a 2.67 on the board for Ito. It looks to us, Barton, like all other scores are locked in.
Yep.
And I think it's safe to say results will be moving forward with Ito out of Israel taking away a big win. And Eden Hassan of Australia walking away in second. Teddy out of Sweden and Tomas out of Chile. Falling out in that third and fourth place position. They will have more opportunities, though, in the rapid charge rounds moving forward.
Yeah, it's a great part of this event. 2 chances for everybody and helps facilitate the development of our sport globally.
Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, Paul Evans will join me in the booth, and we'll have some more great surfing from your under 18 boys hitting the lineup.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action here in Surf City, El Salvador, where the waves never really stop pumping. Even if it's a small day, it's still bigger than it is in most other regions of the world. And the consistency is always here. It's a great place to be able to run events, especially like that of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, where we have 441 kids looking to get some waves in the free surfs, as well as to capitalize when they actually get to paddle out in a 4-person heat. At the moment, we've got Australia, Venezuela, Belgium, and Israel in the water with Dane Henry, Woodgen, Rodriguez, Jory Clays, and John Rabinovich. In the lineup, we got a 1.17 on the board already for Dane Henry out of Australia. Other than that, we're waiting for those other 3 surfers to get their first opportunities. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Paul Evans. And Paul, it's been a great way to kick things off this morning. We've seen some solid scores being dropped.
Yeah, big scores, statement performances, some sort of smiley faces as well. That energy's been really, really cool. Obviously, nothing can be lost on the first day of competition. You can't win it either, but you can throw down a bit of a marker and show a statement of what you can do. Find rhythm with the ocean, get some waves, and keep grinning.
Be able to just keep those smiles coming. Round after round, we've got a lot of rounds to make it through until we get to our finals day. And we're running through competition right now at La Bocana with the under-18 boys, as we can see them moving themselves into position. You can also click to watch the live web stream for Podium 2, which is at El Sunzal. That's where under-16 girls round 1 is competing today. As we take a look at Belgium's Jory Claes, up and riding, just comes a little stuck off the rail there.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a couple of times. There are a few bumps in this, and surfers looking really down the line, eyeing up sections. And the rail just catching.
John in the lineup right now throws out a big maneuver on the finish in the whitewater. Doesn't quite hold on to control, but he'll be putting his first score on the board into that priority rotation. We got a couple of Johns in the draw this week. We've got John Chen as well from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah. I don't think, if your name's John, I don't think there's many good reasons at the moment to not call yourself John. If you're a surfer, it's pretty much mandatory, isn't it?
Just got to add the second one.
Just double down on the Johns. Yeah, definitely.
Just a couple small scores on the board to kick things off here. We got a 1.73 for John. We got a 1.43 for Jory and a 1.17, which leaves Wugin looking for his first wave. And we've got a little set here coming through as we take a look at John on the inside section. So he's already going to be under 4th priority. May as well keep things busy on the inside section. Finds those completed 2 turns together, and he'll put a better score on the board. Taking a look now at Dane Henry. Into the first turn, finds that second one, ejects the board as he kind of goes in for that rebound off the foam. So we've got a couple scores to drop through across the board. And where we're currently located for our broadcast, we're actually sitting at El Sunzal. I had a great opportunity during my last break to take a walk down to check in with some of those under-16 girls that are paddling out for their heats today. And there's been some really outstanding surfing. The wave down there has really allowed some good kind of pocket surfing. It's stood up really well and running off the right.
I just watched Ziggy McKenzie from Australia absolutely ripping that ride. It's like, is this CT? She was absolutely ripping it. She looks incredible.
Such solid performances. It's been really fun to kind of, start to get a little feeling for, like you said, those surfers that are going to come out with a big statement and try and drop those solid scores, try and get themselves into the excellent range on day one. Some of those surfers that would maybe prefer to hold some of those huge performances in their back pocket to pull out a little bit later on as well. As we take a look at Jory now up and riding, sets himself up for this opening snap, just kind of out on the open face and won't be able to time out that finish.
Yeah, just unable to get that. He wanted it. He wanted it real bad. You can see all of that sort of focus from him down the line, really looking for that finishing section. He got most of the work done. The wave just kind of backed away from him, just didn't quite get the timing right, and he'll be left wanting a little bit in terms of points, in terms of what he could have had. If he got a finish on it, but so far in this one, no one really running away with it in terms of quality. That drone view gives you good idea of the size of the lineup and the playing field. There's a bit of elbow room out there for our surfers. A little bit of position, mainly been the left, hasn't it, with most of the scores coming through. Are a couple of rights as well. There's the inside left as well, so a few options.
Yeah, the left has certainly been the more favorable option this morning. Through the years of, ISA running competitions here at La Bocana specifically, there have been some days where the swell direction is right, and those rights specifically have some really solid shape. We'll take a look now at our surfer with first priority. Rodriguez of Venezuela just misses the opportunity for his opening wave. But we do see, the kind of, those lefts and rights, depending on the swell direction, depending on the wind as well, which ones will kind of pick up to be kind of cleaner, which will have those really steep faces. But it tends to be a little bit even throughout. We also, when it gets a little bit bigger, we tend to see a really heavy end section. We had one wave in the last heat with a really decent kind of end that wasn't that kind of tapered off.
The Ido Hagag on the back end.
Yeah, that was absolutely so impressive.
Yeah, I've been watching him surf. He's been on the QS in Europe for a couple of years. I've watched him surf quite a bit in Portugal in QS. He's an absolute ripper, aggressive surfer.
Wugin now up and riding. So had that fall on his first wave. Now finding a little bit more rhythm here on the second. And looking strong as he comes through with a lot of speed. Trying to add in a little bit more flair on the finishing move there as he goes down, but got that job done on the outside.
Yeah, really light on his feet. You know, instantly you're picking up the flow from him and realizing he's really sprightly, has quick reflexes, and that previous to last, it didn't work out for him. Saw a little frustration as he paddled out, and he's thinking, don't, you know, he's plenty of time, don't get rattled, and great way to respond. Multiple maneuvers. Okay, he didn't get the finish on that, but there wasn't loads left in the wave. It's a nice surfing for him. It's just going to feel a lot better to kind of get a legitimate wave, go through the gears, get that speed going. Just maneuver your board around in the pocket of the wave, and I think he's going to be a bit happier with the way things are going so far. Still much work ahead of him in this heat.
At the moment, it's Israel sitting in that leading position, a 3.67 being his high score, a 3.73 being the highest of the heat so far. And we got a few of those threes on the board for Dane, for Woogan as well. So kind of sitting in that even pack. No one's really had that breakaway opportunity. As we take a look at Dane, caught a little behind the section as well, and he can feel it without capitalizing on that opening maneuver to just get himself out of it.
Yeah, a couple of those bigger rights, just push a touch wide and go slow piss. What happened there? Why is it at the bottom of the wave? Got a lump in front. This is live action from Clays.
And tries to hold on to the finish. Just gets swallowed up by the whitewater. He's sitting in that 4th place position right now for Belgium, chasing down a 2.78 to put himself up into that leading position. Last score in for Dane, it was just that quick throwaway. And for Woogan, who had a quick fall on his opening ride, able to find himself with a 3.27 to take himself into a position with really small requirements on the board.
Yeah, this is still anyone's, this one. No one really getting a hold of it as such so far. A couple of misfires, a couple of errors in terms of not getting the timing right on the finish. Alternatively, seeing some bombs out the back. They've just pushed a little fat and soft. And that's frustrated surfers looking to really attack the likes of Dane Henry. Got himself a bomb as his hands left the rails. He stood up. He would have been thinking, all right, I'm on here. And that one just not quite happening for him. It's a short paddle back, though, and he'll find himself back in contention here. We've already seen flashes of his quality. I expect to see him make a, when he gets a legitimate wave, I expect to see him make a move up the scoreboard in terms of points.
He's certainly been one of those surfers. You know, he's kind of gone viral in the last few months with some of the airs that he's been pulling through from that single session that he had at Deba on the Gold Coast of Australia recently, busting some of the biggest airs that we've seen. Really impressive. Now to see how he kind of pulls, you know, what does a surfer do who's able to pull that out in a free surf any day of the week? Coming into competition, coming in with that pressure, the nation as well behind you and backing a team dynamic. The sort of approach to heat surfing being maybe slightly different than that of a free surf.
Yeah, different sort of thing, isn't it? But it does feel like today, the kind of modern, their surfers, they're so complete. Maybe in the olden days, you had those sort of contest surfers, those contest machines who could maybe play it a little safer, and then you had these other kind of free surf cats. It does feel like it's all coming together now into one beautiful package.
Now, having a look at this wave, up and riding. Dane Henry out of Australia. Ooh, good looking turn, but cuts it a bit short.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a few times. There's some rumble and some kick in that white water. And whenever you get that drift going and you get the fins go, it looks really cool, but you also don't have the control. And some of those white waters, it's a relatively uneven bottom here and just a little explosion. If you're not quite centered on the board, easily done. We've seen that happen a few times in this. One of the reasons why, just in this heat so far, the scores have been kept down a bit. A few incomplete rides going down. Of course, the flip side of that is it's wide open. It's anyone's. Surfer back in 4th. Doesn't need much to move up and advance. So let's see if this thing fires up under 8 minutes.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time for anyone to really make that statement, to get a score into that, you know, kind of 5-point range that we've seen coming through from most of the other heats. Having a little look there, John decides not to go. He's also sitting a little bit farther on the inside position. And we've seen for the majority, you know, those surfers sitting on the outside on that peak that are able to capitalize and really get themselves into that bigger score. Judges not being super favorable on those kind of inside spin arounds under priority on a smaller sized wave. Maybe you're looking at a score in that 3 to 4 point range, which at this stage is fine. That's exactly what, you know, everyone's kind of sitting on. But for those surfers really wanting to put that statement on things, match some of those bigger scores that we've seen throughout the rest of the day so far for our opening day of competition.
Yeah, this one just feels a little, I don't know if it's nervy or tense or just
strange, isn't it?
Just haven't seen scores, but there's just, something that does feel like maybe surfers just now starting to think, okay, if I put myself under pressure, I haven't got much on the board. The good news is nobody has, right? There's no one running away with this. So all about keeping that cool head that we've been talking about. It's easier to say, though. Your tactics, everything, you work out what you want to do according to certain situations and what would be the smart thing to do. But once you're out in the water, really, a lot of that surfing by feel and that emotion will come into, and it's about kind of managing that as well. And just making sure you make good use of the clock. Don't panic, don't worry too much about time, but at the same time, don't sit there for too long. Here's a paddle from John.
16 years old, out of Tel Aviv. Up and riding on his forehand. He goes for a big layback. Single maneuver. He's looking to improve on a 3.67 as his high score. Decent ride for him.
I like it. There's not much an offer there. Like, scoring potential, it wasn't really what else could he have done on that wave.
Yeah.
He came at it late. It was basically a closeout. Didn't have much going, and nevertheless, he squeezed about as much as he possibly could out of that section.
Well, we've got about 5 minutes, 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, down here, congratulations. It's getting increasingly windy down here. How did you prepare for that heat with these tricky conditions?
Wow, the heat was fun, but the wind just changed everything, and it was pretty difficult to find the good waves. And when I was under pryo, I just took this good wave, and it came to me, and I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna eat it. Then I hit like 3 times the wave, and it was really, really good. Like, I felt it, and they took like too much to say the score, you know? They took so long, and I was like, okay, it's gonna be a big score. And then I was okay, I'm gonna build my heat now. But yeah, it was fun.
Well, the patience was worth the wait. A 7.1, the highest single wave score that was out there in that heat. Now, preparing for this, have you spent a lot of time here at La Bocana compared to El Sunzal? What does the past few days look like in preparation for this?
So I've been here like a while ago, like for 1 month. Yeah, so I train here every day. This wave is difficult, so I had to surf it a lot. Sunzal really difficult too, so I have to spend more time here in Sunzal. So yeah, I'm feeling good, my board's feeling good, and I like this place. This place is magic.
So if you spent 1 month here, how many pupusas do you think you've eaten while you've been here?
Wow, so much pupusas, so much. Too much, look.
Well, thank you so much. Good luck for your next heat.
Maybe because of the pupusas, I did like a good turn, you know? But, yeah.
Perfect, that's the secret.
Yeah, that's the secret, guys. Thank you very much. El Israel.
Thanks so much. A month already spent here.
Wow.
No wonder you found the biggest score of the day.
Yeah, there's some prep right there.
That's
incredible commitment. Although, after about a month, that doesn't feel like work anymore. That's just an epic surf trip, right? It's like almost easy. Forget that there's a comp going on. There's waves every day. Just loving it. Yeah, he's having a great time. And a really, really worthy performance, Ido, in that heat. He's absolutely stoked to get through and to carry that momentum. Strong Israeli squad, actually. One of them leading this heat out in the water. But that's been a story. The last couple of years in Europe, they compete on the QS in Europe, and we've seen those numbers of Israeli surfers at every event swell and like a lot of depth in terms of the talent. It's not just kind of like 1 or 2, but they're really like sort of a really big squad of really, really quality surfers from that region, and they don't look like slowing down at all.
Yeah, it looks like it's just filtering into those juniors, that junior category as well. Some of those surfers like Anat Lelior, who's found herself a now 2-time Olympian. She's already competed at Tokyo 2020, qualified herself for Paris 2024 as well. And for the rest of Israel, kind of setting that tone moving forward. As we take a look at Jory Clays out of Belgium, he had some work to do here, chasing a 4.15 to take the lead away. Now we've seen a couple of slightly bigger scores drop through. Paul, off of that last exchange, the 4.43 of Jory set himself up in a good position in second.
Yeah.
And for Rabinovich out of Israel with that 4.9.
Yeah, like Clay's waiting an eternity for that 4. You could see he was surfing with speed. He just that final section was letting him down, whether it was the wave or a couple of times him, and then finally getting the 4, and then hopefully from his point of view turning the screw with that last wave.
Up and riding now, Rodriguez out of Venezuela, connects with the little lip, but goes down. He's starting to feel that pressure mounting, less than 2 minutes on the clock, 4.69 requirement on the board.
Yeah, it's all pressurized, and it's all coming down to just a couple of minutes. Even the waves feel like we're seeing shorter waves, right? I think maybe if we come to the inside a bit, I'm not exactly sure. Live action here. Let's see what Dane's got.
All right, into that first little corner. Wave looks a little slopey from this angle. He's doing well to keep that speed, keep that board from looking flat. You know, a good use of that kind of rail to try and gain a bit of speed coming through. Dodging a few rocks maybe on the inside section as well. He's chasing a 4.24.
Yeah, it's well surfed, but wasn't loads on offer. That angle looking in flattens the wave down a bit as well. The board speed was good. It was whippy through his turns. He was never really able to go full body into any of them. They just had to kind of keep his speed going down the line to stay in contention. And with not a lot of time left on the clock, I'm not sure if he's going to have time to get another wave. It might come down to that 4.24. So it's going to have to be up there in terms of will be the third highest score of this heat. It's not been a great one in terms of quality, in terms of numbers so far. This is going to be tight.
35 seconds remaining on the clock. A paddle now from John Rabinovich out of Israel, up and riding. Decent sized wave in front of him. Drives through that first turn. Sets himself up for the second, trying to really open up a bit more. And not really able to find any of those vertical turns, but he's just looking to improve on that 3.67. Now, Rodriguez up and riding. He connects straight up into the lip. His last scores, 3.27, a 3.23. He's still chasing that 4.69.
Great first turn. He just wants another section. It feels like we've lost a section or two out of this wave just in this heat. There's been a lot of those just kind of one-section waves.
Totally different than the last one.
So, yeah, great speed, aggression, hit it hard, came out with speed, and you're thinking, all right, he's on here, and then wave has other ideas. I'm not sure we saw 4.69 with that one turn.
Scores in, last of our heat leader out of Israel, a 2.87, doesn't factor into his top two, so requirements remain the same. All scores are locked in for our surfer from Belgium in the green. He's in second at the moment. And now waiting for that last exchange between Rodriguez and Henry in the blue and in the red, both chasing mid-range 4-point rides. For Wugan, Rodriguez out of Venezuela, just that single maneuver, like you said, you know, looked for that second, couldn't quite find it. For Dane, Henry out of Australia, he was able to connect a couple turns together. The wave, maybe not having the most critical of nature, but some quick, speedy surfing on it.
Yeah, a little spark for the finish as well. Put a little extra into that last turn. He's asked a question of the judges. That's crucial. He needed to do that. Is it going to be that solid 4 that he needs, though? In the context of this heat and where those higher fours have gone, we'll find out soon. It's with the panel at the moment, the Aussie squad. They'll cheer him on. They reckon he's got the number. Let's see if the judges agree.
The Irkandjis putting a lot of work in behind the scenes for, you know, the development of all of their surfers. As we take a look at the replays here for the last exchange.
Yeah, so that turn, as we mentioned, with plenty of speed. So this is the one really that we're thinking about the score. So Dane sets up, and just that slope on the face. You see those bumps just kind of grabbing his board. So he has to go back to the juice, and then in here, being real patient still. And he gives a nice swing. It's crisp, gets the board pretty vert. It is a bit of a slopey section. He had to reach for it a bit as well. And he would have loved one just to drain a bit more and have that really nice transition to attack. He had to kind of make his way there.
But it's just enough. He gets the score. It's a 4.63. And he just gets himself across the line in that second place position. We will see those two surfers advancing through into the next round in the main round.
So crucial, that finish. You have to say well done for keeping that energy going into that inside section, belting it on the end. And the judges say yes.
It'll be Israel and Australia in first and second, Venezuela and Belgium falling out into the repecharge round with more opportunity in front of them through the week. We've got more action to come. We'll be right back.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. a right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the action for the 2024 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's a big day of surfing ahead of us. For our opening day, we got 27 heats per round that we're going to be running through. The under 18 boys here at La Bocana. The under 16 girls are taking place at Sunzal. You're welcome to click into their broadcast, Podium 2 broadcast, if you're tuning in at ISAsurf.org. You'll find it right there, nice and easy to be able to tag along as we track with our under 18 boys. Teo out of Panama putting together a powerful forehand hack to start things off. He's in the water up against Noah Davis of England, Jackson Dorian of Hawaii, and Zalin Endrefi out of Hungary. And this is going to be another great heat, a 0.5 on the board so far for Noah. Now that last heat had a little bit of energy drained out of it. It was really challenging for the surfers to find some rhythm, Paul. Hopefully we expect something different in this one.
Yeah, definitely. And you look at names like Jackson Dorian as well. We know so much about him, what he can do. And I'm hoping surfers like him bring the fire in this one. Let's see how it goes.
Well, impressive surfing in that previous heat from John Rabinovich out of Israel. He's down on the beach with Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Congratulations. That was a great heat win back-to-back for you and your teammate. Did you watch his heat before to prepare for yours?
Yeah, of course. I watched it before, and I saw that in the beginning he didn't find a wave, and then I learned from it. I'll try to keep it active. But yeah, feels good. Feels good to come with the team and made both of us first. Yeah, feels good.
Yeah, that's some great energy for both of you guys, both having heat wins. What are you guys going to do for the rest of the day?
Yeah, we're probably gonna go watch other team at heat, and then gonna go home, rest for tomorrow, and yeah, gonna train more a little bit, maybe a couple waves, but I don't think so. Yeah, feels good to win the heat with my teammate. Hopefully all of them pass their heat today, and yeah, it feels good to win the heat in the difficult situation at home.
And you've been here in El Salvador for about 1 month now preparing. How have you been enjoying the country here?
Yeah, I love this. I love Surf City. I love the country, the vibe here. It's so good people, and yeah, I love it here.
And anything you'd like to say to everyone back home?
I want to say, עם ישראל חי, ואני הולך להביא עוד, בעזרת השם, ולנצח עוד מקצים. וגם כל המתחרים האחרים. That's it.
Well, congratulations back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Rachel, and well done to John putting together some solid surfing in a kind of a challenging heat. No huge scores dropped throughout.
It's just about getting the wins, right? Doesn't have to be highlights, real stuff. And sometimes you've got to roll up the sleeve and just get it done, get it over the line, get through in first place, get your interview, and then try and bring that confidence, foster that team spirit, come back. Sometimes you don't get that with the ocean, any spot, anywhere. You get that classic ebb and flow. Maybe little holes in kind of the energy of the swell. It's what we saw in that last one. Let's see if it fires up for this one. I hope so. We've got some real talent in the water. Can't wait to see Jax Dorian. The last time I saw him surf in a singlet was up in France in a specialty event last autumn. Absolutely unbelievable. He was packing just massive barrels. His dad was in that event too. It was really, really cool to see him. I'd not seen him surf in the flesh before. He's very, very impressive, right? With the internet's kind of known about him since he was like a little kid.
About 1 foot tall.
Yeah. And yeah, let's hope we get him some waves because he's a performer, he's an entertainer.
Yeah, he's an incredibly good surfer. He's put together some great heats here at the ISA World Junior Championships over the last few years, specifically in El Salvador. He put together some great heats last year in Brazil as well. He's been one of those surfers that, you know, kind of everybody around the beach. It's the same as when, you know, an Aaron Brooks or a Sierra Kerr show up on the sand, who both have those gold medals already now at the World Junior Championships. For someone like Jackson Dorian, everyone's kind of, even, you know, his peers up to, you know, the other coaches, the other parents, the team managers, everyone's kind of going, all right, what are we going to see from him? And that pressure comes with a lot of weight to it. As we take a look now at Teo, up and riding and linking together a couple of solid turns, smaller size wave, but just fitting it all together, nice and compact. He's got a 4.17 that he started off with. So he's kind of in that mode of getting the job done early, trying to build on that score line, where someone like Jackson, someone like Noah is just being a little bit more patient, waiting out that better wave selection possibly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You said it, compact, totally. I mean, how low he gets close to his board for that backhand bottom turn. Looks like he's riding a really short board as well, so he gets that whip. And on a kind of a soft wave, maybe a bit of a slopey face, he can actually kind of knife it pretty hard. And able to really just try and generate some of his own momentum, even if the ocean isn't throwing him loads. And that's like an invaluable skill to have. You're thinking about surfing events, sometimes you're going to score great waves. You're generally going to be surfing a lot of the time onshore beach breaks, okay? It's kind of generally what conditions are going to be like. And hey, if you can make substandard conditions look good, you're on your way. Here's Jackson.
Dorian now up and riding, pumping, driving down the line, trying to gain some speed as he goes into that first turn, throws a bit of spray, connects through for the second, and he'll get that opening score on the board.
Yeah, I mean, sort of looking at the speed, just sort of already see how fast he's going. Never really got to unleash fury on that one, did he? He was always looking down the line, but serving a bit of notice from how quick he can go through the gears. That's Noah Davis, Englishman, based in southwest France, in Moliettes. So in Les Landes, just a little bit north of Hossegor, like half an hour north. Some real quality beach break waves around there, and he competes a lot in that region. Over here with Team England and representing them, and a little spring in his step, trying to get back in the lineup there.
Yeah, wanting to make sure he gets himself into that higher priority rotation ahead of Jackson at least. Jackson drops a 4.57 for his opener. We got a 3.33 that backs up the opener for Teo, and those two sitting in those leading positions. We got all the surfers kind of getting back together. Noah putting himself into that third place priority, like you said, that kind of, you know, pep within his paddle to get himself out there really quickly.
Yeah, I like it from Teo. I think that's good pragmatic surfing, getting the three. Weird things can happen in heats. It can go slow, and time's going to go fast in this. 11 minutes to go now, and we could get another lull, and suddenly people are still sitting around waiting for their scores. So just deciding to go to that inside and a lesser quality wave, but nevertheless, a 3 is a helpful score at the moment. It's got him in the lead in this one. That number for Jackson, 4.57. And just showing us how high he can go up the scale without really going on the attack specifically. But I just want to up, obviously, his wave count. And I want to now go into backup mode. Just find another wave. Don't drop anchor. Don't wait too long. Be over selective. I mean, he'll be well versed in all this sort of stuff. But he wants to get himself a number on the board, because, yeah, this clock will run away quick.
It's so fast. 20-minute heats, especially with 4 people in the lineup. It's not a lot of time on the clock. For a lot of these surfers, you know, being still young, if they're coming from a region of the world, a home community where they've got a board riders club that they're able to jump into, they're often surfing heats with a lot of people. You know, sometimes those heats might have up to 5, 6 people in them, be quite short to be able to fit it in one day with all the different divisions. As we take a look now at Zalin, who took off on that wave. Unfortunately, it looks like our surfer in blue, Noah, just kind of getting sucked over the falls while trying to pull back on it. Zalin did have first priority. Noah was in a lower priority than Zalin, so we may see an interference pop up on the board there.
Just saw that, didn't we, 2 heats ago as well. And that can happen. You know, 4 surfers in the works already crowded lineup, but sometimes when things are getting a little smaller, maybe people are kind of battling on the inside and getting pretty close to each other. And you can see those things happen, and our panel of judges, and particularly, namely our priority judge, will be keeping a very beady eye on things. Let's have a look. So, yeah, trying desperately to get out the way and not go over the falls. Let's see where that goes. Meanwhile, this is live from Noah.
Noah on his backhand. Nice extension out of that first turn into the second one. Smaller wave, again, that kind of compact style, but getting the job done. He's looking for just a 3.81 right now to move himself up into second. Jackson up and riding on his second wave. So like you said, now wanting to get that wave count up. Finds a great looking corner for the finish of his second wave. Opened with that single highest score of the heat so far, is that 4.57. And with 8 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock, we'll have scores to drop for Dorian and for Davis. We'll also see how the situation maybe with priority unfolds between Hungary and England.
Yeah,
for the last exchange.
Crucial last maneuver there for Jackson. I mean, we've seen several surfers fall on those kind of maneuvers in the last few heats. The waves have got smaller and it's got trickier to surf, and he was able to get the full vertical hit on the backhands. And almost kind of the wave running out of energy, did really well to bring the board back, steer it back to the beach. It's really technical surfing, sort of underappreciated sometimes how tricky those sort of things are to do. And that would be crucial if he'd fallen then. It obviously would have really impacted his score, and he would have been sort of in that position where he's a bit vulnerable. Looks like the numbers in straight away. Let's put him in a commanding spot.
4.83 takes Jackson Dorian into the lead. Getting close to that 10-point heat total as well. That leaves Teo Grani out of Panama chasing a 5.23. Teo's a surfer that's grown up in a lot of different places. He's half Italian, half Argentinian, has spent some time living in Costa Rica. He's a very well-traveled surfer that's had the opportunity to kind of, I guess, as a competitive surfer, you have to be good at surfing different breaks, adjusting to different places, and really being good at traveling, because the expectation on your passport is quite high. So for someone like Teo at a young age to come from a family that's allowing him to split some time between different communities and countries specifically, that's a great thing for him in a long journey ahead of him as a competitive surfer.
Yeah, definitely just being adaptable, adjusting to your situation. That's kind of like the essence of what surfing's about, right? Whether that's actually on the wave itself, in the lineup, or just general. You know, going with the flow. Sometimes you're fired up to surf, waves are no good, you can't do it. You've got to kind of bottle that and bring it back another day. And just being at ease and comfortable in different situations around the world, absolutely invaluable. Bit of a bigger set coming through there. Feels like we've lost a little energy out of this swell. Maybe it's rumbling back to life now. We see some lines approaching Shannon.
Yeah, it's kind of caught everybody off guard because the last two heats have been a little bit slower, breaking a little bit more on the inside. And now these surfers just missing that outside opportunity, as we have seen that priority or that interference show up on the board for Noah Davis.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He paddled for the wave and then realized, didn't he? Okay, I don't want this, but he just couldn't pull back. It's still within his grasp to get the number that he needs, though. It's going to be tough.
Teo now up and riding. He's chasing a 5.23 to take the lead away from Dorian. That won't do it, unfortunately. Does leave Noah Davis sitting with first priority, but because it was a priority interference, he will be losing his second score. He'll be relying on the score of just one wave. As he is up and riding, putting together a solid effort here to try and get himself to that 7.5 after an unfortunate error earlier in the heat. Decent sized wave. It's standing up for him here as well. We'll see if he can get a good finish, and he's going to be able to just continue working his way through to the shallows. Goes down on that final maneuver. Got a bit of work done on the way to it, and that will hand priority to Zalin for Team Hungary. As we take a look at live action, Zalin won't get into it. Jackson's going to take a look off the right and put a bit of flair into that single turn.
Yeah, just one maneuver. Able to skid out the tail though, wasn't he? And show us that X factor that he's got. So far in this one, the pragmatic approach, couple of fours from him. You know, you expect, what's he going to do? Is he going to get out there? We're going to see full rotation. What's he got? But he's realized, you know what? I've got to surf to the situation, to what the waves are offering. I've got to be in sync with the ocean. A couple of fours is actually pretty solid numbers in the context of this. Noah Davis, got a runner there. Much better from him, but he's up against it, looking for that 7.5. It's going to be really tough to find that number, but his best wave for sure. I thought that first turn was really nice. He hung it up in the lip. A little bit of hang time as he kind of airdropped down, and then when that happens, the wave can run away from you. Did really well to get back on the inside rail, to use that heel edge and get going down the line. And there are multiple maneuvers, so it's going to feel good to get that finish, but he's going to be smarting about that interference, and it felt there wasn't a lot on that wave anyway. All felt a bit unnecessary.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock, and yeah, the end of it, you know, kind of pulled it all together. But again, it's a huge score. It'd be one of those bigger scores of the day for Noah now, looking for a 7.5. It's going to take something really exceptional to see the scores go into that size, as we are waiting for that last score to come through for him. Everything else is in. Jackson maintains the lead. Lasso Teo, just that throwaway score, and for Zalin, being the only representative for Team Hungary, it's great to have him in the draw. He's really hopeful that someday soon his brother Kiev can join the team alongside of him, and they can kind of come in as a duo and continue to grow the Hungarian surfing team. It's been great to have them in the mix. And, you know, even for this event this year, we've got some very first-time nations entering the World Juniors conversation. We've seen them maybe competing at other events through the World Surfing Games or the SUP events through the years, but to be able to see British Virgin Islands, Latvia, Lithuania, and Slovakia in the draw this year with junior teams speaks to the growth and the development of the sport globally.
Yeah, totally. And a real genuine, as you say, global sport. And obviously, you mentioned as well some of those family situations, surfers with mixed heritage. That's really cool as well to see that being part of the conversation, and real diversification, which has been good. I mean, it felt for decades, really, maybe 4 or 5 kind of powerhouse nations in surfing where the talent came from and really dominating. But right now, there isn't really anywhere where you'd be overly surprised that someone goes out and absolutely rips, because there's great surfers from all over the world.
That's right. It really doesn't matter anymore to the location of where they may be coming from on the map. If they're from a landlocked nation, a nation that maybe doesn't have a big ocean connected to it, but more of a sea, some kind of wind swell that they're typically surfing back at home, as opposed to these big giant ground swells. It really doesn't mean anything anymore in surfing, because we're seeing surfers with that mixed heritage coming from all over the world and being able to travel to surf the world.
Travel opportunities as well for the youngsters. I mean, you talk about passport stamps. You see some of these juniors in the places they've already been and competed, and they've got friends over there. They've got hookups. They know where to go eat, and like already building these incredible connections. And you know, hopefully that will last for a lifetime as well. The friends you make surfing and traveling when you're young, hopefully friends forever.
Jackson now finding some speed down the line, staying on that heel side rail, up into a big floater, and he'll dive out of it. 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock, still maintaining that leading position. The score did drop for that last of Noah Davis, a 4.33, so he's done well to be improving his situation every time he stands up, but that 7.5 is still a big requirement.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for him is that there is the repechage round to come back, because he's got the surfing. He made an error. It's cost him, because, you know, look at the numbers of Teo in second place. His high score, the 4.17. So Noah would be right in this if not for that interference. He'll come back in the repechage, and I imagine he won't be paddling for too many waves when he doesn't have priority in his next heat. Let's see how he goes about that. But he can take a bit of solace from the fact that he's improved his number. He's chasing it down. He's still got a little time left here. 7.5 feels massive for him, though. And just looking at Jackson Dorian, who's keeping well away from everybody. He's barely even paddled back out after his last effort. 30 on the clock. He doesn't want to get involved in anything. A couple of scores from mid-range 4s. It's not huge in terms of the scale, but do you know what? Actually, in the context of this heat, that's really well surfed. There's different ways of doing it. Sometimes you've got to be practical. It's what he's done out here, and he's looked really good value.
And this is now, you know, 2 heats in a row where we're seeing scores in that range be great scores at this stage, you know. As we take a look at Noah on the inside section and getting some great work done through to the inside. Again, though, just chasing that single score. If he didn't have that priority interference next to his name, we could very likely see him sitting in that second place position right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. Look at that wave right there. What would he have needed, a 3 or something? It won't matter, though. Doesn't want to dwell too much on that. So part of the learning experiences, you learn a lot more from your mistakes as well. And I don't think he will be in his next heat. I don't think he'll be getting too involved in paddling for waves if he doesn't have priority. But he surfed really well. He looks good. He looks loose. He's got spark. He's got speed. His boards look great for him. So he'll be back for more. That's the cool thing about repechage. But well done to Jackson Dorian. Really enjoyed watching him.
Yeah, impressive performance from Jackson. And he'll take away a heat victory for Team Hawaii alongside Teo Grani out of Panama in that second place position. Both Noah Davis and Zalan and Drefi heading into the repechage rounds. They'll have more opportunity to get into the water here at La Bocana and to watch some of their peers getting some great waves, support their teams as well. We're going to go to a quick Commercial break. When we return, Paul Evans and Barton Lynch will be on the call. Under 18 boys surfing it out here at La Bocana.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And a very warm welcome back to La Bocana ISA World Juniors out in the water. We've already seen some really fun action go down on quite an eventful morning. Seen some good scores, some great surfing, some intense competing. It's been really fun to watch it go down. I'm delighted to say, joining me to talk you guys through it, Barton Lynch.
Hello, people. It's great to be here, Paulie, and you can see the nerves day one. And, you know, these aren't the most experienced competitors in the world. Young kids, under 18, under 16, boys and girls. And it comes with pressure, this environment. You're representing your country, you're representing your team. Individual surfing is a much easier thing to do than surfing for a team. I surfed for my country, I coached my country in these ISAs, and I understand how much pressure there is. So with all of those things considered, the performances have been great.
All right, let's check out Noah De Cole out of Peru, Torala Omani from Tahiti, Jonas Utero from Finland, Ivan Mienko from Ukraine. And I'm just wondering, mate, on that subject, if you're coaching or you're in an advisory role, how do you take the pressure off a surfer? Is it about simplifying things? What do you do to maybe just get them out of their own head a little bit?
I think it's a really personal, individual situation. Some people need to be challenged. Others need to have that pressure diluted. And, you know, you use the just have fun out there, mate. Just go have a surf. Do your free surfing for those that aren't, you know, competitively confident. But it is a very personal thing. You know, you've got to be able to taper that approach for each individual and understand them and what they need. And in the end, there's only one way. Experience is the only teacher, isn't there? You can tell them everything you want, but you've got to experience it for yourself to grow. So,
well, out there in the water, representing their country at the moment, Jonas Utero with number on the board, surfer out of Finland. It's actually got 2 numbers, good enough so far for 3-2-4. I like the quick start. I think that's a really, really good choice in this. Do not go out and wait too long. Get numbers on the board. We've seen 4s and 3s good enough to advance surfers the last couple of heats. And Bale will just end in the break there. And the quality's gone down a bit. That's to do with the tide, right? It's come up.
Yeah, tide's coming into around 11 a.m. high tide, so we're seeing the impact of that. Obviously, as the tide comes in, the water gets deeper. These swells don't feel the reef as they would at low tide, and so there's less opportunities. And then well, you could see the confusion in Noah's face there. Like, he gets up and he goes, no. Oh, maybe. Oh, no. You know, so you really want to be certain before you take off on a wave that it's what you want. Unless you're down the priority roster, then you can play around a bit. But in first and second priority, you really have to be certain.
Noah De Cole dealing with a bit of wobble there and not finding much in terms of opportunity. So we've brought our surfers in onto the inside looking for scores. Someone that found scores in the last one. The winner of the last heat is standing by with Rachel.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, conditions are getting increasingly difficult out there. What did you make of those conditions before your heat?
I mean, I think the main part of being a surfer is just adapting to the conditions. So that's what we had to do. Equal playing field, everyone had to deal with the same thing. And yeah, just stoked to grovel my way through that one.
Yeah, well, that's a really good mentality to have. You've competed here in El Salvador before. Your first ISA World Junior Championships was here in 2022. How does it feel to be back here competing?
Feels amazing. I mean, still firing, like tricky wind, but still some fun waves. Always fun to do this event and super high level of competition. So yeah, I'm just stoked to be here and to compete.
Yeah, and you guys are going to be switching between La Bocana and El Sunzal. How have you been preparing? They're very different waves, so how have you been splitting up your time preparing for both of those?
Well, we had, like the last couple times we've been here, we got a lot of practice, so we kind of knew what we were getting into coming into this event. And yeah, it was hard to deal with the crowd, but just getting our lineups and getting dialed in and feeling comfortable was our main focus, and I think we did that. So yeah, I'm stoked.
And how will you enjoy the rest of your day now?
Get in the air conditioning and not have heat stroke. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just get rested up and cool down.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Rachel. What great insights there too. Well, he's got a wise head on his shoulders, hasn't he, Jackson?
Well, he should have, given his father, Shane Dorian, one of the greats of our sport, a competitor, an incredible big wave surfer. The momentum generation was a powerful time.
But on the flip side of that, something that's not always easy, you know. Your dad's a legend, and so, you know, we've seen that can go a couple of ways, can't it, for the next generation? He seems to be very much embracing that as we're watching a replay. Some beautiful rail work here from Halmani out of Tahiti.
How was that first turn? It kind of took my breath away. I was like, wow, big, wrapping, beautiful turn. Here's red for Peru, Noah DeCole. And, yeah, you know, Shane Dorian is such an experienced competitor, so he's obviously got the correct thoroughbred, you know, you would imagine. The bloodlines there strong. Jonas here, live action.
Yeah, here we go. It's the fin on the backhands. And not able to get loads of speed, really, on that one. Just kind of looking for a section, had to be a little patient as well. Expect to see a bit more of that as well throughout this heat surface. Got to wait a little bit longer and see exactly what the waves do. They can't necessarily commit from the takeoff flying down the line. It is, you know, tide is a factor here. Not the huge swings it gets in some parts of the world, but it's had a big effect on conditions.
It has, you know, but it's still there. And, you know, the 517, respecting and appreciating that beautiful big forehand wrap that we saw. Great turn into a closeout, completed it. Back to Jackson Dorian, I watched him in Rio in early December at last year's World Juniors, and he went into that event. I imagine he goes into any event because he's got a massive profile as a favourite, as someone that everybody's watching. And in Rio, the pressure of that situation and his dad as the coach of the whole team at that point in time, he didn't perform as well as he would have liked under that pressure. So I feel like, you know, like 22 he was here, 23 he was in Rio, 24 he's well experienced now in this event. He understands the format, he understands the break, and that's allowing that thoroughbred that he has, the bloodline that he has to channel its way through to a winning performance there. But there's still a long way to go. It's going to be interesting to watch that young man because, as you said, the pressure of a famous, successful father can work in different ways, but you've got to use it positively. You don't get to choose your parents, and you get, well, some people say you do, but who knows? You know, what you get to do is deal with the cards you're dealt, and, you know, you can take a successful father many ways, but, you know, to be inspired by it and to use it in a positive way is the way a courageous Grommet would, and that's what Jackson does.
Just one of many outstanding talents in the draw here. Really looking forward to see this contest unfold. Just day one of our event, 10 days in our window here before we have medal matches, and we'll crown gold medalists, world junior champions. A paddle here from the Ukrainian Minenko, unable to find himself an opportunity to get onto that wave. This one will just settle down a touch. That 5-1-5 from Almani, the Tahitian, is the real show of quality so far in this one. And sometimes, you know, we want to see combinations and multiple. And this one is really just a flash of quality, a flash of brilliance. And just to see him really open up and commit to that carve, and that's feeling pretty good in this heat. We enjoyed it.
Yeah, and there was a competitor paddling out right there that kind of, it's always good to kind of throw a bit of spray on your opponents and add some pressure that way. He definitely looked inspired in that turn, and I'm sure his opponent paddling out helped to inspire the rail game. The speed of the Tahitian looks very impressive.
A little wobble going through this one, and it's third priority for the Finn, Otero, who'll go this. He's a little guy. He's light on his feet. He's sprightly. That was nice. A little flick off the top and a re-entry and another good combo. If he'll hang on to this, doesn't quite manage to ride out of that second maneuver, but a good combo and up. And another nation that you wouldn't necessarily associate with surfing at the highest level, Finland.
Yeah.
Decent effort from him.
It's amazing, you know, to see those Northern European countries where you know it's cold, you know it takes a lot of determination and desire to be a surfer living in Finland. And then what we see as well in this event is that kids are able to connect with their parents' roots, with their bloodline, and be able to represent where their family's from. And so not always do they live in that place, you know, they've just got the connection through their family to that nation, and they're able to represent it in this ISA Games. And consequently, we end up with the most international field of any surfing event here at the juniors.
Yeah, big sauna scene in Finland. Sauna, as they call it. That's where it comes from.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the 3 S's. Suomi, sauna, sisu. So Suomi is Finnish for Finland.
Yeah.
Sauna is the sauna. And sisu is like a national quality they have that means like inner strength.
Right.
Like resolve. So that's kind of like their national motto.
Really?
And the sauna scene's huge around the world, mate, now. I mean, people go in the ice bath sauna thing. Everyone's getting into it. That's
everybody.
A gift from the Finns to the world.
So the sauna is it traces its history back to Finland.
Exactly.
Wow. Never knew, mate. You're a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah.
The 3 S's, eh?
Yeah, and they know, you know, all about getting through a sort of harsh winter up there.
Oh, yeah.
What you got to do, and those dark months and all that sort of stuff. And sitting and breathing in those sweet sort of vapors and that warm air makes you feel pretty good about life on a dark day.
Well, and it's amazing the difference it makes. You're able to go out into that snow and just roll around and feel climatized instantly. So we've got a sauna at home, so we've got the Finnish to thank for it.
Yunus with another quick wave there. Won't be a massive number. Here goes Noah to Cole. Looking to really fire up here. Commits to the bottom turn. As he does that, the wave has a wobble. What's he got here? Nice section. Good, crisp hit. And then tries to get the sort of body and the arms in order, really to try and tee off on a wave. It just keeps running for him. Nice section to finish. Does well to get that turn in. A little bit of a wobble from him. Here's Haumani. And he's throwing up some shapes as well. So those bumps coming through the wave, just kind of affecting the balance of our surfers. And affecting the balance to the point where he'll fall off. So he's got the high score in this, and that will count for him. And crucial to get it back up on the board. And you've got the high number. You need another score.
Yeah, shame he didn't get the completion, but the end got really difficult to read, difficult to time. Ivan Mienko there representing Ukraine on the screen. You can see how big the rash vest is. The lycra hanging baggy on his shoulders. Little grommet with a 0.5 and a 0.43, so good experience this situation. 6.5 to go. It's got the first priority, so it's, you know, when you've got the first priority, as you know, Paul, you're allowed to catch any wave you want unimpeded by your opponents. So he's in a powerful position, controlling the lineup. Is this the wave you want to paddle for? Looks like a little left wedging up.
He likes the look of it. Commits with a strong paddle, and then just trying to S his way down the line. The lip just gets hold of the rail, though, and doesn't really let him go with speed down the line, but he flicks off a bit of spray, a couple of turns from it. He's got a finish. Very well done indeed. So the Ukrainian surfer, Minenko, a couple of quick hits with some spray coming off, and that's going to feel pretty good.
It felt really good. He got his rhythm going and got the boogie, so to speak, with the wave, got his timing and connected beautifully. Sort of wave he needed.
Another run from De Cole here, opens up, pushes on the back foot, and then just when he would have loved another runner like his previous wave, that one suddenly goes soft on him, and he's still in the hunt.
The conditions making all of these heats tight. You'd be at that place where you would just start thinking, oh, I just want a big tall wall and one big turn. And, you know, you can get fours, you know, scores that you could keep definitely in this heat with one turn. So while as a free surfer, you might be looking for a taper and a wall, I think today as a competitor, particularly on this tide, to just sort of surrender length of ride for just a big maneuver and just go for it. You make it. You really don't lose anything because it's a short wave. You're going to be back out the back quickly, but at least you've got a chance of turning it into something big. We've seen that all morning. The bigger the face, the bigger the turn, the bigger the score.
Under 5 minutes to go in this. And the 2.5 drops in for Tora. Zafrada Tahiti goes along with his 5. And his total is the better of this quartet at the moment. We've got loads more quality from his surfing, though we know. We just need to get him waves. Noah de Colt as well. He's shown us flashes, but never really unable to unleash. Here he goes, so paddle onto a left and a section and a flick out of the lip. And again, it's a quick short wave. But exactly what you were talking about, trying to find yourself a section. You don't want to be too selective as well. 20 minutes is flying by. Get yourself waves, a real short paddle back. Just keep surfing. And if something shows up and you give it the treatment, you will get the reward from the panel. As we just look from above, it all looks very serene and calm from up here. It won't be calm if you're a surfer out there in the water, right?
No, and you can see as you look out to sea, you can see the white chops, white horses as we would call them, where the wind's pushing down. So the wind's stronger than it looks, but you can tell that when you look out to sea. Here we go.
Eunice just swinging and with some speed down the line, real smooth style, able to get a little bit of vert as he just pushes that one up, just kind of drifts it into a re-entry, which ultimately will be incomplete. So the surfer from Finland, 3.77 is the requirement he's after at the moment. That is not a massive number. And all the while, Noah de Colt is sitting on that 2.83. Particularly, he's under pressure from surfers chasing him down. The Ukrainian surfer looking for a 5.26 in white there to the right of those three on your screen. Priority is with the heat leader, Halmani. Here we go, paddle from Noah. And with second prio, it's his wave and some speed. He's building up for something here. What's he got? Ooh. Snap in the pocket, nice and crisp. Just that one turn from him, but able to really get a legitimate turn away.
Yeah, with 2 minutes 45 on the clock, he was in second priority, chose to use the priority, which kind of opens up the door for third and fourth now. Look, you know, a 3.71 for Jonas is not such a high score. Well, very doable. And the 5.26 also doable. So leaving the door open by using the priority but not getting a score that improves.
Here we go. Wow, nice style there for Multero, but it puts him behind a little bit. And unable to go down the line and do work. Not sure we'll get the 3.71 right there. So he'll paddle out and try and get back and get a number and see if he can stay alive without going to the repechage round. The drone views, you look on this beautiful verdant coastline, tropical, lush green, just full of natural wonders, met by the blue sea in a thin strip of dark-coloured sand between some cool rock formations as well. This place has got a bit of everything, BL.
The old black sand beaches definitely generate some heat here in Venice, in El Salvador. Here we go. Looks like a good wave there off the corner for Red.
Yeah, no, with speed. Looking for a section. Little snap again, right in the pocket, surfing really tight to the pocket as this one pushes wide down the bank. And Noah de Colt looking to consolidate, wants to improve that 2.83 or no be vulnerable while he's sitting with that and looking desperately just to try and put that little bit of distance and that extra pressure to surfers chasing him down. Let's see how he goes about doing that with just over a minute to go. There's the river mouth that gives this spot its name as it bursts through, and you see the little undulations in the coast, which are different spots. Here's backhand work from Minenko, the Ukrainian. Nice and smooth on the style. Not sure if he got much done by the way of maneuvers.
3.7 came through for Noah de Colt. Prior to that, he had a 2.37, a 2.47, a 2.73. So he was kind of trapped in those, you know, that 2 range and just couldn't bust out of it. The 3.7, you know, takes him into the lead, and we can see in the style and the technique that he puts that onto a good wave. Excellent scores could follow.
Yeah, definitely. He just hasn't had major quality in terms of sections in this one so far, but you can see from his surfing that he is a quality surfer. Meanwhile, still looking. Wow, that was nice. Ultero, the fin, and again, up late. His requirement's gone up to a 4.45. Here's the Tahitian, really nice. A big searching bottom turn, and then stabs up into the lip, and then as he goes up again for that maneuver, goes incomplete, arriving a little late there maybe, but...
Yeah, time's up. 4.45 was the ask. That first turn for Green was like, whoa, he's on his way to the score, but then fell on the second. So some missed opportunities in this heat. The Tahitian in second was that 5.17, obviously the best turn of the heat. And on that last left, he showed what he's capable of. I think we're seeing some nerves in this opening round and some incompletions, making the heats tight and competitive. Good to watch.
Over to Cole will bring this one in. The Peruvian might get an improvement on that last wave of our surfer out of Tahiti as well. 2.5 was his low score. He did get the fall, though, on the ends. As we see De Cole and those strong family ties. Cristobal De Cole, of course, what a surfer.
Shout out to he, incredible surfer.
And a strong, strong Peruvian surf team. We'll look to keep that going here in 2024. We'll wait for numbers to come in as we tidy up the last of that one. We'll bring you those when we come back from a quick break here from El Salvador. Live action from the ISA World Juniors. We've been loving the action so far. Plenty more to come. More live action right after the break.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
And a very warm welcome back to La Volcana, the ISA World Juniors 2024, live from El Salvador. And a bit of a thump from a major set out the back. We've had a couple of slower heats, and a bit of energy from the ocean is what we'd like to invite here as we watch our surfers scramble for lineup position. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through all this and go over the results like last year, actually. Barton Lynch, mate, enjoying yourself so far this morning? Been
Yes, mate. Yeah, I'm always enjoying myself. Just happy to be alive and be a part of this wonderful sport and contribute to the development of these young kids' careers and the sport's future as we see the surfers in this heat. Japan, Puerto Rico, was that Ecuador? Dominican Republic.
And now that 4 surfers out in the water. Of course, 2 will advance and 2 will head to repechage round. So do have another shot at this if you don't get the scores required. Number on the board already. Joey Biasotto taking on Rio Uno, Thomas Vaguera, Mikel Dolos Santos. That's our 4 surfers out in the water looking to get 2 good scores. And already this feels like the biggest sets we've seen for about an hour or so now. So that pulse, that ebb and flow that we get just from the energy out of the ocean, particularly with longer range swells. Sometimes you get a bit of a hole in the swell. Feel like we've had that. Hopefully that's over now, mate. Looks like we've opened the floodgates a little bit here.
Yeah, top of the tide. So, you know, seeing those sets on the top of the tide is a very promising sign. And as that tide starts to pull out through the whole rest of the day, it'll mean that the waves will be with us and they'll get some better shape. There'll be a few more of them.
Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, congratulations on that win. We were just talking about how it's getting increasingly tricky out there. Talk to me about your strategy going into the heat.
First, I want a good wave, and I don't have really the good wave.
and it's really tricky out there. The waves are not really good, and you have so much movement on the wave. But I find some score to advance in the run.
Well, your competitors had a very active heat. They were catching many, many waves, and you only caught 3 waves. The last wave that you got right at the end to put you back into the lead. Was that part of your strategy to just be very patient as compared to everyone else?
Yes, I be patient because I was really the good wave and do a high score on the first wave and a little backup after.
And anything you'd like to say home to Tahiti?
Thank you, Tahiti, the federation, and all the support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
All right, Maururu. Well done, that man. Cool, calm head on his shoulders. Didn't need a lot of waves to get it done, and he kept his nerve and got his score right at the end and went up to first. Actually, he's in second. Got the win, got the interview.
Always used to love getting through a heat when you didn't feel like you surfed that good. And you know that your best is still ahead of you. And you keep the faith. You know, sometimes for your confidence, you want to go out there and perform at your very best straight away so you feel good about things. But if you're advancing and you haven't done your best yet and you know that it's still to come, always feels like a good, it's an ominous sign, but it feels good inside that, hey, when the time comes, I'll be ready. Oh, look at this wedge up.
Some interest from Rio Ono out the back. Beautiful looking wave standing up, drives off the bottom. There's the spark from him. Will he hang on to this? We just about will. He's winding up a few windows to cling on to that. Is that going to be deemed complete, Button?
Well, that was about as confusing as complete could get. And even if it was complete, it wasn't neat. It wasn't tidy. It was completed with a raggedy edge to it. So I don't see that. But, you know, it's going to be a good example of what one big turn could do and what the potential is, although the landing and the completion was kind of messy. The turn itself was on a big face. So that part was a positive.
Rio Ono, part of that strong Japanese team. Such depth in talent from them. Live action here, Bia Soto. This is nice. And working a good wall, just narrowing up the stance and aiming at that section. It was there for the treatment. He arrived a little late and he won't get that done. But already the energy we've seen in this heat. We've had a couple of sluggish ones. We've had small wobbly sections. You can just feel that power. And as soon as you see that, you can't help but get more excited as a surfer as you're watching it.
Absolutely. We connect with that energy of the ocean, and sometimes it just feels flat and the energy itself is not there, and then at other moments that energy is terrifying as it marches its way across the Pacific towards you. It can be a daunting thing being a surfer and paddling out off terra firma into the food chain where you're not the top of it anymore, and you're at the mercy of nature. It's a beautiful, humbling thing. Keeps you in your place, that's for sure.
So just under 12.5 to go in this. It's Joey Biasotto from Puerto Rico at the moment in the lead. It's a modest one. A couple of threes from him. Good enough for first right now. Thomas Vergara, the Ecuadorian. He's got 3 of his own. Doesn't have a backup number. Just 1 score locked in for him. I think we're waiting for Rio Ono. Or is that number that 1 that came through? Is that his last wave?
Well, it would
looks like it is.
indicate that the completion was not there, and it was definitely, you know, messy. The wave was messy, the completion was messy, and the score reflects that. Puerto Rico. Joey drives off the bottom, second turn. Doesn't come back right to the pocket, and then there's quite a bit of time before that next section. I feel like there was most probably a wrap to the pocket that sent you into that last section with a little more energy and speed, because you were back in the pocket. When he drove out onto that flat bit between the 2 sections, lost the speed and didn't have enough projection to get up onto the lip.
It's easy from up here, isn't it?
It's so easy up here. 3.63 and a 3.5 though, so he's in a, you know, it's a solid start, but they're all overtakeable.
Yeah,
you wouldn't sit there and go, oh, I feel comfortable with my lead.
Yeah, let's see how this one unfolds. 3 surfers sticking real close together. There's not a lot of distance between them. Meanwhile, Joey Biasotto is in his own surf spot pretty much at the moment. He'll have another swing here. Why not? Has a look, realises a bit flat, bit mushy, that one. Not offering him loads of opportunity. Does look like he's got that kind of muscular approach to it. Saw that flex from his legs and his upper body. He'll want a section to tee off on. Uh-oh, we've seen a few interferences go down. I think we've seen 3 already so far today. What exactly happened there? They look like they both ejected around about the same time.
Yeah, the red got up first and then realised the situation, jumped quickly, didn't really have any impact, you wouldn't think, on white, except for the fact that white fell, that made you feel like white was distracted by red being there. Japan in the red, Dominican Republic in the white. And great to see, you know, strategically, if you're in 4th priority, to sit where the other 3 are and be 4th in line for whatever comes through is not a good place to find yourself. So, Joe Biasotto moving away in the 4th priority and creating opportunity to surf without them around him was smart.
Here's Rio, got some nice flow already from takeoff. That's much better, and he'll hang on. So just getting down earlier and getting it done nice and crisp. Meanwhile, on the backhand, Vergara off the bottom, driving a little stiff leg as he kind of just swings his board into the lip. So a couple of backhand waves there. But that left from Rio Ono, that looked nice. And he showed us that's what he wanted to do on the previous one. He just made those adjustments, kind of recalculated, adjusted the cannon a few degrees. Much better.
Yeah, and it was exactly the same type of section, the same type of turn, but the completion was there. It's a 4.67 compared to a 1 on the previous. So just speaks to the style and the beauty of the surfing in that moment. He did that perfectly. Hit that lip at the exact time and came out of that whitewater so clean, so fast. Judges appreciated it and got the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. And away from our competitors, we talked about the opportunity to move away from them, create something while they can't control you because of the distance between. Unfortunately incomplete there. There's that potential interference. Don't see any triangles on the board, and there's that beautiful clean 4.67 backhand re-entry. And another replay. Misses the foam climb there. There was the opportunity to get up on the foam. Beautiful inside turn, though. And will he get a neck? Yeah, and a second one. Oh, it was a little bit messy towards the end there, though. But still, 3.33 already on the board. And the judges considering this second score. It's a tight heat. All of the rides, sort of the only the 4.67 to kind of break through that 3 barrier.
Yeah,
I imagine the last of greens is going to do that as well.
Yeah,
you would think.
It's been a game of 3s and 4s, with the occasional 5 the last few heats. Just, you know, let's say you're in coach corner and you're watching these heats go down. Do you make adjustments to surfers? Do you say, okay, because obviously everyone wants to go out and get 2 8s and you want to go excellent, and that's plan A. But at what stage do you maybe try even adjust before you go out, or is that not what you want to do? You're always trying to look to go as high as you can. We'll revisit that. We'll pick up live here from Joey. Really nice, good aggression.
Oh.
Swings hard off the top and then just tries to make room for himself to get down the line, which he can't do. But the first turn will be scored as a completion, and plenty of spray coming off the rail. Nice to see. You can see he's a little bit miffed at himself for not going down the line for more.
Yeah, he's feeling it on the first turn. Here's a nice angle of it. Drives off the bottom, gets a beautiful wrap, throws great spray, and then forces the second turn. Most probably could have just got some speed down and got a foam climb as the second finishing manoeuvre. Just rushed things a little bit there. Oh, look, a bit of cat and mouse between white and red going on in the lineup. Red in second priority, white with the first priority.
Yeah, he needs to make a move here. De Los Santos in 4th place. Not got a lot on the board. Nothing really, just a 1 as his highest score. He's going to need to do some surfing and use that priority. Doesn't want to sit with it forever. Sometimes, you know, priority, people can sit with it and just,
It comes with a lot of weight. It's a heavy thing to carry, and the less time you carry it, the better.
Here he goes. All right. So he's got a wave here. Nice section. That was cool. Floats over it and then gets down and tries to get some speed going to go down the line, but it will be the 1 turn. But again, it was nice flow to it. Got stylish with the speed as well. Not a massive number probably in terms of points, but it'll definitely help him. Here's Vergara. A little sticky, that one. Just ran out of speed.
Looking for the 2.35. I believe he gets it on the wave before. You know, we saw that right-hander. I think he will get the score he needs. There it is, the 3.5. And I suppose There was a 3.5 for the last 2 turns at least, and missing the first section, that foam climb, with the opportunity to do something big on the outside, impacting the amount of points that he did receive.
Set coming on the outside, your heat leader, the Puerto Rican Soto, only with a couple of threes though. He'll have a swing here. No, he won't. He had a look at that one. He realised that one's going to be a little deep. So first priority, Ono comes absolutely flying out of the takeoff section, recovers, and then down the line with some bounce. He'll have to just nurse that one into a steep pocket, and double ups can do a couple of things. Sometimes they can actually just sort of drain the energy away from the wave, just drain the steepness. That's exactly what happened then. Ended up, all he could do really was get that little pocket ride. No real lip for him to hit.
Looking for the 216, which is so easy to do, and that wave was 100% a 2.16, but the performance in a way, oh, crikeys. Well, you know what that was? That was the head getting in front of the body and the mind thinking about what it's doing, and the ambition getting in the way of the flow. Unfortunate for Japan, it felt the same way with that. He'll get it, there it's, let's see, as it came, yep, the 3.03. So he gets enough, goes into the lead, but there was most probably 2 points at least left on that wave with the choice of line and a little bit of a conservative approach at certain moments on it.
This looks like De Los Santos here. Wow, great wave. Look at this thing just cupping out for him. And again, that was nice, dynamic, good style. All right, let's see where this one goes with the panel, but that one just draining away and getting nice and steep. We've seen some fatter ones with the wobble, but that one had a really cool transition for him.
Yeah, that was one of them waves and sections you look at and you want to surf yourself. He looked like that was the sort of wave he needed to find his rhythm, to click in.
Bagada here, what's he got? Another great looking section, almost loses the bottom turn, but as a result of the speed which he shed unintentionally on the bottom, arrives at the lip with not a lot in the tank, and the lip makes pretty short work of him. He'll go down, and he's still looking for that 3.63. That wave felt like a 3.6. That was a good looking wave, Barton.
It really was. It was a big section, wasn't it? But as you see, lost the speed out of the bottom of the wave, got to the top and just had nothing to project out of it with. Rio Ono finds himself in the lead in a heat that really he wouldn't be, I don't think inside he'd be thinking, great, I won. He'd be thinking, I can do much better than this. Great to be in the lead while I'm not doing my best surfing, but I've seen the Rio surf before in ISAs, and I don't think he'd be super happy with this, although he's getting the win.
Yeah, crucial number for De Los Santos, 3.63, and he's put himself right back at this now. He needs a 3.51 at the moment.
Oh, look at those scores, a 4.08 needed, second to first, a 3.63, a 3.51, one of the closest heats, the tightest, most competitive heats of the day.
Yeah, definitely. This is absolutely anyone's. How crucial will priority prove to be for Joey Soto? He's holding that right now. A 4, his requirement for first, which is currently occupied by virtue of that last wave, that 3 by the Japanese surfer Rio Ono. We see some purposeful redirects here. Everyone's heading for something that they've seen. As you see Rio making his way over. So De Los Santos in 4th priority. That's the bad news from his point of view. The good news is that requirements come right down, 3.51.
Well, you may as well get away from those other 3 guys and create some distance. Perhaps, try the backhand. Go to left on our screen and get some distance between you and those guys while they've got, all 3 of them have got priority over you. Joey Soto was in the lead early and kind of led from the start, but is in such a vulnerable position now.
Yeah, super tight this one. And the numbers are close together. Our surfers, you could pretty much throw a blanket over them as well in the lineup. They're all sitting real close together. And crucially, the surfers with the superior priority are the surfers in advancing positions.
Look at White now going, you know what, maybe I should move away a little bit. And that's the direction I'd be going to. I'd be looking to go on the backhand, show the judges something different, because we've seen the forehand from him, little insider.
Here he goes. Well, he has gone on a left. What's he got here? That was nice. He throws out the fins and the tail, really loose and stylish and controlled. 1 turn, a smaller wave. The requirement, 3.51.
It's a very interesting situation because it was quite a turn. It was radical. There was a lot of commitment and a lot of risk. It wasn't a big wave. Wasn't any, nobody kind of thought about going it. So it was something he manufactured from fourth priority. And it shows the talent that he does have. 35 seconds on the clock. The sooner he gets this score, the better. There it is, 3.4.
Oh, so
up into third.
It comes in, it's not quite enough. His requirement, 3.5. He'll be in a different place in the lineup. That's the good news for him. With 20 seconds on the clock, can't see loads coming through in terms of sets though.
And he's found his rhythm. Those last two rides, we could see the surfer he is coming to the fore, and he's got a lovely style. He's loose, aggressive. Even if he does end up, Michelle, this is in the white, end up in that repechage round, that's the great part about it. He's had the opportunity in this first heat to really find some rhythm towards the back end of it.
Here goes Ono on a right-hander, as he'll just bring this one in, and a tight heat. Narrow margins indeed. And after a mistake early on from him, good enough to hang on. I really like this guy. Got that no backswing sort of feel to it. This is a really dynamic turn. Very well surfed. We'll look forward to seeing him again. He'll be in the repechage round, third place position for him. That's where you can tune in. Follow us along on social and see exactly what's going on here. Currently, ISAs are in El Salvador. The 2024 World Juniors is the order of business. And you can check out the USA team. Very, very strong contingent from them. We've already seen some of their surfers and some of the quality they've got. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action from the under-18 boys. We're going to bring in Shannon Hughes for the call to join Barton. We're loving our first day competition here in El Salvador. Plenty more to come. Stay tuned.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Buenos dias and welcome to Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Out in the lineup, we've already got a couple scores for the current heat in the water. Heat number 13 for the boys under 18s round 1. And we've got a paddle there from our surfer in the red jersey, Alejandro Sancho from Spain. Has a look, doesn't get into it. We can also see that Surprise Mafumolo out of South Africa is in the lineup. Those two looking for their first waves as we take a look now at Alejandro. On his backhand, staying nice and low as he makes his way through a challenging opening section, and kind of the peak of the high tide, we'll start to see it drop off now. as we're just past 11 o'clock, and Surprise with a deep takeoff, caught behind the whitewater. So much speed to try and make it through. Does well to stay connected to his board for a while there. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch to call the action, and wow, he really stuck to it for a while as we see Romeo Chavez duck dive a solid size wave.
Yeah, some of the biggest sets coming through in the last heat as well on the top of that tide as that tide pushes in. We're seeing some good big sets, which is, bodes well for the afternoon. And Surprise, you see how quickly he jumped to his feet? One of our favourites. We love this guy. Seen him in the ISAs, in Rio de Janeiro in the juniors last year. Dynamic goofy footer, super fast. And he was like at the bottom of a waterfall, pumping and trying to get around it as the water was just cascading onto his head. Still didn't slow him down though.
Yeah, just glued to his board. He's one of those surfers that is such a great representative for the sport of surfing. Always thankful, an attitude of gratitude anytime he's in the lineup, but an absolute ripper as well. Now that last heat was really outstanding. Some of those tight scores, but that surfer, coming out with the win is down on the beach now with Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Congratulations. How are you feeling after the heat win?
I'm so happy, but my heat is not good, but I'm so happy. Thank you.
And would you like a message to send home to Japan?
皆さん本当に応援ありがとうございます。次のヒートこそ本当にぶっちぎれるよう頑張っていくんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Congratulations. See you next heat.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well done to Rio Ono. Challenging conditions. It's tough when you have a heat like that, but to be able to walk away victorious regardless of the conditions is an impressive thing.
Yeah, I knew he'd be disappointed. We know how good he can surf, and that wasn't his best. It was good enough to win, which is great. But I'm not surprised to see the tone and the energy, emotion in his interview. There's a lot better that he can do, and I'm sure he will. But getting away with the wins, and look at this.
Well, Julio on that first wave. Now Romeo on his forehand. He's already dropped. He's got a 6-point ride on the board for some great forehand surfing. And he's currently sitting in the leading position for Colombia. Alejandro sitting in second for Spain, and then Julio for El Salvador. Local competitor coming out of this region of the world. We've seen the support from, El Salvador to hosting these events, but also to showing up on the beach for their surfers. We saw that through all of the longboarding events last week where they had a full team of, 2 men, 2 women, and they were outstanding. We saw some of the best performances and highlight moments coming through from the local competitors. Now Surprise, up and riding on his forehand. So much speed as he slices through those first couple turns, finds a connection with the foam to finish, and he's going to be chasing down that 3.96 on the board.
Plugged into the power socket of life. Surprise,
That's great, Barton.
Hey?
That was such a good description of Surprise.
It was dynamic, wasn't it? It was like even the movement of the arms in moments and stuff was fast and
electric.
furious.
As we take a look now at Julio. So he dropped a 2.53, just missed times that turn. What could he have done differently there?
Yeah, well, it wasn't such a great wave, and when it's short and punchy like that, unless it's a big set wave, you're just best off leaving it, I would think, and waiting for something. If it's a closeout, you want it to be the biggest one you can find, and just go for the Hail Mary and turn a 2 into a 6. But if it's a smaller wave, the judges just aren't going to buy it.
We got a paddle now from White, up and riding again. So had the fall in that last wave. Readjusts himself now, hangs on to kind of that white water around the section, hooks it up into the lip. Swims out of that wave as we take a look at Alejandro. Now into a powerful looking kind of wall of white water, goes to meet it, gets swallowed up.
Surprise, from the Jeffreys Bay area?
He is from Durban, actually.
Ah,
so
from Durban, brew.
Farther up kind of the northeast coast. Warmer water, a little bit tropical, not quite as tropical as it gets here, but in the summertime, really nice temperatures.
Really like the Gold Coast type of, the Gold Coast of South Africa, right?
Yeah, it's so true. Warm water.
I bet he's got a great backhand.
Great backhand surfer. and some really heavy waves. You know, there's kind of new pier, the kind of softer beach breaks in the area that can get really solid when it's big, but tend to be quite friendly to learner surfers, to those kind of, you know, small wave, high performance opportunities, maybe a good longboard out on right days. But there's also some really heavy waves in that region off the bluff and those kind of areas that are really, you know, challenge the best of surfers coming out of South Africa, as we see a huge air for Romeo Chavez. That was explosive, it was dynamic. It added that kind of shock and wow factor to the opening of the wave, goes in to tag that in section on the finish, and Surprise answers back quickly on his backhand.
Wow, fantastic big frontside air. 4.5 for the wave before that for Romeo Chavez from Colombia. And that score is going to be, it's going to eclipse the 4.5, I'm saying, and go alongside his 6, consolidate his first place. Surprise, couple of quick turns. I think what Surprise has to watch out for is being too quick out of the top and not giving it time when he's at the top of the wave to actually open it up and turn it into a big turn. He's both the left and the right, his last 2 rides. When he got to the top, he was so quick out of the top that you hardly got time to appreciate it or to understand what he did there. Now this one, drives in, gets low, throw. That was so difficult to make. There was a whole free fall. The whitewater kind of disappeared and he had to free fall to the flats. Gets the reform through to the inside. For me, that's the best maneuver, single maneuver we've seen this morning. Amazing air, critical, difficult section to read. You saw all the lumps and bumps, and then all the way through to the inside, gets the completion, and that was amazing to watch.
So scores to drop through for, you know, this kind of that first wave of Romeo, this wave of Surprise as well, and breaking it down with ISAsurfing, like you're saying, he is so quick that it almost would be his challenge to take in a deeper breath, maybe, to slow down his surfing because he's got so much speed, but now to be able to use that speed in the right way.
And when you're in a good position, you've got good style and you're in a good position in a turn, if you hold it just that little bit longer, here he goes in and out. If you hold it just that little bit longer, it gives the judges, gives everyone time to appreciate it. And if you're in and out of it so fast that they sit there and go, what was that? You don't get the same impact. I feel like for Surprise, there's the opportunity to just stay in that position a little bit longer.
Alejandro up into the section, just behind the foam to start, makes it out into that open face for the finishing maneuver. He's chasing a 2.97, but we are waiting for scores to drop for last of Romeo. We got a score for Surprise to come in as well. At the moment, Julio is sitting in that 3rd place position, looking to build on a 2.53. This score could be doing it. Doesn't find that second turn, but nice style on that opening maneuver.
Good wave selection. Looks like, obviously, being from El Salvador, and this is Surf City, Surf Central in El Salvador. So I'm sure he's surfed here a lot. He looks really comfortable out there.
A first time for El Salvador as a nation at the juniors to also be fielding a full team.
Yeah.
Really exciting to see them, you know, kind of breaking that ground in their juniors department, because we've seen some really outstanding performances from their open divisions for both the men and the women. Of course, Brian Perez, local from El Salvador, gaining that universality position based off of his rankings through the World Surfing Games to have an opportunity to surf at Paris 2024 for the Olympics. So he's kind of setting the stage for that. But there's so many other good surfers that have been right there in that conversation as well. And now to see that trickling into their junior contingency, I think that the evidence of the impact that running events like this, you know, over the last 6 to 7 years in El Salvador has had is that these kids would have been maybe not even surfing at that stage when we first started. Now they're getting an opportunity to step onto a surfboard and to learn how to compete at a wave that they're gonna have to be putting a jersey on.
Yeah, it's an incredible thing, you know, when you think about surfing, the riding of waves, how it's just a recreational activity. But as time has gone by, it's turned into careers, jobs, global competitions and circuits. Everything has evolved. In the time that I've been, you know, as a young boy watching surfing, in the early 70s, late 60s, and it just has evolved. And now we're at that point. We've got 54 nations here and over 440 kids, boys and girls. 43% of the field being female of that 440, and the sport's just bringing joy and opportunity to lives. And to see it doing that for El Salvador, a country that has had so many problems throughout its history, to be finding an even keel and using surfing to help rebuild their economy and their nation it's a wonderful story, and it's a great thing to be a part of that and to contribute to it. Look at the scores in for that big air.
7.17 keeps Romeo in the lead and advances his lead significantly, putting Surprise in a situation chasing a 9.77. Now, Romeo did fall on that second maneuver. He wasn't really able to complete that little tag at the finish. So big scores being rewarded for, the use of that variety for taking to the air.
Absolutely. That's the modern progressive surfing, the influence of skateboarding and snowboarding, those sports that happen, board sports that happen in a standard, consistent environment, and they're able to rehearse. To be able to do that type of surfing in the fickle ocean is a whole nother level of skill.
Up and riding now.
Here's a man with a lot of skill.
Surprise, looking for a huge score, but right now if he can kind of improve on his heat total, he's going to be putting a lot more pressure on the rest of the field, and he'll do it with that one.
Stylish young character, isn't he? That was his best wave, I'm going to say. It was, he got into the lip and that vertical turn. He was there for a moment. You got to go, whoa, and appreciate it. Here we go.
Slowed it down just a moment as we take a look at Julio. Smaller little end section to that wave. And Romeo would hear now that he's in a significant lead. He's going to just blow the tail out again on that wave.
You know, when you've got a 7 and a 6, that's what you've got to do. And when we see surfers of his level of ability in the air and on the wave face, when we see them with a 7 and a 6, you know you're going to see fireworks from that point on, because that's the only way they're going to improve on that baseline, is to go wild and throw caution to the wind. So that's the sort of surfing we love. That is the future of surfing.
Alejandro putting himself in position now. From Spain. Good looking takeoff, snaps under the lip, throws a bit of spray, sets himself up down the line. Oh, that lip just came over a little quick.
Yeah, it was a difficult wave to read. Unfortunate wipeout, in 4th place at the moment, but still only needing a 2.77 to advance. And for Julio, he needs a 3.04, so it's super tight. Obviously, Romeo Chavez for Colombia out in the lead, and he ain't going anywhere, you'd imagine. But the battle for 2nd place held currently by the South African.
And Romeo just airdropped straight-legged.
Watch it, mate.
Yikes.
Yikes.
You can see a smile on his face there.
He knew
to
too.
God as well.
He's like, maybe I don't need to chance it so far. Thanks for looking after me on that one.
Take it down a step. Looking for, some of that variety he can continue bringing into surfing. But like you said, he's already got a 7, he's already got a 6. He's in a great position. The crew from El Salvador here on the beach, we can see the flag there being used as maybe a little bit of a symbol kind of for where to be sitting in the lineup, as well as just to proudly represent the nation here that's hosting yet another ISA event. As we see Surprise putting himself in position. Now we're still waiting for the last score of Surprise, and that's going to give us a much better look at the current situation.
Yes.
As these sets are starting to really pour in, the tide has turned, and it seems like it's going to work in favor for the conditions out here, because we had a few heats that were small, that were slow, and didn't have a lot of big scoring potential. So we saw a lot of those scores in that 3 to 4 point range being the ones to carry you through with a win. Now it's looking like, the ocean has turned up again, and these surfers are going to have to be right on the ball.
And the afternoon's going to be really strong as that tide pulls out.
Some
the
big
waves will
wins
continue.
as well.
Oh, there he is, the Olympian.
Brian Perez in the red shirt there, feeling stoked and supporting the future generations here in El Salvador.
Important point, isn't it, to see, the leader of El Salvadorian surfing. As you said, the universality place awarded to he, and your country's got to have less than 8 Olympic athletes across all sports. And so El Salvador qualifying for that, and Brian Perez, someone who we know can handle that situation, that level of competition. So it's going to inspire surfers like Julio to go on to bigger things.
As we see a paddle now from Surprise, his last wave of 4.07. So that does increase the requirements on the back half of the field. Speed check off the top as he raced around that section. Not going to give him anything to be able to improve his situation with, as we're down to 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. But that 4 has now put the requirements as a 3.88 and a 4.1 on the board for Julio and Alejandro, which are both higher scores than they have within their scoreline so far.
Yeah, need to be their best scoring wave, as you say, and maybe we could change his name to Speedy Monfamullo. He is a fast surfer, dynamic powerhouse. Here we go, opportunity for El Salvador.
All right, on the backhand, oh checks into that first turn.
Maybe the wave was never going to be by the look of how quickly it closed out.
And with 1 minute remaining on the clock, we have just heard that Team South Africa had some travel issues getting their boards here. And Surprise is the only surfer with his equipment to arrive here to El Salvador, which is going to be a challenge for the rest of the pack, because Surprise's boards are just a little bit small for the rest of the field for them to be borrowing from him. As we see Romeo go in for another air on the inside sections. And with 30 seconds on the clock, we're going to see Team South Africa borrowing boards until theirs get here. We got another wave underway for Alejandro. And, ooh, he goes down on a big section.
He only needed a 4.10, and it was possible with a completion there and a backup turn. He would have got that score. 3.88 for El Salvador, 4.10. 5 seconds, though. I think this one's done.
Looks favorable for Romeo and Surprise to be taking those top 2 positions. And scores are locked in for the rest of the field. It doesn't look like we were able to see any other waves ridden, as we can see one of the coaches for Team El Salvador there, repping the t-shirt. And all of that crew in support of Julio, who just walked away with a 3rd place finish, but very small, you know, kind of difference between 2nd and 3rd within that heat. He did very well, as did Alejandro. We're going to see them again in the repecharge rounds later this week. They're going to have that opportunity to fight back and gain some ground here at the World Junior Championships.
Yeah, but it was Romeo Chavez who really showed some quality that could go on to win this event. Amazing air for the 717. Best air we've seen today so far.
Very impressive performance from the 15-year-old out of Montanita. We'll see more of him for Team Colombia when we return. More action from our under 18 boys, and hopefully those bigger sets sticking around.
There's a right time for everything. Right time to learn. Right time to try. Right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right pace to enjoy your passion. Run nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de Afines. Aquí somos campeones del mundo en ascendente especial. Compartimos olas, volcanes, los históricos. Te auguramos una experiencia sin files de días. Porque esta tierra tiene más píxeles por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de Afines.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We can see all that white water means that some sets have rolled through at the start of this heat. We've got just under 20 minutes on the clock now for Portugal, Costa Rica, Uruguay, and the British Virgin Islands to be on the shoreline cheering on their surfers, their teammates out in the lineup. As we take a look at some action here with Juan Laborde out of Uruguay, having a quick paddle, unable to get into it. He'll be looking for his first wave. We do have scores to drop through for our other three surfers in the water. Martín Fortes out of Puerto Rico, Romeo Stone out of Costa Rica, and Rush Broderick from the British Virgin Islands in the lineup. And it's going to be a great heat of surfing with 20 minutes on the clock. A couple surfers that we've seen within the draw here for the World Junior Championships. And then Rush Broderick for the British Virgin Islands. He's been present at events before at the World Surfing Games, but it's a very first for him to be here at the juniors. And with that, it's the first for the British Virgin Islands to be in the juniors event.
Yes, I'm joining Latvia, Lithuania and Slovakia in their first attendances here at the World Juniors. And Rush, we saw him in Puerto Rico for the first time for me, seeing him there and representing his nation, did a great job. Here we go, up and riding.
Big paddle now for Rush on his backhand, setting himself up for that opening turn. Looking a little bit kind of wild off the takeoff now, starting to find his footing as he comes through the end of this wave. Just gets clipped and he'll go down. You can see that that wind is getting really powerful as well, Barton.
Yeah, it's going to provide for some opportunities to go to the air on those left-handers, that's for sure. Definitely a bit of an air wind at the moment coming in from the side.
Well, as we wait for scores to come through from the opening exchange in heat number 14, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Romeo Chavez out of Colombia. Went to the air, dropped to 717. He's on the beach with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. It is getting increasingly difficult out there, and we've seen a lot of low-scoring heats recently, but you were able to get 2 solid scores out there. What did you find in those waves to manage that?
Yo lo entendí. La verdad, las olas están bastante difícil, no está tan fácil hacer buenos scores, pero bueno, confío en mí, en mi surfing y sé que en olas malas soy bueno y con los aéreos me da bien, entonces nada, fui a como Romeito surfea.
He said that it's very difficult, very hard, but he's been watching the waves for a while and he just took the confidence in himself. He said, I know how I surf, I know how Romeo surfs. I just talked to myself, I knew what I could do, and I did my airs, and yeah, just solidified.
That's amazing confidence for the first heat of the event. And how have you prepared in the lead up to this event back home with your team?
Bueno, la verdad estoy súper feliz de estar aquí con todo el equipo y sobre todo preparándome porque tengo que competir en 2 categorías, entonces vine surfeando bastante la bocana y Sunsal y bueno, a seguir haciendo el trabajo y gracias a los coaches y a mis padres y a las personas que están ahí apoyándome.
He's saying that thank you, first of all, to El Salvador for having us, and thank you so much for this event. And yeah, we came early to prepare for the event. We've been surfing all kinds of conditions, which has been very fun because we love this wave. And thank you so much to our parents back at home and here supporting us, which is amazing. And thank you so much to our coaches and our team. Yeah, Colombia has been such a great support, and it's amazing being here.
And a message in Spanish back home to Colombia.
¿Qué me preguntó?
Un mensaje para Colombia.
Viva Colombia, siempre, viva Colombia. Los quiero a todos y a mi familia que está en Ecuador. Los quiero a todos.
Gracias and good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Romeo after a great heat out in the lineup. Angie there, she'll be competing for Team Colombia as well, functioning as teammate and translator. It's great to see some of those young surfers as well that have, you know, multiple languages kind of in their back pocket to be able to step up and assist their teammates is really fun. But man, he put together an incredible performance in that heat.
Yeah, 6 and a 717, 2 big scores. The air was impressive and it just showed what he's capable of. Obviously on the wave face we saw some nice turns, but as we start to get down to the business end of this event, nice top turn there for Juan Martin, representing Uruguay. As we get down to the business end, those airs are what's going to differentiate a lot of the time. Wave selection and then the ability to go to the air.
Romeo Stone now up and riding and just waited out that opening turn, sets it up really well for the second. Was looking pretty seamless up until that final maneuver. As we take a look now at Rush, he's got that 1 point ride on the board. Into that first turn, throws it up into the second. Just a little bit late, gets taken down the falls with it. We've got a big 6 point ride on the board for Martim Fortes out of Portugal, setting himself up in that leading position at the moment. Also means there's a, kind of more significant requirements to take away that first as we take a look at the 6 here.
Drives off the bottom. Big backhand, close out re-entry. Great example of kind of how easy it can be if you're on the right wave and have the right section. Drive off the bottom, get it up on top of the lip, just like that. Whip it around, get the completion.
And he's got a 3.5 to back up that 6 on the board for Martim. Couple solid turns on his backhand with another score to drop as we take a look at him now up and riding. 12 minutes remaining on the clock, and drives out of that with a kind of swooping turn. Connects off the top.
Was well on his way to improving on that 3.5. The end there got a little messy, so I'm not sure. Perhaps a little small improvement.
Scores in, it's just a 3.43.
Doesn't match that 3.5, so some missed opportunity, some points left on that wave.
Couple of 3s on the board for Stone out of Costa Rica, sitting in second. Couple 2s on the board for Broderick, and a couple of 1 and a 0.5 on the board for Martin out of Uruguay.
Broderick, with completions on those 2 rides, would have been up in the 3s and could find himself in second place if he'd completed both of those.
Stone now on his backhand. He's looking for a 5.68 to take himself into first. Holds on to control at the end of that wave, just a single maneuver. Pardon? He's a surfer that, we've seen a lot of. He had some great heats, some great, kind of a great run in Brazil at the World Junior Championships last year. And he's, got his mom that travels alongside of him all the time, a great support system between the two of them. And so he's one of those surfers that always looks quite comfortable no matter where he's at in the world, because he's kind of got that family element alongside of him.
Why would you not? I've got the opportunity to travel the world with my son while he surfs. Let's do that. Here we go, big set. Oh!
Juan just hit some of those bumps on the face of the wave.
Bumpy, lumpy too. It was a bigger set, and you notice the first waves of the set are always the bumpy, lumpy ones, especially with this wind blowing into the face. While there's no waves breaking, the lineup gets really messy, and then ordinarily the first wave of the set will come through and clean it out like a groomer will a mountain. And second and third waves always tend to provide a cleaner canvas to do your stuff on. And here, in El Salvador, 3 wave sets is pretty much a minimum. There's always a few waves in the set. It's not as random as some other places. There's that solid nature to the swell, and it means that there's some predictability to it. You generally know that there's going to be a few waves in each set, or enough to go around.
Yeah, a lot of power and consistency here in El Salvador. For Juan growing up in Uruguay, the surf has some really fun potential to it, but it tends to lack kind of the power we get here in El Salvador as Romeo goes down on that opening turn. Juan, from a surfing family, started surfing when he was about 8 years old. He's 17 now. He's been competing for the last few years as well. As we see Martim out of Portugal go up for that big section to start off with on that wave. So he's sitting in that leading position with a 6 and a 3.5. Surfers in the next heat are taking a little moment to just check the conditions before paddling out. That's Jonas Meskies out of Canada. Canada's put together another really strong team coming into this junior event. One of their teammates, Aaron Brooks, just took out the Challenger Series win at
How was
Snapper
that?
on the Gold Coast.
That was
Unbelievable.
incredible.
10-point ride for what a throaty barrel.
Incredible on the backhand.
So
she is a
exciting.
superstar.
And
We
kinda-
would ordinarily say of the future, but as it turns out, the future is now, and the young ladies of the women's tour are setting a standard that may never have been met, and it's going to just keep eclipsing what we've seen before and taking that sport to levels that will be certainly entertaining.
Very, very exciting to see those kind of performances. And now for, you know, Team Canada to not have their former junior gold medalist in Aaron Brooks on the team this year, they've got some big shoes to fill. They've done a great job to build that team out, have that support system coming behind the scenes. They're one of those teams that has a very dialed in national kind of surfing committee, National Surfing Association, to put in support behind the scenes. So it's going to be exciting to see Jonas paddling out in that next heat.
I did some work with Team Canada alongside Mike Stewart, the great waterman, and were able to put some input into the development of that nation's surfing. And Dom Domick, who leads that charge, has done incredible work and recruited an amazing team. Rush Broderick. Oh,
goes down on the takeoff.
And that was one of the situations where you lean over, but the board doesn't. And you've got to get on to the heels and really make sure that you don't go before the board goes, and you both lean at the same time together.
Keeping that body really in sync with what's kind of where that board is, or more so
Underneath
the
you,
board in sync with where your body is going.
Yeah, more the head. Here we go.
Paddle now.
Desperately
For
at the
Juan,
top.
oh, paddled so hard. It doesn't look like he was able to get into it. We'll track with Martine. Into that first turn, just driving through the rail into the second as well. Nice, quiet upper body.
Calm, controlled, lovely turns. Looking to improve on a 3.5.
Juan now gets into this wave. Goes in for a hard turn on that first section, but comes undone.
And a similar thing happened there. You want to keep your head centered above your board. And even say you're in a bottom turn or a cutback where the board's on its rail and leant over, you're still centered above it. And when you lean over to the side and your head is off to the either side of your board, that's when you lose your balance. So a little bit of that going on now for Juan.
Paddle now for Romeo. He's been able to control second place, but not with very heavy scores on the board. I think for him, he's probably feeling a little bit of that you know, desire to drop something above that 4-point range. Although it's a 4.97 and a 5.27 on the board for both of those surfers, for Rush and Juan, they've had those moments where they've been close to kind of getting things going, but it just is going to take them kind of having that, maybe that even mental reset to a clean takeoff on a good wave, and they're right there in that conversation.
Absolutely. They've got the first and the third priority. So first priority for Juan. Valuable at this point in time. 5.27's a good score. He's got to get the completion. We know that. To get that score. Last few rides were incomplete. Rush Broderick only looking for a 4.97, couple of 2s. Rush needs to get a little more aggressive on the wave face. And when you're in third and fourth place, you may as well go for it, because you're not getting through if you don't. Because, you know, the 5s are quite solid scores, given the conditions and the scale that's been set here today. Next heat, doing the rock dance.
Challenging to be able to keep all toes intact, heading through those cobblestones, those nice and round rocks
Slippery.
that tend to be very slippery. A few of them have some of those barnacles, kind of small but graty, growing on the surface of them.
You just cheese grate your skin.
It's an interesting place to kind of have that love-hate relationship here at La Bocana, because it offers such great scoring potential on the outside. But there's all that consequence here on the inside, and the temperatures are so warm. There's a few things that make it feel very uncomfortable and a little bit, not unsafe, so to speak, but just kind of that just little level of where you're not like running right off the sand into kind of a fun little beach break. You've got some challenge getting out there. You want to make sure that equipment stays intact. You're not dinging a rail, knocking a fin in those little slips, and then you get in the water and you realize, oh, it's just as hot as it was when I was standing on land.
And the pressure starts mounting and you're sweating and your head feels like it's about to explode from the temperature, and you're trying to keep that calm and stay relaxed and not let the pressure get to you. Oh, good set approaching.
You know, midday with heats like this. I mean, for these surfers with only 20 minutes on the clock, it's a long 20 minutes with those kind of conditions. As we take a look at Romeo, he's looking for a 6.2 to take himself into the lead, hooks it up into a massive section, and just did such a good job on takeoff to pace it out and time that opening turn. Goes down to Barton's
heartache
on the second turn. That was an exceptional opening maneuver. Martim now, he's been able to really control this heat throughout, lets loose. Feeling good as he finishes off on that one.
Yeah, lets loose and then lets the judges know how he feels about it. That was a beautiful turn. And as you said, previous, a quiet upper body. He doesn't do anything he doesn't need to do and does everything that he does need to do and has great technique. Here we go, important ride.
Ride now for Juan. He's chasing a 5.27, though we do have a score to drop for Romeo, so he needs to put it all on the line right now. Holds through that first turn, opens up a little wider on that second turn. Now driving down the line, connects with the section. This will well and truly be his best wave. It's awesome to see him get that final opportunity, chasing a solid score.
Oh, what a wave. Great wave selection. Great use of his priority. Positioning in the lineup perfect. Took off at just the right spot. Got multiple turns. As you said, definitely Juan Laborde's first high-scoring wave of the heat so far. That'll lower the ask for him with 2.5 minutes, so that'll be good. I'm not sure that it goes as high as the 0.27, needing, say, a 5.5 from the judges generally. Might be a little bit below that.
But it's
definitely...
even that is, it's going to chip away greatly at his requirement because he's only sitting on a 193 as his high score.
Right, and it'll lower that ask on his second ride for sure. The sooner he can get the information, the better. He'll know what to do, but he needs to ride another wave, that's for sure.
2 minutes on the clock. We're still waiting for that last single turn of Romeo to drop in. He goes in for a quick reverse.
That was a wild, big backhand re-entry, that single turn, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Shame he fell at the end because that was kind of a messy end to something that was spectacular.
So he'll have 2 scores to drop. That last one incomplete won't factor into his top 2, but we'll be expecting that single big re-entry to factor in.
Yeah, definitely going to improve. There it is.
Scores in a 6.33 for the single turn.
Takes him to the lead. Amazing.
Into first for the Costa Rican. He'll be hearing that news now from the beach announcers.
Great information for coaches and staff and surfers, competitors in that particular score. One re-entry, big face. You don't need multiples to get a big score here today. You just need a big face and to hit it critically and complete it.
Martim up and riding. He's been holding on to that leading position the whole time. Now he's in second, looking for a 4.17.
Now he's going back to the lead.
Fans of spray off of each turn.
They were a little quick and a bit flicky,
yeah.
But at the same time, it is what he needs, a 4.17. He's going to get that score, I imagine, and deserves the win in this heat. Been dominant from start to finish. Speaks volumes for Romeo Stone to fight his way back in with that 6.33, and now for third and fourth, it's a big ask with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, we've got that score to drop in for Juan, that great forehand where he was able to connect a few turns down the line. It drops in as a 2.5 for Juan. It does come through as his highest score, but it still leaves him with a giant requirement in front of him.
Yeah, kind of harsh situation. You know, we've got some varying levels of ability here today from nations that are developing in the surfing journey, and then the powerhouses.
Romeo, first turn successful, goes.
Oh yeah.
Puts it all on the line on that second turn.
Bye-bye to the 3.83, you would say, and he will hold his lead. First and second, though. Oh, that's, you know, he jumps into the lead. What's he looking for now? 5.34 off that last wave. I feel like he gets that as well. But first and second in this heat, both with 6s and high 5s. And, Yeah, solid heat. Great performance from Martim and Romeo.
And that speed, power, flow really separating them from the rest of the surfers in the water.
Yeah, absolutely. And the judges understanding that and differentiating on the scores accordingly.
Score to drop for last of Romeo. If he gets a 5.34, he'll take away the win. Regardless, he will be advancing through into the top in the main round into the next heat. Bottom two surfers for Juan and for Rush will be heading into the rapid charge rounds with more opportunity to put a jersey on. As we're still waiting for that last score of Romeo, big congratulations for him on the beach from Team Costa Rica. And feeling pumped, especially after a performance like that, you know, noting that the biggest score of the heat came from that single turn, that 633. Like you said, it's going to send great message back to the competitors, back to those coaches on the shoreline to be looking for moments like that out in the lineup.
I just love seeing these young teams and all the kids coming together, and the joy that you have for your team members' success is a rare thing in surfing, really, as an individual sport. So congratulations to both Costa Rica.
Congratulations. We'll go to a quick break. When we return, official results and more action right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're surfing double podiums between La Bocana, which is kind of right here in the foreground of the screen, and then Sunzal is that right-hand point break just down the way. That's got some really high quality waves on offer, especially in those low tide conditions. It kind of just drains and gives a great stand-up section. But we're tracking with the under 18 boys now here at La Bocana with some kind of split peak action, lefts and rights available. Matteo Christodoulou representing Greece splits his time, spends most of his time living in Peru, and has put together some really great heats. He's been performing at the ISAs for a very long time. He's that only representative for Team Greece, but he's been surfing at the World Surfing Games and the World Juniors for so many years now. He's a really kind of exceptional talent coming out of that region of the world. He's in the lineup up against Argentina, Canada, and Switzerland with Joaquin Munoz, Jonas Meskis, and Rivan Roskoff. Shannon Hughes alongside Paul Evans to call the action. And it's been an exciting start to the week here to be able to see some of those bigger scores dropped, and also the surfers having to deal with some challenging changes to the conditions already.
Yeah, definitely surf yourself into form if you can. This is the Canadian Meskis. Replay of him. Nice bit of steepness on the face. We like that. And crucially, the flick down to finish. So those banger finishes on steeper sections. Judges will lap that up. This is the Greek, Matteo. And didn't have a load of room to swing there, did he? So have to just pull that slightly short.
Taking a look now at Rivan up and riding. Just drives through that foam for the starting section. Opens up a little more on that second turn. and he'll be able to find that third for the finish as well. So getting a little bit of work done here as we take a look at Jonas on his forehand. Connects through into that lip line to start. Drives back and now sets himself up down the line. So scores to come through. Judges with a very busy job ahead of them this week. How many waves in total will be ridden? Be interesting one to try and keep track of towards the end of the week, because we got 4 surfers in the lineup. We're running double podium for every single heat this week. It's going to be a lot of waves ridden.
Yeah, nice exchanges here. Crucially, like, people getting finishes. And it kind of almost feels like that sets the tone a lot. If you get early exchanges in a heat and you get incomplete finishing maneuvers, it just leaves that score dangling a bit. I see the likes of Jonas also whack in there, just kind of slamming it shut. And you want to see that bit of authority early on. I like it.
Well, Romeo Stone, bit of a buzzer beater finish for Team Costa Rica, walks away with the victory in that last heat. He's down with Rachel.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. You didn't even need the other 15 minutes in the heat. All the action happened in the last 5 minutes for you, getting the top 2 wave scores in those last 5 minutes. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's always tricky when you don't have like that boom from the start, but I had 2 little waves that I did like 2 little maneuvers, and it just like set me in rhythm, and then I just needed to wait for like a good section to hit and just give it everything.
So what goes through your mind when you are needing that score, and how do you keep yourself calm down? How do you keep yourself calm out there?
I think I just put it in my head that like I don't have an option not to get that score, and there's not like an option to lose. So like the only thing I'm looking for is just that score to win, and it's not in my head that I'm not gonna get it. So like whether I get it or not, like I just put my brain on like that I'm gonna get it 100%, and that like just relieves my nerves knowing that like my wave will come.
That's a strong competition mind. It's not over till it's over, and you've proven that. Now, talk to us about your equipment out there. You're looking so strong on it.
Yeah, so right now I'm riding like a Lost Subdriver 2.0. It's a 5.9.5, and I actually went up in liters for this contest because I've been like working out a lot and getting bigger. And it feels really good. It's just like a round tail, and it's like solid board, and I had to make it like a little bit heavier just because this wave's so strong, and like having a little bit more board and like weight to cut through the bumps when it gets like this is like so necessary.
Well, it looks good. It looks like you're connected to it. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone home in Costa Rica?
Yeah, of course. Bueno, quiero dar unos saludos a mi pueblo, Nosara, y todos que me están viendo, todas mis amigas, mi familia, y todos mis compas acá, los coaches. Y no, saludos a todos, pura vida Costa Rica. Gracias. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Well spoken from Romeo. Putting on a little bit of extra weight, wanting to increase the volume in that board as well.
Lifting. It's been working out.
Weight.
Buff. Why not?
Got to see it from the junior contingent.
Maybe a little mirror selfie while you're at it.
There you go.
Maybe a protein shake selfie. Everyone else is doing it.
Start bulking up. It's a great call, you know, especially when you're wanting to add some power into that surfing and coming up into the under 18s. You get some of those surfers that are going to be 18 years old that already, you know, are standing at 6 feet tall.
That's the physical side. I like the mental insights. He's saying he doesn't have an option to fail. See, that's maybe where I'm going wrong. I'm always the other way around. I'm like, it's fine if this doesn't work out for you, whatever it is. I'm like, that's okay. I always give myself a little out. Maybe I'm too easy on myself. Interesting.
Interesting mindset. Nah, that's such a good way for him to be thinking about it, you know, knowing, all right, and even kind of that idea of only taking off on a wave that will facilitate that sort of score, being maybe a little bit more selective. That's how he did catch a lot of waves in that heat, so maybe that wasn't necessarily the strategy, but coming down to the finish, you could see that mindset was exactly where it was in order to get those solid scores. Went for like some big kind of starting sections, and the judges really well rewarded it. A 6.33 for a single turn. He fell in the second turn, was his highest, or actually ended up being his second highest score, because then he found a combination at the end that gave him that 7-point ride. So all around, great surfing and great final 5-minute strategy coming through from Romeo. As we see a quick in and out. Now heat in the water. We've got 12.5 minutes remaining, Paul. We got some scores across the board. The 5.33 and the 4.9 of Joaquin Munoz of Argentina sets him up in that leading position. We got a 4.17 for Rivon, which is that third highest score within the heat. But he's sitting in that third place position now, chasing a requirement to get into second. And a couple of threes has Jonas sitting in that kind of control position of second place, but again, small requirements. And Matteo off to a bit of a sleepy start, just that 2.17. He'll be chasing a 5.43.
Yeah, I mean, sitting on threes, not the strategy, so he'll be looking to wash those off. Will suffer in second. Meskis, he's looked good. I like the spark from him. I like the speed, the control. He's definitely got the surf, and I want to find better ways. He might do here.
Up and riding now on his forehand. Drives hard off the bottom. Connects with that first section. Really bumpy on the face of this wave. He's just doing what he can to keep things kind of smooth, to keep that flow within his surfing. He's got the speed. He's got the power. Does well to wrap it all together by the finish. Revon as well, getting a piece of the action. We're not sure what happened on the outside section, but it looks like he would have traveled some distance because he came to that inside closeout. So likely would have had a little bit of progress from the outside. Matteo now up and riding. This is an important one because we know there's scores dropping through for the two sitting above him. And powerful backhand attack. Can see, you know, you've been waiting for a little while to be able to find that sort of connection. And Joaquin goes to the air. Doesn't really get that projection forward that he would have needed to be able to ride out of it, but starts to change things up as he's sitting in that leading position.
Yeah, you know what? We haven't seen many air attempts so far today. That wind's blown into the left. We've seen a lot of lefts ridden. The majority of the scores coming on the left. Almost slightly surprised we haven't seen more surfers going for that option, particularly these juniors. They're just really sticking to the lip turns.
So true. There was one good air in the heat that Barton and I called just a few ago. Heat number, it was 13, with Romeo Chavez of Colombia. Big air off of the left on his backhand, landed it, got himself into the sevens off of that single maneuver. So that was kind of the one successful moment, and maybe that's something that Joaquin would have seen and gone, okay, get the rail work done, get some scores on the board, and then see how much he can kind of play with that air, those airs on the back half of the heat. Big paddle now for Matteo. You can see him kind of just stuck there on the inside section. We've got scores to drop across the board. For Jonas, another 3 on the board. So a 3.93. He's just shy of that 4-point range on both of those scores so far. Means that some of those judges would have thrown a 4 into the mix, but the average would have come through just below. Doesn't really change the requirements much, though, on third and fourth at this stage.
Yeah, he looks really polished, doesn't he? I think the judges want to see him attack the lip. They want to see a meteor section steeper, and that vertical type surfing, the amplitude off the bottom drive, go straight to the lip, hit it. I think that's crucial to unlocking, getting into that mid-range and above for him, but he definitely looks like a really skilled surfer with a full repertoire of maneuvers, really light on his feet as well. Let's see how he goes in the rest of this one. Been impressed by sort of flashes, really, of Munoz. Here goes Meskis.
Up and riding. Digging through the rail on that opening turn, sets it up for the second. Now starting to try and maybe push a little more power into things. Representing Canada, but from Moore Park in LA in California. Surfs a lot between kind of that Ventura area and just a little farther south to Malibu. So you can see where some of that style into surfing comes through. Having some of those great right-hand point breaks. So many good little waves in that little zone as well between Malibu and Ventura. If one spot's busy, you just keep driving up PCH and find another. So we're waiting for his last score to drop in. Still waiting for the judges as well with...
It feels like a similar order. It could improve a bit, but it won't be, you know, a rapid departure in terms of the scale from him. And I just want to just keep kind of pushing that needle if he can, to keep nudging it up, keep surfing. If waves come, you're not in that priority. You don't have a high status in priority. Just keep surfing waves. Who knows what's going to come through? 20 minutes is going to go real quick. These scores have gone south for the last about an hour and a half. If you particularly think about what surfers are advancing in second place with, it's tended to be single figures. So that's something surfers have got to bear in mind. Obviously, you just want to go out there and tear it apart, but it might not go down like that. You've got to be practical. Here's a paddle from Matteo.
Now Matteo's last score has finally dropped in as he has a look, decides to pull out of that wave. Great decision. A 4.37 sets him up in an okay position at this stage. Still in fourth, but...
It's so tight between second and fourth. It's been a real story that has And something we've seen, and when that happens, like we saw in that last heat, you do get those last gasp dramatics as well, which makes it exciting. Those buzzer beaters go down. It's really cool to see that. It's not necessarily what you want if you're a competitor, though. You'd want to get your work done, that little bit of breathing room, that distance, and you can make better decisions. You don't need to be rushed and maybe get nervous and kind of do rash things you wouldn't otherwise do. It's about finding the wave, though, if you can get that quality.
Big paddle from Joaquin, which means he's going to lose second priority on that one. Surfer in red. Green is holding on to first priority. And second now goes to Jonas, third into Mateo. You could see Mateo a moment ago just kind of waving those arms, wanting to get that situation update. Joaquin driving down the line, heads into the air, grabs the rail as well, and completes the rotation once he's into that foam, adding something more explosive into the conversation.
Yeah, you knew that was coming. As soon as he took off, that first pump that he did, he knew that was coming, using that wind blowing into the left. And got the rotation done with some speed. And he'll be pretty happy with that, really. After paddling for that wave, kind of surrendering that second priority I think he had for nothing, really. It always looked like a soft one from above it. We had the advantage of the drone view, so we could kind of see the water in front of the wave. And then immediately behind that, to get yourself pretty worthy air, really. Pretty decent. See where it goes with our panel. Let's see how much they enjoyed that, where it goes for him. He was in first prior to this score coming in. So you see him building up the speed, sees this section, and then gets that one reversed with a little head flick to sign off as well. That will be with the panel right now. Oh, the score's in. They liked it.
6-point ride straight away. So sending again that message to the surfers.
And just goes to show we're getting a bit caught up with priority. Doesn't matter. He gave up priority. He's on his own. He's sort of halfway on the inside, wasn't he? And that little opportunity came through, just sort of cupping up nicely for him. And this stage of the tide at the moment, you see these lines will come in here and kind of bounce in a bit, and then suddenly you get the inside, you get these little quick runners with steeper pockets. Some of the bigger ones, a little bit flabbier on the outside, a little bit deeper, fatter on the face. That one's one of those small ones. Just that nice little, didn't need a lot, didn't need much of a ramp. Tight little angle for him. He did really well to get there with speed, crucially, stuck it. And that's how you get the high score of the heats on a pretty innocuous looking kind of wave.
Yeah. Little smaller to size, but they do tend to just suck and draw off of those cobblestones really well, offering that steeper section for him to even have a ramp.
Wow, 4 minutes 30 to go. I love these 20-minute heats. They're absolutely fly best, all action. There's no downtime. It's just like, it feels like everything counts. You know, 4 surfers out on the water. It's just like every time they paddle into a wave, you feel it's really significant in the context of the heat overall, of their particular standings in it. It's really fun to see this go down. It's that downtime that, you know, we get a lot of that in surfing, particularly when you're doing one-on-one and people being selective, and that priority really comes into play, and they're really looking for quality, particularly good scores on the board. This is the complete other end of the spectrum.
It's the complete opposite.
Go out there, catch waves, blow up, find opportunities, make something happen, hustle up a score, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, they've got to really start out swinging, get things moving quickly, knowing that in 20 minutes you can have a reset like we saw from Romeo in that last heat, where final 5 minutes you can get your 2 best scores and go from, you know, kind of a knockout position, not knockout, but an elimination round position up into the leading spot. But for the most part, really trying to get the ball rolling a little bit earlier is a helpful thing. Not knowing where you'll sit in priority towards the end of it, you know, and in these kind of situations, you could have first and second priority split up to go sit on third and fourth, put in a little bit more pressure as we come down to the finishing moments.
Yeah, I guess the crucial thing in the context of this, who's advancing, as Joaquin has got that improvement done, no one else really able to do much. So that guy, Meskis, at the moment, bit vulnerable. A couple of 3s for him. 3 9s, decent. But he would love a bit more, just a bit of daylight. You can see those requirements. Roscoff, 369 is all he needs. Mateo, looking for an even smaller number. Here's Revan.
Revan, representing Switzerland. He's got some big results to his name within that pack as far as national titles go, juniors as well. He's a kid that has spent a lot of time living in Hawaii, attended Sunset Beach Elementary School, which is where some of the world's best surfers attended kindergarten, you know, sat in those classes, learning how to spell, learning how to add 1 + 1 together, now winning world titles around the world. And for Rivon to be able to have that as part of his journey as a surfer has really helped to shape who he is now.
Only looking for a 3.69. That is a modest number indeed, and he'll know that, and he'll know that there are opportunities out there. He's got to find himself one. As we mentioned, similar for Mateo, and he needs a 3.49. He's got first priority. Will he use it here? Here he goes.
Up and riding, Mateo chasing a 3.49. Into that first turn, sets it up for the second. Wave doesn't have a lot of power for him, unfortunately. And now Jonas with an opportunity to build on the couple of threes, a 2-turn combination. That wave looked a bit different than what we saw from his first few opportunities. And Joaquin going hard on his final wave, a 5.33. He's added to, or sorry, was his opener, that 6-point ride he added to the score line, which put more pressure on the rest of the field. He's sitting in a pretty solid position to be looking for that win at this stage.
Yeah, final minute getting towards that. The judges, they'll be sharpening their pencils and assigning some numbers. Meanwhile, here goes Rivon out the back on a bomb.
Looking for a 3.69. A turn like that could have him chasing down the score, but would have needed to be successful on the second.
Oh, nightmare. He looked like he had the hard work done there. Inexplicable, just lost the leg somehow. Doesn't get the completion on that turn. A chance the requirement could go up a touch. We went for a number for Jonas to come in, this guy. But if it does, it'll be probably a similar kind of score that he was looking for, and he was on his way with that wave there.
Now one scores in, a 3.80 on the board for Rivon, jumps him into second. We're still waiting for scores, though, for all 4 surfers. So Rivon will have the next score to come through for that first turn with a fall in the second. We got a score from Mateo for the 2-turn combo on a maybe slightly smaller, softer wave. He's up and riding again, though, only chasing a 3.6. Looking to try and connect on the end section here. He hasn't really had the waves offer much. You can sense that frustration in the young Greek Peruvian. As we take a look now at Jonas, he's looking to get himself back into third. He was holding on to that advancing position, that top 2 position, for a long time, but hadn't been able to grow out of the 4-point range. He's dropped another score that doesn't factor into his top 2 for his previous wave, and now waiting for scores for all 4 surfers on the buzzer, everybody getting an opportunity as well.
An obvious point, I didn't say he went left. So that right, he's been trying, he's been plugging away, and he's been kind of unsuccessful in terms of really getting significant additions to his numbers on the right hand or the backhand there. A couple of quick maneuvers that looked nice. It wasn't kind of life-changing type stuff, was it?
Well, scores locked in for Mateo Christodoulou. A 2.1 for his last isn't enough to change his situation. We're still waiting to find out, though, if Rivon Roskopf can drop a score to get the 3.83 he needs to take the advancing spot, because Jonas Meskis has jumped himself back into second. We're going to go to a quick break because it's still in the hands of the judges. When we return, we will give you those official results, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
There's a right time for everything.
Scores dropping from that last exchange, and it looks official. It will be Joaquin Munoz out of Argentina with a win. His last score, 4.77, doesn't improve his situation, but he maintains first. And Jonas Meskis in second place position for Canada. As we take a look at some live action from surfers out in the water, already ready to go in that next heat. That was our surfer in green, Michael Scopa from Italy. And congratulations to Argentina and Canada for surfers staying in the main round. Switzerland and Greece out of that last heat will be heading into repechage, but we'll have more action to come. Shannon Hughes alongside Paul Evans for the call.
Yeah, mate, so tight that one at the end there, wasn't it? And we know we sort of set that up. We teed it up for that finish. It was a nervy one. And it just came down to those real fine margins. And crucially, I mean, it sounds obvious, you've got to finish your way. It's just getting that finish and turn done. It just takes that element of doubt out as well, doesn't it? From the mind of the judges, rather than have to go back and look at previous work done on the wave. If you can get those completions. But yeah, real tights. There is the repechage round if you were disappointed, but you want to make it through in the top 2.
Taking a look at the opening wave from Italy's Michele Scopa, putting his first score down. He's in the water up against Tigo Sadhoff from the Netherlands and Rickson Falcao out of Brazil. So just 3 surfers in the water for this one. They're some of those lucky surfers in the draw that only have to surf against 2 other people rather than 3 in total, as the Italian is up and riding again. Nice style and power as he's coming through on that flatter section to finish off with.
Just didn't have lows to work with there. It was kind of a pocket that just kind of trundled down, didn't it, over the rocks in. Never really offered him much in front of him, so he had to be just real patient. But you see the style that you mentioned is everything's kind of nice and in the right place. The speed's there. Good surfer. He's been doing the rounds on the QS as well in Europe for a while as Scopa. I've seen him competing in Portugal a few times. Never gone real deep into an event. But he's definitely got some skills, and I want to bring them here. Just 3 surfers in the water, as you mentioned. Shannon, 2 go through. You got to be backing yourself really and thinking, I don't want to head to the repechage round.
Well, scores to drop from the opening exchange. 17 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and a tight finish. The win for that last heat went to Argentina's Joaquin Munoz with Rachel.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, you had a very busy heat. You caught a lot of waves. With only your keeping scores at the beginning and the end of the heat, was it your plan to go out there to catch many waves?
Yeah, my plan was catch so much waves and to try to put my surf in the waves. And I'm really happy to compete in this beach. It's really special for me. The other year that I compete here, the ISA was really good, and I'm so happy for pass my first hit in first position.
And the special thing about competing with the ISA is you compete with your team. What is it like with the Argentinian team here?
No, Argentinian team is really good. Is really joined. We are so happy to compete here. My sister was competing in El Sunsal at the same time. I think she passed also, and I'm really happy to compete with she. That is really good to be here.
That's amazing. I love to hear that. I love to see that energy from you guys. Is there anything you'd like to say in Espanol back home?
Bueno, un saludo para todos los que están viendo desde Argentina. Primer paso acá en La Bocana. Las olas estaban con un poco de viento, pero estoy acostumbrado a esto, así que me encantó. Esta playa es increíble, así que a seguir con todo y a representar a Argentina lo mejor posible.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Joaquin and to his sister, both on the team.
How cool is that? Stereo surfing from the siblings.
As we take a look at some live action here with Rickson Falcao out of Brazil. So much speed as he's driving down the line. Hard to see from those drone angles really how dynamic any of those maneuvers are, but
yeah,
looked cool.
I got really excited by Hickson's previous wave. He absolutely tore that one apart. Just before we went to that interview, loving the way he just tore into the lip, basically. We've seen quite a lot of stuff on the face. We've seen surfers having to be a little bit, I'm not going to say nurse their turns, but just a touch lateral. And he really got a chance to go at it with a bit of aggression and a bit of venom and spark and just kind of have a go. And that was really, really cool to see that from him. And I think he's going to get rewarded. And I think the judges, like, they don't want to be mean. Like, they want to use the scale. They just want to see
They
the
want
stuff.
to hand out scores.
Yeah, so let's see where they go. He's got 2 numbers to come. And he got the fall on the second one. I feel like the first one, I just like speed. You know, it feels like a real key ingredient visually to us as we watch Scopa go at it.
Oh, Michele goes down on the first section. He opened, though, with a 5.33. He's got that 3.67 already as a backup score. So he's kind of found that rhythm in the first 5 minutes right off the buzzer.
Here's some fire.
Ooh. Little kick.
Cool paddle battle going on there. He's having a look at Falcao, and he wants to try and get priority. And it means a lot to him. He's battling hard. He's digging in all the way to the elbow. He will do. And I think Hickson's quite a little way back on him there. But a good little battle between those two. We're waiting to see Tigo fire up. Didn't quiet in this. Doesn't want to be too quiet. You know, 3 surfers in the water, 2 going through. Get yourself in the conversation, get in that priority rotation, find some ways, get some rhythm.
Important to be able to find that rhythm early on. Find some speed in your surfing, a little speed in your paddle.
Just give you that confidence. You know, you've been waiting all day to surf. Obviously, opening ceremony yesterday, that was a good time. That was all caught those vibes going down. But I reckon a lot of these surfers, as soon as that opening ceremony finished, they'll start to think about their heat. They're like, okay, tomorrow it's on. I'm surfing. Like all that nerves, everything that you're bringing into this, you traveled a long way. There's people watching, and you're thinking, and all of that build-up and anticipation, a great release for that. I mean, it sounds obvious, is to go and open up, show you surfing, do turns, get some speed going, kick out, even just kicking out of a wave with speed. It just gives you that kind of exhale moment that you need, somewhere to build from. But at the moment from him, he's got nothing on the board, and it's almost like that pent-up energy you'd feel. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe he's just super cool. But like, if I was in his position, I'd be feeling like that anxiety coming over me.
A little bit antsy, trying to get things started. Well, Rickson can relax a bit. He's got a 7.33 for his opening wave. We got a second score to drop in for him, needing just a 1.67 to take away the lead. And for Tigo, out of the Netherlands, this is kind of the question mark on him. He's been sitting patient. He's now heard that he's got a big requirement. He'd be just receiving the news that his requirement is up to the 8s. And it's been a slow start to him.
Yeah, needs to get that, use that priority. The next set that comes through, catch a wave. But yeah, good reward for a great score, really. 7.33, that's really, really good. Your first wave in a heat, and he tore it apart, and it was always going to be that kind of number. As soon as I saw him do that first combination of turns, you're thinking this is high 6-7 already. This is the kind of sort of score this surfing deserves, and very, very well rewarded. To do that early on in the heat as well, just feels, obviously, it doesn't really matter when you catch your wave, but in terms of kind of settling yourself down and that all-important confidence, and he just has at it off the bottom. That first turn that he did, just stung it into the lip. Bit of extra spray going as well, and then hooking on the rail, almost pokes the nose there as that wave just cups out, and he's good enough to just make that little adjustment, clean it up. Didn't want to fall there. He did damage with that first turn. Nevertheless, it's so good to finish your waves, and a brilliant way to open up a heat. And you know, we've been talking about that aggression all day. Don't get loads of opportunities. You might not get that many sections where they really cup out, and he can push off the bottom. He didn't need asking twice.
He certainly got the job done with the first. But it's a point that Barton makes so often, is putting together that clean finish. Even if it's a clean kick out rather than maybe a big turn on the end, it just leaves that happy taste in the, you know, for the judges at the finish of a wave. As we take a look at Rickson with so much speed into the kind of where that wind is blowing right up the face of this wave, finds a dynamic finish as well. He's got a big smile on his face. Frothing after that opener, 7.33. Now he's going to back up and likely improve on that 3.83 as well, as we see Tigo gets his second wave on the board now, but gets caught behind the section. He's going to need to sort of dig himself out of the hole that he finds himself in.
Yeah, it's good to see him get a wave, though. You know, it's not going to be a massive, significant score for him, but just good to see him surfing. And he'll get himself in just a slightly different part of the lineup now and go, okay, I've got a couple under my belt. I'm kind of learning on the job. I've got a slightly better read from what I did before. You're always going to understand more about a wave by riding it than letting it go or watching it from another part of the lineup and trying to figure out, okay, this is what that section's doing. It's, you know, the best kind of intel you can get is that first-hand stuff. So let's see where he goes. But yeah, Rickson, again, on that last one. I love to see surfers having a little giggle in their heats. Just shows they're relaxed, comfortable. He's enjoying himself. Why wouldn't he be? Here goes Tigo.
Great thing to be able to witness as we see Tigo on his forehand. Kind of changes his position out in the lineup, sets himself up off the left, drives through. As this wave is kind of 2 different parts to it, kind of together at the beginning, splits apart, finds that little inside double up. And he's going to put a better score onto the board.
Yeah, just stoked to see him getting, you know, another ride straight away as well. It's not going to be a massive one once again, but it's more crucial experience for him.
Sculpa now up and riding, throws it into a big frothy section. There's going to be a lot of power in that kind of white water. He'll just dig himself back out of the water onto that board. paddle, likely gain first priority. Not sure exactly where Falcao for Brazil is sitting in the lineup. We're still waiting for his last wave as well. So we'll see how much distance he can put between himself, between first and second, with last red to drop. As we're more than halfway through this heat now, conditions have kind of picked up when it comes to size and consistency out in the lineup as that tide has turned, but the wind is also continuing to factor in and make it a little bit more challenging. Those kind of clear conditions we had this morning without much cloud cover were a bit of a sign that we were going to have that wind pick up nice and early, which can be really favorable if you want to take to the air, but if you want some clean rail surfing, it can do a bit of damage.
Scopper having a good look around the lineup. I like his busyness. He's very much sort of tuned in for this encounter. He's up for the battle, isn't he? You know, you saw the intensity from him on that paddle battle that he had early on with Falcao. But overall, it looks like he's done his homework. He's come really well prepared. And he wants to just give himself any opportunity to get through this heat, to surf well. He's got a good chance of doing that at the moment. The Italian got first priority, sitting in second place at the moment. Tigo with a bit of work to do. And I'm stoked to see him catching waves. I'd like to see him get a few more.
Here we go, Scopa driving down the line, looking for some speed, looking for that first section. Closes down in front of him.
So if you're going to be harsh, you'd say not a great use of priority if you don't add to your score, but nevertheless, you know what? He's feeling confident. He thought something might happen for him. Didn't happen that time. Not sure priority is hugely significant. There's a bit more space out in the lineup anyway. And just in terms of the way the numbers are going, I mean, look at those numbers for Falcao. Another solid improvement for him.
7-point ride to improve on the 7.33 that he opened with.
That's
so
why he's laughing. Winners are
position.
grinners. I mean, he hasn't won the heat yet, but he's, you know, it's a really good chance of getting through. And we saw him just enjoying himself on the inside and laughing. And real authority from him. And that sort of athletic style that he's got, that he brings, where a lot comes out of the legs, and he's able, if you can do that, arrive at the late. We talked about the power out here. It's got deceptively powerful. If you do arrive late, it seems from what we've seen this morning, it's quite hard to impose yourself on this wave. It's even the fat sections, there's quite a bit of push there. It's quite hard to do. And he's done really, really well just to get those maneuvers done. And basically, he's trying to show this wave who's boss. I mean, you can never master the ocean, but as the expression goes, you can master the ride. He's doing all right so far.
He certainly is. 7.13 requirement up in front of Tigo. Connects with that first section, but he'll just take a fall. A 187 for his last wave. Did build on his score line, but he's just kind of outside of really finding that rhythm and kind of outside of his depth at the moment with the scores in front of him. Taking a look at some of the records that continuously get broken at ISA events is participation from surfers. We've got 440 athletes or more in the event this week, 54 nations in total. And some new countries to add to that. British Virgin Islands, Latvia, Lithuania, and Slovakia in for the juniors event, where we've seen them competing on the World Surfing Games side of things in the Opens. And of course, this is a huge pathway to the Olympic Games. No qualifiers for the Olympic Games specifically coming out of this event. That all happens through the World Surfing Games. But a great pathway for surfers like so many of the greats that we see listed there. You know, Caroline, Felipe, Owen, Tatiana, Steph, Gabby. They've all had good runs here through the World Junior Championships, found themselves as Olympic surfers. And now this pack of surfers in the draw this week, the former champions that we have seen through the years here as well over the last few seasons, they now get to have their sights being set as future Olympians.
Yeah, really, really cool to see some of the biggest names, you know, in the sport, absolute icons, and then just see those, well, not really just emerging anymore, but say emerged talents, you know, some surfers really making a statement in this event.
Rickson with a quick in and out, already sitting on a couple sevens, and Tigo finding some rhythm down the line. That was a solid hit for him as he just kind of flew over the back of that wave. Michele for Italy sitting in a commanding second place position with that 5.33 and that 3.67. He's a surfer who's been really busy. He's taken off on 6 waves in total. His first 2 were the ones he built with. But like you said, maybe a little bit of that kind of mistakes coming into his surfing just with the use of priority and not capitalizing to improve his score line with the waves that he's caught since those early ones.
Yeah, he'll definitely look to try and improve if he can. He'll know that he doesn't want to sit and rest with 3.67, having a 3 on the board. That's not part of the tactics. The 5.53 is a healthy number. You just admire that spread and that number 14.33 for Rickson. And that is mighty, mighty impressive. And he's done it with sort of confidence. I suppose the results breed the confidence, and then it's that virtuous cycle where you get the scores, and then, you know, even more confidence comes from that. You'd expect, you know, if you're in the Brazil team, the amount of talent, surf talent in that nation, if you represent under 18s from there, which has, you know, just been dominating global surfing, certainly on the men's side in the last decade or so, you already, you know, you're good if you're in that team. And this is a forum for us to see like a first look on some of these names, and who knows, you know, we might be going on to seeing him at the very highest level in a few years, but I've been impressed from what I've seen so far.
Certainly true. And with 3 minutes remaining on the clock, Team Brazil, they found themselves victorious last year as the team champions overall, based off of the strength of some gold medals being handed out to their pack and some other of their surfers making it into those final rounds. They were able to also find that gold medal at home, which is always fun to be able to see the winning team being that local team, drawing on the energy of the crowd, sleeping maybe even in their own beds if they're, you know, coming from that beach, that location where the event is running. As we're tracking now with live action, the Brazilian up and riding once again. He's already sitting on a couple of 7s, just feeling relaxed and in control as he throws another hook into the lip.
Absolutely spanking it, hitting it really hard, emerging from the turn with a ton of speed. Scoppers up.
The Italian now looking to improve on that 3.67. Little push out of the fins after that, out of that first turn. And it'll just be that single maneuver for him to try and improve the scoreline. He's one of the younger surfers in the draw for the under 18s. A 16-year-old means he'll be doing double time, surfing the under 16s and the under 18s throughout this week.
That's sporty. It's
very sporty.
We talked about the heat, you know, entering 2 divisions here. You know, when you're young, full of energy, full of the exuberance of youth, good on him.
Got a few ice baths around the contest sites as well. So we see these surfers getting out of the water, feeling really toasty, getting themselves into that ice bath, cooling that body temperature down, resetting, whether it's to then stay on the beach out in these hot temperatures to support the team, or as we get later into the draw, when we're going to start seeing multiple divisions surfing, you know, in shorter rounds through the week, you'll see surfers paddling out there at least a couple times a day, maybe 3 or 4 if they're surfing among different divisions. So a lot of these teams, a lot of these coaches doing what they can behind the scenes to make sure to facilitate these young surfers that are kind of learning some of these things, you know, that may be aware of how far to push it, may not quite be aware of how far to push it. There's going to be a lot of that kind of adult influence, those guardian influences, to make sure that those kids are well taken care of behind the scenes.
Yeah, definitely. And that's all part of the learning as well. And Barton's mentioned it already so far this morning. Is doing well in an event isn't just about what happens, you know, between the horns in your heat. It's about everything that goes on, all of that preparation, being able to look after yourself, be comfortable all the time, making sure, you know, your mind and body are in the right place and you're able to give, you know, enjoy yourself at the same time, but obviously here to compete and here to win, and it's intense. You're coming up against some of the best young surfers from basically the whole world. So really intensely competitive field and really enjoyable to watch.
Down to the final few seconds, and it will officially be Rickson Falcao out of Brazil, who takes away that winning position. We're still waiting for his last score. It's a 6.9. Throwaway to his couple 7s on the board already for the Brazilian. Exceptional performance. And Michele Scopa for Italy, advancing through in that second place position off the strength of his 5.33. Great effort from the Netherlands surfer, Tigo Sadhoff. We'll see more of him in the repecharge rounds. And he did well to continue to build on that score line. wave after wave as he came into the final moments of his heat. Big day of surfing underway for day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. When we return, Paul Evans and Barton Lynch on the call, and more under 18 surfers of the boys out in the lineup.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And a very warm welcome back to beautiful El Salvador. It's the ISA World Juniors. And it's the nations from around the world proudly flying their flags in a display of unity. And here to compete against the very best in the business. They're watching the Dutch team there. Just congratulate their surfer, who just surfed in a tough heat. And it's time for us to welcome once again back in Barton Lynch. Welcome back, mate.
Short breaks, mate. Good to be back in the booth. And busy day. Lots of excited kids flying around outside there. Coaches, staff, parents, families. We see action.
Here we go. Luc Lepront out of South Africa, the goofy, found himself a nice wave here. Actually just stands up, sort of cooperates for him as he doesn't have to push too hard. He wets the rail all the way back. Nice carving in the pocket from him, wrapping it through for a bit of a finish as well. Let's set the heat. We're also seeing Melvin Alexis Ayala, Matias Canhoto, who's one of the very highly rated, probably one of the most highly rated talents out of Europe, actually, at the moment, out of Portugal. Great young surfer he is. We'll also see Khalil Pinheres out in the water too. So an interesting one, this one, as we see some relatively higher profile names up against surfers we don't know as much about. Doesn't matter what your name is, does it, mate? It's all about getting 2 scores.
That's right, yeah, catching the best waves. The reputations, it's only one way they can go most of the time, and that's down when you're a fellow competitor. That's how you look at it. It's good to have the big names.
Here goes Canhoto here, the goofy, nice looking meaty right-hander. There's the vertical approach, nice spring in his step, commits hard to a bottom turn. And that authoritative flick with plenty of spray does really well over a deep section, bashes it again, look out. And one more for a finish. How'd you like them apples? Judges will assign that a number. A big hit there from Pinheres, which we enjoyed. Hold the phone out the back here. Ayala, what's he got? A bomb on the back, and look at this section. Whoa, just carves one under the lip in the pocket, throws it up for a combo. Can't hang on. Love this opening for a heat.
How's the action we just got to see? You could have been mistaken for thinking you were just watching Gabriel Medina.
This was absolutely epic. Someone else who ripped that last one. Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat, Falcao.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, the second win for Team Brazil this morning. First win was in Heat 1. How did you prepare from watching your teammate win to having to surf your heat?
Segunda vitória do Brasil. Como você se prepara, vendo, o seu time para a sua bateria?
I'm very happy to be here in El Salvador. It's a great place. It's a big opportunity represent my country. Is it? I'm very happy, and go Brazil.
Is there anything you'd like to say in Portuguese to Brazil?
Tem alguma coisa que você quer falar em português pro Brasil?
Queria mandar um abraço para todo mundo que está torcendo por mim. O evento está só começando. Vou dar meu máximo todos os dias, bateria por bateria. É isso. Valeu, galera. Isso.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Muito parabéns, Rickson. He absolutely represented his country well, mate. Tore that heat apart.
Yeah, I first heard about that kid most probably 5 years ago with a friend of mine, surfboard shaper Crivella out of Rio de Janeiro, reached out and said, keep an eye on this kid. Great to see him make his way there and put on such a great performance. The Brazilians, you know, obviously dominant nation for the past decade or so, and you look behind and the kids coming up who see this opportunity, who have been inspired by Medina and Ferreira and Adriano de Souza and Felipe Toledo, they've got high shoes to fill and high expectations. They're looking at some of the best performance surfers we have ever seen in the history of our sport. And so I'm expecting massive things out of that next generation of young Brazilians. And what about, we're still waiting on the score for red, Matthias.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge number. This is Ayala, and he gives it loads, a little too much. Caught the rail, committing hard to the turn. And Canhoto having a look at a similar sort of wave there. Realised that one, just a little fluffy, a little wobbly, didn't like it. He'll let it go.
Where does that first wave of his go? 8.5?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the 9s.
It could be anywhere, couldn't it?
I wouldn't be surprised if
it
that's in
feels
the
like
9s.
it's less than, couldn't be less than an 8.5.
All right, nice looking wave for Piñeres. Lovely rhythm to this from him. He's not rushed at all. And just as I say that, he gets it a bit wrong for a finish. But I like the patience from him, waiting at the bottom of the wave for it to stand up and the flow. But he really wanted the finish. Didn't happen for him that time. But already, this one is a smoker of a heat. Late takeoff, Canhoto off the bottom. And just making it look so easy as he just kind of eases that board through the lip of the wave. The backhand re-entry. Here's another good-looking wave for Lepront, the South African. And similar sort of wave to his first one, actually, as he just gathers that carve. And then again, on the rail. Didn't push through the latter part of that turn. He just kind of let go a bit so he could go down the line and do that. Nice finish.
Yeah, as you said, all of these surfers just putting on a great opening half to this heat. It's going to set up an incredible back end. Judge has got a lot of scores they're considering. Carlos Piñeres lives on Maui, representing Colombia, so this wind would be something he's used to from Huaquipa and the wind that they experience over there on Maui.
Yeah, love this already, this one. I reckon the judges, they got smoke coming out their ears, haven't they? They're trying to like work out what, okay, I've got a number there. I mean, the turns that Canhoto did, like multiple massive hammers on the back end, a steep section, bigger wave than we've seen for a little while.
Flaring tail, loose, but vertical and powerful, stylish, all of the elements. As I said, you know, I felt like I was watching a young Gabriel Medina. It was beautiful surfing, and I just can't wait to see the score drop. And this was amazing surfing as well. The power. See the width of the stance. Like, he's got a great, powerful stance. Melvin Alexis Ayala. Look at this front of him. Gets down low, drives the rail around, carves out of the top. You don't see a lot of young kids carving a rail like that out of the top of a wave. Great signs for El Salvador and that young man. South Africa, bro. Luke Lepront, goofy footer as well. Snaps out of the top. Feels like a controlled performance. There's a level of restraint almost in his performance, which means that he's going to finish his rides and complete them. And in the early stages of your heat, no use going for it and falling off before you've got a couple of good scores. 7.83, the first for red.
Okay, so judges keeping their powder dry, not getting carried away. For Matthias, still a really good number. I thought it might be slightly higher than that, but they want to see a bit more to unlock the excellent range. So 7.83 for him. And he's on the prowl out the back. And he gets a 3.83 for that one turn that he did on the backhand after that.
So there is a fantastic comparison. 3.83 to a 7.83. We've got a 4-point difference from one turn to 6. And I feel like that spread is not enough. I don't care how good the one is. That one was most probably not as good as 3 of the others on the other wave. So I'm with you. I feel like that 7.83 could have been higher. But I suppose at the same time, it's got to be in context to everything else in the heat. That's what's the important part, not really how high it lands, but how it sits in relation to everything else. The 4.33 with a second score to come for blue for the South Africans. Going to be interesting to see where they come in. But I feel like 4 points between the 2 rides of red is a little bit tight compared to the surfing on that first wave.
Really, really entertaining stuff already. Some
So
real
entertaining.
quality out on the water. You just love to see surfers going out. We're checking out Marchand out of Uruguay, getting ready, getting dialed in. And these heats, it's so cool to see the next generation of surfers that some of these will see them for years and years to come at the very, very highest level. It's really good to see them in their formative junior stage, and already some of them very much fully formed in terms of their surfing. Here's a quick whippy hit off the top, nice and vertical, kind of back on his board, and there's the control as he tries to just spin and throw the tail out. In turn, it ends up as a kick out in the ends, but a nice lightness on his feet there from Pinedes.
A little too light, got stuck at the top. The first turn was spectacular, a completion on the second, and he would have had a score that was a keeper for Luc Lepront. A 4.33 and a 5.33 for a kind of restrained, controlled, deliberate start to the heat. Now he's got his 2 scores on the board that, you know, are 2 better scores than all of the rides in the heat besides the 7.83. So he's in a strong position, the South African, to now let loose a little more and take advantage and risk it. And if he falls, so be it, because he's already got the foundation in place.
8 minutes on the clock in this live action here. It's Alea. What's he got? Not loads of room to work with on that wave. It's a little slopey and fluffy in the lip line. He had to just sort of overcook it slightly. As you see, just kind of buries his head, showing a slight bit of disappointment with himself that he was unable to do a bit better with that. He's still in this, but he will need numbers. He's got time. He gets to the line. He'll get 2 waves, just about, but that will change at some point in the next few minutes where really it will come down to 1 score. He's got the skills to get a high 6 in 1 wave, but at the moment he can get 2 brand new scores.
Yeah, exactly. Still plenty of time for 2. Definitely good signs. Strong, powerful stance. Drives the rail beautifully for a young kid. And what we've seen from the El Salvadorians this morning is promising. You know, to see local kids coming through. They're not going out and finding people from other areas to come and represent, putting their time in.
Big question.
Yes,
what is it about goofies on the backhand that seems so appealing? Why is it that there's a real thing about goofies on right-handers? I mean...
Well, I suppose you've got to look historically as well. It's a long thing from Wayne Lynch back in the day. Here we go.
All right, here's Canyoto. He's on the forehand this time. He's dealing with some wobble. Does it pretty well. Just kind of snaps that one with casual aplomb. And then flicks down off a floaty section. And again, similar sort of maneuver. And then releases the tail at the ends. The control from him, never really had to overly put too much body into any of those. The speed was up throughout. Will he improve on the 3.83? You reckon he will?
Oh, I definitely think he will. I think that's, you know, perhaps mid-range 5, something like that. The 7.83 is going to be a ceiling that's going to hold scores down in this heat so far because it was an incredible ride and one of the best that I've seen all morning. Again, spoke to the quantity versus quality conversation, but it had quantity and quality in the whole package, which is why I suppose we both felt that it was going excellent.
We got really excited.
To feel like it wasn't excellent just don't make sense. It was definitely excellent surfing, excellent wave selection, length of ride, vertical critical nature of manoeuvres. Still the highest scoring wave of the heat by, you know, significant amount, 2.5 points. So it's a good one. He's a talent of the future for Portugal, that's
really
for
is.
sure.
They got a strong team here. We saw Martin Fortes, didn't we, a couple of heats ago. Of course, his dad is very well known in Portugal, Mr. Kocius.
Oh, yeah? I remember going and surfing that fantastic wave decades ago.
Live action here, really nice. Beyond vert and throwing out the tail. Ayala is pushing hard, a little too hard there.
Yeah, exactly, mate. It's just, there's a need to just place that thing and get the points out of that wave when you've done as much work as he had. Just playing out there now. Matthias 6-3-3 for the last one.
All right, Lepront, backhand. Here he goes.
Ooh.
Oh, that looked nasty.
You know,
slipped on the wax and then kind of caught the foot again as he was falling.
I cringe because I've torn my hamstring off the bone doing exactly that same thing. Off the wall, 2 to 3 foot, close out, backhand re-entry. Solly Bailey and Perth Stanlick are in front of me. They're young kids. I've got them in Hawaii. And I see this close out and I'm thinking in my head, I'll show them how to do a backhand re-entry.
I've still got it.
I hit that lip, landed, exactly that. The back foot slipped off, the hamstring popped off the bone. Next thing you know, I'm in surgery and out for 6 months. So that's why I cringed when I saw that. I'm so happy to see him paddle away from a situation like that, because the back foot slips. Happened to Mick Fanning, happened to Simon Anderson, happened to Aussie Wright, the same type of injury. So it's a traditional flaw in our surfing, is those backhand floaters and that back foot falling off.
4 on the clock. It's still Canyoto with a solid lead in this. Did get the improvement very much. So 6-3-3 for him. So he's got a massive total, 14-1-6. He's, unless something absolutely mad happens in the next 3 minutes or so, he's going through the next round. Good chance of going through in first, unless Luke Lepront can go in the high excellent range. Just saw the South African on the backhand. If you come from that part of the world, you know a thing about a right-hander. Squad on the beach, enjoying it here, soaking up the vibes. Some mango going down out there. Beautiful fruit scene in this part of the world. That's your thing.
Tropical joy here in El Salvador, and the El Salvadorians would want Melvin Alexis Ayala to complete the ride. It's so exact.
It's an anomaly here, right? For how well he served, he doesn't have the points. He hasn't got the reward, and because he hasn't finished his ride.
He's so close to doing everything he needs. He's just been pushing those. He's done some good work and then pushed the last bit, where really if the good work's done and you're trying to match a 4-3-3 and a 5-3-3 for advancement, he could have had those scores most probably if he just toned down a little bit after the good work done early on those rides. So some good lessons, and some good signs for the future too.
Still 2 minutes and 40 to go in this. A really, really fun one to call and watch the next crop of talent show their stuff here in beautiful El Salvador in a wave blessed region. Almost an embarrassment of riches in terms of swell, as we're learning the more we see about this place. And these long-range swells out of the South Pacific coming to this coast, which pretty much just reaches out, full exposure to all of that energy out of the Pacific, and so much swell opportunity. Finding a pulse of energy here, Piñeres, and tries to really just force the issue on a nothing wave. There's not a lot there, and he thought he had to surf that thing up.
Exactly. And he was right. You know, at first it wasn't apparent, but after the first turn, you saw the second section, there was no use doing anything but that. You pull it off, you might turn, a 3 into a 5. You don't, doesn't matter, you're still out the back. He's only got 1:45, so R2 rides out of the question at this point, looking for the 6.26. Really, you would think there's been some 4.33 opportunities to match that score and, take some pressure off. So a bit of an inconsistent heat from the young Maui surfer representing Colombia. He's a talent. He's got great air game. He's got everything you need to succeed at this level. And we love the repechage round because we don't lose anyone today.
Yeah, no one is being eliminated from, nearly said that, eliminated from competition. Do have the repechage round. This is our focus right now in heat number 17 of round 1. Opening day competition here at the ISA World Juniors 2024, and already seen some brilliant surfing go down. This one came absolutely flying out of the gates. Here goes the local hero, Ayala, on a left here. Off the bottom, into the lip, really nice. And the lip just blows up his board on the land. He kind of came down with it, didn't he? Didn't get out in front of it.
It felt like he got to his feet and went, oh, this isn't the wave I want. You realise you're paddling into it. You don't realise, you don't look at the wall enough, and you make a mistake with that judgment. There's time ticking down. You've got to get a score. The pressure was on.
Little opportunity. Luke Lepront, have a think about it. Goes, no thanks, because priorities with this guy, Canyoto. And he'll plug away here. A little tight pocket for him. Just pulling him down the line towards that section. He gets a slight sort of lazy above the lip release of the tail. Piñeres, it got a bit awkward for him. He did well to recover And then that all gets a bit weird as he goes kind of chin first into a whitewatery section. Didn't see the 6 he's looking for there. And it looks like we're out of time here. And you've got to say, 2 surfers that showed us the quality, Lepront and Canioto. They'll be advancing out of this one. We love heats with a fast start. And it was after that fast start, it was always going to be a case of trying to get back into that as quick as you could. And Piñeres and Ayala never really able to find themselves the waves, and particularly the finishing maneuver to the rides they were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. The signs were good, weren't they, from both kids? It was like, okay, they've got the potential. They just need to put it onto the right wave. That is the story with competition. The other story from this morning is how amazing Portugal is going and how they have embraced surfing and used it as a commodity for their country. And we're seeing the benefits of that in these young surfers representing their country here.
Matias Canioto, the rising star of Portuguese surfing, a statement performance from him. More live action from El Salvador right after the break.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to El Salvador, Heat 18 of the boys under 18, round 1 in the water right now. A brand new quartet. We'll check out the Portuguese surfer Afonso Pinto taking on Dexel Reyes. Out of Costa Rica, Alejo Marchon from Uruguay, and Miguel Navarro from El Salvador. And we love the participation of surfers from this part of the world with the crowd supporting them. And here's Pinto straight into it, and he wanted to keep that Portuguese strong showing this morning going from the get-go. An incomplete opening maneuver button.
Yeah, they have really, we were talking at the end of that last heat, the way Portugal have embraced surfing. It's become a national identity for them. Nazaré, Super Tubes, the WSL event, the big wave events that you commentate. It has really created such an interest, and people, I know people from everywhere around the world who want to move or are moving to Portugal for this winter season, then realizing how good it is and going, hey, I want to stay in Portugal. So, you know, I suppose El Salvador is in the infant stages of developing that same relationship with our sport that Portugal has, and they've built so much off it. It's a great example.
Speaking of Portugal, winner of the last heat, Matias Canioto, is standing by for a chat.
Hurts, you know, this is the year.
It is. Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations. A 783 you opened up your campaign with, and that is an amazing way to start your very first wave of the event throughout the week. How do you feel with that?
Of course, it's the first heat of the event. I feel a bit of pressure, as always, but starting that way gave me the confidence to keep that thing in the heat and try to get the best waves. I almost did interference in the beginning. I have to pay more attention to those details, but feeling pretty good. Thank you.
It's a good lesson to learn in the first heat to move forward. Now, you were just saying you've had multiple semifinals here in El Salvador at the World Junior Championships, and that you're feeling confident that this will be your year.
Yeah, I've came here 2 years ago. I placed 7th, I think, and last year in Brazil I placed 5th. So I think this is the year I'm gonna win it. So hopefully I get it. Thank you.
Well, we love to see that confidence. Team Portugal, you were representing here with. What are the things that you guys are doing as a team to stay together and support each other?
Back in Portugal, we trained a lot of these drills, you know. We're super confident with our team. Everyone's surfing really good, and I wanted to thank them for the support, and keep going.
Well, congratulations again, and good luck for the next one.
Thanks everyone.
Thanks, Rachel. Des Canioto. He's absolutely stoked. How's that for confidence? Is it for the win, BL?
And how professional and mature was that interview delivered? You know, sometimes you go, oh, look at that little kid, so cute. He was like a professional young man on his way to somewhere big.
In a second language.
Yeah, in a second language.
Know what you wouldn't even know. Like just,
exactly. Yeah. And it was just so well spoken, delivered. We're going to see. Wow.
Reyes.
What?
Just giving it the treatment. Here he goes on the inside.
Oh. Little things, mate, hey? Just those little things. That back foot slipped off. So much good work done before that. Costa Rica represented by a young man, another goofy footer. There's some great goofies going on this morning. There's a whole heap of them out there.
Here's another one. Alejo Marchon, the Uruguayan. What's he got? He's got to cover some distance here on a face. And he does well to put that re-entry up. And just kind of drift back down to the flats, looking for another section that isn't really there. But crucially for him, the completion is locked in. So the Uruguayan will make his way back out, waiting for a number. As we see this lineup, we've seen a little bit of everything come through. It's been a bit of a change since that wind has kicked up. We've seen some long running rights, seen some of these lefts as well, with some good pockets on them. Deeper water out the back here, sort of held him up a bit.
Yeah, and it's so flat through the middle. He definitely got some fantastic lift out of that turn. As you said, when he hit that lip, the board just jumped up. Here was that wave two. That turn was money. Big, tall, lanky surfer. Under 18s here. Oh, and that unfortunate slipper. You saw the head go back. The pain was emotional more than physical. He realised that, you know, good work had been done. It was a great opportunity. A 4.33, going 5+ with the completion.
All right, here's Navarro. What's he got? Goes into the lip, a wobbly section, throws up some spray. And then that's all for him. Just that one quick manoeuvre. So went for numbers to come in for him. I think we're all caught up elsewhere. 4.33 for that left for Reyes. And then we're just waiting for that last wave of Navarro. Actually, it comes in a 1.5, so just a one turn for him. He'll have more work to do. And we're looking for Pinto, who fell off basically early on for a 1. He's got priority, so he's going to keep that successful Portuguese campaign so far this morning alive. He'll definitely want to be making his maneuvers count. Here's Reyes, fades the takeoff back, and then gets a nice bowl and gets a good whack at it. And then into the lip as he just brings that one down. And so for him, after getting the 4.33, wastes no time at all to get a backup number.
Yeah, and it did the job, didn't it? You know, it's not something he's going to want to keep at the end, but to have 2 scores and consolidate your lead, put the pressure on the others. We see the replay. First turn, nice. Restrained, controlled it into the closeout turn. Wondered whether he was going to get around the section. He did, but there was nothing left. So 2 turns. It'll be a second score.
Here's Navarro with some speed. Whoa, busts out the fins. Very nice. There we go. And that'll fire him up and the crowd too. El Salvador, and look at that cadence in the paddling from him.
Love it.
And he is stoked, and he's got fire in his belly. He's going to make his way a full head of steam to get back into the lineup, and plenty more where that came from.
Been a big few heats here, back to back for El Salvador. Haven't had the success they would have wanted, but we've seen amazing signs and potential for the future in the repechage round, that is, not too far off future. So, you know, great work being done by El Salvador in the surfing space.
And a full team from them, right? They got 12 surfers here, the full contingent, which is really cool.
Yep. 3 boys, 3 girls in both divisions, under 18s, under 16s as a full team, 12 surfers. And to be able to fill that, you know, it proves the depth and the fact that the work's paying off. Hold on, what's this one? Little chip in, he's going to get it without the priority.
Here's Reyes, look at this thing, nice and meaty out the back, opens up with a carve, down to the pockets, then gets on the gas, very nice, clips the lip, and then gathers that speed to just kick out underneath it. Meanwhile, Marchant snaps one down, and then does really well with that.
He liked it.
He loved that, didn't he? So strong legs from him, good control. It's a tricky section.
He's got the way we saw it on the first wave, we see it on that wave as well. The way when he hits the lip, he kind of unweights on his board and allows it to kind of float and drift for that moment is really unique. Worked perfectly in that situation there. See it on the replay. Drives off the bottom, nice first snap, just pulls it back because he knows he needs the speed into that, and he just launches off the top and just holds the board from the tail pad and just lofty re-entry there to close out. Really cool maneuver. 367 for the one before of Reyes. So I feel like that might be left behind with his last one too. Nice 2 turns. There it is, 413. Continuing to build.
Yeah, good tactics from him, just in terms of taking opportunities in the lineup, and you think about getting scores in quick succession as well, and what that can kind of do to your opponents, because they're thinking, okay, I need this number, and okay, it's going to be all of a sudden the number's going up. They're like, what? How do you do that? And it's funny, how often do you catch another wave and you just got back in the lineup from, I guess you're the person in motion, you got a better read on things from having paddled back out, but you still got those last 3 waves almost kind of unanswered.
That's what you dream of. You know what I mean? You get one, you know, I'm always telling people when they're visualization competitors to visualize those starts of the heat. That's really all you know is the start. And if you can control the start and win the start, more often than not, here we go.
Marchant got a 6.33 for his last efforts, put him in the lead. This one's a bit awkward, off balance, off kilter. And he's wobbling from the beginning of that ride there, never really able to tee off on it. But the good news is for him, 6.33, meaty. And that last turn, when we saw the slow-mo, you could actually kind of appreciate how much more technical, how much more tail he kind of got out in front of the lip. And the judges liked it, 6.33, solid.
They really liked it. It's in the wheelhouse of the 2 turns on a big face, wasn't it? That's the recipe in the modern day of surfing. 2 turns, big face is really what the focus needs to be, not a taper.
It's open up with the first one, get at the bottom of the wave, wait a bit, take on the lip, a little bit of, ooh, Willie, won't he?
Yeah, and
bang.
Yes, you're in the 6s. Yeah, it's it's consistent, you know, and we know that. It's a, you know, it's impactful, isn't it? That's what it does. It's constant. There's no downtime. There's no kind of boredom. You just engaged, and they've got you on the hook the whole time as long as it doesn't go too long.
Whoa, big set rumbling out the back here. Look at this stuff. Everyone caught way inside by this thing.
Seeing it build through the day, it would seem, right? And even on the outgoing tide. So that's a good sign.
Absolutely. Look at this thing just bombing through. Don't think we'll get any takers here. Everyone's just basically just dealing with trying to duck dive this thing and then find themselves in position. That'll eat up a little time as well, which the Uruguayan surfer won't mind. He's in the lead. He's still sitting on a 2, though. He'll definitely want to wash that off. He's on the right of his shot there, making his way back out. Second place, Costa Rican Reyes. Couple of 4s for him. Good enough. Pinto, he's made a move to the tune of 4.77, and he's got himself right back in this. Just looking for a 3.69. Navarro's requirement. He's also got a 4 on the board, so his is a 4.43. Now those are the numbers for surfers chasing down, or 3rd and 4th chasing down 2nd. Of course, no one eliminated today. There's a concerted paddle effort from your heat leader, Marchant. And that got weird on him. He just sort of arrived late and couldn't really redirect the boards. And after a long wave through the inside, a long paddle back out, a bit of duck diving, then he'd take a wave straight away and fall off. Not exactly what you want.
No. Interesting to see in the first priority, the Portuguese surfer, where he's sitting in relation to the others. He is clearly focused on his own performance, on his positioning. He's looking to go some right-handers off that, you would imagine, go with the backhand. It's worked really well for Portugal so far in the last few heats. And so there's a definite strategy there. Ordinarily with first priority, while you want to be focused on the waves, if you can be where your opponents are and you take that wave off them, that's a double win, you know. But when you're sitting where he is now, it really is a random luck-based situation. It might go to white, blue or green, and all of a sudden you're like, why was I not sitting near them? Why did I sit on my own? Because really when you move away from your opponents, you're opening up the opportunity for luck to influence it. When you move to them and sit with them, you're closing down and managing that luck.
Do you think there'll be a time factor on that as well? I think maybe he'll have a plan. Okay, if it's 5 minutes to go and I got priority, would I move close to the others? I guess that's more to do with where you are in the heat rather than...
And you've got to get 2 waves, haven't you? He's still only got the 1.
So
and he's in the 3rd place. I'd be a little, most probably me, I would be a little more competitive, a little more focused on controlling them as beautiful surfing, controlling my opponents by my positioning and my use of priority. By moving away from them and sitting nowhere near them, luck could say, I'm going to give them the wave. It might give it to you too, but it might not. And in that situation, I think Denzel Reyes just improved on his 4-1-3, I would say.
Yeah, talking about being competitive. He's packing those manoeuvres in.
Now he's moving back. You can see he's kind of gone, oh, maybe I should be where they are. Maybe I should control things a little more.
So went and sat for a while, hoping for a right. Wasn't particularly forthcoming. Live action here. Here goes your heat leader, Marchand, the Uruguayan. And again, he's been speculating with those lefts. He's been trying to find himself a section to come through, which again doesn't happen for him. He is still in the lead. He's got that 6-3-3 locked in. Here goes Miguel Navarro out of El Salvador. And we saw a good finish to his last wave. He got that 4-0-3, unable to really open up and do damage. This is a crucial wave. Here's that Portuguese surfer, Afonso Pinto, and he just buries the nose of the board. He's waited a long time for that wave, and that's not what he was looking for.
Yeah, no, that was exactly what you don't want to do. Sit for 10 minutes with priority, catch a wave that isn't good enough, and guaranteed the surfers in 2nd and 3rd are now going to be using their priority to control you, and things may become very difficult for the Portuguese surfer from now. That 4.77, a strong ride.
As you thought, Reyes moves up, gets the improvement, goes to 1st. Marchand in 2nd now, still trying to improve on that too. It's still pretty tight for that 2nd place position. Navarro, Pinto's requirements, they are not massive. 3.5 minutes to go in this one. Let's see how that plays out. It's been a really entertaining one to watch. Everyone kind of in a sort of surfing their own, almost kind of unique heat. It's been sort of 4 different stories almost, Barton.
100%. That's exactly how it feels. Reyes has been kind of consistent from start to finish. He's all, there's a few incompletion, little bits he could improve, tiny bits to add stuff on, but in general he's had good momentum, good consistency. Just needs a little more flair and a little more, to send those scores higher. That's what we saw in the 4.67 though. He was heading in that direction, just got a little more excited with his manoeuvres, but in 4th place, Afonso most probably would have went into this heat as the favourite on paper, but as it stands now, he's still only got the 1 score of consequence, but his opponents have got waves to match that more or less. And then Alejo in 2nd's got, the best wave of the heat and a lot of room for improvement. If he improves by a couple of points, so call it 3, becomes a 6.74 for this surfer. Can he get the score he needs now? 3.74 is the ask.
Here's Pinto, found himself a left, a little wobble, deals with it pretty well, and then nothing else on offer. Here's your heat leader, Reyes, just trying to plug down the line. Here's Marchand on the peak, meaty left, holds the bottom turn, and then it gets slopey, and it just grabs his board. He loses all his speed. Can he recover here and consolidate? He wants rid of the 2, basically. The wave grabs his board. He hangs on again. And then a snap, a little bit sort of afterthought of a snap. And then a decent finish. Will he improve on the 2, possibly?
Yes, 100%, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying it improves on the 2. It was it felt like he was a little confused. After the first turn, there was moments where he was like, do I cut off this or do I keep going? Do I cut off? And the confusion meant that the intensity applied to the moment wasn't there, and it lost its momentum, which is why you're wondering if he even improves. Towards the end there, he got his spark back. He did flare those last couple of turns. So I feel like he will improve on the 2. He'll make that ask, even more so for 3rd and 4th. El Salvador right there, though, with a 4.48. The ask for Miguel Navarro. He needs another wave. He's got the first priority. So 3rd and 4th now in 1st and 2nd priority. So they've set themselves up with 1 minute to go. They've loaded the bases for themselves. And if they can get a wave, if they get an opportunity, they've got the performance levels to overtake 2nd place for sure. Judges still thinking about that score, though. And we've got scores for red. We know that that's not going to be anything. We didn't think. It's pretty quick in and out.
40 seconds on the clock here. The total, or the requirement, likely to go up for Navarro and Pinto. If and when Marchand gets that improvement, just needs to improve a 2 as his backup number to make his total higher. Navarro working over a wobblier section here and didn't really have the speed to flare out of the lip, but nevertheless he tried it anyway and he surfed well. He's caught a bunch of waves. He's shown us a little bit of what he can do. We'll see more of him. It looks like at the moment he's heading to repechage. Don't think we saw the 4.48 on that, and it will need more than that, we reckon. And as we'll count down here, and great to see the flag flying and the support for El Salvador. That's one thing you can guarantee. You know what's going to happen in the ocean. You know 100% this support is going to be very much on point. It's going to be vocal. It's going to be passionate, and we love it.
We love it. That's the great thing about this event, is that team spirit and people representing their nations and coming together, supporting each other. Unfortunate heat for Portugal there. Afonso Pinto down to the repechage round with Miguel Navarro, the local. And it was a bit of a surprise, really, and it was strategic positioning mistakes, essentially, that cost him the heat.
Looks like Denzel Reyes, he'll certainly advance. Might be in 2nd, actually. I think we just saw a quick flash of Marchand getting the number at the end there. We'll go through him first. We'll confirm.
Yeah, 363 came in.
All right, there we go. And we'll have more action from El Salvador on the other side of a quick commercial break. First day of competition's already been a fun day. Big performances going down. Stay tuned for more. We'll bring Shannon back in for the call. We'll be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Shannon Hughes and Barton Lynch to call the action as we take a look at Francisco Costoletto for Argentina, flaring into those first 2 turns. Option to go on his backhand. Those lefts have been providing some big scoring potential throughout the day. The rights have also, but the lefts have just seemed to be slightly more consistent with what the judges have their eyes on. We're down to about 18 minutes remaining on the clock with 2 surfers out of Nicaragua up against 2 surfers from Argentina. In the way the draw has worked out, we've got teammates in the lineup, but we've also got them surfing as individuals to keep themselves in those main round positions, with Rasti Hasso for Nicaragua, Lautaro Rojas for Argentina, Francisco Cosoleto for Argentina, and Steven Castillo for Nicaragua. Shannon Barton here, and just a 2-point ride on the board so far for our surfer in the green jersey, Rasti, out of Nicaragua.
Heat 19 of round 1, the boys 18s. Been a big day, a big 10 hours of surfing today. Here we go, replay. Drove into the lip and then just held it back in a controlled way, wanting to finish and complete the early ride. Nothing worse than early falls. Oh, look, 3-turn combination on the inside. Beautifully done for Rojas from Argentina. And that carve, how clean was that carve into the second closeout turn? The Argentinians out to a good start. A 5 for Francisco and a 4 for Lautaro.
Keeping themselves in those top 2 positions so far. As we take another look here, some live action for Steven Castillo out of Nicaragua. Into that first section, wave shuts down in front of him. Doesn't give him the potential for another turn, but that'll be his first score on the board, so this heat is kind of underway. As you said, we're about 2/3 of the way through today. We've still got plenty of surfing to go before we'll call it quits. And Rasti just flying down the line. A little bit of flair coming out of that final maneuver. Keeping control while he had so much speed heading into it for the surfer in green. Francisco up and riding. Oh, blast the tail. Single maneuver. And he's going to be backing up that 5-point ride. This is going to be an exciting heat. You can see everyone's really coming out right on it.
And the fact that there's 2, surfers from each nation is it's like a WWE wrestling match with a tag team. You're surfing as an individual, obviously, in this event, but representing your country. And if you find yourself in the position where you can help your fellow countrymen get some advantage, you'd be definitely willing to do so.
Especially coming down to maybe those final 5 minutes or so when priority comes into play.
I mean, right from the start, you're kind of going, hey, let's get those 2. You've got your mate and you're there together, and it would definitely make that first opening round, while it's difficult because you've got a teammate there, the opportunity for both of you to advance would be something that would be so motivating.
Up and riding now, Rojas for Argentina. He's found himself down into 3rd after that last couple scores have dropped. 2-turn combo like that is going to dig him straight out of it.
Straight out.
He's going to be right back into that top 2 position. A 1-1-7 will set him up in 2nd. And roughly a, 7-point ride will set him up in that leading position. Last of Francisco, his teammate in the blue dropped a 6-point ride to improve on the 5. So he's in the leading position. And now Hasso for Nicaragua in 2nd with a 3-1-7 and a 2. But we would expect a solid size score to come through for Lasso Rojas.
Oh, it could be a 7. On today's surfing, 2 big turns, massive face, first turn nice, second turn money.
Well, that last heat had some fireworks in it, especially down to the finish. Leads changing constantly. Rachel Tilley is down the beach with the winner.
Yeah, thank you so much. Congratulations. You were winning the heat pretty much the entire time, and then you did need a score at the very end in order to get back into the lead. How important was that to go from 2nd to 1st and have your first heat of the event be a heat win?
Well, first of all, I want to thank all my family, my sponsors and friends, that without them this wouldn't be possible. Well, going to the question, I think that last wave, I knew that it wasn't going to be very high, but I also knew that I needed a score to get to first place, because the other ones were like not too far from getting in my position. So I decided to stick to that wave and ride it till the end. So it finally worked. So I'm very happy, and we're really focused on what's coming on.
And we were talking that the conditions are really tricky out there at the moment. What was your strategy and preparation into that heat?
Well, actually, I surfed a lot during these days here, because it's a tricky spot when there's like really chop, And well, I sat there and look a lot the waves. And well, I decided that the best option was to go for big turns rather than many turns. So it worked out. So I'm really happy with the results.
Yeah, that was a great strategy and it worked. And now how will you spend the rest of your day?
Now we're going to cheer up with the other members of the team that the girls now are going to run in the Sunsal. And afterwards, I will eat and chill out with the rest of the team also.
Perfect. Well, enjoy, rest up, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Let's go.
Team support loud and proud for Alejo. Solid performance took him through with that leading position at the end.
Solid interview. Solid young man, very focused, professional, knew what he needed to do. The choice of a big turnover multiple, definitely the correct strategy, and paid dividends, got the win.
So far, we're seeing similar sorts of waves being rewarded in this heat. A 5.9 comes through for Lasso Rojas, has him set up in that second place position now. And a convincing, kind of leading spot for Team Argentina within this heat, with both of their surfers in that first and second, and pushing now towards those 7-point requirements on the board for the Nicaraguans.
The Nicaraguans are so close to each other, 6.73 and 6.80 as their two-wave totals. Neither of the 4 scores that are now counting for them will count in the end. They've been eclipsed already by the Argentinians, so they really need to focus on one wave and one big score that is at least a 5 to get themselves into contention.
All these surfers competing just in the under 18s, having that opportunity maybe for another season after. We've got 3 17-year-olds up against the sole 18-year-old in Steven, as we see Francisco into that corner to start off with, the heat leader, keeping himself in control as he just falls on that final maneuver. Kind of a weird looking wave.
Yeah, the wind creates those side wind ribs that come through from the side and disconnect the energy in the wave, and if you don't read that properly, it makes things very difficult.
It's interesting, just that little bit of a bend in the coastline as well, as we're taking a look at the live action here on our main broadcast at La Bocana. It's really kind of lumpy on the face of the waves with that wind today. But at El Sunsal, where the under 16 girls are competing today, our second podium, where you can go ahead on ISAsurf.org and click over to watch the broadcast for a second podium to be able to follow along with those scores and watch those waves. It's actually a nice clean offshore there.
Yes.
Just that little bit of bend in the way that kind of section of land hooks out with that reef has offered them some really clean conditions today.
Yeah, it's clean. It's side onshore here, but and a good air wind in reality. But up there, it's offshore side off because of the curvature in the coast.
Rusty now up and riding, looking for a 6.73 into that first section with a lot of speed. Kind of trims it off with the second, and a good read on that in section as that wave was just converging on top of him.
That was a really hard wave to surf. There was bump and lump and chop on the face, and somehow he just continued to his flow and rhythm with it so perfectly given the difficulties and challenges on the wave face, and he made that look easy. Very stylish, composed young man.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the style within his surfing. The way he kind of looks a little bit like there's a moment of lack of control, but he's able to just gather it together gracefully in those kind of sections where he has so much speed. A lot of surfers today carrying that kind of speed that have kind of had that little moment that looks like a lack of control, they haven't been able to regain it, where he's able to do it quite easily.
Yeah, you get the speed wobbles on the bump, don't you, when you're trying to go at maximum speed.
He's the junior champion out of Nicaragua. Both of these surfers for that team having won that title in the past. They're a surfing nation that I feel like those, the surfers coming out of Nicaragua, they just spend so much time in the water. Life is just surrounded with that beautiful conditions in this Central American pack of countries. In El Salvador and Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Uruguay, just kind of at that bottom end of where this little strip of land connects from North to South America. A really incredible place to be spending time as a surfer. Close locations as well, short flights to be able to connect together to traveling and having some maybe more empty waves available.
Only 4 and a bit hours from LA to here. Yeah, it's so close, and as you said, there's a lot of coastline. It faces into the south, gets a lot of swell. So this region Yeah, it's one of the fastest growing regions, without question.
Francisco up and riding, already on the 6 and the 5. Good looking section. As he looks to put on the finish, wave just slopes out for him. He's gonna pump a little bit here and look to just tag the end. Ooh.
Karate
pump
chops
on
it.
the end.
Hiya!
He dropped a 3.03 for his last wave. Now, he'll definitely improve on that, although he actually needs to improve on a 5 and a 6 to be putting more pressure on his teammate in Lautaro, who's sitting in the red jersey.
It was a long ride, wasn't it? And maybe, you know, he won't get rewarded as he would have liked for that length of ride. Scores come in, yeah, 4.3, so a lot of work. And again, you spoke to it midway on that wave face, it kind of flattened out. What I liked about his surfing was at that time, he didn't force anything. You see there was a moment where he just calmed down and did the little carve down the wave face and just positioned himself well. So good composure. Oh, look at this big face.
Big hack for Rojas, trying to take the lead away from his teammate, chasing a 5.11. He's got a smile on his face as he finished off that last turn.
He'd only ridden the 2 rides prior to that, the 4 and the 5.9. The 5.9 I actually thought was a better score. 2 big turns on it. Here's surfers in our next heat. Brazil getting ready to take to the water.
Luan Ferreira up against the 2 Italians, Leonardo and Samuele, paddling out into the lineup next as we take a look at Steven. A little bit of work in front of him, chasing down that 6.80 and just puts that board right up into the section to finish. Doesn't quite get that projection out of it that he needs. His teammate, Rosti, now will be sitting with first priority.
That's an advantage. 3s across the board at the moment for Nicaragua, essentially needing 5s and 6s to get into this match. So the good thing about that is, you know, you've still got 5 minutes 20. You can sit there, you know what you need. Every wave that approaches you, you've got to look at it and go, is this a 6-point ride? And that's the question you're asking yourself. Anything less than that's going to be a mistake in wave selection, a waste of more time, and you need to really understand the scoring potential of the wave before you take off on it.
Well, on this wave, you can see that Francisco was on the inside. Rosti had that priority and took off with this opportunity. Goes down on a, oof, that looked a little bit dangerous, even on the finish. A little bit of pressure maybe there even being applied from Francisco as they were sitting so close on that takeoff.
You know, just getting in his sight, in his mind, making him aware that, hey, if you don't go, I'm going to go. Are you going to go? The first turn he did was beautiful. When he got to the bottom, that bottom turn was really pretty. The way he got down low and held his position, drove it off the bottom. Unfortunate ending to that one. Don't see that helping his cause too much either.
4.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Still quite a few heats to get through. We're in heat number 19. We're going to be running through 27 heats in total for our opening day. That's a lot of post-heat interviews. That's a lot of connecting with the surfers down at the beach. And it's a lot of heats to be ticking through because we've got a lot of heats to run in this event. Double elimination format. We've got repecharge rounds here for the week. We've got plenty of swell and opportunity for everybody to get a few good waves this week.
And every heat is like a sprint within a marathon, because the event itself is a marathon, but you've got to be fast twitch fibered to surf heats, and it's got to be treated like it's a sprint. Urgency needs to be employed. Oh, you see how close he was to the rock right there. Doing everything he can. Rasti Jasso, good performance generally without the advancement. The last one came in as a 3.17, didn't improve on his position because of that fall at the end.
Last score in, a 1.87 for Steven. His teammate doesn't chip away at his requirement either, and the requirement has jumped with a 4.73 that's dropped in for the last of Rojas in the red jersey. Increases his second place position, doesn't chip away at the 5.11 he needs to take away first, but it does make the ask a little bit bigger on third and fourth place positions, who sort of struggled to find themselves outside that 3-point range at this stage. Be nice to be able to see this wave go a little bit higher as Steven locks into that first turn, but he'll kick out, noting how maybe slopey that wave continues down the line.
Yeah, good idea, I'd say, at this point in time. 2 minutes and 30. You can get through, 7.53 and a 6.76. He knew it wasn't going to be that score, and they are rapidly approaching the point where you go, okay, it's a one-wave situation. It may not have been 30, 40, 1 minute ago, seconds or a minute ago, but now it's sort of getting rapidly heading towards a one-wave situation. 6.76, 7.53. Big scores, big asks for Nicaragua.
Big size wave that Rojas is paddling into now. He'll just kick out as it shuts down in front of him. You can kind of see that line as we had that pulled back look for a moment, that these waves were coming in pretty straight.
Mm-hmm.
A few of them kind of opening up and running down the line. Francisco had the opportunity to go on that wave, but opted maybe to hold on to priority instead and keep himself in that controlling position.
100%. It's a difficult thing to do when you're in the lead and you've got priority. You don't need to surf another wave. You need to control the waves that your opponents get and make sure they're not good ones rather than surf yourself. And it takes great restraint and great experience to be able to do that.
Well, all restraints off. Francisco's up and riding. Uses that first priority as the heat leader. He's looking to build on a 5-point ride. This sort of surfing could get him there. Is he going to hold on to the finish? Somehow his toes are glued to the wax.
Bit of a messy finish. That first turn was incredible, though. The speed out of that, out of the top of the wave, was amazing. Steven Castillo.
Steven now grabbing that rail, driving hard off the bottom. A little two-piece turn to start off with. Into the rail grab again. Ooh. Off the bottom turn. Great to see him connect a couple big maneuvers together.
And that's going to be his best score. Here's his teammate in third place.
Down to the final minute, these two starting to find some rhythm. That's a solid turn as well for Rasti on his forehand.
If they had another 5 minutes, both of those scores could lower the ask and get them in contention, but time might beat them.
Rojas looking to improve on a 4.73, single big hit on his forehand. So maybe just not enough time left with the momentum that the Nicaraguans could start to build with at this stage.
Yeah, scores for all four surfers being considered now for our judges. We know that no individual score really will impact anything, you wouldn't imagine, but we can see that the Nicaraguans would get closer and lower the ask and be in a position, if they had more time, to mount some pressure and mount a last-minute buzzer beater win. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to go that way. Judge is still considering the scores.
Yeah, Judge is still considering all four of those last waves. Great learning opportunity for the Nicaraguans as the Argentinians take it out.
Turn?
I don't even know.
It's a 6. Do you think? I thought it was just the way he accelerated out of the top of the wave was impressive. Castillo, nice first turn. This is his best turn of the heat so far right there. Nice backhand re-entry. Finishes that one up. Good way to finish, confidence towards the end of the heat, and you feel like you're building something that you can take into that repechage round is valuable.
Rasti also with this last opportunity. How was that kind of fall at the finish, but with control? Lands it out of the airdrop. And Rojas with his last wave.
Had a great heat. A lot of good surfing there.
Well, scores are...
Sorry, mate.
Starting to come through. We got a 5.83 on the board for Francisco. Our heat leader increases his lead. Jumps the 5-point ride that he had into a 5.83. A 4.2 on the board for last of Steven Castillo. Well done. It chips away at that requirement, but it's just too late in the heat. And waiting for that last score now of Green. Rasti for Nicaragua finds himself now into fourth, needing a 6.76 on his last wave to take himself into second. It's a 4.4, so for both of them, doing a great job to find those improvements on the end.
Yeah, we know that they can do it. They know that they can do it going into the repechage round. They just needed to do that early, take the pressure off and build on that base that they've created there. They can do that in that repechage round. Congratulations to Argentina, though.
Solid performance, a 4.47 for last of Rojas in the red jersey. Won't take him into the leading position, but solidifies second And it will be the two Argentinians with a heat win to start off their campaign here.
Yeah, and that 5.83 was an incredible turn. Great surfing from all four.
Big opening day of surfing, and seeing those team dynamics come together in this last heat. We'll see more action when we return here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships right after this.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action as we see a paddle battle to start out heat number 20 of the boys under 18s. Round number 1 here at La Bocana for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Taking a look now at the opening ride of Luan Ferreira into the air. Dynamic, exciting way to kick things off. He's actually already got a 4.17 on the board as we take a look down the line at Leonardo Aprenda for his opening wave out of Italy alongside his teammate in Samuele Ricci. So two Italians up against the Brazilian, and Luan with a nice looking start for the 4.17.
Yeah, nice air reverse there on that last one that we got to see as well. So it almost felt like he had no right to get that projection and that rotation that he did get in that situation. He didn't go into it with so much speed, and the face looked kind of bumpy and hard to read, and he made it look so easy. It's a great start for the Brazilian.
Go back up that 4.17. Team Brazil taking out the gold medal last year. So far, they've seen a lot of success in their surfers that have hit the lineup this year.
Absolutely.
Very exciting to see. That last heat, we saw dual Argentinians take away the advancing positions. With the win, it was Francisco Cosoletto on the beach with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much. Yeah, congratulations. Now, both you and your teammate were in that heat together. That is a tricky situation. And what was the team plan going into that heat?
Bueno, entraron los dos juntos al heat. ¿Cuál fue la estrategia que usaron para pasar los dos?
Bueno, lo que intentamos hacer es que empecemos los dos con las primeras olas del hit y después esperar una segunda ola para un backup y bueno, después a medida que pasa el hit poder ir mejorando las notas.
Okay, they wanted to start quickly the hit with one good wave and then wait for another good wave and then just put another big scores and do this work.
Well, the plan worked. Both of you advanced. It's tricky conditions. How did you prepare throughout the day? Did you watch the conditions? What do you do to prepare for a heat?
Las condiciones tan difíciles, ¿cómo te preparaste para el hit?
Bueno, miramos el mar bastante tiempo. Después vimos el hit de un compañero que justo compitió antes. Eso nos ayudó bastante. Y después las condiciones estaban buenas, estaba divertido, un poco movido, pero pudieron salir sus olas para poder pasar a la siguiente ronda.
Well, they were watching the waves like all the day, and they watched a friend hit that it was very good for them. And the conditions are tricky, but they like because it's like Argentina. So yeah, he's very comfortable with these waves and they do their work.
That's perfect. You looked confident out there. Anything you'd like to say in español at home?
Bueno, un saludo ahí para todos en Argentina. Gracias por apoyar. Un saludo para mi prima Rochi, que hoy es el cumple. Y después, nada, a los sponsors, gracias. Y a mi papá, y a mi mamá, y a mi abuela.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much as we take a look at some live action now with Samuele Ricci out of Italy getting the work done down the inside section. Looking a little bit like Leo Fioravanti as he came through to the inside and disappears, unable to keep himself moving forward for Luan out of Brazil. He's already got a couple of 4s on the board with a quick kick to get himself back in the lineup.
4.90 for the air reverse off the closeout section, so a good score there. Shows his potential, and you can see in the paddle, ferocious paddler as well. The quicker you get out the back, the more time you've got to select waves, so paddling out, you've got to be so fit, so strong. You imagine the surfers, we're on a little twig of foam that we paddle and drag and claw our way through the ocean in and amongst all of these breaking waves, ducking under them and in and around them, and then you get to ride them. But really, the majority of time surfing is spent managing the lineup, getting in and out and around and creating the opportunities to ride waves. When you do, that's when the joy really starts.
Paddle now for Leo behind the section. Makes it around, now looking for an opportunity to engage that rail, to put in that direction change into the first turn. Finds it into that second whip around. Quick little kind of windscreen wiper foam climb to finish. He's going to build on the 0.5 that he opened up with. And it is, you know, it's amazing to think about as surfers how much time we spend in a free surf, say, in an hour free surf. How much of that time is actually spent standing up on a surfboard?
Seconds.
Few seconds. Yeah. Maybe you get, depending on where you're surfing, maybe you get a few minutes if it's a point break.
That's right.
Other than that, you're looking at maybe a minute, 2 minutes of feet on the wax standing up. The rest of that hour, you're paddling.
Yeah, that's what surfing is. Here we go.
Up and riding now, Luan. He's spending a bit of time up and riding on his feet throughout this heat already. Into his 4th wave. Quick check, gain some speed. He's looking for something. He's hoping this wave offers it, and there it is. Goes for a huge reverse, throws that tail high, manages to maintain control. Nearly in the splits on the finish. That was impressive. We could see him looking for it throughout that wave as we see Ricci now go up for that first turn. He'll fall. And Luan feeling a little happy about that side shore win today.
He's doing exactly what he needs to do for Brazil. The 417 will be replaced. It was a difficult wave to ride. The whole way along was kind of complicated to read.
It was like fighting against him.
Yeah, exactly. Presenting chops and bumps that he didn't anticipate and making it complicated to know where and what to do, what maneuvers to choose. Can't wait to see this, the replay. So patient at the start. Starts to drive. You can see how forward the upper body is. Driving forward. Gets his first snap. And look at all the chop and the bump on the waves like a river that he's surfing in right there. And there's still more bump. That was a difficult. He wanted to go to the air there, actually, but the timing and the section wasn't right. He was patient, got up high. Look at the tail high, whips it around. There's a little bit of time lost in the whitewater there, but definitely gets the completion. And as you said in the live call, the tail high part of that made it look spectacular. And that was a difficult wave to surf. Kind of made to look easy, really.
Scores in a 6.67 as we take a look at it here. Interesting that, you know, going for that first section, trying for the air there, clearly didn't line up for him, that he was still able to get this work done on the end.
Yeah, he didn't let that midsection, you know, confuse him. He literally, it looked like he was going to go to the air as he was going up the wave face. And it was almost at the lip where he went, oh, no, let's just wait.
It was a brilliant redirect.
Yeah, amazing. To be able to concentrate and make a decision in that moment right then and make the right decision and then time that last section. That's the reason the 667 is there, because it was so well done. It was a hard wave to ride, but as I said, he made it look easy.
And even, you know, throughout today's competition, we've already seen quite a few attempts at airs that would have been in a similar section to that second turn that he threw together, where a surfer was, okay, I want to. The section doesn't really land, you know, it doesn't really stand up for them correctly, but they're kind of like, well, I'm already going for it, may as well just throw something. And it's more a throwaway. We know they're not really even trying to complete something at that stage.
Yep.
Rather than being able to adjust on the fly and then see that the next section is offering something even better.
Yeah, you saw the compression. He loaded up for that air on that second turn, and then when he was at the lip, he went, oh, this ain't working, and was able to adapt. Oh, here we go, people paddling everywhere.
All right, well, second priority goes to Samuele, so he gets the pick over Luan. He's now chasing a 3.55 to get the lead over his teammate and Leonardo. Big opening turn, gets stuck behind the section.
Big, powerful kid, too.
I really kind of, from, you know, his build, his stature, he looks like he could be a sibling of Leonardo Fioravanti.
A goofy foot, Leo.
Paddle now for the other Leonardo on Team Italy, up and riding. Frothy section, hits that first maneuver as it's kind of cascading down in front of him.
Again, speaking to the wave selection, isn't it? It's, you know, especially today with the wind and, you know, there's some bump on the surface. If you pick the good wave, it's makes your job easier. And the better the wave, the better the performance potential. But with that chop, the first waves of the set, a lot of the time are the ones with the bump on them. And when the first wave goes through, it clears the lineup. That was a pretty good wave there that he chose to let go. Look, it's still walling. Leonardo had a look at it halfway out, decided against it.
8 minutes remaining on the clock. Luan drops a 6.67 for his last wave. Sets himself up with that significant leading position. Leonardo now chasing a 7.6 and a 3.55 is that requirement for Samuele. The 2.77 for his last wave adds to his heat total, but doesn't chip away at the requirement. He'd need to go above his single highest score, sitting in that third place position.
And you know, the 4.9 still eclipsing the second score of the Brazilian, still eclipsing anything else that's been scored in this heat. So you know the bar, the benchmark's 5. Nothing less than a 5 is going to have any impact in this heat or give the Italians any chance of advancement. So they need to really look at that wave and decide or determine its value before you even paddle. As it's approaching you, you're looking at it, you're studying the line, you're studying the angles it's coming at, the chop and the wind on the face, and you've got to decide whether there's 6 points or 5 points in it or not. In the perfect world, it would be a 6 or 7. But the majority of that, you would imagine, has got to come out of your performance rather than the wave selection. The 5, you could get that with your wave selection, but heading towards the 7s, you need performance on top of that wave selection.
Getting out of that average range to get into that good range, which is that kind of 6 to 8 point range.
Yep.
6 to 7.99 specifically.
Yes.
Before
8
you
being
head into
excellent
excellent.
and above. Yeah, we haven't seen too many excellent rides today. I believe I saw one, but it got scored a 7.83. They held back on us, but it's a long event, so they've got to keep things under control early.
Driving down the line, Leonardo out of Playa Hermosa in Costa Rica, representing Italy. He goes down on that first turn.
That board looks beautiful under his feet. That's what I see. It's fast and crisp. It looks really light under his feet, and when he does things, it responds really quickly. That's the key to a good board, is that response time and it being really sensitive to you. And the minute your ankles and knees and little body movements start to happen, they impact the board immediately. Any time lag between your movement and the board just slows everything down. But Leonardo, his board looks fantastic underfoot. Just needs to complete them. Get it on the right wave and complete them.
So far, he's done enough to keep himself in that second place position, but it's so close.
It really is.
Samuele has been surfing since he was just 4 years old. Has spent so much of his time in the ocean, but also skateboarding. And I've noticed that, with so many of these surfers, I mean, we see that now in surfing, surfing began, skateboarding kind of came as a product of surfing. From that came BMX and so forth. And it kind of, you draw the same sorts of lines if you're maybe specifically skating in a bowl as you would be on a wave. So many of these surfers enjoying a time on a skateboard and able to just keep that momentum and that flow even when they're on land. It's a couple little bowls set up around the contest site here.
We love board riding. Doesn't matter what board you ride, land, water, snow. Being able to stand sideways on a twig and do your thing and carve a line and create some art. Look at that left from deep. That was a nice one.
Can see the guys just looking to put themselves into position for something like that. We do have an S that's popped up next to Samuele's name, meaning he's got suspended priority. So you would have been holding on to that second priority, taken that set on the head, got kind of pulled out of the takeoff zone. And so the judge is not penalizing him for that, allowing him to hold on to it once he's back into that section. So he's now got second priority back to his name. And our heat leader, Luan, having a look here. Couple solid scores, or that one solid score of a 6.67. He's looking to put another one on the board. Big opening turn, solid face in front of him. And relying on the rail for the scores out of this one. Throws in that stall. He might look for a little ramp here at the finish as well. Not quite going to, just going to time together that finishing section very well.
Yeah, the 4.9's gone, and the ask, is going to go up after that ride. Beautiful clean lefts coming through right now. There's been a few of them.
Nice moment to be in the lineup when something like this, it kind of cleans up and gives some big scoring potential. Riki goes up for that second maneuver, can't quite get there.
With the completion, he might have got the 3.55. And unfortunately, though, fell in the white water. Look at that triangle of white water. Now, as a surfer, that's what you're looking for, isn't it? You're looking for that triangle, and when they taper off to the right and the left, and there's those waves going both ways. That peak situation, as we call it, is a beautiful thing.
We had Wingnut in the booth to call the action with us last week for the Longboard World Championships here at the ISA. And he is referring to that triangle, the top of that triangle being the triangle of happiness, and that you want to be sitting right at the top of it because that's the happy spot. That's right where that wave's going to peak. You want to be sitting right on the peak to take off on it. He said anytime he's surfing anywhere in the world, he gets in the water, he has a look at, kind of from land, assessing the situation, he's at a new break, finds out where the peak of that triangle is.
The peak of happiness.
The triangle of happiness, and he sits himself right at the top of it.
Wow.
Doesn't take off on waves unless they're kind of hitting in that zone. That was a great sort of thing to keep in mind, especially when you're traveling to new places, how challenging it can be sometimes to get a feeling for a lineup, especially if it's pretty busy and you're trying to kind of read and you got people sitting all over the place and kind of taking off on lots of things.
That sounds like most breaks these days.
Sounds like most places with how popular our favorite sport is nowadays.
Oh, it's very popular. And, everyone's got the right to enjoy the ocean. Everyone's got the right to glide on that energy.
Everyone's got a right to the triangle of happiness.
That's right. That's what it is. It's a free pass to joy.
1 minute, 30 seconds remaining, and Luan's just having a ball out there. His last score dropped in as a 7.17. Judges loved it. Goes to the air again. And that score would have dropped just as he was taking off for that wave, so he might not even know what his heat total is at this stage. Oh, that was a huge turn. Little claim from Leo as well. As we see Samuele go up for a big finish, can't quite connect the dots. He's had that happen a couple times now where he's had a nice opening maneuver.
Yeah.
Goes big on the second and can't hold it together.
Can't hold it together. And we've also seen in the last heat as well with the Nicaraguans, they were stuck in the threes and then they started to get they got their momentum and their best waves as their last waves. And that's kind of happening here again. I feel like that was Leonardo's best turn, best wave of the heat. He had a 3.97 as his heat high before that. I feel like that one turn was beautiful. So fast and clean and crisp. I feel like that's his best score. And then for the Brazilian, I feel like we are watching the type of performance that could go all the way in this event. Big, powerful goofy footer, great airs. He's just given us a glimpse of what he's capable of in this heat. And the things are looking good for Team Brazil and for Luan Ferreira.
Down to the final few seconds on the clock. A score still to drop in for last of Leo and last of Luan in those leading positions. Unfortunately for Sam out of Italy, a 2.03 was his last score. It's not going to be enough to change the situation. Let's just appreciate some nice surfing on the finish of this heat.
There's the air. Beautiful first turn. Speedy, racy turn out of the top that built speed into the air. Watch this one. Short wave, not much in front of him, but just throws the tail. A 5.10 comes in, and he gets his best wave of the heat on his last wave. That'll feel good, and that'll give him some confidence to go into that repechage round with. Oh, no, he's in second place. He's in the main round.
He's heading through the main round.
Yeah, good on him. Great
Samuele Ricci, his teammate for Italy, will be heading to the repechage round. And it's Luan out of Brazil who backs up the 7.17. His last two waves coming through in the 7-point range. A 7 drops in as his last score for that final air. And he's into that 14-point heat total on a great performance. Team Brazil, the reigning team gold medalist, putting together very well-structured heats and explosive surfing throughout today for another heat win. We'll catch up with him shortly when we return. More action, more great surfing, hopefully some more airs with this great wind on the side shore when we return.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to El Salvador, the land of endless waves, warm weather, great food, and beautiful people. We're running through heats here at La Bocana. Podium 1 for our under-18 boys today. This is where the majority of our kind of live broadcast with web commentary will be taking place through the week. Maybe if we get a really big swell, which we do have on the horizon, we might have to move all of competition down to El Sunzal, which tends to hold it a little bit better. But this place, La Bocana, can handle some big-sized surf. Of course, down at Podium 2 at El Sunzal, we do have heats running through the day. You're welcome to go on ISAsurf.org to click over to the Podium 2 broadcast and watch along to follow those waves and listen to the beach commentary. As we take a look at an opening, nice wrap into that second turn for Louis out of Belgium with seamless two-turn combination to kick things off. Shannon and Paul to call the action.
Yeah, absolutely. Textbook stuff, that. Love it. Really crisp. Everything in the right place. Didn't overdo it. The speed held throughout. Variety as well in terms of the maneuvers. Judges love that kind of stuff. They're going to eat that up. And what a great way to kick things off in your heats. Just looking really polished and really in control.
Well, looking polished and in control. And that last heat was the Brazilian Luan Freire. Took away a solid heat, dropped a couple 7s on the finish, and he's down on the beach with Rachel.
Yeah, and thanks so much, guys. Congratulations. Brazil having a dominant performance today. You're the third Brazilian to surf and have won. Coming in as Brazilian champion, how do you feel?
Brasil hoje teve dia dominante nas performances, né? Mais uma vitória. Você sendo campeão brasileiro, como você se sente?
I'm very happy for the hit. My board is magic. Guys, the Team Brazil is hit by hit, thank you for the guys at Team Brazil. I love El Salvador. Go Team Brazil.
Anything you'd like to say in Portuguese back to Brazil?
Queria mandar abraço a todo mundo que está na torcida, meu pai, minha mãe, toda a minha família, meus patrocinadores. É isso, Brasil 100% de aproveitamento hoje, então vamos para cima e é isso.
Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Very dominant today for our reigning gold medalists.
Yeah, love the squad energy, loving the vibes. Shout out to mum and dad, two most important people they're watching on, and they'll be very stoked with this performance.
Great way to kick off a campaign, you know, with that kind of expectation resting on a team specifically, not even just, you know, necessarily the individuals, being that there'd be some new surfers on the team this year, as some of those that would have taken away those winning positions last year, or those big results, have graduated out of it. You know, they're outside of that under 18 contingency now. So it's a really impressive thing to be able to make it into a pack like that, as you can see the crew in support of Luan after a great performance. They'll be heading down the beach. Maybe they have one of their girls surfing today down in the under 16s division. They'll have 3 competitors on that side. We may have another Brazilian surfing down the beach, and so they'll be kind of doing dual time between the 2 venues. You can walk between the 2. It takes a little bit of time, so most teams and coaches that need to be on the move between the 2 will actually run out to the road, grab one of the shuttles, get themselves dropped off back around here at El Sunzal, and have a slightly quicker turnaround than the rocky walk up north.
Hot black sands.
Whew.
Yeah, it's a warm one. It's not far. It's a nice little walk down the beach, but yeah, get in the car, get the AC cranked.
Cool down the temperature a little bit. Not a bad idea here, though we don't have any rain, to have an umbrella if you're standing outside. Give yourself a little bit of shade. Keep things a little bit cooler.
Yeah.
Down to 13 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock with a bit of a slow start. We do have that 6.33 on the board, though.
Yeah, it's a really solid number, 6.33. Just getting things off of that kind of number, going into that range with your very first effort. Get to your feet, you bash out the turns, and you get the reward from the panel. Really builds your platform. Obviously, in terms of the score, you're well on your way, but just beyond that, in terms of settling yourself down, in terms of trying to find exactly what sort of waves you want, what sections you want to hit, you'll be feeling really, really good, will you, Matt? Meanwhile, it's more live action. Here's Ethan.
Woohoo! Into that backhand tag to start things off. He'll go down. Ethan Hochman from Israel. And an end section finish for Yuma Nagasawa out of Japan. Looking now at Louis Escudero out of Belgium. Through that first section. Ooh, just slips off the wax on the second, unfortunately. And priority now sitting with our surfer in the blue jersey, Yandel Marentes from Venezuela. Coming up next, Luke Tema out of Hawaii. Coach Shane Dorian, he's been coaching their junior squad for a long time now, putting together some solid performances from the Hawaiian pack.
Yeah, solid coach squad there.
As we take a look now at Yandel. Into that first turn, throws a bit of spray, looking to see if he can kind of square up for a vertical opportunity as he comes down the line. Wave's a bit slopey. It's not offering him too much here as he goes in for another backhand snap. A little bit more for him to just tag one more section with. He was kind of hoping that wave would stand up and suck out just a little bit. Even though it's small, you can get some nice little bonus points on the inside. As we start to take a look at our second podium. So the girls under 16s division has been running at El Sunzal through today. For those of you tuning in, you've been able to click over to see that broadcast happening as well, to follow along with each of those waves being ridden. We'll be swapping every division across the 2 podiums throughout the week, so we'll give some great coverage across all divisions and genders as well. But in the water right now, sounds like they're in heat number 21 for the under 16 girls division. They'll have pretty much just be right on track with where we've been at La Bocana, rounding things out around 4:30 p.m. this afternoon, bar a couple of maybe heat kind of pauses in between holds as we wait for scores to drop. They've got surfers from Japan, Venezuela, and Uruguay in the lineup down there right now, with Arisha Ishii out of Japan, Kellyanne Flores from Venezuela, And it looks like our surfer in green, Emma Diaz, out of Uruguay, on this beautiful right-hand point break at Sunzal. And she's got a lot of opportunity opening up in front of her. She just trims off the top of this wave, starts to set her rail and drive back into that section.
Just beautiful seeing the point break from above. Looks good from any angle, doesn't it, this wave? And just look at that line of white water. I mean, just a ruler edge, really. Stick close to that. And a very different sort of prospect from what we've been covering at our first podium. El Sunzal, as you can see, just the acreage of the place, how far out it breaks. And two very different setups. Surfers trying to get their practice in at both. And this is back at our main principal venue, La Bocana. And a very different sort of thing. Completely different way of surfing it. Obviously, a lot of lefts out here have been scored today as well. There are occasional lefts actually at Sunzal as well out the back. But today it looks much more of a case of those running rights through the inside.
We're taking a look now at Ethan up and riding once again. Just a couple small scores on the board for him to start. Goes in for a big turn, takes a fall, oof, right on top of Yuma. Oof. That's going to be a challenging situation. He got a little caught up at the top of that turn, but you could see also he was kind of eyeing down to who was sitting at the bottom of that wave.
Yeah, he just got bogged, didn't he? He didn't mean to kind of stop there, but he lost all his speed, he lost the power of the wave, and just got kind of hung up. And then when you don't have the speed, you don't have the control on the board to kind of just steer the ship out of harm's way. But everyone seems fine, which is always good. Never really want to see anything can happen under the white water. Pretty random, the movement that goes on down there. But they all seem fine. They'll make their way back out. We lost half of this heat over that already, actually. And just leaping out from the scoreboard is that bit of quality. Nagasawa, he's paddling out in the red there. 6.33, waiting for a second number to come in for him. And that lead has gone to the Belgian surfer, Scudero, who unable to really capitalize on that wave. Just, I think, was it slip on the wax, was it, right at the end of the wave?
That's one of the roughest things about competing here. The air temperature, the water temperature, and the sun is so hot that often wax is just melting off of surfboards. You're literally just using base coat. You're not putting anything else on there. You need it to be the hardest wax possible. And, you know, in previous years through the World Surfing Games, I'm sure it's happening down on the beach, just stuff that we haven't really seen yet on the broadcast, is that you'll see teams down there with ice water pouring it onto the deck of surfboards for the surfers that are paddling out to make sure that that wax is firm enough that it's not getting too slippery even by the end of a heat. Try and cool it down as much as possible before they're heading out into the lineup. Taking a look at part of the town here, Surf City, El Salvador, specifically El Tunco is the name of the town. Some great little spots for accommodation, beautiful restaurants. Papaya is one of the restaurants here that's been supplying incredible food to the events throughout a lot of what the ISA has run here over the years. And a great location for all of these teams. You know, there's so many great little spots to stay here that a lot of these teams would be in walking distance. Some of them may be opting to possibly rent maybe a bigger private house to put everybody in together, do a little bit of their own cooking. But there's so many great little villas and those sort of backpacker feeling places that still have, you know, plenty of space for everybody to fill into. That it's a great location for teams to be traveling to around the world.
What a scene as that drone just flies over the boardwalk here, and a really good vantage point on the ocean from there. As you check out each morning, come down and see what the Pacific's got in store. No major surprises every day. It's just pumping. Seems like relentless.
It's basically just what happens here. There's a reason it's called Surf City. Down to 7 minutes on the clock. Yuma in the leading position with a 6.33 and a 5.7. Lewis out of Belgium sitting with a 5.33 and that 2.57. We've got a 2.5 and a 1.77 on the board for Ethan as we've got a set approaching. Surfer in blue has first priority. He's going to opt to go on this first wave in the set out of Venezuela, chasing a 5.40 for a single score to get him into that top 2 position. Nice hook to start off with. Links it together with a second one. A little bit bumpy. That wave's not staying too clean. It's almost catching up to the wave just in front of it. As he kicks off down the line, we'll see Green with a quick in and out. He did find himself with first priority, so opted to go on that one, but he's just caught too deep. And that will now hand priority to our heat leader, Yuma out of Japan.
Yeah, he's flying through this, isn't he? The 5.7 locked in his second number, and really I mean, he is just building big numbers for those are his first 2 waves have scored that. A couple of 4s since then he hasn't added. So waves 1 and 2 did the damage, but that's a hefty total, 12.03 already from him. And streets ahead, really, only person in kind of contention is just that one wave from the Belgian surfer. Still with some chasing to do, 6-7 if he wants to go to first. Of course, 2 surfers advance in this part of the main part of the draw. 3rd and 4th heading to rapid charge. Hackman hasn't got going. Yandel Morentes, he's rallied a bit. We're going to get number hit in for his last effort. Kind of skidding out, wasn't he, a little bit with the tail a couple of times. Sometimes that can look really good. It can kind of add a bit of jeopardy to your turn, but if your board stops too much, you lose the speed. Generally, that might hurt your score as well. Let's see where that goes with the numbers.
Yeah, wanting to keep that control while also adding that, sometimes almost if it looks a little more difficult, it's going, oh, that was great. That was a really critical, challenging section. Sometimes you find those surfers that have so much just ease, flow. They're making those difficult things look so easy that it can almost hinder their scoring potential because you're like, oh, well, that was fine. That was easy looking. Rather than really noticing how dynamic, how critical the nature of their surfing is.
Yeah, it's sort of the great paradox of competitive surfing, isn't it? There's particularly at the really highest level, if you're super, super smooth, you're almost kind of underselling just how technical what you're doing is. So you want to make the difficult look easy. That's all part of it. But at the same time, degree of difficulty is in the criteria.
Up and riding now, Yuma, smooth rail surfing. He's got great style. Japan fielding, you know, some of those newer names as well into their team coming into this year's event. As we see the Belgian now up and riding, squares off the bottom into a heavy looking section, nearly could have like pulled through and tried to get barreled through that. Ethan now up and riding. On the 3rd wave in that set, he'll go down on that turn.
Yeah, it was risky, wasn't it,
wow.
for Lewis? I mean, fair play to him for taking it on, but it's always going to be tough down to the flats there. That thing really bottoming out and just going for it, pushing hard. We like to see that. Won't get a completion for it, and that can be painful. Heading down to the flats there with all of that speed.
Yeah, that was a really hectic section. Talking about how some of the surfers are staying cool out in the water. There's some great refreshments down there. The crew here in El Salvador really puts together a great opportunity for surfers to cool things down literally by sitting in a bucket of ice. It's one way.
That is, I mean, an ice bath is sort of popular anywhere. I think it's very much merited in El Salvador, given the sort of general temperatures you're dealing with here. Oh, hello. Hi.
Good afternoon. Staying cool and calm, collected. You got to be in the zone in those moments too, because it's so cold.
But imagine you are in the zone. You look up, there's a camera in your face.
He's a little bit surprised. Here we go. Oh,
hang on, I'm meditating.
Straight out for Ethan, and one of those surfers cooling down, maybe paddling out. My guess is he's already had a heat that he's surfed, which is why he's just kind of staying in there for so long. But I know at the longboard event just last week, we had surfers that would, prior to their heat taking off, it was so hot in the middle of the day. They knew they were going to get so overheated by paddling that they would go and sit in the ice bath maybe for a minute, not really pushing it any longer than that to properly cool down those muscles, but just to get that general temperature.
What's your record, Shannon?
Ease off a bit.
What do you?
Oh, I just go like 2, maybe 3 minutes max.
That's pretty good.
2 minutes is like pretty good standard. Without having to push anything, you get all the health benefits from just 2 minutes if it's cold enough. If you go up to 3, it's fine, but it's kind of like once you hit that 2-minute mark, you're kind of like, you don't necessarily need to sit in there freezing
the ego
for much longer.
Isn't that? That's the competitive side. I did 2:36.
Good for you. I can still feel my toes. As we see surfer Louis now up and riding. Oh, that was a nice turn. Good looking section. He's been able to hold on to that 2nd place position. No one's really been able to find that kind of 5-point ride they've been chasing in 3rd and 4th at the moment, but he really does need to improve on the 2.57. As we take a look now at Yuma driving through that rail turn. Love that line as he just gets caught behind the section. Hits eject. You got a record? How long are you going through?
I don't think I've ever actually.
The Europeans, is it like 10 minutes?
Do you know what? I find the ice cubes thing a bit showy. I just like going in cold water. Yeah, I'm a purist, Shannon.
Yandel?
I like going in a cold sea.
Yeah.
If I get the ice cubes out, a little bit performative.
It's a little bit.
That's just me.
But when you're in a temperature in a zone like this, you literally have to be adding ice cubes to keep the water cool enough.
Break. I just saw Skin Dog, Ben Skinner. He said he just did a minute. He's coaching the England team.
There we
He's
go.
surfing, obviously, in the longboard event. He's still here. I think he basically lives here now.
Him and Emily Curry both competed, and now they're coaching for Team England.
Yeah, but he's making good use of the ice bath.
Oh, it's a great idea. For anyone around, and a slip from the wax off of Ethan's board sends his board flying straight into the face of Lewis. That was a interesting moment.
Well, you mentioned it, just the wax basically just evaporating here in this sun.
I reckon even those ice baths down there, if they weren't putting ice into them, the water would be boiling by now if they were just sitting out it.
That's what Skin Dog said. He's like, oh, they just put ice cubes in it. I was like, mate, it's an ice bath. You can't complain. There's too many ice cubes in your ice bath, bro.
Oh, that's so good. He's like the Viking to be complaining of coldness. We'll see more of Skin Dog, I'm sure, through this week. His son Lucas had an outstanding performance in the under-16s last year to find himself with a medal. He'll be back in the mix this week.
Yeah, his daughter Lila as well. She's competing.
So good. The Skinner family just taking over the ISAs. And for Team Japan, Yuma Nagasawa walking away with a solid victory. I mean, really kind of textbook rail work coming through from him throughout that entire heat.
It just looks so smooth. The drive he's able to get without ever forcing it, like the kind of effortless drive, which is kind of like the magic ticket, really, isn't it? He looked great.
Well, a great performance. Team USA with some solid coaches behind the scenes as well. Ryan Simmons there. They've got Courtney Conlog joining the pack this year. She was in the mix for last year as well. And you got some high-quality coaches coming through for so many of the teams at this year's event.
I just saw her chilling in the shade, actually. What a person to have in your corner.
What a person. Well, we've got more action to come when we return into heat number 22 of 27 that we're running for today. Boys under 18s action to continue here at La Bocana. Hey, Ryan.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Con su promoción. Disfruta de cable de más internet retención desde el 50 megas a 2000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the action. You can see Team Japan running up the beach. They got the flag, they got their support system and the white t-shirts, keeping things a little bit cooler than opting for those dark colored, team representative tops. Keep themselves cool here in the hot temperatures of Surf City, El Salvador. There you can see the judging tower at La Bocana with a great big timer right up the top, as well as those priorities. All surfers are able to check it out. As we take a look at a little paddle battle to get things kicked off here, looks like maybe no priority was established in that moment, and Sebastian just kind of muscles his way through into that opening turn.
Yeah, I mean, muscles is exactly what he did there. There was a bit of flex, a bit of chest out going on there. So what was that? Aris was deeper, wasn't he? He thought about it like, if this is a left, technically it's me. Sebastian was like, I don't think so.
Finn now up and riding for Team England into that first big section. Successful, now drives through back into the pocket here, wanting to really stay in that critical section of the wave as he just comes undone on the finish. He's going to put his first score down. We were just talking about Team England, their coaches, Emily Curry, Ben Skinner, behind the pack. They've been here for a long time, both competing at the ISA World Longboard Championships and both making it into those gritty rounds of competition. Ben was that kind of one of those surfers that very easily could have been in that final. Just had an unlucky performance on finals day to not quite be making it through. But he'll be down on the beach supporting, as well as the rest of the pack. And, you know, all that support in behind Finn out in the lineup.
Yeah, Finn will be gutted, actually, to not get that last turn done. You know, good work, good opening wave, good opportunity to get yourself in the lead. And just couldn't do it. And he'll have to think on here, live action. Tema.
Up and riding for Luke. Driving down the line, sets it up for that first turn, finds that kind of wedgy section of the wave into a second. Gets those arms high for a moment as he just capitalizes on the top of that one. So 2-turn combo for the Hawaiian.
Yeah, it's how you open up, isn't it? You know, make sure you get the finish and just put a score on the board, get the judges to set the scale. Aris out the back after watching the elbows out of Goldner paddle past him early on in this. So want to get a reply in sooner rather than later. Surf out of Romania? Yeah, that's the Romanian flag, isn't it?
That's the Romanian flag. So Aris has competed now in the ISA events. Started out last year as the very first time we had a Romanian in the draw. We've now got 2 in the draw for this year's event. And he's born and raised in Romania, but his family has spent a lot of time on the road living in South America. It's where he learned how to surf. He kind of just took to it naturally and wanted to keep going with it. The family's now got him, you know, competing in events across Brazil, where he spent a lot of the last couple of years. They sort of stopped unintentionally, not thinking they'd be there for very long. And Aris took to surfing. They were like, well, I guess we can't go anywhere. Great part of the world to live in as a surfer. And now he finds himself representing the country and the team growing as well, which is exciting to see for those newer nations into that kind of conversation, to see him starting to add the numbers to their teams.
Yeah, absolutely. So cool to see the different flags coming and representing. What a cool story it is. Surfers out of a lot of those Eastern European nations. You're not associating, well, not only with not having a coast aside from, well, not a coast on the ocean anyway. I believe Romania's got a coast on the Black Sea. And they do get waves on the Black Sea from time to time, but not the most consistent surf spot in the world, I'll say.
Down to 15 minutes on the clock. We'll see if anyone gets a piece of this. Luke sitting under 4th priority. We're waiting for his first score to drop in. He was a finalist last year in the under 16s division, now into the under 18s. But as we wait for the next set, let's go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley and Team Japan after a solid performance from Yuma.
Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations. Tell me how that heat win felt.
Yeah, I'm so glad for the past this heat, and so exciting this wave. Yeah, so fun. Yes.
Well, you looked very strong out there. What is the plan for this afternoon? To rest?
Yeah, I'm going to sleeping. Yeah, just sleep.
Anything you'd like to say back home to Japan?
まあ、ラウンド1はとりあえず勝てたので、次のラウンドもその次もちゃんと勝って優勝するんで、夜遅いと思いますけど、応援よろしくお願いします。ヤマン。ヤマン。
Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Bit of a character, getting some rest today.
I love a man with a plan, and particularly if that plan is to have a sleep, to have a nap.
Great plan. The man who loves hip-hop, he loves bass fishing, and he loves skateboarding.
Come on.
He's got it going on.
Ticking a lot of boxes there. Feel like we need to hang out. What a
Paul's
dude.
found his new friend.
Yeah.
You'll see the two of them after hours, maybe down at the skate bowl, pulling out those.
I'm into the hip-hop, not wild about fishing. Yeah.
You might be able to get into it here. I mean, this place has some fish.
Yeah.
Some turtles out in the lineup.
Yeah. Yep. No, he seems like a fun guy. Love his surfing. It's important to get your naps in. I mean, you can see why they come from kind of hot countries too, right? Don't want to overdo it though, do you? Don't want to go too long. It's quite important to 20 minutes, 25 tops.
Ooh.
No?
No, I agree with you. I think that's the way to go. It's kind of like the same thing, right? Ice baths, going too long is like, it doesn't really add anything to it.
You nap too long in the afternoon, you actually wake up more tired.
Right. Short and sweet does the job.
You wake up more tired a little bit, kind of like, where am I? It's sometimes
kind of
a bit
like,
emotional.
Is it the next day? You get a little confused. Is it morning? What have I missed? Did I miss the school bus? I still wake up feeling that way, and I never have taken a school bus in my life. You get a little confused. So a nap there for Yuma. He is deserving it for sure. And now out in the lineup, well, deserving of the heat lead so far is Luke Tema a finalist in the under-16s last year for the World Junior Championships. He's sitting with a 5.5 for his opening ride.
Yeah, good arrows from him, wasn't it? Just knew he didn't need to force it. It's a decent wave, had a couple of sections. Didn't need to try and find a 9 there. It was just really solid surfing. He's built himself a platform. He's in the lead here. He'll look to go. He's a 4th priority, so he'll have to be a little bit patient in terms of what comes through and keep a beady eye on everyone else. But at the moment, he set himself up in a pretty strong position. Still plenty of time to go in this one, though.
Yeah, 12 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Sebastian, for that kind of muscly way to get into his opening wave, drops to 3.5, and then we got a 3.8 on the board for Finn, who has a strong paddle into that one, just pops up a little bit too quick. Out on the shoulder of that wave, it really tapered off as well. And we've got a duck dive there for Aris, who's sitting in first priority. So for our surfer out of Romania, he's been a little bit selective within this heat. That 0.73, we saw like a real quick in and out from him in the first few minutes of this heat, but hasn't been able to get himself into anything that matters until right now. As we're speaking of him, the young Romanian up and riding, he'll be surfing across both divisions, the under-16s and the under-18s in this week's event. Setting himself up with a couple of small turns to start. Now looking for a big section to finish, but he'll just get swallowed up by the whitewater.
Wow, that section looked massive when he was up there. It looked like it was 8 foot.
He's just hanging on to the top and got really drained as we take a look at Finn coming in under the lip.
Another mistake from him. He's trying to paddle and miss a wave and a little frustration, and then going incomplete again.
Sebastian now up and riding, opting for the left into one big section, hooks it, but he'll slip off.
Where'd he go? Just sort of surfed himself underwater there.
Oh, found him.
There he is. He's fine. Yeah, so a real contrast. Compare Luke Temmer, polished, controlled on the rail, in control throughout the ride. And by contrast, if you're just throwing everything into that rumbly lip, particularly now, that swell does seem to have a little bit more meat on it. It's so random trying to go up there and trying to get your score at the very end of the wave. If that happens, there's always a bit more risk there, which if it comes off, it'll pay off in the score, but it's tricky to do. And we've seen that everyone ultimately coming undone, taken on that section. By contrast, Luke Temmer staying in much more kind of orderly waters in terms of the part of the wave, and also just in terms of where his heat's going. He knows he's got a good score and he can just keep a cool head. He's gone to first priority and no one's really added anything of any quality. So far so good for the Hawaiian.
Out of one of the surfing powerhouses of the world, North Shore of Oahu, surfs Velzy Land on the regular. It's his home kind of neighborhood there on the North Shore. But he's a surfer in the pack right now who has the most competitive experience. He was part of the team for Team Hawaii back in the 2022 ISA World Juniors, where they walked away with that bronze medal. So he was on, the team in that sort of winning feeling or advancing through a lot of rounds. He's taken out the national championships for the USA 3 different times. He's a multiple Hawaii NSSA champion as well. So he's got his reps in a jersey. He knows what to be doing. And I feel like sitting in the position he's in right now with that 5.5 and being very selective is showcasing that sort of experience.
Yeah, definitely. And he's just calm. Even in the way you look at the way he's sort of out in the line, he's not got the head on a swivel, kind of searching around, looking lost or baffled. It feels like he's got a plan he's gone into this heat with, and he's just going about executing it. He will want to get a second score on the board, though. Just over 9 to go, and he'll certainly be looking for that. Bit of purpose, bit of vim and vigor in his paddle as he heads to the right of your shot, which I believe will be in a westerly direction as we're looking south into the Pacific Ocean. So heading up the beach that way, and this is why lines approaching up there.
Lines are approaching off the buoy. Nice to be able to note if that buoy starts to rise or drop. Might have a good bit of swell coming in. As we see Sebastian have a look for that wave out of Panama, unable to get into it. And paddling himself a little bit deeper, a little bit farther out to sea and into position. Luke Temmer is going to take off on his second ride. Open with that 5.5, but takes a dive on the takeoff.
Just as we talk up the composure, and now he's done everything right so far. That rumbly lip, it just kind of capped outside him, then hit a little fat bit, didn't he? I think he was maybe anticipating, just from his body shape, I think he was anticipating a bit of a steeper drop, and it almost kind of backed off. And just the way he had his head in relation to his weight over his board, got wobbled off.
Just got bumped straight off of there. It's crazy how much weight just the head alone holds on the body and how it can really tip you kind of side to side, especially in moments like that. As we take a look at Finn now up and riding into that first opening turn, setting himself up with some speed and power as he connects through for the second, really starts to unleash as he comes through the inside section, now getting the work done. That well-deserved national champion coming out of England, feeling very stoked to be able to represent his country here this year.
Yeah, that's going to feel a lot better for him, right? We talked about that 3.8 he got early on with the fall at the end, and then a couple of misfires. It's going to feel way, way better for Finn. Surfer out of Newquay in Cornwall, and he rides that one all the way for a completion. Here's Luke.
Luke kind of redeeming himself after that last takeoff, sets himself up on the rail. Vertical for that first turn, swoops it together on the second, driving through, back into the pocket as this wave tapers away, and he's able to connect the dots a little bit longer. He'll put that second score on the board behind the 5.5.
Yeah, so after getting rumbled off on the takeoff, didn't waste his time making amends for that. That'll be a number for him. I mean, he was in control anyway. But still, well, I went for that number for Finn to come in, actually. If it's better than a 1.7, which it will be for sure, if that score comes in first, he will go to the lead. That'll probably be fairly temporary, though, because Luke Temmer does have now, or when the number comes in, will have a legit second score to drop in. And meanwhile, Goldner and Volku chasing. Goldner's got that 3.5. That's right at the beginning of the heat, wasn't it? And now their requirement will change when Finn's wave comes in, and it'll set up a kind of legit total, a requirement for third and fourth to go at. They've got first and second priority. And that 1.3 the Panamanian requires at the moment, that's going to go up, and it does by about a point.
There we go, up to a 2.01. As we see, Finn drops in a 4.27, takes away the leading position. Luke only needs a 2.57. We'll see him get that as we're speaking about it. And with a 4.93, our heat is set. Waiting for the last score of Aris to drop through out of Romania. He'll be chasing a 6.30 at this stage to take himself into that top 2 position. And Sebastian Goldner out of Panama, from Panama City. He is, you know, an accomplished surfer, but he is a very accomplished in the world of jiu-jitsu, a 3-time world champion. Graces our presence in the lineup right now for the ISA World Surfing Junior Surfing Championships, but a 3-time jiu-jitsu world champion out there right now.
Impressive.
Strong paddle from Finn. He's looking for a 6.16 to get himself into that leading position, into that first turn, and just pumping, trying to get himself out of that dead section of the wave. Capitalizes on the end.
Really well surfed. Just that end section. Just got steep really quickly. Just couldn't quite work the angles, could he? Ended up just kind of straight-legged. He threw everything at that last turn. I like the risk taken from him. And he's doing kind of tough things to do. You know, that there was a sort of a safer option of a turn there. He didn't take it. He wanted to push it. He wanted to show his best surfing. But just couldn't quite get the board back underneath him, so won't get scored on that last maneuver. The work done prior to that, that'll count for him. 4.5 to go.
Yeah, unfortunate when, you know, you see someone put in all that effort. Like you said earlier, the judges would like to hand out scores. They love to be rewarding, you know, every successful maneuver out there. And today we have seen a lot of those end sections be unsuccessful. It'd be nice to see as the event kind of continues to unfold how much tighter those kind of finishes of waves become as that pressure mounts and there's a little bit more consequence to every ride. Today it's the opening round. Everyone knows that if they aren't in those first 2 positions, they still have the repecharge round to battle through. Although it will mean a few more heats for them in the lineup in the jersey this week. Sebastian now taking off behind the section. Very accomplished in the world of jiu-jitsu. He'll kick out under that wave. Hasn't been able to really find his rhythm outside that 3.5.
If you could only do jiu-jitsu or ice baths every day for the rest of your life, Shannon, what are you going for?
Oh, I've never done anything with jiu-jitsu before.
Okay.
So I would say the ice baths.
Every day?
I'd go for an ice bath every day. If it's just like for, you know, 1-2 minutes, I'd be okay with that. Especially if it's coupled with a nice sauna. You got a good combo right there.
Now we're talking, because I don't think the sauna industry's huge over here in
Nah.
El Salvador. That'd be a tough job, wouldn't it, sauna salesman?
Sebastian into a nice looking section. So he's chasing down that 4.57. Would be a very challenging job to be a sauna salesman here in El Salvador.
Basically, just in the morning, just open the door. Yeah, that's it. There's your sauna. You're in.
You just don't need to spend the money on it. It's a great thing. In these kind of, extreme temperature locations, whether you're living somewhere where it's quite icy all the time, you don't need to spend the money on an ice bath maybe. Just take a jump in your local lake, river, whatever that may be, the ocean even. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining on the clock. And we're getting into that time of the day where the glare is starting to come just a little bit. Thankfully for us, it doesn't really play into the camera work or the view for the judges as it does in some, coastlines around the world where you get into that late afternoon and that sun is setting and it gets really challenging to be able to see what's happening out in the lineup. Here in El Salvador, we're positioned in the perfect spot to be able to see great surfing like this. Finn up and riding, gets a little caught after that opening wrap. Has a bit of speed as he comes into the in section.
Oh, nice.
Great combination to finish.
On the rocks right there. Ooh. So putting everything in, so much commitment from him. Ripped the first turn, didn't he? And then just grabbed the rail a bit, didn't he, at the bottom of the wave. Did really well to recover. Just kind of forced his way through. 6.16 is what he needs for first. He'll look to just try and consolidate. What it really wants to do is just make sure there's that extra daylight. The requirement for Goldner, 4.57, that'll go up. Finn can improve. 3.8 is low number, getting down towards that final minute here. Haven't seen much action from the surfer with priority. Aris, the Romanian, as you mentioned, spending a lot of time in Brazil. Probably surfing conditions not wildly dissimilar to this. I think he'd be pretty familiar with the type of waves he's surfing. He just needs to get more of them.
Just needs to really get that campaign going. A little bit newer to wearing a jersey at this level of competition. He is sitting with first priority, so if he wants to go, he'll be able to take off on this wave. Luke Tema sees that, and he's got to kick out quickly. Aris kind of forces his position, but unfortunately, he was quite deep on that wave, and he's not going to be able to make it into the open place.
I mean, Luke was in the better position. Aris was actually a bit too deep, right? But I think he just saw Luke was going. He's like, you know what? I've actually got first priority. This is mine. So, mate, why not? You need a wave. Why not? Have a go. If you're going to get a big number, a reasonable number, if you come from behind with a ton of speed on a steep section, you're on your way to setting up for big points. If you can unload the maneuvers, unable to do it there. That one just ran away from him. Still swinging on the inside. Is he bringing that wave in? Or was this another one? He's on the rocks there.
Oof,
ooh,
right on the rocks. He's just going to roll right over them. Young and springy. He'll be all right.
Ouch.
Coming up on the inside section, Luke Tema will walk away with the victory for the Hawaiians. Finn Gillespie out of England holds on to second. We do have a score to drop in for last of Aris, but a 6.30 is a big requirement. It'd have to be the biggest score of the day for him to take away second. So it's looking likely that Luke will hold on to lead. Finn in second, Sebastian out of Panama in that third position, and Aris in fourth. We've got more action to come when we return. Paul Evans and Barton Lynch on the call.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association, This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. It's the ISA World Junior Championship and a brand new heat out in the water for surfers looking to make their mark on this opening round. Checking out Alejandro Banales of Peru, Arthur Randell from England, Luca Castagnier from Panama, Mark Chachenko from Ukraine. I'm Paul Evans, joined by BL Barton Lynch. We're loving this action, straight down to business. Banales having a swing, a softer section. Sort of arrests his forward momentum slightly. Deeper water through to the inside, straight out the back. Randell, what's he got? Off the bottom with some flow and some speeds. And just loses connection. Barton, mate, how's your afternoon panning out?
Mate, things are good. Just had a bite to lunch in my break. Steak nice. And veggies. It was quite nice.
La la.
Very nice. And you know, it's we're missing one of our staff members here, Mitchell Salazar. Delayed flights. He'll be with us tomorrow, so we're all in a little overtime today. But it's great to be here. Great to be working with you, and great to watch the best young surfers in the world.
How do you think he's going to make it up to us? What do you think he's going to do?
Well, we should just make him pay in a few other ways. That's right. We should get something out of him.
So 20 minutes for surfers to drop their 2 best scores. Let's check out Castagnier. Here he goes, a right-hander, clean on the face. He's a little mid-face as he goes into a carve, just kind of swings at the end of that turn to get the geometry right, and then don't mind it at all. Throws the hand in the face, and again, nice little layback action into the white water.
Onto the rocks.
Tell you what, we've seen a couple of that last heat happen a couple of times.
Yeah, I saw a couple of wild wipeouts in the heats that I watched you guys call.
All right, big set booming out the back here. Everyone caught way, way inside. So what a different ocean from just, well, kind of late mid-morning on the high tide. It got a little small for a while. It's double the size, mate.
That's right. In my mind, I was thinking double the size. Yeah, you're right. And the swell was meant to pick up on sort of Monday, you know, early next week. So to see this pulse in the swell today is an added bonus.
Yeah, well, we've been talking about the fact that this is so consistent in the forecast. And as a competitor, you know, you're wondering about your heat and what the waves are going to be like. What does that do when you just know that there's going to be waves? I mean, everyone thinks they perform better when there's waves. Like, no one's necessarily going, oh, I hope it's really small. That's good for me. Everyone thinks, I just need the waves. When the waves are on tap like this, that's got to maybe just take a little bit of that worry out of your mind as a surfer, as a competitor.
Yeah, well, you know there's opportunities, but I suppose the thing is there's always better waves than others. So it always comes down to the wave selection. There's always going to be waves you want and waves, you know, that you can let go. And it comes down to that judgment of it. And we see it even at Pipeline and Chopu. They're all perfect, but there's ones that are more perfect than others, and you still need to wait and select them. So there's still that pressure in and around wave selection in all competitions, in all types of waves. It doesn't matter whether they're absolutely perfect or rubbish. There's still ones that are better than others, and that's your job, is to find those better ones.
Yeah, it feels like particularly that's significant with 4 surfers out in the water as well. You're not going to get too many chances to be overly selective as well. So that factor coming into it too. But so far we've seen some really good reads on the ocean here. People were talking about how hard it is to get practice in out here, but we've seen some surfers that can vary at home out in these conditions.
Some great performances, hey. You know, when you think back to my day as a junior, they were 4 or 6 man heats, best 4 waves. Wow. And so you can, that's why you can understand why there was some hassling and some jockeying for position, and why things got aggressive in the lineup, because someone was missing out.
No priority.
No priority. And someone was going to miss out. Here, everybody's got, you know, you look at this in contrast to 16 waves needed in a 4-man best 4. There's only 8 waves needed, and there's plenty of waves, particularly here in El Salvador with the consistency of the surf. Plenty of waves for everyone.
Alejandro just belted that one late into the turn. Just kind of back foot pressures. Karate kicked it in the face, really. Didn't have loads of speed. Knew he had to push it, which he did. Got a completion.
And you know, that's one of the great things about surfing, is that, you know, there's the luck of the ocean, the randomness. No one knows what it's going to do next. No coach, no surfer. You know, the best person is the person in the water in the moment to make those decisions. And but it's always even. They're always out there at the same time with exactly the same opportunities. Wow. So that's what this is, a big wave.
Absolute bomb here for Arthur Randell, throwing everything at it. He's got a big spring in his step, this guy. Whoa, that was sick. It just loses it at the end. But I tell you what, if he connects with one of them, he's on his way to a massive number. Someone who connected and got good numbers in the last heat. A winner of the last heat standing by for a chat with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, congratulations, Luke, on your heat win. Tell me how that felt out there.
It was definitely pretty tricky. I felt like I was kind of out of position the whole heat, but finally I got a couple little ones at the start, and it was enough to get me the win, so I'm stoked.
Well, you're no stranger to success out here. You've got the bronze medal back in 2022 here in the under-16 division, along with the Hawaii team gold. What did you learn from that event competing in El Salvador to coming back here that you're going to translate into success here?
I just learned that it's okay not to start super strong and just keep building throughout the event, and yeah, have your best heats at the end is ideal, so yeah.
Absolutely, that's key. And how is the vibes with Team Hawaii, and what are you guys doing together to support each other throughout this process?
It's nice. Yeah, we just all have a pretty sick little house, and we've just been hanging out and surfing together, doing little heats and stuff, and yeah, it's been good.
Well, congratulations. Is there anything you'd like to say back to Hawaii?
I just want to thank my parents for being here, and thank my coaches, everyone, and my sisters, and yeah, thank you guys.
All right, well, thank you. Congratulations, and back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Rachel. Well done, Luke. Decent performance from him. He's just dialed it back. He knows he's got plenty more on the tank button.
Yeah, I've been surfing with Luke quite a lot. We live very close to each other, and first got introduced to him a few years back in my event Blast Off, and so we see each other, quite often. I've surfed Freddie Land with him a few times the last week, and he's a powerhouse in terms of his determination. He wants this, and when the waves get serious and when that swell arrives that we're expecting, he'll be right at home in the big stuff that we're anticipating getting early in the week, because Hawaii is that training ground that prepares you pretty much. You can go from the North Shore of Oahu pretty much to anywhere else in the world and feel at home, be comfortable because of what your daily challenges are. So that's been the foundation of Luke's success.
And presumably he's surfing Freddie Land to train himself for lesser quality waves that he's going to compete in.
Yeah, and he lives right close to there too, so it's sort of out the front door, so to speak. So yeah, combination, it's very consistent. There's always little waves there, and it's great for the backhand.
Just under 12 minutes to go in this. Numbers in, nothing of massive quality thus far. Arthur Randall, Englishman, the 2.67 and a 0.5. Good enough for first place. Here goes Alejandro Bernales, backhand attack. Whoa, that was vert. And got a little extra wiggle and squirt out of the tail as well. And wanted to go again, actually. Gathered himself. And accelerated. Couldn't find a runner opening up down the line. But just a little flash of what he can do there.
How was that bottom turn? The bottom turn was a scoring manoeuvre unto itself. Sometimes it's not the case because the person's so focused on what happens out of the top of the wave, but when someone drives that bottom turn and turns it into a scoring opportunity as well, you recognise that as great surfing. That wave just wasn't so great to match the surfing. Went flat on the shoulder. He was in and out after the one turn, but the one turn, he came out of that bottom turn with so much acceleration.
Get another look at it.
Yeah, from front on. Whoa, that's the bottom turn. And he almost overpowered the bottom turn. You saw right towards the back end, there was a little bit of grab and a tiny slow down of the rail. But that was an A-grade bottom turn. Full power drive. Got into the top. Kind of got stuck a little bit at the top too. So there was a couple of moments there of brilliance. And then a couple of moments of sort of where the rail slowed down that little bit.
So that view from the drone there, giving you a good indication of the kind of periodicity in the swell, the interval, as we see surfer out of Ukraine. Chachenko, bottom of your shots. This is next heat, getting ready. Sebastian Ribes.
He can't be old enough to surf in this event. Can someone go check his ID?
I don't think he's 18.
Do you have a minimum age?
I don't think he's 18.
There's our beach marshal, Manny. He's a good man.
Yeah, he's been down all week doing the hard yards.
Yep.
Giving the surfers their final instructions.
Met him here last year for the World Surfing Games. Beach marshal. Always got a smile. Sharing all the information with the competitors coming up in the next heat.
So 9.5 on the clock here. First place position occupied by the Peruvian Bernales right now. That 4.33. That last right-hander. That's prior to that, actually. Last right-hander got him a 3.9.
So really, for a bottom turn, top turn combo, that, you know, I feel like the points came out of the bottom turn, just driving it, showing such maturity and power, and that's the type of surfing that could, you know, win you this event.
Right, in the spot, having a paddle. Looks like Randell. Here he goes. What's he got? Deals with a wobble off the bottom pretty well. Snaps one. And again, he's just kind of setting up here. And he's coiled and low. Bang, that was really nicely done. Shortened the bottom turn to make himself get more vert. Didn't want to push himself too much out on the face. Did it well. Meanwhile, Castagnier, what's he going to do? He'll snap one. Just a little lighter on his feet as he goes down the line looking for a section. He finds one and trying to just rake the fins and get that tail loose out of a crumbly lip, and a bit too loose. He goes down.
We saw in the first wave as well, it was only a 2.77, but he showed those signs of having those great laybacks and great closeout turns. He's got to find himself a better wall. Lakes, a couple of those big John Florence double arm back snaps, and the scores would come raining down. Third place at the moment, but really this heat, you know, with 8 minutes to go, the first 12 feels like it hasn't really got started, and it's been difficult for them to find the opening rides.
And if you don't have scores on the board and things do pick up and get big, it does take quite a bit of clock time as well. All right, here goes the Ukrainian Chechenko. Ooh. What's he got? He's got some speed, and that one just stretched away from him. Bernales, late entry, super late. Prone takeoff, gets to his feet, and then just kind of chops one down to get into the pocket. And then winds into one off the top. And then setting up there with a sort of projection down and hoping to get a steeper section, but it just makes him continue to be patient.
Oh.
Some good work done through this section, though. So a lot of surfing on that wave. I had to wait to really unlock the juicy section, which seemed to come more towards the end.
Yeah, and it started to shallow out. I thought there was another maneuver in that, and he was really starting to get his rhythm on that wave towards the end. Things started to look way looser and snappier, and I was like, oh, here we go. But I think he saw the rocks right in front of him and went, I better get out here. Better I keep my fins than get an extra 0.3.
Alejandro Bernales will wait for his number to come through. We're going to get score for Randell as well. Here's another look. Here's that late entry.
In the white water, carves it back, just waiting for it to stand up. Nice carve out of the top. Little foam climb. Good style. Gets stuck behind for a moment. Back onto the face. So far it's been okay, but nothing's really connected. Right there, those two turns were really nice. And better to save the fins and go for one more onto the rocks.
From that angle, you can see good call to get out there. That thing was gargling and going dry underneath him.
That bottom turn's money. It's beautiful. Great style. Love the way he drops that back leg in. This combo here, this turns the best on the wave. So sharp. Great to see the board really free up on the wave face.
Nice crisp surfing on the backhand from the Peruvian. Waiting for his number still from the panel. Meanwhile, live action. Here goes Chechenko out of the Ukraine. And a quick exit from him. He's sticking to the left. He's identified the ways he wants. He's been sitting on that left and just waiting for his opportunities to come through. He had a runner before that he raced and just kind of raced away from him. That one again. But he's sticking to the backhand on that inside section.
Yeah, a couple of scores, a 1.33 and a 0.5. For the Ukraine, just got to find a little longer, something a little more open to give him time to start getting up and down in it. Seems kind of, once he's up, it seems a little rushed because there's always a section coming at him and shortening the ride.
Number in for Randell's decent, 5.33 for him. It's the high score of the heats.
Great timing for that too, you know. Only looking for the 3.57 now. So while it sort of felt like the whole heat really was going Alejandro's way, Bernales' way, it seems to have evened right up now with that last score, and Arthur Randall's in a great position. Luca Castagnier doesn't get the completion there. Panama, you ever been to Panama?
No, this is my first time in this part of the world, actually, altogether. I've never spent any time over here. I'm loving it so far.
Central, South America?
Never. I've been to Mexico, the closest I've got there physically before. Yeah, I don't
It's
know
a
how that's
fantastic part of the world.
I don't know how that's been allowed to happen, but I'm stoked I'm making amends for it now.
Yeah, better late than never.
Yeah, I would love to explore more around here. Absolutely beautiful. I love the way the jungle, amazing like bird life as well. I think that you're birding, which I am.
You hear it in the morning, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, that morning call of the birds as the sun's rising, and there's that. You look away from the coast, and there's not too much urban sprawl. That's for sure. There's a lot of beautiful looking jungle,
green
in
and
the
lush,
backdrop.
Beautiful. You see a lot of sort of what I would consider as house plants, things that people have in a little pot in their lounge at home.
Right.
That are here just in rude health as these massive trees or growing up the trunk of a big tree.
Yeah.
Really, really cool. Absolutely love it. Our little short commute in, we're a couple of minutes away in the car, about a 10-minute walk away. Just our little commute in. So beautiful as we roll in here.
To me, it feels like Bali when I used to go there in the early days, late 70s, early 80s in Bali. Feels very similar here, and you can see in that drone view, it doesn't take very long until you're out into that jungle, into that hot, humid jungle that just makes me feel so good. Love that.
Castagnier trying to rally as we see Randall keeping a beady eye on things out the back. He's watching what's going on. He's thinking of his opportunity. And he needs a 3.57 to go into first place position. He's got first priority. 3 minutes to go, and this is giving himself a little clap. Is Arthur. He's happy. So's Bernales at the moment. Those aren't massive numbers from them.
No.
But it's good enough for first so far.
And even, when you look at third and fourth, a 5.24 and a 6.67, still anyone's really. But once the Brit gets one more wave, improves on that 2.67, uses that priority in a good way as we see some sets approaching the lineup too. Peru and England holding on strong, been in that position pretty much from the start. Hasn't been a lot of threat from Castagnier, Jachenko.
Another bomb set out the back, unloading on the lineup here at La Bocana. As we see those conditions, southwest winds pretty light, 10 miles an hour. It's possibly a little bit more velocity in it than that a short while ago. It might be dropping off a touch now, though.
Yeah, it definitely looks stronger, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's the tide. 5:37 p.m. a 0.8, and that water temperature.
So what do we call an 85? A high 20s? 26,
yeah, 28,
27?
I think.
Wow,
yeah.
28, okay.
I think I saw that in Celsius on an earlier graphic, perhaps. Yeah, 28 degrees in the water.
If you could pick one temperature, day and night, for the rest of your life, what are you going for? What is day and night? One temperature. Let's stick with life surfing for now.
Luca comes unstuck there. I've got to say, where I live in Hawaii, as we see the priority getting used.
Oh, here we go, Randall. He likes the temperature on this wave as he looks to fire up. Does it a bit too much, overcooks it.
Yeah, overcooked it, but had to. I said, well, 3.57, maybe you don't have to overcook it. Just bank it for a 4. Yeah, living in Hawaii, that temperature is unbelievably good.
Yeah.
It's not too hot. It's not, there's moments where, especially the last winter was quite a cold winter, and you'd wear a hoodie or, occasionally I was around the house with a beanie on. So you get those moments where it feels cold to you. It's really not compared to, but, it feels cold. The north winds, when they blow and your body is wet, covered in the water, it just gets really cold. But it's, it's perfect. Not too hot, not too cold, but just right.
All right, here goes Bernales. He's in the lead in this heat. Prior to that last number to drop for Randall. Wow, that was nice. Just spanks one. And then squares up again. Okay, so a couple of things happened there. I thought he didn't hang on, then he did. So he'll ride out of that eventually. Meanwhile, here goes Jachenko, covering some ground.
Fair to say he's a young kid with a lot of time, a lot of opportunities in this event, moving forward.
Oh, he's absolutely loving it. He's representing his country. He's in beautiful El Salvador, serving in the World Junior Games. We'll probably see him in the repechage round because we're out of time here.
Yep.
And I think we are, okay, we're all caught up with numbers. So Randall didn't get an improvement, significant one on, and it'll be as we were. Even if Bernales improves, he'll remain in first place. He'll gingerly make his way up those slippery rocks and bring that board in. A little debrief from his team. He can look forward to a chat with Rachel Tilley as well as reward for his first place position in this heat, and that'll wrap up another fun heat to call here on day one of competition in El Salvador. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action from beautiful El Salvador and the World Junior Championships. Stay tuned.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. Right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your way. And there's a right place to enjoy passion like nowhere else.
Back to competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. And a solid debrief back on the rocks. Team Peru. And they make their way up those slippery boulders, doing that carefully, but enjoying the fact that that has been a solid performance. Really good surfing, good competing as well. Alejandro Bernales gets the win over Arthur Randell of England, who looked really good himself, actually. Saw a couple of flashes from him. We know he's got loads more. I like the way he's really coiled off the bottom and looks like he can really unload that kind of muscular approach to his surfing. That's cool to see. And we'll look forward to seeing Castanier and Chechenko. They'll roll into rapid charge. No instant elimination here. Great view of the tower.
Look at that structure that's being created. Amazing infrastructure being built here for the events, and then post the events it stays, and they're building the country, rebuilding the coastline. Great turn.
Wow, how's that? A solid layback. Lars Peters from Belgium. He gives us from Dominican Republic. Sebastian Ribez loses the tail as he throws it. So those two out in the water with Iko Watanabe from Japan, also Derek Ortenaga from Venezuela. That's the quartets duking it out here. Guess what? Lines approach. It just doesn't stop here.
It doesn't stop. There hasn't been a moment. Well, there was those few heats around the top of the tide as it came to its peak that slowed right down, and obviously the bank lost its definition and kind of straightened up a little bit. But since then, it's just been non-stop waves.
Well, that's what we like to see.
That's what we like to see.
Pretty crucial
right?
for a surfing competition.
Yeah.
And it's not always a given, right? And sometimes you've really got to kind of like, okay, what are we going to do here?
Especially when you pick some dates a year out, and you're just kind of hoping from then on that those dates coincide with swell and waves.
And even the most premium places in the world, you pick them in prime season. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good in that window.
No.
How many times have you seen that happen?
Watch the WSL.
Yeah.
Have all sorts of trouble connecting with the rhythm of nature and their dates of their events in recent times. Snapper Rocks. Yesterday, those last couple of days of that event were pumping, so great to see that. Aaron Brooks, Mikey Madonna walking away with wins there. Two young,
fresh
up-and-coming.
chapters.
Yeah, fresh chapters completely.
Really, really cool to see. Let's pick up live action here. Watanabe, nice whip from him. Almost loses the back foot on the tail pad. Does well to recover. And gets back into his stride. So not a lot on offer for him. So just kind of clipping back then. He'll get a lip to hit. Whoa, wow. It does really well to hang on to that, and almost kind of giving himself a little recognition by standing up nice and tall and going, yep, I made it. Here goes Ortenaga.
Making sure the judges know he made it, just standing there going, yep, I did. In case you looked away for a moment thinking I fell, I'm back.
Ortenaga just bit off a little more than he could chew there. That is a heavy section on the insides. We'll see where that number goes in the meantime. Speaking of someone who threw down really good numbers, our surfer out of Peru ripped that heat. He's standing by for a chat with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations. How did you feel? Talk to me about how that heat felt.
Thank you. I'm happy to make my first round over here. Over there is really windy, really tricky. I was really nervous at the beginning, and yeah, I'm happy to make this heat.
And as you're saying, you're nervous before a heat. How do you deal with those? How do you deal with those nerves when you're out there? How do you control them in order to get the heat win?
Oh, I don't know. I just go over there and catch the wave I can, do my surfing, and being like more confident every wave I catch.
Well, you can take this heat win now. Will that turn into confidence now for your next heat, you think?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Well, that was really great heat surfed. Anything you'd like to say? Back to Peru.
Nada, gracias a la gente que me está viendo en Perú. Saludos a mi hermana que sé que me está viendo, mi familia. Y acá estamos el Team Perú rompiéndola y nada, arriba Perú. Gracias.
Congratulations, thank you, and back to you guys.
Epic stuff. Thanks, Rachel. Alejandro, absolutely stoked. His confidence will be growing. He's delighted to get that. Surfed really well. And we'll need to bring that. We've already seen some big performances go down in this round. Some statement performances, some big names as well, and a couple of names maybe we didn't know so much about, really just putting their hand up. And what a great platform, what a great forum to get yourself in that conversation and ultimately get yourself a medal.
Get yourself a medal. Let your country know. Let the world know that you're here and put yourself on the map. It's a massive opportunity for a young surfer.
And Alejandro, like, honestly, he said he felt nervous. Like, how do you deal with nerves, Spartan? Like, how do you wash that off? Is there really a sort of cure from it? I guess everyone's got a kind of a different way of dealing with it.
Yeah, I think what you've got to recognise is that that's your body's way of preparing for something that's important. And, you know, I've lost where I was super nervous or super confident. I've won when I was super nervous or super, you know what I mean? And at the end of a career, I did 15 years on the tour, surfed a lot of heats. At the end of that, you realise that none of it really matters. It doesn't matter whether you're nervous or you're not. You know, it's really all about that moment, and you learn to enjoy the nerves and enjoy that stress that comes with competing, and that makes it all a little easier to handle.
Well, nice speed from Sebastian here. Much better redirect from him. And then just gets a little hung. He lost the speed. He kind of gave up on the turn halfway through. Meanwhile, here goes Ortegana off the bottom hard. Wow, that was really nicely done. And just pushed a little too hard, buried that board. There's not a lot of that surfboard. It looked pretty thin and bladed. All of it went underwater when he didn't really want it to. Here goes Watanabe. Whoa, how's this technique? Oh, the commentator's cursed again. He's got him. So nice off the bottom, and he goes down.
Yeah, it's so talk about nerves. I feel like we're watching it right here unfold. There was sort of no reason for that to happen. Turned perfectly in the pocket, and then that nose dug in, and yeah, that really hurts when you're on a wave and that mistake occurs and you know you've blown that opportunity. The ability to leave that behind, not carry it forward, take the baggage with you into the next moment, so important.
Ortegana here, so putting quite a bit less into that turn, but crucially getting the completion, so pushing really hard prior to that on a meaty section. That one, not exactly nursing it, just a little bit more conservative, but he will get a number. He'll improve on his 0.67 for sure. Let's see if he improves on his 2.5. Here's Peters. He's got a big number on the board, a 7 for his early work. Here he goes, down the line, into the lip. Sort of a fluffy one. He does well to give it a punch, and then puts it up a vertical foam climb, which sort of runs out of juice. And he goes down without the surfboard, but a 7-point ride locked in for him. What a great platform.
Yeah, and a 5.33 for Japan. Watanabe, that's a keeper score, you know, on today's scale. Look at that left, big set left. I suppose the problem today, we see those big set lefts, but we often see them catching the surfers inside, because if you can't really bank on them coming, you can't sit out and wait for those. You've got to sit further in where the numbers of opportunities are. And so that's why we see them getting caught inside.
The support crews down on the beach, representing and supporting their squad with not only a bit of noise and a bit of voice, but just knowing that they're all there. And it does seem like something in competitive surfing that this is a real departure from traditionally where you kind of are a lone wolf. You might have your support squad, but you know, a lot of those things that you get in team sports, you have that network and people to kind of pick you up if you're feeling a bit down, where you can vibe off other people's success, and that can help you. That's something we kind of don't have from surfing. It is an individual sport, but so different in this one, and so noticeable right from the get-go today.
Yeah, it's one of the features of ISA competition is the team element, and that contribution to your team, so important. Watanabe.
Yeah, here he goes. What's he got for us here? And again, I was about to say does well to hang on to that. I think I might better stop commentating this way.
He just had a bit of trouble with the timing of those. Well, he is having trouble with the timing of those last turns. And the first turn, it went quite wide, didn't it? Like if that first turn was tighter, he would have had more time and space to get the second in. So might have to tighten up that first turn.
Here's Peters. Down the line. Little snap, snaps out the tail. That's the board. The nose facing back towards the whitewater. And then some slopier stuff. Not doing huge damage to that. Will he have one more maneuver? No, or just kick out. Here's some speed for Ribes. Pushes out the tail, disconnects the rail in the process. So that kind of thicker wall for him. And maybe not quite the maneuver he's trying to do. He's kind of forcing himself a little bit.
But I feel like we're looking at the future. In some of these cases, particularly here with Sebastian Ribes, you're looking at the future of Dominican Republic surfing. And you're looking at someone who's got a chance. He's a young kid. He's, you know, here representing his nation in a pressure cooker situation. And, you know, you give it 2 or 3 years' time, you imagine the surfing we're going to see from that guy.
So more checking in with a beach marshal here and another youngster, this one representing Germany. And those final preparations, those nervous minutes, game face on.
Tristan Straits.
Yeah,
I know he from my blast-off event as well, and he's a rock and roll and wild little kid who just is always, you know, in his social media posts, he's always pushing himself. He's always, you know, at the cutting edge of his performance, always striving to do better, pushing himself, and I can't wait to watch him surf. I'm excited I get to call his heat.
Tell you what I haven't seen as much of, just one thing I've noticed, I don't know if this is part of that squad thing, but less headphones, less sort of music as a heat prep in this one.
Right,
Compared to a lot of events, it's big headphones on and it's kind of like people getting in their own world. It's not really what we've seen that much of today, I feel.
I suppose too, because you're a part of a team and there's all those other, you know, people that you're communicating with, especially as a young, you know, teenager. You know, you've got your coaches and there's people there. So I suppose you may become more comfortable without them, and the fact that the rest of the world's with you and communicating with you and helping you to feel normal and natural in that situation.
Yeah, makes total sense. Here we go, Ortegaga. Whipping around on a right-hander. It looks nice and loose and sprightly. What's he got here?
Nice.
Just cracks the whip into a foamy section and gathers it up for a finish. 5.77, the requirement to attack Watanabe. That's what he's after. It's a pretty hefty number, 7.5 on the clock. Let's see where that one goes. If he improves his high score, which is 2.73, he'll bring that requirement down a touch.
Yeah, with 7.5, he's still got, you know, it's still time to keep chipping away and building. You've got to get something in that 4, though, something around that to make it worth your while. Put some pressure on your opponents. Insider.
All right, the youngster Ribes, Dominican Republic. Good-looking wall here for him. That's nice, into the lip, and comes out with speed. And this section's solid.
Nice combo.
Does really well to put that up. And gets it right, gets a completion crucially. So much better from him. And that'll count for him. Let's see if he can bring his requirement down.
You can see Lars Peters just wanting to know the situation. Then your strategy, your tactics are determined by where you've placed or where you are placed, what you've scored to date.
7 points in for him early on in this heat. Since then, he's been in the 2s and 3s. His last wave, the 3.63, is his backup right now. We want a bit more where that came from. Second priority. First priority is with Reds, Watanabe.
Dangerous, first and second in the heat, in first and second priority. You double duty that and go, hey, you take care of blue, I'll go sit on white, and let's see these last 6 minutes out. But with the consistency of the waves that we were talking about before, there's no waiting around, is there? No long lulls. This has been great competitive conditions with the consistency of the waves. Japan up and riding.
Yeah, here we go. What's he got here? Bit of a meaty section, nice and smooth on the face. Throws some water. That was really nice. Just pushing hard with a spring in his step. And just working out those angles, and he likes it. So a maneuver that's kind of caught him out a couple of times in this heat. That time, getting it done, but
with the 3.17, you could see perhaps 3 points getting added to that, or a few points being added to that, taking the 4.84 to a 6.84, the 5.57 to a 7.57, and all of a sudden, Lars Peters and Watanabe got a stranglehold on this heat.
I like the busyness from Ribez, though. Here he goes. What's he got here? Goes up with not loads of speed. Never really committing particularly physically to that turn. And as a result of that, the white water gets the better of him. He'll think on, and he'll keep rolling the dice here. I think it's a pretty smart move. 5 minutes to go. You need scores. Just keep surfing.
Keep surfing, keep moving, keep catching. That's, because there's people in this event that come into the event not thinking they're going to win, but coming for the experience, coming to try and get through a couple of heats, whatever the personal goal is. It's always about learning and growing because, this is the Junior World Surfing Championship. So a lot of time on the side of all of these kids.
A little frustration from Ortegana there. Felt like that first bottom turn, he just kind of lost it a bit, just overpowering it a touch.
He's got a lovely style, and technique, like the way he stands on a board, the way he looks just in his basic self, looks fantastic. And then you've got to grow that performance from there and from that base that he's got. But if you push too far, the mind gets involved, you start doubting yourself. The judges feel it, we feel it. You can see when the mind's active on a young surfer and when they're distracted from the present moment that they're in by their head, by their thoughts, just steals the energy. Again, I felt like he was too wide there, but then that section stood up perfectly. Perhaps there was a wrap back into a climb, so there's the opportunity to put some variety to the Japanese surfer's line that he's choosing, tighten it up, bring it back into the pocket a little bit. I think that'd be something that the judges will talk to. It is coming down fast on that wide section, but it looks like there's a little time to hang tight and get to that closeout section with a little more rhythm.
Yeah, if you can get your good scoring work done early on as well, how invaluable is that rather than having to go full risk on an end section, particularly maybe, you've missed a bit, it's kind of playing in your mind, I haven't really kind of hit it hard yet, and then sometimes gets in your mind to just force it a little bit on the end section.
Overcook it, eh?
All right, here he goes. Still waiting for a number for him. A softer wave, this one. And he'll just kind of bank that one and be patient. Now looking down the line. And a little clip off the top, keeping the speed going. That was pretty nicely done, pretty smooth. Didn't quite have the velocity to get that rotation so high enough in order to get the spin done. So it's just to kind of spin the kick out. All right, Ortegana, a snap from him. A smaller face with some foam on it. Not exactly what he's after, but he'll keep swinging in here. What's he got? A little snap off the tail or go into shallow water here, and he'll keep that board off those boulders. He'll do well to. Look at that thing draining out underneath him.
Don't duck dive too deeply.
That's when you don't want to set the cum and just all of that ocean just kind of drain off. Boing, boing, boing.
All had that happen.
Couple of minutes on the clock here. The outboard motor's going from Lars Peters, heat leader from the beginning in this. The 7 he dropped early on. Still good enough for the lead right now, but he's doing some strong paddling to get himself in position right now for a left, and he's up and going here. The Goofy, what's he got? A little high line through the opening section. And then a weird, wave was kind of slopey and bouncy and stretching out at the same time. It was pulling in ways he didn't really want it to.
That was a long wait with the priority too. And, we talked about the burden of priority. It's a great asset, but at the same time, you really need to be able to manage the responsibility of it and not have it overbear you. And, all of a sudden you're second guessing yourself and you can't even judge a good one from a bad one. You've sat on it with 10 minutes. You go, I'm going this one. And you go, I just threw it away. Again, that's one of those learning lessons of surfing heats where you start to become comfortable with the priority. You know what you're looking for. And a 4.9 drops for Watanabe's second score. Bit lower than I thought it could have gone, but perhaps that's the width with which he's surfing.
Yeah, I think your point exactly on the replay is what the judges are reflecting there, saying there were nice turns, but they weren't in the pocket, not in the critical part of the wave. All right, Peters again. And a weird double up while he was sort of in the high part of that wave. And did sort of well to sort of manage it, but there wasn't loads more on offer anyway. That 7 that he got early on just feels like it's worth its weight in gold right now. That big number, he's not done much since then. And been able to unlock that at the beginning of the heat has really set him up here. This could be a lot more nervy and a lot closer than it has. Whoa, a bomb here, wow.
Yeah, if it was a 5, not a 7.
Yeah.
Because since then he's had the 2.2, a 2.7, a 3.6, a 0.77, a 1.9. So 5 attempts to get a decent second score after the 7. The 7 is a godsend at this point in time.
That was a massive hammer from Watanabe.
Wasn't it?
He came at that so fast and hard.
Yeah, and there's the time. Talk about fast and hard. This heat is done.
There we go. So a strong rally from the Japanese surfer. He'll remain in second, though. And the Belgian Lars Peters will hang on to first. The Grommet, Sebastian Ribes. We're not sure on his age. I tell you what, we expect to see him competing at this event in the future because he's already shown us the style. Also, Derek Ortegana. He looked a real stylish performer as well. Invaluable experience being picked up here. Part of the learning process, seeing the best in the world go at it. And looking to work on your own surfing and make an improvement. They'll be heading towards the repechage zone. Easy does it on the boulders there. Take your time, make your way in. Don't want to get the leash snagged either. And you've got to deal with a bit of white water coming through too, which is never particularly helpful when it gets you from behind and sends you scurrying in. We'll go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action. Just a couple of heats to go to wrap up a really fun day. We're going to bring in Shannon for the call to join Barton as well. More live action from El Salvador right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Creating a better world through surfing. For the juniors this week at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, Shannon Hughes here alongside of Barton Lynch to call the action. And it's been a big day of surfing. We're already into heat number 25. We'll be running through 27 today. So we've got 3 heats remaining. A little bit challenging out there with the wind through these afternoon conditions, but honestly, the wind has already been up since about 10 a.m. this morning. So it's kind of been the same story throughout the day. As we take a look at the 3 surfers in the water, USA, Puerto Rico, and Germany, with Benji Lang, Elian Galevert, and Tristan Straits out in the lineup. Shannon Barton here to call the action. Doesn't look like anyone's had a taste of their opening ride just yet.
Nope. 4 minutes. Approaching. Gone in this heat. Early days still. Only 20 minutes. Best 2 rides. So you've got to, if you only rode 2 waves and they were the best 2 waves that came through in the heat and you completed them, that would be the perfect strategy. You don't need to ride a quantity of waves. You just need to pick the quality. pick the good ones and that allow you to express yourself, show what you're capable of.
Priority already set in order across the board. And with 16 minutes on the clock, everyone's just trying to kind of set themselves up for this first real set starting to approach. And we've had some lefts and some rights on offer throughout today. It looks like our surfers in red and blue are going to have a look at this wave, both with plenty of space in between them. We'll track with Elian, unfortunately just goes diving over the handlebars on his opening ride. And so that will just be a quick in and out for him. Tristan now putting himself in position with a paddle and a nice takeoff. Drives hard off the bottom into that opening bit of rail work for the young surfer representing Germany. Sets himself up down the line here. Bit bumpy on the face of this wave. Does well as he's driving through for that finishing section. Ditches all 3 fins. And he'll kick out on the inside section. 15 minutes on the clock. As we wait for scores to drop, we'll take a look at replays in a moment. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, thank you so much, you guys. Congratulations opening up your account with a 7 right off the bat in that heat. How did that feel?
Yeah, it felt really good. I saw that wave coming and I saw the section was really soft, so the only thing I could do was a good layback, so I'm happy to ride out of that layback.
And I saw you and your team and your coach standing here next to us preparing over the past few hours, watching the heats and watching the surf. What was it that you were analyzing and what was your strategy going into the heat?
Actually, the thing we were looking at the most is where the peak was, because it's shifting a lot with the wind and with the tide. Because we were already here in this morning for another teammate his heat, but since then it changed a lot, so we looked at where the peak was, and yeah, that's the main thing we focused on.
Well, the adaptability was great and you did what you needed to do out there. How is the team vibe and what are you guys planning on doing this evening?
Yeah, the team vibe is great. We're with a really small crew, only 4 surfers, but I like it. We are all really close. We are good friends. So this evening, just eat something, go to bed early, and prepare for tomorrow.
Well, congratulations. Is there anything you'd like to say to back home?
Bedankt iedereen, vrienden, familie, mijn vriendin, iedereen die thuis is opgebleven voor te kijken. Heel erg bedankt. En op naar de volgende.
Thank you so much. Congrats, and back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Lars. Great looking heat for that last one. Putting that time in to really watch the conditions prior to heading out, knowing where to be sitting in the lineup like this, that gets a little bit kind of complicated and shifty.
Definitely an important part of the preparation for a heat, understanding the conditions. You know, with Tristan Straits, we see the 3.3 there, 3 for his opening ride there. I know that Tristan, you know, for the last 5 days, he hasn't been able to surf or train. He's been sick, he had some fever.
Oh, no.
They weren't sure exactly what it was. He's kind of, you know, bouncing back as we speak. Here we go.
Well, bouncing back in that leading position for a moment as Benji is up and riding, drives around the section, just buries that outside rail a little too far and can't redeem himself. It's unfortunate when you travel so far around the world, when you're, you know, putting in that effort, all that preparation in the lead up to something, and then you get there and you're just not feeling well. As we take a look at this opener for Tristan, starting to find some rhythm.
I love the bottom turn. I love the way he gets low and rotates that upper body. He wasn't going to surf in the 18s. He was here to surf in the 16s, lives in the south of France and representing Germany. But in the 18s, his teammate Jarko, he broke his foot in the last surf before the comp started.
Oh my goodness, what a run the team has had.
Yeah, hey, there's always those things to deal with, and I suppose you learn to deal with them when you're a junior. It's going to put you in good stead for the long term. For Tristan, so surfing in the 18s unexpectedly and after a bout of some sickness, so far so good. He's got the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, and a young man with a big future. And let's wish his teammate Jarko the best in recovering from that broken foot. And it happened in the last surf before they were having, or he was having, before the competition started. So disappointment there.
Very unfortunate for him, especially, you know, putting that time in, having just that thought of, you know, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to get a couple more waves. I'm just going to call it, you know, on my training. We put all that preparation in. And then for whatever went wrong, whether it's that he was really surfing very hard in that surf or just placement was different, maybe one of those boulders on the inside, there's so many little things that can come into play and cause some damage, and feet are pretty necessary when you're a surfer.
Yeah, you do need two of them, do you? Well, you don't, actually, as we see in the Para Championships that the ISA surf, and we see some incredible performances from people with disabilities. So, you know, shout out and much respect to that community as well. We love having them a part of this ISA family and the journey that we're all on.
We do, and we were hopeful to see that parasurfing will get included in the Paralympics come LA 2028. That's a campaign that's been running hard from the ISA. As we take a look now at Elian, on his forehand, snaps through that first section, hits the second one with a bit of speed for the Puerto Rican. Just disconnects a little bit on the finishing. Barton, how important are those finishing maneuvers?
You know as well as I do, they are all important.
Rhetorical question.
Yeah, but at the same time, that was a beautiful wave. Had like speedy wall along it. And I think he almost wasn't used to the speed and the opportunity to keep racing it. And in your mind, you think, I've got to do a turn, I've got to do a turn. And then the wave's nearly over. You go for the turn, and unfortunately, he fell, and that won't be a keeper score.
Won't be able to hold on to that coming the end of this heat. Still only 10 minutes on the clock. Tristan with that 3.33. He's sitting there with priority, waiting for his second wave. And we've got a 2.17 as the high score of Elian. That score comes through. So a little bit of work done on those first two turns, but that end section could have been capitalized on, maybe to put him into that 3-point range, Barton?
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose with a little more of a vertical approach early, like when those moments where the wave slowed down, there's the opportunity to hit it. If you don't get it then, and then it starts racing and you miss that, then you're like, oh, here's another, oh, I missed that. And you're playing catch up from the start, and that's when the pressure mounts, and you go for something at the end because you have to, because you feel like you missed the earlier opportunities and came unstuck. Puerto Rico, we were just there only a month or so ago. What a fantastic place that was.
Yeah.
Shout out to all our friends over there.
And awesome to see the Puerto Rican Surfing Association step up. You know, they wanted to run some big events with the ISA. It had been a long time since the ISA had been there. In the past, there's, you know, a history of running events.
Mm-hmm.
And for them to step up over the last couple of seasons to really start putting that time in to execute the World Surfing Games. As we take a look at Benji into that first top turn, hits the section on the second one, drives off the bottom into that little lip line, kind of races past in that transitional moment, and he'll find connection on the finish. So the surfer for Team USA out of Florida for Benji, currently sitting in that third place position, but that score is going to help his campaign greatly, likely set him up into that leading spot.
Yeah, it was falling on his rides, those earlier two, and just we knew he was a better surfer than that, and that wave there allowed him the opportunity to settle in, get the feeling, and I expect to see an improving performance in this final 8 minutes.
These 20-minute heats have gone by so quickly throughout today, especially those with the 4 surfers in them. A few heats within this round for our boys under 18s have just had the 3 surfers because it wasn't quite a completed round. But having a look across the board and the numbers coming into this year's event, they're just outstanding. I mean, we've really seen, you know, records broken with number of competitors, over 440 in the draw this week from 54 nations, 4 new nations being added in for the juniors conversation this week. And of that, you know, we've been tracking with the under 18 boys today on our broadcast. The under 16 girls have been on that second broadcast that you can click over and tune into. We'll be seeing more from the under 18 boys and girls and under 16 boys and girls through the week. There's a record number of 194 girls in the draw, 43% of the competitors being female in this year's event, speaking to the growth, the opportunity within women's surfing, especially for these young competitors. So we're going to get to see more of them throughout the week and really get kind of a taste of these teams coming together, what the dynamics are like, how many of them have been able to field out an entire team, how many are, like our Belgian surfer Lars was saying in that interview, are kind of those, maybe that solo effort. There's only 1 or 2 or 3 of them together, but they're hopeful to see those teams grow. They're hopeful for the development of more youth surfers coming in and joining their teams in the future, because there's right now the potential of 12 surfers in total per team.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 boys, 6 girls, 3 in the 16s, 3 in the 18s. And then, you know, Tristan Straits is 12 years old.
He's just a grommet.
He's a grommet. 12 years old, out there in the 18s, representing Germany. 5-point ride came in from Benji, so that's more what we expect from he. I'm going to put some pressure on the other 2 surfers. Tristan's been sitting for a long time with that priority. I can't believe a 12-year-old can be that patient. That's the amazing thing. But it speaks to the professionalism of this young man. He knows what the job is. He knows what he's looking for. And he's determined to be relaxed and calm until he gets it. Easy to say, much harder to do.
Very hard to execute. Impressive when you see the world's best manage their time and their kind of that mental energy within that space.
Even more so when it's a 12-year-old.
That's exactly
Here we go.
right.
What's going to happen
Benji.
here?
All right, Benji under second priority. He's going to have a look at this. Tristan lets him go.
Tristan
He's looking
didn't
to
even
back
bite,
up that 5-point ride into that opening kind of slash top of that wave. Just has to put a bit of work in here to try and find some speed, really generating it himself throughout the back half of this wave.
Wow.
A bit of tic-tac-toe to hit that in section, and says that redirect falls on the finish. But he'll be backing up and increasing the requirements there on Tristan.
Yeah, that's really for Benji. He just wants to surf. I think at this point in time, he's assessed his opponents. He feels like, you know, all I need to do, I don't even need to be on the best waves. I just need to ride some and start to build my campaign rather than feeling nervous and trying to pick the perfect wave. Similar situation for Tristan, although he's got first priority, and we know you're, in a sense, you're obliged to wait for the good ones. Could he have turned the wave that Benji just caught into a score of some kind of consequence, another 3 that puts more pressure and means that Elian Carlos Jalabert, he, you know, from Puerto Rico, he only needs a 1.17. So for Tristan, he really needs to get that ride. He's heading over now towards the Puerto Rican to cover him with his priority. And with 3 minutes 40 on the clock, that is a good move. Sitting on his own, waiting for his waves, doing his own thing, hasn't been working to this point. So time to go, you know, and especially with 3 minutes 30, time to switch out of offensive and just being focused in your own space and trying to do what you want to do, to being a little defensive and making sure that that surfer in third place stays in third place.
And with only 3 minutes on the clock, this is where, you know, we would likely just see a single wave ridden from each of them by the end of this heat. It's not crazy consistent. They're both kind of sitting farther on that peak off the left rather than up kind of where that triangle of happiness has been breaking through a lot of this heat.
Yep.
And there you can see Benji as well, just sneaking underneath. Now the score came through for Benji as a 4.27. If Tristan had taken off on that wave, he could be sitting even, you know, up in that leading position with the requirement that he had on the board. So one of those things to kind of think about, to consider moving forward in later heats, having had that priority next to his name.
And he doesn't need to worry about Red at this point in time. Red's in the lead. His main focus, the young German surfer, is on third place and making sure he controls him through to the end. And he's got to get a second score. It's great that you're in second place on one wave. That's fantastic. But for both these guys, you know, Elian's only ridden 2 waves himself, so it's been a slow heat for both these guys.
And Elian, being newer to competitive surfing, he's from a family, his mom and dad love nature. They're from Aguadilla in Puerto Rico, and they just spend so much time outside. So it's given Elian this opportunity from a young age to be in the water, to be in the jungle, and just to be kind of a kid of nature. But from a competitive side, it's kind of new to him. So he's been surfing for a long time. But for him, these are these great learning opportunities now, only been wearing a jersey really in the last 12 months, to start to learn how to structure a heat, especially in an event of this quality.
Yeah, this size and against a field of this quality. Here's a good size set.
All right, so priority sitting with our surfer in the green jersey, but he's not going to be in position. Green has to pull back as well. Now it's going to be up to Elian, who looks like he took off and just had to pull back on that wave as well, being a little bit deep. So somehow that wave just worked in favor of the young German once again.
And Elian's got a third priority, interestingly enough. Second priority with red on the inside, solid position.
Wave approaching with 60 seconds on the clock. Is Tristan even going to turn back to kind of notice? There we go, having a look here. Will he paddle into it? It looks like he's going to give this one a go. So he's now looking for his backup score. He's only had that 3.33 on the board to begin with. This is only his second wave ridden now with 45 seconds on the clock. Second needs to be really closed in for him. Two-turn combination, throws it up for the third, gets multiple maneuvers, and now will increase the requirement, which at the moment is only 117 on third place.
Yeah, that's the second score. It improves on the zero. We know that for certain. The start of the wave was a little slow, got stuck behind, so the highest scoring potential being at the start of the wave. He didn't get to capitalise on that. But the end, that last little combination of turns was beautiful. As a 12-year-old, I see a big future for this kid. Where's the score going to come? Oh, a 3.33 as well.
All right, so it gives him a significant second place, considering the requirement now on Elian is a 4.49, so we can see that Elian was up and riding. We're not sure what he was capable of on the outside section. And it also, coming down to those dying moments, he at least was able to get that opportunity. Yeah. Scores are in very quickly from the board, just a 117, so it would have been just the in and out, essentially, that we saw on the board.
But without the 3.33, it would have been enough.
It would have been enough, so he would have done enough 30 seconds ago to get himself into that top 2 position.
Wow.
Great news is this is non-elimination. We've got the repechage round, and Elian from Puerto Rico will be heading in that direction. The young surfer, Tristan Straits out of Germany, being a replacement for his team in the under-18s division, the 12-year-old will be surfing across the 2 throughout this week, does well to hold on to second, behind a very strong surfer out of St. Augustine, Florida, in Benji Lang for Team USA, one of those really powerful nations coming into this year's World Junior Championships. We've got more action to come, just 2 heats remaining until we call it quits for day 1 of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Well, welcome back to the action. We've just seen Benji Lang for Team USA walk away victorious. As you can see, the American flags flying on the shores here in El Salvador. And the team doing a little bit of that rock dance to go down and congratulate a very stoked Benji. 9.27 heat total. Took out the lead just ahead of the young German competitor and Tristan. And they'll be advancing through in the main rounds. And they'll be feeling happy to be maybe calling it a day for their team. We don't have any more surfers from Team USA or from Germany coming up in our final 2 heats on the men's side. There may be some competing still on the women's side in the under-16s, as that action has been tagging along throughout the entire day. 17 minutes on the clock. Shannon and Barton here to call the last couple of heats of the day. And wow, what a great way to kick things off for this year's Junior Championships.
Yeah, it's been a great opening day. The consistency of the waves has been maybe one of the stars because it's provided everyone opportunities. Obviously a little ruffled from the wind, but still good size, good consistency, plenty of opportunities in the majority of heats. So successful first day, still a little to go though. 2 more heats, and Noah Storhog from Norway with a 1.5 takes the lead early in this one.
Sets himself up with that opening ride. He's in the lineup up against Ty Murphy from New Zealand, Huanui Huamani out of Tahiti, and Anders Ravenscroft from the Channel Islands. So 4 surfers, just that small score on the board so far for Noah. As we've got 16 minutes, 12 seconds remaining on the clock, and we've got a takeoff from Ty Murphy, the Kiwi. Up and riding, really bumpy face to this wave, just trying to lock himself into the speed and the power as it starts to bowl up on the inside. Clean up really well for him. Looking for that finishing maneuver. Dynamic, sharp surfing as he finishes off. Noah now up and riding on his second wave. This is gonna help his campaign a lot more than that 1.5. And the inside sections really getting kind of glassy almost, Barton.
Ty Murphy, Noah from Norway, both completing their rides, getting some good turns.
Paddle now from Huanui out of Tahiti, deep behind the section, pumping a little bit here to gain some speed and open up into that first turn. Hooks it up into the second, throws a bit of spray, powerful surfing, and just seamless from one turn to the next to finish off on the inside.
Beautiful surfing, great exchange. 3 waves, 3 great completions. That backhand ride might have been the best of them.
15 minutes on the clock. We've got scores to drop in across the board as we see surfer in blue just have a duck dive there, and we can see that Rachel Tilley is ready to go. Down on the sidelines, we saw a great performance from Team USA in that last heat.
Yeah, thank you guys. Congratulations. Now, we're talking about a bit of nerves that you had going into that heat. You surfed a lot of waves trying to just get the rhythm out there. Talk me through that.
Yeah, so I was like, at first, I was like telling myself not to be nervous, and I felt like I thought I did. I wasn't nervous, and it made myself more nervous. So I was like, I kept falling, so I was like, I just got to make 1 wave, and I did, and I got myself to get 2 waves, and it turned out good.
Yeah, well, that's a really tricky situation, is getting your mind back on track mid-heat, and you've done that. Now, what's the strategy with the team moving forward throughout this event?
Yeah, we just want to support each other, and hopefully we can all make it through and do the best we can and hopefully win gold.
You guys are looking good for it. Is there anything you'd like to say back to home in USA?
Yeah, I just want to say hello to my parents at home and my sisters. Yeah, just stoked to make it through and hopefully can keep it going.
Well, congratulations and good luck for the next heat.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well done to Benji. I'm just having a look, Barton, at previous gold medalists for the team side of the draw here at the World Junior Championships. Team USA has taken away that team's medal 3 different times. 2015 was their first, backed it up in 2017, and then again in 2019. So it's been a couple years now.
I was looking at the same thing, and interesting to see how long it's been since Team Australia won. 9 years, I believe, since they won the juniors. They had a period there where they won for 4 or 5 years, you know, and then there was a year in between here and there. But generally, they had a dominating period of time. But Australia haven't won the juniors in 9 years. So they're someone who, you know, has a lot to prove, really, for their junior team.
So true. Having 5, 6, 7 total team gold medals through the years. Their first was 2014.
Yep.
They then, like you said, went on a winning streak from 2006 to 2010, took it away every year.
Yeah.
And then 2013 was the last time that we've seen them on top. Since then, Barton, we've seen Peru in the conversation, Hawaii in a few times. They've got 4 team gold medals.
Yep.
Team Japan in the conversation, as well as Team Brazil, who's our reigning gold medalist, and also took out the win the very first year that the World Juniors took place. As we take a look at Anders' solid surfing on his backhand for the Channel Islands.
Yeah, keen to get started. 4.67 drops for Noah Storhog.
Decent score.
Yeah, 6 for Tahiti.
and a 5.33 for New Zealand. So the Tahitian Huamani sitting in the position of strength here, having the single highest score of the heat, even though he's not in the lead at the moment. That 5.33 for Murphy out of New Zealand in a great position as well. So a decent opening battle between those three. As we take a look at the Tahitian up once again on his backhand. So favoring these rights, really able to square up off the bottom, drive through that lip line with a lot of power, has one more section to hit, and does his country proud.
Wow. That's going to be better than the one before, I'm calling.
Ty Murphy now out onto that open face with that first wrap, sets it up for the second. He's looking to improve on the 5.33 that he started with, goes a little more vertical for that third turn.
Shannon, do you notice how smooth the face is on the rights?
So much smoother than
a little late in the day to realise, but you know, seriously, when you look at the face of the rights compared to the face of the lefts, it's hard to believe you would choose a left into the wind unless you were going to the air. But those right-handers are smooth on the face, enabling people to go seamlessly off the bottom, off the top, off the bottom, off the top, get 3 or 4 of them, and we just saw a great example right there.
And into another looking right with that cleaner face, a little bit of white water on the surface, but offering so much scoring potential now for Noah as he ducks out on the finish. Now, the one thing that could be helping those lefts, the few that maybe get a cleaner face, is if they're taking off on the second or the third wave in a set that's broken through and clean it up. But I would say an absolute no to go on the first wave of a set and take off on the left because it's just so bumpy.
So bumpy, and you see what's capable. We just watched it right there, what you're capable of on the right-handers. Smooth running wall, and for the Tahitian it was steep, and he just went to town. The last turn was critical. He charged at that closeout lip with no fear. There's no intrepidation. He just went, I'm hitting it. Where it could have easily, if you'd fallen on that last hit, you would have taken a point and a half off your wave at least.
Up and riding now, Anders opened up with a 2.67 for his second score. He's now gone for that sort of, two-turn approach on his second wave instead of finding a wave with a little bit more open face to it. Couple scores starting to trickle through here. A 2.83 drops in for that last one of his. Sets him up in third, but we're waiting for waves of consequence from our other 3 competitors out in the lineup.
Yeah, judges are thinking about this, some comparisons. Normally the easier, exchanges to do when everyone goes the same direction. They'll kind of do a similar thing. All goofies, all on the backhand, all doing similar things. I feel like blue gets the best of the exchange, red second, green third would be my guesstimate of how that exchange will pan out. All good rides, though.
I would say you're a qualified guesser in the context of professional surfing.
I've been guessing a long time.
You've been guessing for a long time. Some of those guesses have landed you in some pretty great positions, including that of a world title.
There you go.
As we take a look at some replays here.
First turn, carves back into the whitewater, waits for it to stand up right by the pocket in the whitewater, gets a snap out of the top, gets this turn more vertical, more spray to the lip. This turn he charges at that lip, fins out the back of the wave, speed line out of the closeout and pulls it. Great end. It just got better and better as it went along.
So true. As we take a look now at Ty's last opportunity.
Big, tall surfer, powerful kid. 2 wraps on the outside, steepens up on the inside. Beautiful turn there, little catch of the inside rail, but nothing too critical. The wave flattens out, gets smaller. The end wasn't as big as the start, and we know the judges love a big end, and they love it to stay tall the whole way. Live action.
Right, into that second turn, looking for maybe another couple on the inside. He'll kick out. Scores coming in for the last exchange. We're still waiting for Noah's to see where it factors in, but getting the best of the exchange was our surfer in blue. A 7.33 drops through for last of Haunui out of Tahiti. Ty Murphy drops in a 6-point ride for his second to last wave. That last one we just caught was a 3.13, so that'll throw away.
Yep.
Has him sitting in second, and Noah's last score still to drop, chasing a mid-range 6 to get himself into that second place position again. Now starting to look at that kind of 4 square of the top 2 scores of first and second place, 7s, 6s, and a 5 on the board. That's going to be, putting a lot of pressure now on the rest of the field to get into that conversation.
This is going to be interesting. The judges obviously see something in Noah's ride that they really want to evaluate and understand. Here we go.
Tahiti now up and riding, up into the section, setting himself up here, cleaner face to that wave, but just gets away from him.
With
He's
the
also
7.33 and the 6, not such a big deal.
exactly looking, for a score to go at least above a 6 for anything he takes off on. Anders with another chance on the inside section. He's had a few solid attempts, but hasn't been able to dig out of that 3-point range.
And maybe he needs to look at those rights and show the judges some forehand surfing, been sticking to the lefts. At a point in time, you've got to go, okay, this hasn't been working. I'm going to change my approach, stay flexible. Easily, you get on one of those good rights and you just surf it to potential. And there it is for green from Norway, a 4.67 again. So good scale there. It feels like the judges nailed that.
Norway now sitting in third position with all scores locked in, still with that same requirement, wasn't able to chip himself out of it at all. So we wait for the last score of Anders now to come through to see if he can improve on the 2.83. He'll chip away at that 8.5 requirement on the board. But at the moment, it's the Tahitian with a solid leading position. A throwaway score for the last of him and for the last of Thai, getting their heavier work done on their first 2 waves.
Nothing better than riding your first 2 and getting 2 scores that you can keep. That's breathing space is what that is, and you can early go to defensive tactics and get that priority and sit around people and make sure that if a good one comes, you're the person on it. And then that way you continue to maintain your lead. Even if you don't improve, you're preventing your opponents from improving or putting pressure. So 2 early scores, a 6 and a 7.3, going to allow the Tahitian to consider his positioning when he gets to the top of that priority roster and become a little more defensive.
Noah has a look there, decides not to go. For Haunui out of Tahiti, in 2023, he took out the junior championships in both the under-16s and the under-18s.
Amazing.
So he's now 17, surfing just the under-18s. But as a younger surfer in that field, able to take out multiple victories at the junior titles. And he's a super well-rounded waterman. He says, when he grows up, he'd like to either be a professional surfer or a professional foiler, being that he excels in several sea-related disciplines, like sup foil, downwinding, wing foiling, longboarding, spearfishing. Anything that gets him under the water or on the surface of it, he's all out.
Sounds like Tahitian. Such water people in Tahiti, living by the sea, living with and off the sea. It's just what a wonderful way to live. The Polynesians knew what it was all about, and the ocean, has become such a big part of our lives, and now it's just a global phenomenon, the surfing culture.
And of course, for the Paris 2024 Olympics, we'll get to see surfing take place in Tahiti at Teahupo'o.
Teahupo'o, one of the scariest waves on the planet. And it will be ready to scare the viewers out of their seats come next August, or this August.
It's certainly going to set it into perspective what I think surfing and the heart of surfing is all about. Indeed. As we take a look at this set starting to come through here.
Big set.
Big set, kind of just closing out across the whole break. That right could have had something, but even that was looking a little bit kind of slopey.
Noah needs this one. Smoother on the face.
Important moment. But he's not going to be in position to be able to get into it.
It was a nice block too, though. He positioned himself so that the other two, even though he didn't really want it and he knew he couldn't catch it, he kind of positioned himself so that they couldn't catch it as well. So he used that priority really well to keep the door open with 2 minutes and 50 on the clock. Strategic young man representing Norway. We've seen him in the juniors before.
Lives in Costa Rica, born in Bergen in Norway, but has grown up surfing across Costa Rica. His mother's Norwegian, his father is Argentinian, and he's been to Norway many times, but has spent his life really living in Costa Rica.
Tough. Norway or Costa Rica as a surfer? That's a no-brainer, that one, isn't it? Absolutely. The parents, we live in that global community, and people You know, the parents kind of, you have that choice. Where am I going to bring up my kids? Where do I want to live? Regardless of where you grew up. And we see so much of that in this international field of 440 plus grommets, right?
So much of that. So many surfers living in countries that they're not necessarily representing that family heritage.
Yes.
And offering themselves more opportunities. If they're just, you know, trying to compete for the place they're living in, they may not have that chance to surf at this level. As we take a look at Noah, representing Norway, residing in Costa Rica, driving down the line, loves surfing those beach breaks in Playa Hermosa, and puts on a solid finish. He's chasing that mid-range 6 now to get himself the score.
Yeah, the 6.66. That wave had a couple of, 3 nice turns on it. It's not going to the 6.66. I feel confident about that. The real question is, does it, surpass one of those 4.67s, lower the ask down to something more achievable with 1 minute on the clock? He's definitely got enough time to get another wave.
Yeah, plenty of time on the clock. Still 1 minute remaining, as we've got some cameramen down on the shoreline putting in some solid work for today.
Drone action.
50 seconds remaining on the clock and a score to drop for last of Noah. This is an important moment as we're down to 45 seconds. Is he going to get the 6.66? Is he going to at least chip away at that requirement?
And he's back in the lineup now, Shannon.
He's going to be able to even maybe swing and go on this wave.
Yeah, what is this?
So before hearing his score drop, because we're still waiting for that, he's going to have a look at this one. And he's now up and riding. Big section in front of him. Didn't really stand up with speed, unfortunately.
Yeah, and there was no future in that one. Worth a try, though. Had to. Still waiting on the judges' scores. Still hopeful.
And as the timer ticks, we know that that last wave is not going to factor in. The wave before that, you saw him kind of, give that claim. He was feeling like it could be what he was chasing. But given the context of what we saw from those 6s for both our Tahitian and our New Zealand surfer, it's going to have to be better than those. What are your thoughts, Barton?
Great reference. We'll go to that 6-point ride of the Tahitian, and he's not going to get the score that he needs to win. It was a valiant effort. He'll find himself in the repechage, but he'll be able to, those 4, 6, 7s are solid scores by the day's context, and, whatever that last one comes in as, judges still considering it. So, don't close the door on me, Noah says. Keep that door open.
And the score is in. Well, it does just increase on his score line, but it's not enough to get the requirement. A 4.87 keeps Noah Storhag in that 3rd place position, with Anders Ravenscroft out of Channel Islands. He increased his score with a 4.10 for his last wave as well. So both of them doing good to continue increasing their score lines. They've got another opportunity in the repechage, but it's the Tahitian in Hau out of Tahiti and New Zealand taking away those leading positions. We've got one more heat to call to round out a huge opening day of action here at the World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll be right back to call that right after this.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Up and riding our surfer in blue, Teo out of Mexico, in for a solid backhand attack to open up his exchange. He's in the lineup up against Wales, France, and Barbados, with Ewan Buick out of Wales, Inoha Lepierre out of France, Teo Sorrentino for Mexico, and Kai St. George from Barbados. Final heat of the day. It's been a long day for these guys down on the beach, likely cheering on their teammates between both podiums as well, giving that support back to their fellow teammates, and now having an opportunity to finally get into the water as the final heat of the day.
Yeah, definitely. And all about keeping that energy just dialed back to go out and perform as well. You want to support your squad and make noise and do all that. At the same time, you've got to heat the surf. It's going to be a tough one. Got to find yourself two ways. So, yeah. And coming in the last heat of the day in the afternoon, it's not something that's always easy to do. If you can find some rhythm early on and kind of set yourself up, it's going to feel a lot better as well. These 20 minutes going to absolutely fly past. We've been saying that all day. Here's some early work done from Kai St. George. That's really nice. And they're talking about the amplitude. All right, he doesn't get the last turn, but going straight from the bottom of the wave all the way up to the top, nice and vert. This is the Mexican, Teo. Backhand from him, and hangs that one up. Just didn't quite get the landing done. So sort of similar in the fact that the conclusion to the wave wasn't successful, but decent swings before that.
Put a 1.93 on the board for Teo and a 3.23 on the board for Kai. We got a 0.73 and a 3-point ride on the board for Ewan, which has him sitting up in the leading position. And for Inoha, just a throwaway score underneath that 1-point range on the board. That last heat saw some great surfing from the Tahitian, Huanui Huamani, and he's down on the beach with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, congratulations. A heat win for you. Your twin brother, we were just talking, won earlier today. How do you feel with that?
Thank you, and I'm super happy to have win this heat. It's my first heat win in this competition, and the waves are pretty good. Isn't bad, and just have to choose the right one. Yeah.
You looked confident out there. It's tricky conditions, and it's all about strategy. What was your strategy with your team before going into that heat?
So with my coach, our strategy was to, especially the right, because there is more potential, and our Tahitian are good in that condition. Real strong and powerful.
Well, you looked excellent. Congratulations. Would you like to say anything at home to Tahiti?
Thank you, Tahiti, to support us, and let's go into final.
Well, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the twin Huamani brothers out of Tahiti making a statement with their performances in the opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the game face from him as well. He's focused, he's dialed in. Absolute ripper. And what a cool story.
Inoha up and riding, just that single maneuver. He'll pin drop out of it. That exclamation point that he is finished. He only wants that one turn. He's not going to fight for anything else. Just doing exactly what that wave asked for. We have got a lot of siblings in the draw for these events. Kind of becomes a family affair if you got one kid that's going down to the beach to surf every day. I mean, if you're the sibling, you may as well just join in because you get to get in the water, you get some exercise. It's fun once you learn kind of what you're doing with it, you know? It's fun even if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, totally. It feels like it's cool being the younger sibling as well. You can watch the older one kind of figure it all out, and then you get like, you know, you're like kind of like the cute one, there's up and coming, and then all of a sudden, hey, you're ripping, put a bit of pressure on the older sibling. They want to kind of push back, and that's how we've seen that story. There's so many of those sibling groups just get so good by pushing each other.
Yeah, it's the best thing. Nice for the parents too if everyone's interested in doing the same thing. You just have to go to one location after school every day rather than splitting the time between the soccer field, the rugby field, the tennis courts, etc.
Totally. Yeah, I'm with you 100% there.
12 minutes on the clock. We've got Teo now heading down the line, finding a bit of speed here. A little check turn just to set himself up as he's keeping that focus forward into that little wedgie section and setting himself up here, trying to get a good finish on. Can't quite get around to it. 3.67 is his high score for his last wave. He'll now have another one to drop. As we're down to the final few minutes of the day. It's been a huge day for our opening day of surfing. We've seen lots of heats in our under 18 boys, and the under 16 girls has been taking place at El Sunzal. Tomorrow, we'll see the entrance of the under 18 girls into the conversation as well as the under 16 boys. And we will have the under 18 boys division finishing off right here. They're going to finish that division where they started. So we'll have the first few heats of the day will be the finish of this round as we take a look now at Inoha up and riding for Team France into that first turn. Drives hard off the bottom, connects with that lip line for a little more vertical two-turn combination on the second. And then once we finish out the under 18 boys, we'll be heading into under 18 girls at La Bocana for tomorrow's action. As we take a look now at Ewan was sitting in that leading position for a moment. He's found himself down into fourth, needing to really just stick to kind of the bread and butter of surfing. Unfortunately, gets a bit slippery on the end.
He's well on his way there. He knows it too. He had that. It was good surfing. It's actually building momentum throughout the wave, and the wave is steepening up, and there's not loads of waves that have done that, been that cooperative. That was draining that end section. He put the board up really nice and crisp and vert, but just couldn't quite get the finish, and he'll know that could prove costly. We've seen a lot of tight heats, particularly when it comes to that battle for second. There's not been a lot of distance between surfers chasing down, and some mistakes like that that could prove costly. He's still got plenty of time. I say he's got plenty of time. He's got 10 minutes, half the heat's gone. How'd that happen?
Well, still plenty of time. Still at least half of the heat to go.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll see how we go from here. But like you said, he was on his way to a decent score with that final slip-off. He has surfed, last year, he surfed 460 times. There's only 365 days in a year.
Yeah, it's impressive. Love the Grom energy. I think Ewan's from Pembrokeshire in West Wales. A beautiful part of that country. Some cool little bays there, some really fun waves. Yeah, it's a really, really nice part. Very picturesque.
Gorgeous part of the world.
And Inoa, pretty sure he's from Guadeloupe. I think he spends a lot of time over in Leilon now in the southwest of France, but originally from Guadeloupe, so I know a lot about surfing a windy left because that's kind of the main break over there. That everyone surfs a real consistent one in Guadeloupe. So surfing into that wind that blows into the left. Here he goes again, making full use of the size of the wave.
Making use of that wind in the face of those lefts. Gets a little hung up on that first turn. Wave gets really wobbly on the finish, so he's going to kick out with control. Ewan now up and riding again. Had a 3.33 drop in for his last wave. Goes in for a huge re-entry on his backhand, just gets sucked over the falls.
That's like almost like a wrestling move, wasn't it? When they stand up on the ropes.
Yes.
That was like one of those. Ouch.
Putting it all out there. Body on the line.
Body slam.
All the risk involved in the final heat of the day. Only needs a 3.34 to make a difference in this heat. Teo chasing less than that at 2.99. And we do have a score to drop for last of Inoha out of Guadeloupe. Used to surfing in some tropical waters.
There's so many talents from that part of the world as well. For France, been like a real breeding ground for them. It's consistent. They get a lot of swirl in the winter, that trade wind blowing in. Just kind of generally pretty onshore, and they seem to come when they come to competing, they seem to be really good and kind of like your classic contest conditions. And there's just been such a strong breeding ground for talent from France. Obviously, talking about water time as well, you mentioned how many times you and surf, but you can grow up in the tropics where it's warm every day. You haven't got to pull on that 5mm wetsuit and mess around with boots and all that stuff. How easy does that feel for a Grom?
So nice. If you're not having to mess around with wetsuits as a kid, was definitely one thing that I wasn't the happiest about growing up in California, where even in summertime you get maybe like a month where it's kind of warm enough to go without, sometimes a little bit longer than that, depending on how warm our globe is getting. But most of the time, you're wearing a wetsuit.
Yeah.
7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and a solid score now has dropped through for Inoha, that 4.17. He's got that 5.17 on the board as well. Outside of that, nothing too exceptional. Kai holding on to that second place position with a couple of threes. And looking to keep things in rhythm coming through our last few minutes of today. Now, Paul, we've been discussing ice baths throughout the day because, you know, we're in a very hot climate. Very useful to the surfers and to some others around. How did you go?
Yeah, and because we're sort of high performance machines and we like to keep that machine finely tuned.
Totally.
It went really good. It wasn't as icy as it could have been, I'll say.
Okay.
Yeah. There were some, but they'd melted. So
a little melty.
It was
no
cold.
one pouring the ice in over your head as you're sitting there?
Nah, it was cold, but it could have been icier as well, I'll say. So I don't want to like boast too much about how long I stayed in, because
did you spend the whole 40 minutes of your break in there?
Yeah, I was almost late for this heat actually. Security had to come and get me.
You're still dripping.
Say yeah, you got to heat the call. So yeah, I could still be in there. Yeah, easy. Don't know what the fuss is about.
Well, introed, first ice bath. Next time they're going to crank up the cold factor on it just slightly more. Maybe get some dry ice thrown in there as well.
Tell you what, you got a great view of the surf when you're in those ice baths. So real nice view out of the lineup as well. You got sort of palm trees swaying in the breeze as well. Really, really cool place. Our contest set up here, amazing structure for our athletes.
Huge, especially considering how many days of competition that we have. You know, we had our opening ceremonies yesterday, which is always a fun opportunity for everyone to get together, for Fernando Aguirre to give a great speech and a welcome to everyone back together for another huge event. And from there, we're in competition mode all the way until May the 12th, when we will be finishing things off. So a huge week ahead of us, and an incredible venue that's been, you know, set up here for so many ISA events that continue to come back. They put up some more permanent structures and really kind of building out an opportunity and an environment for the world's best surfers across multiple disciplines to be coming together.
I wonder what the record is for the longest surf event in terms of number of consecutive days.
Wow.
Is this it?
I mean, this is a big one. There's got to be some festivals that would be probably pushing the boundaries of things. I don't know how long maybe like a Noosa Fest in Australia would run for, considering that they also include dogs in the draw. So you can go surfing with the world's best longboarders, shortboarders, twin fins. Also, your animals can enter into the event. So there's some other maybe slightly more diverse events running out there than what the ISA has, which includes an incredible amount of diversity within itself. 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and I can already hear the ISA song playing in the background.
Where's this heat gone? Live action.
Live action as we see Ewan into that first turn. Important moments here. Finds himself with that second completed maneuver, looking down the line, wanting to square it up off the bottom for the Welshman. Tags it for another section, looking down the line. And he's only chasing a 3.34 to get himself into that second place position. A little bit of a peak coming through now. Our surfer in green sitting in first priority, blue with second priority. Green and red are out of position for this wave as Teo for Team Mexico is up and riding. Just caught behind, he only needs a 4.80. Powerful opening snap. Sets it up straight off the bottom into that lip line for the third. That's going to be a nice looking wave for a score to come through. Maybe doesn't go complete on that finishing maneuver. As we see Inoha up and riding. He's holding on to the lead. That was a very challenging section to be able to ride out of. Sitting on the 5.17 and the 4.17 at the moment. Scores in quickly for last of Ewan out of Wales, a 4.17. Takes him into that second place position. Means the requirement on Teo now to go from fourth into second is a 3.84. And for Kai St. George, it'll be a 4.80. So we already had the wave of Teo ridden. Can Kai get himself in position? Still 3 minutes on the clock, although he wasn't able to get that
Teo's
one.
getting the score for sure, you'd have to say. If that was the 4 we just saw from Ewan, really crisp turns, loads of spray, plenty of venom in it for Sorrentino from Mexico. The Barbados squad cheering on this guy. What's he got?
Kai now up and riding. The moment looking for a 4.80, needing to surf above that though, assuming that the score for last of Teo will go a bit higher and change that requirement. Great bit of rail work to start off here as he pumps down the line to put on that finishing touch. And his contingency.
Awkward wave, wasn't it? Just nothing on it. It was just all pocket, right? There was just nothing down the line. He took off a load of momentum from the takeoff from the bottom turn. He squared up to it. Just real pockety, just not offering much of a wall at all. So he'll have to get back out. It's a good chance he's going to need a bit more. Let's see where it goes. Couple of minutes though, but that one not the way it was after. You just contrast that to the rights that Ewan and Teo just rode. And those runners where they're able to get their speed out of turns and aim down the line.
Ewan has a look here. He's unable to get into it. Still waiting for that last score of Teo. In reference to the 4.17 we saw from Ewan, we've liked the look of it so far. He's up and riding again, wanting to just make sure he gets that advancing top 2 position in the main round to avoid repecharge this early in the draw. He'll go down on the finish of that wave with 90 seconds on the clock. And we're waiting for scores for 2 of our surfers, our heat leader and our surfer sitting at the bottom of the pack, as Anoha goes into a huge backhand re-entry. Board goes flying.
Yeah, big commitment in the bottom turn. It's deep, it's powerful. That wave was running away. I tell you what, it's been a frenzy of activity at the end. Ewan again.
Wow, quiet moments through the middle of that heat, but down to the final 4 minutes and everyone is getting an opportunity. Ewan looking to improve on the 3.67. Tries to hold on to the kind of laybacky finish, but doesn't quite get there. Did really well to try and keep those knees in position. But unfortunately, he'll go incomplete on the final maneuver, and scores are in. For that second to last of Teo, it was enough. A 4.67 takes him into second. A 3.5 for his last wave doesn't factor into his top 2. Anoha still sitting in that leading position out of Guadeloupe, representing France. Whoa. And just putting together, you know, a nice display of surfing.
That was cool.
For the finish of the day.
Yeah, really, really nice.
Kai St. George now into his forehand, goes in for the layback. I feel like his back foot definitely came disconnected from the board. Looked like he was going to regain control.
He looks like a really good surfer. He just hasn't had sections in this. He's like, compared to the runners that, I mean, think of those waves that Teo's been getting, like multiple, and Ewan as well, just offering section after section with the steepness on. And Kai's waves have just been really bad. And you just feel like he just needs that open face in front of him to be able to tee off. He just hasn't really had that.
Unfortunate when you have a heat like that, especially early in the event, and you just can't quite find that rhythm right away. Surfing's been there the whole time, but that wave selection hasn't panned out with only the 20 minutes on the clock. Anoha sitting in that leading position. We are waiting for 2 scores to drop for last of our French competitor and for last of the Welshman as well. Will it be the 4.18 that Ewan Buick needs to take himself into second place position? It's feeling more like Anoha will take away the lead and Teo will take away that second place spot. We're going to go to a quick look at the highlights from today, though. It's been a magical day of surfing to kick things off. Surf has shown up and the surfers have shown up as well. Let's take a look at some highlights. Well, it's been an exceptional opening day of surfing here at the ISA World Junior Championships. Getting to see Anohad take away that leading position for Team France down on the beach at the finish of his heat. What a great way to finish out a big opening day of surfing. Shannon Hughes here alongside Paul Evans. Paul, welcome to the ISA Surfing World. This was your first day witnessing this firsthand, at least. What are your impressions?
Absolutely loved it. Really impressed. Loved the squad energy, loved the vibes, the flag waving, all of that stuff. Really, really positive vibes around an event. And it's cool to see no one going home as well, right? We've got the repechage round as well. So it's a lot at stake, but ultimately we haven't eliminated anyone. But it's been really, really fun. In terms of performances, I'm not surprised to see how well some of those bigger names have done. And also some people that didn't know as much about, been absolutely ripping it here. They are the best in the world.
It is. It's a huge field of surfers. We got over 440 in the draw, 54 nations represented. We got some of those names that we're really familiar with because they've been, you know, they're returning champions or returning medalists here for the World Junior Championships with the ISA, or they've had those big performances, whether it be the QS, those kind of junior events around the world that we've come to know and love. We've got a lot of surfers from those developing nations as well that have really started to set themselves apart.
Yeah, it's been a really cool story. You know, we're used to seeing, like we talked about it throughout the day, some of these powerhouse countries kind of dominate, and it's cool to see that and some of those familiar names. But how cool some of these other stories that we've been seeing unfold. And actually, well, I guess we'll dive in more into the backstories as well throughout the event. But some really cool personal stories, some different family heritage as well. And it really brings that truly global flavor to the sport. Super cool.
Incredible. We've had a huge day of surfing from the under-18 boys here at Labocana today. We're going to have the under-18 girls at Labocana tomorrow after we finish up the end of this round. 32 heats in total. We got through 27 of them today. We don't really have the daylight or the energy, the capacity to continue running.
I reckon we could squeeze a couple more. Should we send a couple out?
Yeah.
I don't think
Why
I'm
not?
done yet.
I mean, may as well. There's waves. There's some big scoring potential out there.
Ice bath and back out there.
Yeah, perfect. Now, it's been a huge day. We've got more to come tomorrow. Of course, we saw the under-16 girls today at El Sunzal as well, which was great to be able to see some of those huge performances and standout moments with some really solid scores like that of Tia Zabrowski out of France. Opened up with like a 9.77 on the board.
Yeah, she's absolutely incredible. I mean, I've known about her for a couple of years. She's still really, really young, but what a future. And, you know, talking about surfers with different heritage, that background in Tahiti, and then spending a lot of time on the mainland in France with all of the infrastructure that brings. Really, really cool. She's definitely going to be one to watch.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. They'll be finishing out their under-16 girls round at Sunzal, same place that they got into heat number 27 of that round as well. And then tomorrow they'll be heading into the under-16 boys division at the same podium at El Sunzal throughout tomorrow. So surfers getting to really taste the variety of waves on offer here in Surf City.
Very different sort of questions we're asking of the surfers as well. What a contrast. And we saw a bit of vision today. We flew the drone down and we checked out the wave here at Sunzal. It's a completely different kettle of fish, right? And that's really cool. And if you're going to get to the very top, you're going to need to be able to show a different skill set. It'd be really cool to see how that plays out and how different surfers adapt. And, you know, adapting is staying alive.
That's exactly what it is. It's been a huge, few years for the ISA as well. Now celebrating this month specifically the 60th anniversary from the inaugural World Championships run by the International Surfing Federation at that stage, now the International Surfing Association, but 1964 in Manly Beach, Australia, where we saw Phyllis O'Donnell and a midget Fairley take away those inaugural World Championships. To see how far surfing has come and to be able to celebrate that this week with the 60th anniversary of the ISA is pretty special.
Yeah, really, really cool. There's actually a bit of cake kicking about today. I saw down in the athlete area there's bits of birthday cake going around. 60's quite a lot of candles to blow out as well, isn't it? But yeah, really, really cool milestone. I guess, yeah, people know a lot about what the ISA has been all about in the last few years, and particularly, you know, with the Olympics, been a lot of focus on it. But that part of it going right back into the 60s, I'm not sure so many people know about that story. It's a really, really cool heritage.
Yeah, it's incredible. And even that whole, you know, the Olympic dream for surfing, starting with Duke Kahanamoko, to now see things, you know, kind of developing to this stage. But even that those inaugural moments in Manly Beach back in the 1960s because Duke introduced surfing to Australia.
Yeah, really, really cool. Great story. That heritage going all the way back to the 1960s and the modern day. Beautiful to see the world's best surfers, the juniors here in El Salvador. Such a pleasure to be here. Really enjoyed it. Bring it on. Can't wait to see more.
Well, thanks so much for tuning in. We've got a big day as we return tomorrow, 7 a.m. on the call. And we'll see you then, bright and early.